Chapter 1576. Chapter 1576 Infiltrating the Manor. Under the temptation of great wealth, Master Bai easily believed Jiang Fei, especially after seeing the extremely pure psionic crystals that Jiang Fei had shown him. Master Bai no longer had any doubts. Master Bai, regarding the mining matter, this is not a small matter. The reason why we want to cooperate with you is mainly because we lack reliable manpower. Jiang Fei gave the reason why they were willing to share the benefits with Master Bai. After all, with such a large amount of wealth, everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. If it was not for the other party's request, no one would be willing to share the secret. Don't worry about that. I have a lot of reliable laborers under me, Master Bai immediately said. The farmers under him were used to being bullied, so they were very obedient. As long as he promised a little benefit to these people, then he would threaten them again. These people would definitely not leak the news. Then I'm relieved. However, this profit share, Jiang Fei said, and deliberately pondered for a moment. He wanted to whet the old man's appetite. What do you mean? Although Master Bai desired this huge wealth, he also knew that these people in front of him were desperados. Moreover, they were powerful desperados. Therefore, he did not dare to ask for a sky-high price. 20-80 split. You get 2 and I get 8. Jiang Fei smiled and said, This. Master Bai looked troubled. Then, he said tentatively, Sir, you see, I also have a family with me. Moreover, I have to hire laborers. Therefore, the expenses are quite a lot. Isn't this 20-80 split a little? What? You're not satisfied? Then, I can only find someone else. When Jiang Fei spoke, his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of coldness. Oh no! Master Bai was shocked. He knew that the thugs on the other side had the intention to kill him to silence him. Stealing a psionic crystal was a fatal crime. Anyone who dared to do such a business would be an outlaw. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the others were extremely powerful. Master Bai's bodyguards were unable to deal with them. Therefore, Master Bai's heart was trembling a little. Master Bai, have you thought about it? Jiang Fei asked in a dark voice. Although the expenses are relatively high, since this business is so huge, it will last forever. It will last forever. Ha ha! I'll do it! Master Bai laughed dryly. In the end, he agreed to it. Although Jiang Fei's ruthlessness made Master Bai sweat in his heart, it also made him sigh in relief. From Jiang Fei's performance, they were indeed a group of outlaws, facing such a deadly crime. If Jiang Fei was not ruthless, Master Bai would be suspicious. Now that Jiang Fei was greedy and ruthless, Master Bai was relieved. Although these desperados would do anything, as long as the interests of both sides were the same, the cooperation would be very pleasant. With the help of these desperados, Master Bai could even solve some other problems that he could not solve before. Moreover, it was not the first time that Master Bai had worked with desperados. Therefore, he knew the secret to dealing with these kind of people. First, you could not ask around blindly, lest you touch their taboo. Second, these people often hated bargaining. You had better do as they said. Third, these people valued benefits very much. As long as the interests of both parties were aligned, they were even more reliable than those open allies. All right, the long journey has tired us out. Prepare a place for us to rest. Before you prepare the men to mine the ore, it is best not to disturb us, Jiang Fei said expressionlessly. All right, no problem. Master Bai immediately nodded. He was very happy today. Although there was only a 20% share, this was a high-quality large-scale psionic crystal vein. The wealth inside was simply unimaginable. Oh right, it's best that you don't let anyone know about this. If we sense any danger, you know the consequences. Before Jiang Fei followed the servant out, he did not forget to threaten Master Bai again. Luo sang, Do you think these people are reliable? After Jiang Fei and the others left, Master Bai asked his personal bodyguard. They are too powerful. I can't tell if they are lying or not, but I believe that they are telling the truth. Luo Sang was a strong man. Jiang Fei had just observed him through his goggles. The bodyguard with 1.5 million combat power was him. Why do you say that? Is it your intuition? Master Bai asked. He knew that the intuition of these powerhouses was usually very accurate. No. Luo Sang shook her head. Then, she said, these people are too powerful. Even in those big cities, they are the top experts. Even the president is willing to recruit them as his aides. To put it bluntly, those with such power don't even need to plot against you. As long as they move their little fingers, everything you have will be gone. What? They're so powerful? Master Bai was shocked. Yes. They might be even stronger than the people who came here a few days ago. Luosang added. Well, if that's the case, they really don't need to play any tricks on me. It seems that what they said is true. Master Bai nodded. Although Luosang's words were a little harsh, it was the truth. Although Master Bai was a down payment nearby, his strength was not even worth mentioning on the entire planet of Keha. Therefore, Master Bai knew very well that a small fry like him was not worth the effort of a big shot like him. As long as the other party beckoned, he would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, he could almost be certain that what Jiang Fei and the others said was true. However, Master Bai clearly did not expect that Jiang Fei and the others would be able to kill him easily. However, the other party's target had nothing to do with him at all. Jiang Fei and the others came to Master Bai's manor. They were all here for the players, while Master Bai, who was filled with joy, was dreaming of making a fortune. Jiang Fei and the others had already moved into a small villa on the east side of the manor under the arrangements of the servants. All right. We are not used to outsiders serving us. You can leave now. After settling down, Jiang Fei immediately dismissed the servants that Master Bai had sent over. Ariel, check the surrounding environment. Jiang Fei gave Ariel a look. Ariel, who was proficient in electromagnetism, was very knowledgeable in all kinds of technological eavesdropping and surveillance equipment. Although she was not particularly strong among the girls, her ability to deal with these equipment was unparalleled. Chapter 1577. Chapter 1577. Night Scouting. Hiss. Ariel's eyes flashed with electricity. Very quickly, she scanned the entire villa. That Master Bai is very honest. He did not do anything. Ariel gave Jiang Fei a look of affirmation. At least that old fellow knows his place. Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that Master Bai was still very obedient. He knew that these desperados did not want others to pry into their secrets. Therefore, he did not dare to tamper with Jiang Fei and the others' residence. Ah, Fei. Now that we have infiltrated the manor, what should we do next? Nina asked. I plan to go and investigate tonight. I want to see what those players are up to. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. At this time, they knew nothing about the targets of the players. Therefore, they could only investigate the situation first. Husband, I will go with you. Sylvie volunteered. Although she was not particularly strong among the girls, when it came to stealth assassinations and intelligence gathering, this female assassin was quite skilled. All right. The rest of you can rest well in the room. We will be back soon. Jiang Fei nodded. If he brought a helper, it would be easier for him to move. During the day, Jiang Fei and the rest rested in the villa. In the evening, a maid came to ask Jiang Fei and the rest to eat. However, Jiang Fei and the rest refused. Master Bai did not mind. He just asked the maid to bring a table of delicious food over. When the sky was completely dark, Jiang Fei and Sylvie, who had eaten their fill, set off. Although it was in the era of technology, Master Bai's manor was filled with bright lights. However, under the cover of the night, Jiang Fei and Sylvie still relied on the dark corners, without anyone noticing. They had reached the vicinity of Master Bai's residence. Husband, do you know where the players live? Sylvie asked. They came in a hurry. Although I got the map of the manor from the villagers, the players had just arrived. The villagers' map did not indicate where they lived. Jiang Fei shook his head. Then let's go to Master Bai first. Perhaps we can get some information about the players there, Sylvie suggested. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the two carefully hid themselves and sneaked out of Master Bai's residence. 0541. Activate the shield system. Jiang Fei ordered 0541. Although he and Sylvie could do their best to hide their auras, the ubiquitous cameras could still find their tracks. After two faint blue lights, Jiang Fei and Sylvie's figures disappeared into the dark corner. After that, Jiang Fei and Sylvie sneaked into Master Bai's residence. As there were no players here, it was impossible for Master Bai's trash bodyguards to detect Jiang Fei and Sylvie's auras. Jiang Fei and Sylvie sneaked in very smoothly. 0541 provided them with the shielding technology to detect their presence. Moreover, Master Bai's bodyguards would not be able to detect their presence. Therefore, until the two of them reached Master Bai's door, no one found them. Luosang, what do you mean by those guys? Jiang Fei heard Master Bai's voice as soon as he reached the door. Are you talking about us? Sylvie whispered to Jiang Fei through her spiritual power. Shh! Jiang Fei made a gesture of silence. Although it was a spiritual voice transmission, it was still easily detected by others. Master, those guys have been here for a few days, but they still refuse to tell me their purpose. I don't know what they are trying to do either. The they that Master Bai mentioned was not referring to himself and the others. It was very likely that he was referring to those players. Humph. These guys are really displeased. They are even worse than the group of desperados that I met today. Master Bai snorted coldly. Yes. Although these desperados are capable of anything, they have brought you a lot of wealth after all. Luo Sang laughed. That's right. A large and high-quality psionic crystal load. Just thinking about it makes people laugh. Master Bai was very happy when he mentioned Jiang Fei and the others and the psionic crystal load. But what are you going to do about those people? Are you going to keep them? Luo Sang changed the topic back to the players. Sai, what else can we do? Those guys were recommended by the Skeleton Society. Can we afford to offend them? Anyway, they won't eat much. As long as they don't cause me any trouble, I'll be fine. Master Bai sighed. Skeleton Society? Jiang Fei memorized the term in his mind. That's true. But sir, I feel that these guys are always sneaky. You should be more careful. Luo Sang continued. That's right. These people go out every night and come back to sleep during the day. Anyone would know that they are doing something shady. However, these people are related to the Skeleton Society after all. We should not get involved. Master Bai waved his hand. He signaled Luo Sang to stop talking. After that, Master Bai and Luo Sang began to chat. The content was nothing more than how to exploit the farmers or other bullying activities. Naturally, Jiang Fei was not interested in listening to these words. After leaving Master Bai's residence, Jiang Fei and Sylvie discussed it. Those players actually go out every night. It must be related to the quest, Sylvie said. Yes, it seems that we won't have a chance tonight. Tomorrow, we must follow those players to see what they are up to. Jiang Fei nodded. Alright, let's go back first. Of course, Sylvie would not object to Jiang Fei's opinion. After that, Jiang Fei and Sylvie returned to their own residence. How was it? Did you get anything? As soon as they entered the door, Bella and the other girls came up to them. Yes. These players go out every night and return early. I don't know what they're up to at night. Moreover, they're related to an organization called the Skeleton Society. Jiang Fei briefly shared the information he had gotten with the girls. How about this? Well, split up tomorrow. Ah, Fei. You and Sylvie will rest during the day. At night, well, follow the players to gather information. During the day, well, go into the city to gather information about the Skeleton Guild. Nina said. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. Let's do it then. Bella nodded in agreement. After deciding on the division of labor, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Jiang Fei and Sylvie stayed in their rooms to recuperate. Nina and Bella brought the other girls into the city again. Chapter 1578. Chapter 1578 Digging the Divine Equipment. The next evening, Nina, Bella, and the other girls came back from the city. Unfortunately, they did not find out anything about the Skeleton Society. Even the bartender, who was known to be inquisitive, said that he had never heard of this organization. It seems that the Skeleton Society is a rather secretive organization. It may only be spread among the upper-class society. Ordinary people may not be able to come into contact with it. Jiang Fei sighed. They could only put the investigation of the Skeleton Society aside for the time being. Jiang Fei and the others did not know any upper-class people on planet Keha. The only person who knew about the Skeleton Society was Master Bai. Jiang Fei did not want to alert the enemy so early. After all, they had not figured out the purpose of the players yet. When the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Fei and Sylvie changed their equipment and quietly left the residence. Jiang Fei adjusted the detection range of the identification device to the maximum and carefully monitored the entire manor. Slowly, the sky completely darkened. At that moment, the identification device in Jiang Fei's hand suddenly vibrated slightly. They're out! Jiang Fei gave Sylvie a look. At that moment, 7 to 8 small red dots had appeared on the identification device. There are quite a number of people, Sylvie said. Look at them go that way. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the 7 to 8 small red dots began to move quickly. Follow them! Jiang Fei called out to Sylvie, who was beside him. Then, The two of them quietly followed behind the players, and followed them into the distant mountains. Because Jiang Fei had learned from Vinolin that these players were also given very powerful powers when they descended. They also had a very long range of perception. In order to avoid exposing their tracks, Jiang Fei and Sylvie followed them very far away. They only followed the coordinates shown on the identification device, and did not get too close. After about 2 hours, the little red dots finally stopped moving. This was already the center of the mountain range. It was surrounded by mountains, and the trees were also lush. However, this place was unusually quiet, because from the beginning until the end, Jiang Fei did not find any traces of wild animals. Husband, could there be an ambush here? The strange silence also caused Sylvie to be wary. Maybe. Let's be careful. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he and Sylvie hid their auras together, and quietly approached. As Jiang Fei and Sylvie continued to approach, soon, there was a human voice coming from the front. Although the voice was very soft, it could not stop Jiang Fei and Sylvie, who were both experts, with their sharp ears and sharp eyes. The soft conversation was also heard clearly by them. I don't know why, but recently, I heard that several waves of people have failed the quest. Yeah. What the HL? Is this game really that difficult? Hee hee. I don't know. Maybe we're just too lucky. Otherwise, even a tycoon like Eamon would be defeated. Why would we be so successful? However, this game is really interesting. Those NPCs are very interactive. It's much more fun than those rigid games. Yeah. Especially those chicks. Haha. The way they fight back is so awesome. That's right. That's right. The greatest joy of this game is that there are no laws. We can do anything. It's so fun. ****. Don't let me find a chance. I will definitely make your lives a living HL. When Jiang Fei heard the conversations of these players, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Previously, the players had invaded the universe in the form of battleships. Although they posed a great threat to the entire universe, at least they had not done anything outrageous yet. However, as the game progressed, the players had more and more ways to enter the universe. Especially after they possessed themselves, they became even more lawless and dared to do anything immoral. Originally, these players in the gamma space might have been just a bunch of asterisk souls or ordinary people. However, in Jiang Fei's universe, these players were given superpowers. Not only did they have immortal bodies, but they would also descend upon the strong according to the different quests. This sudden change of identity, coupled with the absence of legal restrictions, during this period of time, a large portion of the players could be said to have committed all sorts of evil deeds. Although these players had yet to touch Earth, their actions had already made Jiang Fei want to tear them into pieces. However, reason told Jiang Fei that he could not kill the players in this universe. Even if he destroyed their bodies, these players could still reappear. When that time came, not only would they become even more harmful to the universe, Jiang Fei would also attract the attention of the development team. When that time came, not only would he not be able to save others, but he would also be implicated. Jiang Fei forcefully suppressed his anger and continued to lie in the dark to eavesdrop on the conversations of the players. These players were not only happy to share their evil deeds. During that time, they also mixed in some information that was very valuable to Jiang Fei. How much do you think that tycoon, Eamon, spent this time? I don't know. At least 100,000? F** King Rich. He could spend so much just playing a game. Who cares? We can just work for money. We can even earn money if we have fun. How satisfying is this game? Yeah. But how long will it take to dig this mountain? What do you care? Anyway, there are these labor NPCs working. We can enjoy it during the day and work at night. That's true. But these days are probably not long. After the artifact is dug out, we'll have to meet up with the other teams. Right. Yes. When the time comes, we'll be able to open the treasure trove. I wonder what kind of top-tier equipment that Tycoon Eamon would be able to get after spending so much money. Digging for divine equipment? Interesting. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes when he heard those words. After that, Jiang Fei and Sylvie eavesdropped for a while. They only quietly left the valley when the sky started to brighten. Just as Jiang Fei and the rest left, the players also left the valley and returned to Master Bias Manor. Let's go and take a look. Seeing that the players had left, Jiang Fei brought Sylvie back to the valley. Captain, please wait. just as Jiang Fei and Sylvie were about to approach the position of the players from yesterday. 0541 suddenly called out to him. "What's going on?" Jiang Fei asked. "There are defensive weapons in front of us. If we enter rashly, we will immediately return and attack. Moreover, those players will be alerted." 0541 said. "I see." Jiang Fei nodded and said to 0541. "Since it's a technological defense system, it'll rely on you. Help me break the defense system here." Chapter 1579. Chapter 1579 Platinum Disc. "Yes, Captain." 0541 began to try to connect to the automatic defense system after receiving the order. More than 10 minutes later, 0541 received good news. The automatic defense system had been completely deactivated. For a super artificial intelligence like 0541, this automatic intelligent defense system was not even as good as the ancient traps. As long as he could find the access port, the system would be broken sooner or later. On the other hand, the ancient trap skill was triggered by machinery. 0541 could not do anything about it. "Let's go in," Jiang Fei said to Sylvie. The two of them entered the area that was closely protected by the players. The reason why Jiang Fei could enter this place so easily was that the players had underestimated the enemy, although they had set up a defense. This was after all a reward dungeon. Therefore, the players did not expect that someone would come and disrupt the situation. Therefore, the defense system here was only set up to prevent local NPCs from entering by mistake. To Jiang Fei and the others, it did not have any effect on intercepting and warning them. After entering the depths of the valley, Jiang Fei and the others quickly heard the sound of a human being. "Is there someone else here?" Jiang Fei quickly took out his identification device. However, the screen of his pocket watch was empty. Only his and Sylvie's two green dots were flashing. Indigenous NPC. Jiang Fei immediately identified the identity of these people. Following that, Jiang Fei and Sylvie hid their auras and activated their cloaking devices. Then, the two of them quietly walked forward. Soon, Jiang Fei and Sylvie found many sheds. There were no less than 200 to 300 ordinary civilians living inside. These civilians did not have much combat power. From the tools piled up near the sheds, it could be seen that these people were in charge of digging the mountain. "These are the workers who helped the players dig the divine equipment, right?" Sylvie asked through her spiritual power. "It should be them." Jiang Fei nodded. As the workers worked in the middle of the night, they were sleeping soundly. "There's a cave over there," Sylvie said as she pointed at a distant Shandong. That should be the cave they dug." Jiang Fei and Sylvie immediately walked over. From the sand and stones around the entrance of the cave that had not been transported away in time, it could be seen that the workers were indeed digging here. "Let's go in and take a look." Jiang Fei gestured to Sylvie and then walked into the cave. As the cave required the workers to constantly enter and exit, and the workers did not have much combat power, the players did not put any defensive facilities there. As Jiang Fei and Sylvie walked forward, they were extremely shocked, because the cave was extremely deep. They had almost dug to the center of the mountain. It was known that the players did not only dig at night to cover their tracks, they even had simple digging equipment in their hands. They did not have any large vehicles or equipment. For them to be able to dig all the way here, it was obvious that they had been working for a long time. After moving forward for a while, the tunnel began to turn from parallel to downward. Although it was not a vertical turn, the slope was still quite steep. Jiang Fei and Sylvie continued to walk along the tunnel. After about half an hour, the road in front of them was cut off. "They have only dug until here. It seems like they have not finished yet," Jiang Fei said to Sylvie. "Yes. Then, what should we do next? Continue digging?" Sylvie asked. "We don't need to go through so much trouble." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he instructed 0541. "Determine the coordinates of this place. Then, draw the extension line of this tunnel." "Yes, Captain." 0541 immediately accepted the mission. Very soon, the coordinates of Jiang Fei and the rest who were sitting in the tunnel were locked down. At the same time, the extension line of the tunnel was also calculated. "Let's go out." Jiang Fei pulled Sylvie's hand and immediately activated teleportation. Although his ability to teleport was not as good as Ariel and Nina's, it was not a problem for him to teleport for a short distance. When Jiang Fei and Nina appeared again, they were already in a small valley a few kilometers away from the workers' camp. "This is it," Jiang Fei said and waved his hand. He released the submersible vehicle that he had not used for a long time from the spatial ring. Speaking of which, the submersible vehicle had helped Jiang Fei a lot on Earth. However, ever since he entered the universe, Jiang Fei had never used it. If he did not need to excavate it today, he would have almost forgotten about it. After getting on the underground car, Jiang Fei and Sylvie headed in the direction that 0541 had calculated. The underground car was very efficient, although the place was densely packed with sand and rocks. The underground car's speed was still not slow. After about 3 hours, Jiang Fei and Sylvie felt a strong energy fluctuation. It's really hard to find something. It's not even a waste of effort. I've taken the thing away. You bunch of idiot players. Just slowly dig. As the energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger, Jiang Fei could not help but smile coldly. After another half an hour, the submersible vehicle could not continue forward because there was an extremely hard object in front of the vehicle. It's most likely coming, Jiang Fei said to Sylvie. Then, he put away the submersible vehicle and activated the polarized particle light blade on his wrist guard. After pouring the energy from his body into the light blade, the golden light blade became invincible. At this time, Jiang Fei's combat power after activating his domain was close to 20 million. He was only one step away from reaching the hermit level. Therefore, when he waved the light blade, the submersible vehicle was unable to destroy the hard rock and was instantly cut into pieces. As Jiang Fei was afraid of hurting the divine equipment, he cut it very carefully. Although the digging speed was slower, they had plenty of time. Even if the sky turned dark, the workers would not be able to dig their way here in less than a day or two. After digging for another 10 minutes, Jiang Fei felt that the energy fluctuation was getting stronger and stronger. Swoosh! After splitting the hard rock with his sword, Jiang Fei found that there was a shiny object embedded in the rock. Found it! Jiang Fei could not help but cry out in excitement. Then, he waved his sword a few times and removed the shiny object. It was a silver-white metal disc. There were complicated magic patterns carved on it. There were also a few lines of words that Jiang Fei did not know. This thing is a divine weapon? Sylvie asked with a puzzled look. It should be it. Jiang Fei nodded. This thing was emitting a strong energy aura. It was definitely not an ordinary item. However, what exactly was it, and how to use it? As Jiang Fei was not a player. Therefore, he had no idea what it was. Chapter 1580. Chapter 1580. Ilsa. After putting the platinum disc into the spatial ring, Jiang Fei and Sylvie returned. When Jiang Fei and Sylvie returned to Master Bias Manor, everything was as usual. The players were still enjoying themselves in Master Bias' gentle home. They had no idea that the divine equipment that they wanted to dig up had already been taken by Jiang Fei. What do you think, husband? Seeing that Jiang Fei had returned, Bella and the others immediately surrounded him. This trip was worth it. Jiang Fei could not help but smile proudly. Then, he briefly told the girls about his trip last night. Since we have the divine equipment, what should we do next? Hua Mulan asked. Although we have the divine weapon, we still do not know where the players will gather. Therefore, it is best for us to stay put for the time being, Jiang Fei said. However, I have spoken with the servant today. Master Bai is very interested in the business that you mentioned. At this time, he has begun to recruit a large number of laborers. If we delay too long, when he has gathered all the manpower, our side will be exposed, Nina reminded. I understand. However, the players are almost done. In 2 to 3 days, they will be connected to the tunnel that we dug previously. When that time comes, they will definitely discover that the divine equipment has been stolen. When that time comes, the players will definitely rush over to meet up with their partners. When that time comes, we will be able to follow them. If Master Bai has gathered all the manpower before that time, we will find an excuse to stall for time. If it really does not work, we will kill him, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. It seems that this is the only way. Nina nodded. The plan that Jiang Fei provided was indeed more reliable. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei and the rest began to rest at Master Bai's place in peace. They were prepared to adjust their condition to the best so that they could meet the more difficult challenges. Due to the drive of profit, Master Bai could be said to have been working hard for the past few days. This old fellow had been busy with the labor matters. With him working so hard, the manpower was quickly gathered. On the second day after Jiang Fei and the others received the divine weapon, the old man came to Jiang Fei and the others and signaled for them to start the stealing of the psionic crystal. In response to Master Bai's request, Jiang Fei found an excuse and rejected it for 3 days. Although Master Bai was anxious, he did not dare to show it in front of Jiang Fei and the other desperados. In the end, he could only suppress his anxiety. He waited for Jiang Fei and the others to leave. The next day, at midnight, the players left the manor in a hurry. Jiang Fei could not help but feel happy when he found this phenomenon in the identification device. "Everyone, pack up. It's time for us to work," Jiang Fei called out to the girls around him. These players had come back in such a hurry. Needless to say, they must have found out about the theft of the divine weapon. "Sylvie, follow me to scout. The rest of you pack up. We're ready to leave," Jiang Fei instructed the girls. Then, he took Sylvie and left the villa where they were staying. After changing into their stealth equipment, Jiang Fei and Sylvie quietly approached the players' residences. Previously, Jiang Fei and Sylvie did not dare to get too close to them for fear that they would be discovered. However, things were better now. The players were all in a terrible state due to the loss of the divine equipment. Therefore, they had relaxed their guard. F***CK. Who was the one who snatched the divine equipment away before the others? D***. Are these NPCs idiots? Although the energy fluctuation of the divine equipment is obvious, it is useless to them. Why are they snatching it? It must be because our excavation over the past few days has alarmed these local NPCs, causing them to think that it's some kind of treasure. What should we do next? Let's talk to Eamon and the others first. After all, we work for him. Now, other than the problem, we have to let the boss know. All right. Just as Jiang Fei and the others approached the player's residence, they heard 2 players talking. "Husband, how many people are there?" Sylvie asked through her spiritual power. "There are 9 people in total, other than the guy who went out to supervise the workers 8 nights ago. There's another person. This person seems to have never left." Jiang Fei checked the number of players through the identification device. "That guy should be the leader of this group." "Right," Sylvie guessed. "It's possible." Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he heard the voices of the players again. Eamon sent a message back. "What did he say? What else can he say? He scolded us. He said that we took so much money and even messed up the matter. Now, he wants us to go and find the divine equipment. Otherwise, he will teach us a lesson. F***CK. I knew these rich kids were not easy to deal with." When he heard these players cursing, Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. These players in front of him were undoubtedly the so-called professional players. They made money by playing games. However, this game was played by Jiang Fei. In their world, these professional players were usually normal people. When they faced the threat from Eamon, they did not dare to ignore it. This was because the threat from the rich kids was not limited to the game. "Are you done arguing?" At this moment, the little red dot that had not moved finally moved. However, the voice that reached Jiang Fei's ears was a pleasant female voice. "Ilsa, are you finally unable to sit still? It's rare that you are so anxious," a male player said in a strange tone. "Cut the crap. You have been acting recklessly for the past few days. I can't be bothered with you guys. However, if the quest is ruined and I don't get my reward, you guys won't have a good time either," Ilsa said in a cold tone. "Big sis, we didn't want to either. Who knew that these NPCs would be so full of themselves that they would steal our artifact?" Seeing Ilsa get angry, the male players immediately softened. It seemed that Ilsa was quite capable. "Well, instead of arguing here, you might as well think of a way to get the artifact back," Ilsa said. "What can we do? We don't even know who stole it." A few male players were at a loss. "What a bunch of trash. They're useless. It's my bad luck to be on the same team as you," Ilsa snorted coldly. Then, she instructed these guys. "Go find that old guy and see what forces are nearby. Then, ask that old guy to help us make contact and see who dug up our artifact." Okay. I'll go now." It was unknown whether the male player was trying to curry favor with Ilsa or was in a hurry to get the artifact back. He didn't wait for Ilsa to finish speaking before he ran all the way to find Master Bai. Chapter 1581. Chapter 1581. As he was in a hurry, the male player walked past Jiang Fei and the others. However, he did not find any traces of Jiang Fei and Sylvie. "Phew?" Jiang Fei let out a long breath. Although the male player did not find them, Jiang Fei was still shocked when he saw the guy running towards him. "What should we do? These guys do not want to meet up with their accomplices. Sylvie poked Jiang Fei and asked. They initially wanted to follow these players and find their headquarters. Now that Eamon actually let these guys take care of themselves. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then said to Sylvie, Follow me. After that, Jiang Fei and Isabella quietly left the players' residence and returned to their own villa. How is it? Bella and the others surrounded Jiang Fei and asked. At this time, the girls had already packed their luggage and were ready to leave at any time. Let's go back to that village. Jiang Fei had already made up his mind. All right. Naturally, the girls did not have any objections. All of them followed Jiang Fei and quietly left Master Bai's manor. At that moment, Master Bai was busy entertaining the player. In addition, he did not dare to plant any spies on Jiang Fei's side. Therefore, he did not know that Jiang Fei and the others had already left. Fei, why are we going to that village? After leaving the manor, Nina asked Jiang Fei. To find out which mountain nearby has bandits and bullies, Jiang Fei said with a smile. What? Husband, do you still intend to eliminate evil for the people? Sylvie asked with a smile. Of course. But at the same time, my main goal is to become a bandit myself. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Bandit? The girls were confused by Jiang Fei's words. Fei, are you planning to turn from darkness to light? Nina was the first to react. That's right. Weren't these players looking for someone to get their divine equipment back? Then let's just do it openly. After all, players don't have things like identification devices. So, even if we meet them, they won't know who we are. They will only treat us as the natives here. Jiang Fei said with a smile. In that case, as long as we show enough strength to make these players unable to do anything to us, they will naturally look for other people. Nina continued Jiang Fei's words. That's right. That's right. Jiang Fei said. The group of people were all experts, so they were extremely fast. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei and the others had arrived at the previous village. My lords, you're finally back. How is it? Did you get rid of Master Bai? When the villagers saw Jiang Fei and the others, they immediately surrounded them. Not yet, but we will soon. Jiang Fei said. That's good. As long as we get rid of that scoundrel, we will have a good life. The villagers said happily. Now, we need to ask you about something. Jiang Fei led the conversation back to the main topic. What is it? Feel free to ask. The villagers said very politely, because Jiang Fei wanted to help them get rid of Master Bai. The villagers were very friendly to them. Are there any bandits around here? Jiang Fei asked directly. Why? Do you still want to help us get rid of them? When the villagers heard Jiang Fei's words, they became even more excited. Yes. Master Bai's side is more troublesome. We still need to let him live for another 2 days. But these bandits and bullies, we will go and destroy them today. Jiang Fei said. He had promised the villagers that he would kill Master Bai. However, because of his own matters, he could not take action for the time being. Therefore, he felt a little guilty. Now that the villagers also wanted to eliminate those bullies. Of course, Jiang Fei did not mind taking action immediately. That's great. The villagers cried out in excitement. Then, they immediately told Jiang Fei about all the bandits and bullies in the vicinity, and even the lair of the local ruffians and hooligans. All right. Today, we will help you deal with the largest wave of bandits. After Jiang Fei heard that, he immediately locked onto a mountain that was dozens of kilometers away from the village. According to the villager, this place was relatively remote. The Imperial army was a little out of reach. Therefore, many bandits occupied the mountain as their king. The bandits in Old Dragon Cave were the most arrogant. There were about 1,000 of them. Not only did they have light weapons, they even had many heavy weapons. Moreover, it was said that there were many experts among them. All right, let's go. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Jiang Fei and the others set off. Although they did not get much information from the villagers, it was already pretty good. After all, this was only a small village. The information they received was mostly hearsay. If these people really gave detailed information about the bandits, Jiang Fei would be suspicious. A distance of tens of kilometers was nothing to experts like Jiang Fei. If it was not for the fact that they had never been here before and lacked specific coordinates, Jiang Fei and the rest would only need to teleport to arrive. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest entered the mountain. According to the villagers' descriptions, they went around and around. After about 3 hours, They finally found the approximate location of the old dragon cave. *MN. This place is really hard to find. Jiang Fei wiped his sweat. It was not a big deal for them to travel. However, finding their way through the mountain was really a torture. If it was not hard to find, they would have been wiped out by the Imperial Army long ago. Bella laughed from the side. That's true. It is not easy to be a bandit in the era of technology. The strength of the regular army is not something that they can resist. They can only survive in this kind of crevice. Jiang Fei sighed. The location of the old dragon cave could be said to be very hidden. The villagers' descriptions of the location were basically all wrong. If it was not for Jiang Fei and the others' amazing strength and powerful perception range, even if 0541 used radar scanning, they would not be able to find any traces of these guys. Once they found the location of the bandits, everything was simple for Jiang Fei and the others. The disparity in strength made it so that Jiang Fei and the others did not need to make any plans. They just needed to directly attack the door. Who are you people? As soon as Jiang Fei and the others approached the old dragon cave, a voice immediately came from the inside. At the same time, countless guns were pointed at Jiang Fei and the others. We are here to worship the mountain. We want to see your boss, Jiang Fei said with a smile. He was not worried about these light weapons at all. Even if they were bombarded with heavy weapons, it would not be able to hurt the super experts like them. Worship the mountain? Which mountain are you from? The small fries in the mountain asked. After all, they did not know the identity of Jiang Fei and the others. They could not go back and report it. It is not certain where we used to be. But now, we are from this mountain, Jiang Fei said with a smile. His meaning was very clear. He was clearly here to cause trouble. Chapter 1582. Chapter 1582. First Blood. F***CK. They're here to cause trouble. Are you guys tired of living? The minions in the mountains were furious when they heard that. Don't be so polite with them. Let's kill them first, another minion said as he turned on the safety of his gun. Whoosh. 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 A few hidden castles shot out a few dim beams of light. These were the lights emitted by light laser weapons. Humph. Jiang Fei snorted. Before he could even make a move, Nina had already set up a defensive barrier. Oh no! The opponent is an expert. When the minions saw that their weapons were ineffective, they immediately understood that the person who had come this time was not someone they could deal with. After that, the minions continued to suppress the enemy, while the leader of the minions ran to the side and activated his communication device to send a message. Husband, why are you so slow? Why don't you just go over and kill them all? Sylvie said with some annoyance. After all, they did not need to spend much effort to deal with these bandits. There was no need to make it as troublesome as it was now. Don't worry. We just need to kill the leaders. These minions are still useful. We have to keep them. Jiang Fei smiled. This time, they intended to communicate with the players directly. Although the players did not know the identities of Jiang Fei and the others. The problem was that Jiang Fei and the others were too conspicuous. A man with a group of girls. Although this kind of combination was not unique, it was definitely not rare. If the players like Eamon found out that the NPCs who opposed them were always this group of people, they would sooner or later become suspicious. Therefore, in order to confuse the public, Jiang Fei naturally had to get more henchmen to fill in the numbers. When the time came, there would be a dozen or so girls among the hundreds of people. Jiang Fei would then tell them not to reveal themselves. That way, they would not attract attention anymore. The experts among the bandits did not let Jiang Fei and the others wait. In less than 10 minutes, with a long whistle, more than 10 figures rushed out from the bandits' nest. Hee hee. It's quite a grand scene. Jiang Fei laughed. Maybe it's to boost your courage, said Silly Law playfully. It's possible. Ariel also blinked cutely. Interesting. Jiang Fei scanned these guys through his goggles and found that one of these bandit leaders actually had a combat power of more than 8 million. This combat power could be considered as an expert among the girls around Jiang Fei. Who are you people? My old dragon cave has no grudges with you. Why did you come here to cause trouble? The leader of the bandits shouted loudly. There is indeed no grudges between us. As for me, I only have my eyes on this mountain. If you are willing to move away, it would naturally be a happy ending for everyone. Jiang Fei laughed. Bullsh *T. This old dragon cave is the foundation that we brothers have worked so hard to build. What right do you have to take it just because you want to? Another bandit leader scolded. Big boss, these people are here to cause trouble right from the start. Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Just kill them all. A short and fat bandit leader shouted. What? Does this mean that we can't come to an agreement? Jiang Fei smiled very calmly. The bandit leader, who had more than 5 million combat power, pondered for a moment. Then, he stopped his brothers from making any noise. Only then did he say to Jiang Fei, Brother, since you and I have no grudges, there is nothing that can't be resolved. Let's be clear. If you want this old dragon cave, I will definitely not give it up. However, if you have any difficulties, whether it is weapons, equipment, treasures, beauties, or even psionic crystals, name it, I will give it to you with both hands. The main reason why the leader of the bandits was so generous was because he could sense a powerful aura from Jiang Fei and the others. Although Jiang Fei, Hua Mulan, and the others were much stronger than him, he could not sense anything. However, the powerful aura from the other girls could not be hidden. These girls did not even have the right to come forward and talk to him. This made the leader of the bandits have to value the strength of Jiang Fei and the others. Moreover, since they dared to cause trouble at their door, they must have something to rely on. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the leader of the bandits did not want to lose all decorum with him. People who had been in the underworld for a long time naturally had the rules of the underworld. Although the underworld was very particular about settling grudges, people who would yell and kill at the slightest disagreement would not live for long. The truly experienced people in the underworld often emphasize the word endure. That won't do. Weapons, equipment, money, and even the psionic crystal are all worldly possessions to me. As for beautiful girls, you've seen it too. Jiang Fei shrugged. There were as many beauties as the clouds around him. Those bandit leaders had to admit that if they were to switch to Jiang Fei's position, they would no longer be interested in ordinary beauties. So, that means there's nothing to talk about? The first leader's face turned gloomy. Although those in the underworld paid attention to the word endure, it was not an endless retreat, since the other party was so stubborn. Then, the ferocity of the bandit was clearly displayed. Alright, stop talking nonsense. We're still considered to be having lunch in the mountains. Jiang Fei deliberately raised his head to look at the sky. It was already close to 11 o'clock in the afternoon. There was not much time left until lunchtime. Kid, you're too arrogant. A small bandit leader roared angrily and jumped out. His combat strength was only around 1 million. Therefore, he could not sense how terrifying Jiang Fei's group was. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. This small bandit leader was just like that. In order to show off his abilities in front of his big brothers, he was the first to rush out. Swoosh! The small bandit leader that rushed out seemed to be frozen in midair. The next second, his body suddenly fell down. Following that, the small bandit leader's body that fell to the ground was split into two. The heads of the bandits rolled back and forth on the ground. At that moment, all the bandits were dumbfounded. Although the leader of the bandits was the weakest among them, the problem was that they had not seen how the other party attacked. How boring! You don't have much ability, yet you still act like a big-tailed eagle. Sylvie snorted disdainfully. She casually wiped the dagger in her hand. The blood stains on the dagger indicated that she was the one who had just attacked. Speaking of which, among the girls around Jiang Fei, Bella was probably the most aggressive. However, the most bloodthirsty one was none other than Sylvie, the female assassin. Therefore, since the bandit leader did not open his eyes, Sylvie would definitely not miss this first blood. Husband, are you interested? If you're not, I'll wrap it up. Sylvie stuck out her little tongue and licked her red lips. This was a very tempting move, but under the contrast of the blood on her blade, it looked particularly terrifying. Chapter 1583. Chapter 1583. The murderer shall be killed. Ugh! Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Sylvie had already rushed over. Hubby! I'm going too! Seeing Sylvie start killing, Bella could not hold back anymore. She was already yelling at Sylvie, coupled with her aggressive personality, when she saw Sylvie showing off her skills. Naturally, she could not sit still anymore. The two girls took the initiative to attack. The bandits on the side also began to attack. Oh no! I might have met a tough opponent today. The big boss was as clear as a mirror. However, it was too late to retreat from Old Dragon Cave and give up the territory to Jiang Fei. Boom! Following a loud explosion, a bandit leader fought with Bella. At this time, Bella's entire body was covered in dark green scales. Her combat strength had already soared to the peak. Ah! At the instant of the fight, the bandit leader was blasted flying backwards. Although this bandit leader's combat strength wasn't ordinary, the gap between him and Bella was still very huge. On this side, Bella wanted to play a little longer, so she didn't kill him. However, Sylvie, who was by the side, was different. If Bella's combative nature was purely to enjoy the process of fighting, then Sylvie's pleasure was to reap the lives of others. Swoosh! A blood arrow flew out, and another vengeful soul appeared under Sylvie's blade. Enough! The first in charge shouted. At this moment, he was really anxious. In just a few minutes, 2 of his brothers had already joined forces, and Bella's side still had quite a few people who suffered injuries of varying degrees. With a shout, the first in charge charged towards Sylvie, but was stopped by Bella. Don't be in a hurry to die. It's been a long time since I fought. Come and walk a few rounds with me. Bella shouted and then threw a punch. Bang! The first in charge waved his fist to block. But even if Bella suppressed her strength was still there. The first in charge, who only had 5 million combat power, was no match for her. At this moment, after Bella activated her domain, she already had a terrifying combat power of 9,500,000. She was just one step away from becoming a star overlord. So even if she withdrew her strength, she was still able to completely suppress the first in charge. It's over! It's over! It's over! At this moment, the first in charge's heart could be described as completely disheartened. He knew that he had lost today. And he had completely lost. Bella had suppressed the first in charge for more than 10 rounds. But during these dozen rounds, Sylvie had successfully reaped the lives of everyone else. He'll fight it out with all of you! Seeing that his brothers had died one by one in front of him, the first in charge had completely given his all in a hopeless situation of survival. The desperate first in charge did not hesitate to use his back to receive Bella's attack. Then, he took the opportunity to take out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. After that, he crushed the medicine bottle and swallowed it together with the broken porcelain pieces and the pills inside. I want you to die with me! As the first in charge roared in a hoarse and angry voice. His combat strength soared. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 10 million and reached the level of the Overlord of the Stars. Boom! The first leader, who had exploded with drugs, sent Bella flying with a punch. Although Bella was only a hair's breadth away from the level of the Overlord of the Stars, this gap was a qualitative change. Oh no! Seeing this, Sylvie turned around and left. Her ability was to control time. But at this moment, the first leader's strength was too strong and had already exceeded her control range. Moreover, he did not have an astonishing recovery ability like Bella. Therefore, at this moment, a wise man would naturally not be at a disadvantage. Although Bella and Hua Mulan had fused with a basic type of energy core, this type of energy could only strengthen their own bodies and could not affect the external rules like the time core or the space core. But they also had a benefit. That was, they were not restricted by the enemy. No matter how strong the enemy was, it could still be used. Unlike Nina and Sylvie, when they faced an enemy that was much stronger than them, the help provided by the energy core would be very limited. Again! Although she was sent flying and suffered some minor injuries, Bella's interest was actually aroused at this moment. With her amazing recovery ability, Bella had already recovered from some of the injuries she had suffered previously. She once again rushed towards the first in charge. Such a powerful opponent was what she wanted to face. Bella's aggressive genes came from the dragon race. Although the dragon race was not a good race, they disdained to bully the weak. Only facing a powerful opponent could stimulate their desire to fight. Bella was the same at this moment. Previously, she suppressed her strength to fight with the first in charge because it was boring. In addition, she did not want Sylvie to be the only one in the limelight. The first in charge was the opponent Bella wanted. Boom! 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 Bella and the big boss exchanged blows in midair. The surging energy caused the surrounding minions to hide behind their bunkers. Ah, Faye! Such a big commotion! Will it attract unnecessary trouble? Nina asked from the side. It's okay. It doesn't matter even if the people around know about it. Now that Bella is having a good time, it's best not to disturb her, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Alright. Nina smiled and shook her head. Everyone could see how much Jiang Fei doted on Bella. In midair, the battle between Bella and the big boss was still going on. From the looks of it, Bella was completely suppressed by the big boss' powerful attacks. However, everyone knew that with the recovery ability provided by the life core, under such a powerful attack, Bella would not receive any damage at all. On the contrary, the big boss seemed to be brave. But in fact, he was already at the end of his rope. Once the effect of the potion wore off, Even if Bella did not make a move, the first boss would not be able to live for long. As time passed, Bella became more and more accustomed to such a powerful attack. The first boss became more and more powerless. As the effect of the potion wore off, his strength began to wane. I can't accept this. Who are you people? At the end of the fight, the first boss let out a sorrowful cry. His tone was filled with grief and indignation. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that you have committed all kinds of evil deeds today. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Humph. All kinds of evil deeds? You talk as if you are so clean. Who among us so-called powerhouses doesn't have hundreds or thousands of lives in our hands? Today, I was killed by you because I was not as skilled as you. Sooner or later, you will follow in my footsteps. Those who kill will be killed. On the path of the strong. You will either kill or be killed. That's all. The big boss laughed coldly. That being said, even on the path of becoming stronger, you should not lose your vest. Becoming stronger is not to bully the weak. You did not die in vain, said Jiang Fei with a sigh. Although he had killed many people, he had to ask himself. Jiang Fei admitted that he had never taken the initiative to bully anyone. He also did not rely on his own strength to do anything. Chapter 1584. Chapter 1584 had finally taken the bait. Ha ha ha. You will all die a horrible death in the end. Ha ha ha. In the end, the first boss had died due to the side effects. However, before he died, he did not forget to curse Jiang Fei and the others. After the first boss died, the group of bandits suddenly lost their leader. These guys looked at each other. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Listen up, you guys. Now, I will give you two options. The first option is to follow me and follow my orders. The second option is... Hee. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Although he did not say it explicitly, the bandits knew very well that if the first option was to survive, the second option was naturally to die. What should we do? Nonsense. What else can we do? Do you still want to avenge the first in charge and the others? Humph. Revenge? Even if we have the intention, do we have the ability to do so? Forget it. It's not fooling around with anyone. These people seem to be more powerful. If we follow them, perhaps we can live longer. That's right. No matter what. It's still better than dying now. The bandits discussed among themselves. However, these people quickly came to a consensus. Although these people did not trust Jiang Fei and the others, the threat of death was real. Although the first leader and the others had treated these small bandits fairly before, there was a saying that was true hooligans but false righteousness. These bandits did not have any sense of loyalty. Since Jiang Fei was willing to take them in and submit to a stronger leader, naturally, they would be able to live longer. Even if they were surrounded by the government army, they would have a better chance of survival. Master, you are our new boss. That's right. Greetings. Master. Long live. Master. These bandits easily submitted to Jiang Fei. Moreover, some of the sycophants even started to run over and kiss Jiang Fei's shoe. F***ck. These scum really don't have any sense of loyalty. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. He knew very well that it was not worth it for those bandit leaders. After dealing with the experts among the bandits, a small leader naturally led Jiang Fei and the others into the old dragon cave. The defensive facilities here were indeed well built. If there were no super powerhouses attacking, it would be very difficult for an ordinary army to break in. Leader, this is our defense map and the collection of the fortress assets. In order to please Jiang Fei and the others, a few sycophants took the initiative to offer the core information of the old dragon cave. Very good. From now on, you guys will be in charge of the fortress. If there are any problems, you can be directly responsible to me. Jiang Fei was very straightforward. He directly promoted these sycophants to a small leader. Jiang Fei's idea was very simple. He did not plan to continue running the mountain stronghold. As long as these sycophants could temporarily maintain the operation of the mountain stronghold and listen to his words, that would be enough. There was no need for him to investigate who was capable. Thank you, Big Boss. The sycophants were overjoyed. Big Boss, do you have any instructions now? A sycophant with the nickname Big Nose asked with a flattering smile. The reason why he asked this was because he wanted to have a chance to pass on Jiang Fei's orders. He wanted to show off in front of his former companions. Yes, there is indeed something. Jiang Fei smiled. Although he understood Big Nose's intention, he did not expose it. Instead, he said very cooperatively, Go to the warehouse and take 50 million soles and distribute it to the brothers. Tell the public that we have recently made a big deal. So we reward the brothers. Big boss, your purpose is to appease the brothers. Moreover, you don't want outsiders to know that the old dragon cave has changed owners. Right? Big Nose asked very shrewdly. He thought that Jiang Fei was being clever because he did not want the other mountain strongholds to take advantage of the old dragon cave's change of owners and cause trouble for them when the morale of the army was unstable. That's right. Tell the brothers to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Fei said with a dark expression. Don't worry, Big Boss. My brothers know the rules. Big Nose immediately promised. That's good. You go ahead and do your work. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. He did not care if the other bandits would have their eyes on him. He distributed the money mainly to silence the bandits so that the players would not know that he was the new chief. Moreover, these little bandits would definitely go around squandering money after they received the money. If they did as Jiang Fei said and spread the word that they had done a big deal, it would definitely attract the players over. After all, the biggest incident recently was that they had lost their divine equipment. After distributing everything, Jiang Fei and the others settled down in the old dragon cave in peace. In order to prevent Bella and the other girls from attracting attention, Jiang Fei did not arrange for them to hold any positions in the mountain stronghold. In the old dragon cave, only Jiang Fei was in charge of everything. Even Big Nose and the other sycophants thought that the girls were just Jiang Fei's harem. Therefore, not many people paid attention to them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Jiang Fei seemed to be living a life of debauchery in the old dragon cave. However, he was actually paying attention to the actions of those players all the time. At noon on the 3rd day, Big Nose appeared in front of Jiang Fei. He brought the news that he had been waiting for a long time. Big Boss, there's a rich man 70 miles away from here who wants to see you, Big Nose said. What's his name? What's his purpose? Jiang Fei asked. He calls himself Ba Yi. I think he's here to discuss a business deal with you, Big Nose said. How did he get here? Jiang Fei asked. He wanted to know if Master Bai was accompanied by players. He was introduced by the Skeleton Society, Big Nose said. Oh, the Skeleton Society? Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Then, he asked Big Nose, You also know about the Skeleton Society? Hee hee. Big Boss. Look at you. How could I not know the name of the Skeleton Society? Big Nose laughed. Oh, then tell me what you know. I want to see how much you know, Jiang Fei said, as if he was testing Big Nose. Hee hee. This Skeleton Society can be said to be the most powerful organization on planet Keha. They have both black and white connections. Not only do all the major organizations have connections with the Skeleton Society, it is said that even the president has a background in the Skeleton Society, Big Nose said. Hiss. Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If what Big Nose said was true, then the power of the Skeleton Society was too terrifying. Sir, which lord of the Skeleton Society do you belong to? Big Nose asked. Do not ask about things that you should not know, Jiang Fei said with a dark expression. He deliberately put on an angry look to hide that he did not have a background in the Skeleton Society. Chapter 1585. Chapter 1585 Player. Alright, bring him in. Jiang Fei did not want to continue the topic of the Skeleton Guild. Alright, Big Boss. Big Nose immediately stopped pestering the Skeleton Guild. As someone who was good at flattering others, he was the best at reading people's expressions. Soon, Master Bai followed Big Nose and came in front of Jiang Fei. Greetings, Master. Master Bai did not dare to raise his head when he entered. Therefore, he did not know that it was Jiang Fei who was sitting on the golden chair. Raise your head, Jiang Fei said calmly. Yes. Master Bai raised his head and was instantly stunned. You? How? Master Bai stared at Jiang Fei with his mouth agape. At that moment, he was very confused. He did not know how this desperado, who wanted to cooperate with him to plunder the psionic crystal, could be the leader of this place. When Jiang Fei had asked to plunder the psionic crystal, he had used the excuse that he was short of manpower and could not find laborers. However, if he was the leader of the old dragon cave, he would have countless subordinates. How could he be short of manpower? Hee hee. Since you've already met me, haven't you thought of something? Jiang Fei laughed. Thought of something? Master Bai muttered silently. Suddenly, Master Bai remembered the instructions of those people. They claimed that their treasure had been stolen by someone, and they suspected that the treasure had been stolen by the bandits of the old dragon cave. Therefore, they had asked him to come over and ask for information. If it was really them who had taken the treasure, those people were willing to pay a price to get the treasure back. Could it be that these people are lying to me about stealing the psionic crystal? Their goal is to get close to those people and steal their treasure. Master Bai came to his senses. However, his heart was also drenched in cold sweat. After all, Jiang Fei and the players were both outlaws in his eyes. If these two groups of people were to fight in his own manner, he would definitely be the unlucky one. What? Have you figured it out? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Hee hee. You've made me suffer so much. Master Bai sighed. However, he did not dare to go too far. He was in the old dragon cave. If the fugitives in front of him were to become famous, he would not be able to leave alive. All right. Tell me why you're here. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care how upset the old man was. Hee hee. I was also asked by someone. Since I know the whole story, I should go back and send a message. However, since I have never neglected you, when you see those people, do not say that you stayed at my house. Master Bai said to Jiang Fei with an apologetic smile. If those players knew that the people who stole their treasures successfully stole them with Master Bai's help, those people would definitely not let him off. No problem. Jiang Fei agreed immediately. Thank you. Master Bai bowed deeply to Jiang Fei. However, he did not plan to stay in the old dragon cave for long. After Master Bai left, Jiang Fei returned to the back of the house and gathered the girls together. Everyone began to discuss. Master Bai has already returned. I think the players will appear soon, Jiang Fei said. What do you plan to do next? Asked Nina. I think a war is inevitable. You and I both know the character of these players. They must be trying to make a deal that does not have a capital. It would be best if we can snatch it back. Once they realize that they cannot suppress us in terms of strength, negotiations will become a choice, said Jiang Fei. Then, we will give them a condition that they cannot fulfill. When that time comes, they will definitely seek help from their companions, Nina added. But when Eamon and the others come, doesn't that mean that we have to fight again? Ariel asked. I think so. The players are all like that. They will definitely not move their mouths if they can fight. After all, killing monsters and killing people can increase their experience points and drop equipment. Jiang Fei sighed and said, That's true. Ariel shrugged. What about after the fight? Nina asked. After the fight, we will demand a lot from them. When that time comes, they will definitely not agree. Then, we will request to develop the treasure together. Those players will have no choice but to agree on the surface and look for an opportunity to trick us. It does not matter if they plan to kill us or if they plan to run away with the treasure. That will at least be before the treasure is opened. We do not need the treasure. When the treasure is about to be mined, we will act and destroy those spaceships. Jiang Fei had already made up his mind. This plan seems to be working. Nina nodded. That's right. Let's do it this way. If anything happens, we'll just have to improvise. Bella nodded as well. After making up their minds, Jiang Fei and the rest began to wait patiently. However, their wait did not last long. After all, the players were much more anxious than them. Early the next morning, 8 or 9 players arrived outside the old dragon cave. Big boss, this is bad. There's someone outside kicking up a fuss. Big Nose rushed to Jiang Fei. At that moment, he was even more anxious than Jiang Fei. This was because a guy like him who relied on flattery to get to the top would very likely lose his position if the boss changed. Damn it. What's going on recently? Why do people keep coming to kick up a fuss? Could it be that the boss has changed again today? Shoo. Cut the crap. If the big boss hears you, you won't live long enough for them to start fighting. What are you panicking about? Jiang Fei glanced at these guys. Big boss, what should we do? Should we use heavy weapons to attack them? Big Nose was very considerate of Jiang Fei. He was very afraid that Jiang Fei would fall. No need. Bring me out to take a look, Jiang Fei said calmly. Big boss, those people don't look like they can be trifled with. Big Nose advised. Bring me there. Jiang Fei's attitude was very firm. All right. Seeing that Jiang Fei was full of confidence, Big Nose had no choice but to lead the way. Let's go. Let's follow and take a look. I hope we don't change the boss again. This big boss is very generous. If we change the boss, I'm afraid we won't be as comfortable as we are now. While the little bandit was whispering, Jiang Fei followed Big Nose to the exit of Old Dragon Cave. Big Boss, those people are just looking for trouble. Big Nose pointed at the players in the distance and said, "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded calmly and walked forward. "Are you the big boss of the Old Dragon Cave?" A female player saw Jiang Fei coming over and asked. "That's right." Jiang Fei nodded and asked, "Why are all of you here in my Old Dragon Cave?" Chapter 1586. Chapter 1586. Redeeming the Divine Equipment. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and exchange the things that you stole from us. Otherwise, we will burn your King Din to the ground. A short player shouted. Hee hee. This brother has quite a loud voice. Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. In the face of the other party's insults, he still had a smile on his face. Stop playing around. Where are our divine equipment? The short player continued to shout. I like your arrogant personality. I hope you can keep it up. Otherwise, I will look down on you. As Jiang Fei said this, he suddenly moved. Swish. Just as Jiang Fei charged forward, the Chunging sword was instantly unsheathed and returned to its scabbard. Ah! Just as Jiang Fei returned to his original position, the short player let out a miserable cry. His left hand covered his left ear, and blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. It turned out that in that split second, Jiang Fei had attacked the short player and cut off one of his ears, as Vitalin had previously warned Jiang Fei not to kill the player, so that he would not attract the attention of the development team. He had only slightly punished him this time. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate the players and let them know that there was always someone better than them. They should not do whatever they wanted just because they had power. At that moment, a girl among the players frowned. This person was Yils, who had been noticed by Jiang Fei before. This guy is so strong! Yil sucked in a breath of cold air. Although she was not a tycoon like Eamon, she had spent money in this game. Therefore, when she descended this time, the carrier she obtained was slightly stronger than the other players. It had about 15 million combat power. However, even with such powerful strength, she did not see clearly how the bandit leader attacked. This shocked Ilsa very much. "I'll fight it out with you. Get lost." You? The short player immediately became angry from embarrassment after his ear was cut off. As a player, it was already very embarrassing for him to be defeated by an NPC. He did not expect to be defeated in such a humiliating way. This made the short player furious. "Enough!" Yil shouted in a low voice. At the same time, she swung her hand and slapped the short player in the face. "Damn it! Yils! What do you mean?" The short player said angrily. He had just been hit by an NPC, and now even his teammates were hitting him. This made him even angrier. "Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" Ilsa said with a gloomy face. She was a professional player who relied on playing games to earn money. Now that she had lost the artifact, she might not be able to get the reward. Moreover, she had the reputation of failing the quest, so she was already extremely frustrated. Now, the short man was even more useless. Could he not see that the NPC in front of him was not easy to deal with? If they could easily kill this NPC, she, Elise, would be the first to make a move. Killing people to steal treasures was nothing out of the ordinary for professional players. However, the problem was that the strength of the NPC in front of them was unfathomable. If they really made a move, they might all die here. In order to obtain the current carrier, Elise had spent a lot of money. She did not want to waste it here. Moreover, if she were to fall out with the NPC in front of her, she might not have a chance to get the divine weapon. At that time, the quest would definitely fail and her reward would be lost. If that happened, her losses would be huge. Therefore, when she saw that the short player was still causing trouble, Ilsa was extremely furious. If the short man was determined to ruin her plans, she would not mind killing him personally. "You?" The short man wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by his companions. "Olaf! Are you an idiot? Can't you see how strong that NPC is? And it looks like he doesn't want to fight us. Do you have to force him into a red name? When the time comes, if he doesn't give us the artifact, we won't be able to defeat him. At that time, I promise that Elise will kill you and use your equipment to make up for her loss." The short man's good friend pulled him back. But the short man wanted to complain about his grievance again. However, when he saw Yil's gloomy face, he did not dare to say another word. Sir Leader, we don't beat around the bush. A few days ago, you were the one who stole the divine equipment before us. Right? After taking a deep breath, Yils walked to Jiang Fei. Hee. It's true that we've gotten some good stuff recently. But why do you think that it's yours? Since it's buried underground. It's ownerless. Whoever gets it first will get it. Don't you understand the rules? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Although he did not admit that the divine weapon belonged to the players, he secretly told Ilsa that he was the one who took the divine weapon. Ilsa smiled slightly. When she heard Jiang Fei's words, she was half relieved. No matter what, the whereabouts of the divine weapon had been confirmed. Otherwise, they would have to search everywhere like headless chickens. However, although she knew that the divine weapon was an old dragon cave, Ilsa could not explain it to the NPCs. Could it be that these divine weapons were set up here by the development team? There was no use for you NPCs to come here? After some thought, Yul suddenly smiled and said to Jiang Fei, Sir, you are right. This thing is ownerless. If you get it, it will be yours. F***CK. Yils, what do you mean? How can we give this thing to him? If we don't get the divine equipment, Aemon will not let us go. The short man was anxious again. Shut up! You idiot! Ilsa was so angry that she was about to explode. She suddenly raised her hand, and a stream of energy shot out. The short player was immediately sent flying with serious injuries. Olaf! Are you alright? The short Olaf's good friend glared at Ilsa. However, he did not dare to flare up. He could only run to Olaf's side and help him check his injuries. Fortunately, Ilsa did not kill him. She only severely injured Olaf so that he would not talk nonsense again. Leader, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not teaching him well. Yul smiled apologetically at Jiang Fei. Then, she said, I admit that the divine weapon is yours. However, we really need it. Moreover, you don't know how to use it. There's no point in keeping it. Why don't you name a price and we'll buy it over? What do you think? Ilsa's plan was very simple. She would turn the divine weapon obtained from battle into a divine weapon obtained from a quest. As long as Jiang Fei nodded, they would be able to obtain the divine weapon as long as they completed the quest that Jiang Fei had given them. This was the common method that players used to clear the game when they faced an unrivaled boss. Chapter 1587. Chapter 1587. You want a divine weapon? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he smiled and said, I can do that. However, the price. You can name the price. When Ilsa heard that Jiang Fei was willing to give up the divine weapon, she promised on the spot. That's cool. Jiang Fei laughed loudly. State your conditions, Ilsa said. You know that all of us who rule over the mountains have our heads tied to our belts. We might be wiped out by the regular army one day. So, Jiang Fei stopped mid-sentence. Do you want the government to order you? Yils let out a sigh of relief. Although she had promised Jiang Fei to give her any conditions, she was really afraid that Jiang Fei would ask for too much. Tell me, what kind of official position do you want? What kind of salary do you want? As the players had already organized the skeleton guild, Yils was very confident in Jiang Fei's request. No. I'm not interested in getting an order from the government. Jiang Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. Then what do you want? Yils frowned. Since I'm the king, I don't want to be someone else's subordinate. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Then what do you mean? You don't want to be summoned by the government? Yils asked in confusion. Of course. I don't want to be summoned. I want to be summoned. Jiang Fei suddenly put on a serious look and said, Are you F***king crazy? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You want to be summoned by the government? This time, it was not only Olaf, but the other players could not stand it anymore. This time, Jiang Fei was not only asking for more. He was practically swallowing the moon. The old dragon cave was indeed not weak. This was something that Ilsa and the other players also admitted. However, they were nothing compared to the entire planet Keha. You were just a bandit on a mountain, compared to the government that ruled the entire planet. How could this be compared? You even wanted to appease them. Isn't that nonsense? Sir Leader, your request is indeed a little too much. This is impossible. This time, Yils did not stop her subordinates from shouting. Even she herself felt that Jiang Fei was a little too much. Oh, so, that means that there's nothing to talk about? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and said, If that's the case, everyone, please leave. After saying that, Jiang Fei turned around and walked into the old dragon cave with the bandits. Seeing that Jiang Fei had left with his people, the players, who were left outside the old dragon cave, were dumbfounded. *MN. Is this guy crazy? What the HL? He wants us to help him conquer this planet? The players were still in a daze. Could it be that this guy is really a powerful madman? Ilsa frowned. She did not believe that this powerful NPC would be a madman. However, it was impossible for him to fulfill his request. Could it be that he just doesn't want to hand over the divine weapon? Suddenly, Yils thought of a possibility, but she quickly rejected it. This was because this divine weapon could only be used by players. No one else could use it. How could a smart person sacrifice the benefits in front of them for an item that could not be used and offend a large group of experts? I really can't figure it out. Yils could not help but feel a little frustrated. Yils, what should we do now? A cold voice asked. The owner of the voice was Olaf's friend. Previously, Yils had even attacked Olaf to avoid offending Jiang Fei. In the end, even if she had taken the initiative to hurt her own companion, that hateful NPC still refused to hand over the divine weapon. Go back and look for that old man. Let him come back and find out more. Yils was not sure about Jiang Fei's attitude. If he really did not want to hand over the divine weapon, he would deliberately make things difficult for them. That would be difficult. That guy is clearly not willing to hand over the divine weapon. No matter how much you try to pander to him, it will be useless. Perhaps if you take the initiative to seduce him, you will be able to get the divine weapon instead. Olaf's friend said resentfully. Do you want to die? A cold light flashed in Ilsa's eyes. Humph. If you have the ability, kill me. It's not the first time you've made a move on your companion anyway. Olaf's friend shouted. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Ilsa suddenly charged forward, and at the same time, the dagger hidden in her sleeve shot out. Before Olaf's friend could react, her dagger had already slashed across that person's neck. Instant kill. A player died in the end. However, his carrier was dead, but he did not receive any damage. It was just that he did not have the chance to participate in this mission anymore. Does anyone else want to die? Ilsa asked coldly. Dot! The other players looked at each other. They did not know why Ilsa had become so irritable. Yils, do you think this NPC is deliberately making things difficult for us? One of the players asked softly. Why? Are you doubting me too? Yils asked with her eyebrows raised. No. I just think that the NPC's behavior is very unusual. Logically speaking, he has no reason to defend the divine weapon. However, his behavior is somewhat strange, the player explained. Strange? How is it strange? Ilsa asked. She also felt that something was wrong with Jiang Fei. However, she could not tell what it was. It's hard to tell the details. However, I keep feeling that he is very confident. It seems like he has us under his thumb, the player said. Yes, that's right. Ilsa's eyes lit up. She was reminded by Jiang Fei's words. That's right. The feeling that Jiang Fei gave her was that he had them under his thumb. It was as if as long as they had the divine weapon, they would agree to anything he said. But how does this guy know how important a divine weapon is to us? You have to know that even Master Bai and I did not tell him about the divine weapon. Could it be that one of us has leaked the secret? Ilsa's gaze swept across the other players. Her cold gaze made the others shudder. Ilsa, that's not right. Even if we were good for nothings, we wouldn't have confided in those NPCs. Right? One of the players said discontentedly. It's hard to say. You guys have been having a lot of fun on women's bellies these past few days. Who knows if you guys have said anything to those female NPCs? Ilsa said coldly. This. In an instant, several players were dumbfounded. They could be said to have been living a lascivious life these past few days. Especially in bed. They had been bragging to the beauties provided by Master Bai. As for what they had said after drinking, they didn't dare to be sure anymore. I knew you guys were a bunch of losers. Ilsa cursed in her heart. But she could only pray in her heart that these idiots did not say too much. Chapter 1588. Chapter 1588 Hidden Side Quest. The day after the players left, Master Bai came again. Although Jiang Fei knew his purpose, he still let him in. Big boss, we meet again. Master Bai smiled awkwardly. In fact, he did not want to come either. However, the pressure from the players was too great, so he had to come. Why? Why are you here today? Master Bai? Jiang Fei deliberately smiled. Hee hee. I was forced to. Otherwise, I would not have come to disturb Master. Master Bai said helplessly. What? Am I so unpopular with Master Bai? Jiang Fei's face darkened. He was bored, so he deliberately teased the old man. No, no, no. Master Bai was indeed frightened and waved his hands repeatedly. Then what do you mean? Jiang Fei asked with a gloomy face. I am just afraid of disturbing you. Master Bai stuttered. If you're afraid of disturbing me, then why are you here? Jiang Fei glared at him and said, from the mouths of the villagers. Jiang Fei knew how hateful this Master Bai was. By scaring the old man now, he could help the villagers collect some interest. This, that. Master Bai was so frightened by Jiang Fei's sudden shout that he could not speak. After a long time, he finally recovered from his shock and said, I was also entrusted by someone. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Asked by someone else? Jiang Fei deliberately raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Yes. It was those people from yesterday. They dragged me here to ask if you did not want to give up the divine weapon on purpose. Master Bai had already sold the players completely. He was not willing to face an outlaw like Jiang Fei. Now that the players had forced him to come, he naturally did not have the need to lie for the players. That divine weapon! Jiang Fei pretended to be enlightened and said, I am useless with that thing. However, looking at how nervous they are, I reckon that this thing should be a treasure. Therefore, my price is just that. If you want the divine weapon, you have to do as I say. Okay. Okay. I will definitely pass on the words of the first leader. Master Bai immediately nodded. He did not want to stay in Jiang Fei's place for even a second longer. All right. Get lost. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Master Bai immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. He jogged all the way out of Old Dragon Cave. After Master Bai left, Jiang Fei returned to the back of the house. He then gathered with the girls and began to discuss the follow-up matters. Master Bai, when you return this time, the players should probably ask their companions for help. Nina said. That should be the case. Jiang Fei nodded and said. Then, isn't there going to be a big battle? Bella asked excitedly. When the large group of players arrive, it is very likely that there will be a tough battle. After all, as long as the players can solve it with their fists, they will definitely not bother to do quests. Jiang Fei said. That's great. This time, I'm going to fight, Bella shouted. As Jiang Fei and the others had already made a plan beforehand, in order not to expose their identities in front of the players. When Jiang Fei was communicating with the players in the future, he would not bring all the girls every time. After all, that kind of combination was too eye-catching. Alright. Based on the strength of the previous players, their strength should be around 5 million to 10 million in this quest. Only a few players have around 15 million strength. Therefore, I will bring Bella and Garona with me this time, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. At this time, the girls who were the most capable of fighting beside Jiang Fei were undoubtedly Bella and the others who had obtained the energy core. Other than that, it could be said that it was Aurelia who had the strength of the ruler of the stars. Aurelia was not by Jiang Fei's side at the moment. Instead, she was staying on planet Tyrandit. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to expose too much of his strength. It was the best choice to bring Garona, who had 8.6 million combat power. Just as Jiang Fei was deciding on the candidates to fight, Yils and the other players were also contacting Eamon. This time, after Master Bai went back, he had told Yils what Jiang Fei had said. Hearing Jiang Fei say such words, Yils was even more certain that the group of trash teammates around her had revealed the secret. In Yils' opinion, the NPC bandit leader must have known that the divine weapon was very important to them. That was why he dared to ask so much. However, the problem now was that the players, could not defeat the boss at all. It was impossible to retrieve the divine weapon. Therefore, they had to either follow the quest that the boss had given them or ask Eamon for help. They were in a hurry to get more players to defeat the bandit boss. Ilsa, what should we do now? Ask for help? A player asked. At this moment, Ilsa had become their backbone. Nonsense. We can't beat them. And the quest isn't something we can complete with just a few people. Can we not tell Eamon now? Ilsa rolled her eyes at these people, and her hatred for them reached its peak. If it weren't for these guys indulging in sensual pleasures all day long, and even spouting nonsense to women in bed, things wouldn't have gone to this extent. But if we ask Eamon for help, will our reward be deducted? A player asked. I didn't say that we're asking for help. I'm just informing Eamon that we've triggered another hidden side quest. Ilsa sneered. As a veteran professional gamer, she naturally knew how to tell Eamon that he would be spared from punishment and might even receive an additional reward. Although this was a reward dungeon that Eamon had spent money to buy, and the ultimate reward of the dungeon had already been shown in advance. The hidden side quest might trigger additional rewards, and this reward might even be better than the official reward of the dungeon. Therefore, as long as Ilsa said so, not only would Eamon not punish them for losing the divine equipment, he would even run over to help them excitedly. What? Hidden quest? Just as Ilsa had told Eamon about the situation, there was an excited shout from the other side. Yes, but the quest is very difficult. I suggest that we reject the boss and give up the quest, said Ilsa. Her goal was to get Eamon and the others to come over. Then, she would kill Jiang Fei and get the divine equipment back. As for the hidden quest, it was nothing more than an excuse that she had come up with to keep the reward. If Eamon and the others found out that they had only managed to get the divine weapon after completing the difficult quest of helping Jiang Fei to unify Keha planet, he would probably die of anger. Chapter 1589. Chapter 1589. Farewell to Eamon. It's alright. I like challenging quests. Eamon did not seem to mind. In his eyes, there was nothing that money could not solve. This time, in order to reward the dungeon, Eamon himself had spent a lot of money. Although the dungeon's rewards were very tempting, the problem was, who would find the rewards too much? Therefore, facing the hidden side quest, Eamon was tempted. But Eamon, this quest is too difficult. It will take up a lot of our time. Ilsa was still trying to persuade Eamon to give up the quest. It doesn't matter. In any case, we can't expand our territory in the short term. Now is the time to raid this dungeon. Eamon laughed. But? Yils wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Eamon. There's no buts. We'll be right there. Let's meet up and talk. Eamon was full of confidence. Although the previous quest had been ruined by a group of NPCs, it did not make Eamon lose confidence. This time, not only did Eamon spend money to get a dungeon quest that rewarded him with a powerful battleship, he also spent money to exchange for a powerful carrier. This carrier had terrifying power. It was said that it was close to the highest level in the universe. The reason why Eamon had spent so much money to exchange for a powerful carrier was mainly because he had been provoked by Jiang Fei and the others previously. That was because Jiang Fei and the others had relied on their powerful strength previously. They had forcefully messed up Eamon's quest that was almost completed. Moreover, these people who had ruined his plans were right in front of him. Yet he could not defeat them. This made Eamon very angry. After exchanging for a powerful carrier, Eamon himself couldn't wait to compete with these powerful NPCs. In addition to the so-called hidden side mission that Elise had mentioned, how could he not be tempted? Sigh. Hearing Eamon hang up the communication, Elise sighed. She felt that her lie before was like lifting a stone and hitting her own feet. Yils, what should we do now? The other players were also feeling uneasy. Well, let's do it this way first. You guys are the ones who caused the mess. If anyone doesn't keep their mouths shut, I will shirk all the responsibility. Yils threatened. Don't worry. We will not say a word more. The players nodded in unison. That's good. Yils collected her emotions and began to think about how to deal with what would happen after Eamon arrived. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Eamon and the others had finally arrived at Master Bias Manor. Facing the sudden arrival of dozens of experts, Master Bias' heart suddenly trembled. Although these people were related to the Skeleton Society, they were all desperados. With such a group of people staying in his home, Master Bias' heart was like a huge rock hanging in the air. Where's Ilsa? Asked Eamon immediately after he arrived. Ilsa is in her room, said a player. Take me there, said Eamon. Okay. The player immediately brought Eamon to the door of Ilsa's room. Pa. Eamon gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Ilsa asked. It's me, Eamon. Eamon's tone was very polite. He did not have the feeling of bossing others around like he did. Come in, Ilsa said. Eamon pushed the door open and entered Ilsa's room. He looked around and found that Ilsa's room was very simple. It was not as luxurious as the other players' rooms. Yils, since you're in the game, why do you have to do this to yourself? Eamon said with a smile. I know that this is in the game. That's why I don't want to make it so exaggerated. I don't want to get used to this kind of luxurious life and not be able to get used to it in the real world. Yils said calmly. So what? As long as you're willing, I can let you live a luxurious life just like in the game, said Eamon. If Jiang Fei did that again, he would definitely realize that the relationship between Eamon and Yields did not seem like a simple employment relationship.
Forget it. I'm not used to living a luxurious life.
Yields was very cold to Eamon.
Alright, let's change the topic. Let's talk about the hidden side quest.
Eamon saw that Yields did not want to continue this topic, so he talked about the quest.
I don't recommend you to do this mission.
Ilsa was also having a headache. She knew that Eamon was pursuing her. If she agreed to his pursuit, then forget about losing the artifact. Even if she messed up this dungeon mission, Eamon would not blame her, and he would not deduct a single cent from her. But the problem was that Ilsa was not interested in this tycoon. Moreover, she was not the kind of girl who would compromise for money. So she made up this so-called hidden side mission. However, now that Eamon was interested in this quest, Elise was worried. Once Eamon really completed this quest and discovered that the reward was only that divine artifact, she would be very embarrassed. Originally, Elise did not want to accept Eamon's business because Eamon was pursuing her. However, Eamon's reward was too tempting. Even if she did not receive special treatment, Elise could not refuse. In order to support her family, Eamon eventually hired Eamon. However, she requested that she enjoy the same treatment and reward as other professional players, and did not allow Eamon to offer any special treatment. However, if Eamon paid a huge price to complete the quest this time, and found out that it was just a lie from Eamon, then Eamon would either agree to Eamon's pursuit, or he would be like an ordinary professional player, taking responsibility for the failure of the quest, leaving a stain on himself, and also bearing a huge amount of compensation.
Do you have to do this quest?
Eamon was very conflicted at this moment. She even wanted to tell Eamon the truth, but in the end, Eamon did not say it out loud.
Yes, I have to do this quest. Isn't it just to help that NPC unify the kingdom? Such a difficult quest will definitely have shocking rewards.
Eamon laughed.
Alright, as you wish.
In the end, Ilsa did not tell Eamon the truth. As the sky turned, Eamon brought his trusted aides to the outside of Old Dragon Cave.
Big boss! Big boss! Oh no! Someone is here to cause trouble again!
Big Nose ran in front of Jiang Fei and shouted like a jinx.
Shut up! Look at you! You're making a lot of noise. Isn't it just a few people? Take me out to have a look.
Jiang Fei had already made preparations. He brought Bella and Garona to the entrance of the Old Dragon Cave. Although Jiang Fei was already prepared for battle this time, he never expected that when Eamon came, he had already made up his mind to complete the quest. He had no intention of fighting this boss at all. Chapter 1590. Chapter 1590 was a pleasant surprise.
Hee hee. It really is him.
After arriving outside the Old Dragon Cave, Jiang Fei immediately recognized Eamon. Although after changing carriers, Eamon's appearance was completely different from the last time. However, his superior temperament could not be changed.
This must be the leader of the Old Dragon Cave. Right.
Eamon took the initiative to greet Jiang Fei. Although it was not the first time he had seen Jiang Fei. The last time they met, Jiang Fei had appeared in the form of a desert human. Therefore, Eamon did not recognize him.
That's right. I am the leader of the Old Dragon Cave. Who are you?
Jiang Fei pretended to not know Eamon.
My name is Eamon. I am the leader of these people. I heard that the leader of the Old Dragon Cave has recently obtained a divine weapon. So I came to pay you a visit.
Eamon said with a smile.
We have indeed obtained a divine weapon recently. Why? Do you also think that I stole it from you?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and said, as he had already prepared for a fight. Jiang Fei did not speak too politely.
No. 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 Divine weapons have always been reserved for those who are capable. Since the big boss can obtain a divine weapon, it is yours.
Jiang Fei did not expect that Eamon would be so easy to talk to.
Then, why are you here?
Jiang Fei frowned and asked.
To be honest, that divine weapon is indeed very important to us. I do want to obtain it. Previously, I heard from my subordinates that as long as we agree to your request, you can give us the divine weapon. Right?
Eamon asked. He wanted to confirm whether the hidden quest was real or not.
Of course. As long as you fulfill my request. Not only will I give you the divine weapon, but I will also give you other benefits.
Jiang Fei laughed. He said this mainly to tease Eamon. As for the other benefits, would picking up a random stone count?
Alright. It's a deal. We will definitely help you fulfill your long-cherished wish.
Eamon actually agreed without the slightest hesitation. This made Jiang Fei a little caught off guard.
What? You agreed?
Jiang Fei asked subconsciously. This request of his was a little too much. Not to mention outsiders. Even he himself felt that it was a small matter to unify the planet. Especially on such a high-tech planet. One had to know that not only was planet Kaha technologically advanced, it had a technological power that far surpassed that of Earth. Moreover, there were also many powerful people here. Even a country bumpkin like Master Bai could afford to hire a powerful bodyguard with more than 1 million combat power. Therefore, it was not uncommon for there to be hidden super experts on this planet. Therefore, unifying planet Kaha was an impossible task in Jiang Fei's eyes. The reason he said so was to make things difficult for these players. However, he did not expect that Eamon would agree to it so easily. Actually, Jiang Fei did not know that Eamon had agreed so quickly. Firstly, he wanted to show off his abilities in front of Elise. Secondly, it was because of Jiang Fei's promise just now. What kind of place was Kaha Planet? That was a reward dungeon that the development team had specially created for Eamon. How could the rewards of the hidden quests that were found here be few? However, Eamon was also unlucky. He did not know that Jiang Fei, the NPC, was not a native of this reward dungeon at all. He had come here specifically to cause trouble for the players. If he were to accept a quest from Jiang Fei, he would definitely be scammed to the point that he would even lose his underwear.
Of course. We will accept this quest.
Eamon nodded and confirmed.
All right.
Jiang Fei finally came to his senses. Since these players were looking for trouble, there was no need for Jiang Fei to stop them.
Master, it is not a problem for us to help you seize control of this planet. However, we are currently busy with something important. So, while we are helping you, if we run into any problems, I wonder if you can help us too,
said Eamon, since they were helping the NPC in front of them to complete the quest. This powerful NPC could not stay idle. It was not a bad idea to let him be a free bodyguard.
What do you want?
Jiang Fei pretended to be impatient and said,
Recently, we have been excavating a few historical sites. However, some people have been trying to get their hands on us. Initially, our defense was not a problem. However, if we were to help you seize Kaha Planet, we might not have enough manpower,
said Eamon, thinking that he had succeeded in his plan. As this was a reward dungeon, Eamon had never doubted Jiang Fei's identity, since he was only an NPC that issued side quests. He was definitely not a threat to players like himself. Therefore, Eamon wanted to use Jiang Fei as a boss to guard his house for nothing.
Of course.
Jiang Fei pretended to be calm and said. However, deep in his heart, he was extremely happy. Initially, he was still worrying about how to get information about the treasure. He did not expect Eamon to come to him himself, as Eamon had unexpectedly agreed to Jiang Fei's request. Jiang Fei could not say anything about the joint development of the treasure. Jiang Fei had planned to find another opportunity to investigate the progress of the player's quest. He did not expect Eamon to take the initiative to invite him to join the quest. While Jiang Fei was happy, Bella was very disappointed. She had thought that they would have a good fight today. Now, it seemed that the fight was not going to happen.
Then, it's a deal. I wonder when the first leader will be able to trigger it. Once you reach your position, my people will be able to free up their hands to help you conquer the planet,
said Eamon with a smile.
Me? Anytime,
said Jiang Fei. At that moment, he could not wait to go to the location of the treasure. After all, the purpose of this trip was to destroy the treasure.
That's great. Our excavation plan will be completed in about 15 days. I guarantee that before we successfully excavate the treasure, Kaha Planet will belong to you,
said Eamon confidently. As they had bribed the Skeleton Guild, it was not easy to change the dynasty. However, it was not impossible to complete the quest. Moreover, as Jiang Fei's identity had not been exposed, none of the players, including Eamon, doubted Jiang Fei's motives. Even Elise, who had always opposed Eamon accepting Jiang Fei's quest. She simply thought that Jiang Fei was a greedy and unreliable NPC. In the end, Jiang Fei and Eamon agreed that in one day, he would set off to the treasure excavation site with the players. At that time, Eamon would also help Jiang Fei complete the quest to unify the planet. After sending Eamon and the others away, Jiang Fei brought Bella and Garona back to the back house.
How is it? How are the strength of the
players? As soon as Jiang Fei and the others returned, a girl chased after Bella and asked,
Hey! Don't mention it. There was no fight,
Bella said with an unhappy expression. Chapter 1591. Chapter 1591. The Super Quarry. When Bella had finished recounting everything that had happened, Nina pondered for a moment. Then, she asked Jiang Fei.
Who are you planning to bring there?
Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said,
I'll bring Bella and Garona. After all, I only plan to expose the two of them in the beginning. But that is the location of the player's quest. It will definitely be heavily guarded. Can the three of you go there alone?
Nina was a little worried.
Actually, the fewer the better. After all, we are not there to fight. The more the merrier. Sometimes, having fewer people makes things easier. We just need to seize the opportunity to quietly blow up those spaceships. There's no need to fight to the death with those players.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
What you said makes sense. But I have a feeling that things will not be that simple.
Nina said with a frown.
Don't worry. I'm here for everything.
Jiang Fei said confidently. At this moment, he was at full power. His combat strength was comparable to that of a hidden super powerhouse. Jiang Fei believed that those players would not be able to stop him at all.
I hope so. Don't forget. Baron said that if you cannot kill the
players,
don't kill them.
Nina reminded him.
I know. It's impossible to really kill them anyway. There's no need to attract the attention of the
development team.
Just to collect a head.
Jiang Fei nodded. While Jiang Fei was discussing with the girls, Eamon gathered the core players around him and began the meeting.
Boss, are you really going to do this quest?
One of the players asked.
Yes. This hidden quest is so difficult. The rewards must be very generous. The reward dungeon that I bought this time is related to battleships. How should I put it? Although battleships are helpful for us to conquer the universe, they are definitely not as good as personal strength. Don't you guys feel very good during this period of time?
Eamon said with a smile.
Of course. If only we could be this awesome in real life.
One of the players said.
Don't even think about it. It's still in real life. In this game. Except for the boss and a few other people who exchanged for permanent carriers. Our carriers are all temporary. Now, we can only be arrogant in this dungeon for a while. When we leave this dungeon, we can only use garbage carriers.
Another player said disdainfully.
Sigh. This game development team is really a scam. They want money for everything. I really can't play without money.
The player complained at the beginning.
Sigh.
Don't complain anymore. I think that after this hidden mission is completed, the reward is an item that can increase the strength of the carrier even if it is not a powerful carrier. After all, we have already obtained such a powerful warship after clearing this dungeon. The reward can't be repeated. I think the reward of this side mission is to increase the strength of an individual,
said Eamon self-righteously. At the same time, he secretly despised these
players
around him.
If the development team
did not defame him,
then what advantage did a rich player like him have? Did these guys not know? Crushing free players was also a pleasure provided by the game development team to paying players.
That's great.
The eyes of the players lit up. Although this dungeon was bought by Eamon, his vector was already very powerful. If it was enhanced, normal tools would definitely not work. Moreover, he was very generous to his subordinates. Therefore, if the rewards of the side quests were really used to strengthen the vector, then they really had a chance of getting it.
Sigh.
Just as Eamon and the other players were having a heated discussion, Ilsa and her subordinates lowered their heads and did not say anything. This was because only they knew that this quest was not as reliable as they had imagined. However, the players who knew about this, including Ilsa, didn't say anything. After all, they were the ones who created this matter. Once they made it clear, not only would their bounty be deducted, everyone's faces would also be very embarrassed. Therefore, in the end, all the players, including Ilsa, kept quiet. At worst, when Eamon realized that the reward was rather fraudulent after the mission was completed, they pushed all the blame onto the development team and said that they had deliberately set up a ridiculous quest to make things difficult for themselves. The night passed in the blink of an eye. When the sky turned, Jiang Fei left the old dragon cave with Bella and Garona, together with the players who had come to pick them up. They rushed to the location where the players were digging for the treasure. Speaking of which, the players who had come to pick Jiang Fei up were still able to keep it a secret. That was because they had not told Jiang Fei and the others about the location of the treasure during the entire day's journey. However, it was a pity that no matter how good the players were at keeping their guard up, it was useless. That was because they had made the wrong decision from the beginning when they were with Eamon. He had actually taken the initiative to invite Jiang Fei to help him protect the treasure. Was he asking for it? After a day, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the foot of a large mountain.
Big boss, We are about to enter the mountain,
one of the players said to Jiang Fei with a smile.
Is your treasure here?
Jiang Fei asked.
Hee hee. You will know when you arrive.
Until now, the players were still as tight-lipped as ever. Along the winding and steep valley, Jiang Fei and the others entered the mountain range. As Jiang Fei and the others were already experts, the players also had powerful carriers. Therefore, everyone was as fast as the wind on the rocky mountain road. After a few hours, they arrived at the depths of the mountain.
Ding ding ding.
From afar, Jiang Fei heard the sound of metal and stone colliding in the valley.
We should be there soon.
Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to send a message to Garona and Bella. Not far ahead should be the players' excavation site. After hearing the sound of metal and stone colliding in the excavation site, the players could not help but quicken their steps. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others turned a mountain bend. A huge excavation site appeared in front of them.
The disguise is really good.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. If he had not known that this was the place where the players were digging for divine equipment, he might have really been deceived. This place looked like an open-air quarry. Huge pieces of rock were dug out and then divided into neat cubes. They were transported out of the mountain. It looked like a quarry that provided materials for buildings. However, the players were digging this place for the super battleship that was buried underground.
What should we do?
Bella asked quietly.
Let's keep quiet for now and wait for an opportunity. Try not to expose ourselves as much as possible. We'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with these
players
in the future. There's no need to create trouble in the future just to finish this quest.
Jiang Fei instructed the two ladies through his spiritual power. Chapter 1592. Chapter 1592 found the treasure. After settling down in the excavation site, Jiang Fei and the other two settled down peacefully for 2 days. During these 2 days, they did nothing but observe the situation. In the excavation site, other than the laborers, there were 25 players guarding it. These players included the 2 players who sent Jiang Fei and the others over. Meanwhile, Eamon, Ilsa, and the other main players were not there. They were probably helping Jiang Fei with the Lion's Mouth quest. However, Jiang Fei was not concerned about that, let alone the fact that this was a temporary quest dungeon. This planet might have been destroyed after the players had left. Even if this was a real planet, Jiang Fei was afraid that there would not be any planet left to be the ruler of this place. Therefore, the players were desperately doing a quest that Jiang Fei did not care about. The quest reward that they were looking forward to was even more ridiculous. Jiang Fei might not even wait for them to complete the quest. He might just blow up the treasure and leave. After 2 days of observation, on the night of the 3rd day, when there were no outsiders around, Jiang Fei and the other two gathered together.
Although the players here seem to be heavily guarded, they are actually quite lax. Perhaps it's because this is a reward dungeon. They are not particularly concerned about the possible risks.
Bella had been observing the players for the past 2 days.
I also noticed that those players usually gather in groups of 3 or 5 to gamble. Only at the hour of the hour. 2 of them reluctantly go to inspect the excavation site.
Garona added. She was an assassin, so she was much more convenient than Bella when it came to gathering information.
It has been 2 days now. They should have already adapted to our arrival. Moreover, to them, we are just a bunch of NPCs who were tricked to help them guard the door. Therefore, they should not be on guard against us. Next, it is time for us to work,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Husband, what do you plan to do? Or do you want to drive the submersible to secretly dig up the treasure?
Bella asked.
This time, I'm afraid it won't be that simple.
Jiang Fei shook his head. From his previous observation of the excavation site, the rocks dug out by the players were very hard. These rocks could only be cut with a high-intensity laser drill. It was very difficult for the submersible vehicle to dive easily. If they were to dive forcefully, the submersible vehicle that Jiang Fei was driving would have to turn on the laser drill. However, the problem was that the high-intensity laser could cut through such hard rocks. However, the energy waves that it emitted could not escape the eyes and ears of the players.
If we don't drive the submersible vehicle, how do we do it?
Garona asked.
Dig manually.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Although this method was relatively stupid, it was very safe.
Dig manually? If I had known that I would do this kind of work, I would not have come.
Bella pouted. Although the 3 of them were all super experts, they had to hide their energy fluctuations while digging holes. No matter what, It was still a difficult task. Although Bella was aggressive, it did not mean that she was willing to do the hard work. However, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they still had to do what they had to do. Jiang Fei and the other two sneaked out of their own residence and sneaked into the excavation site. As they did not guard against Jiang Fei and the other two NPCs, the players did not arrange too many people to be on night duty. During the day, they would patrol once every hour. At night, only one person would go out for a walk every 3 hours. Moreover, this guy might be lazy on the way back.
Husband, where should we start? Find a remote corner and dig?
Bella asked.
If we start from scratch, it would be too difficult. Yesterday,
I accidentally found an abandoned tunnel. According to the workers, the tunnel was abandoned because it was cut off. However, no matter how far it is still faster than us digging from the ground,
Jiang Fei said, as they could not use the subterranean vehicle. Jiang Fei and the others could not finish digging in one night. Therefore, it was not realistic to continue digging the tunnel that the workers were digging. If that happened, the incident would be exposed the next morning. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to dig through an abandoned tunnel. The three of them carefully entered the abandoned tunnel. Bella asked,
"Which direction should we dig?"
As they did not know much about the situation here, Jiang Fei and the others did not know the exact location of the treasure.
To be able to hide so many battleships, this underground base must be huge. Since this tunnel is abandoned, it is most likely not that we have dug it wrong, but that it has been turned upside down. Based on the direction of the other tunnels that I have been to before, we should be able to dig in the 8 o'clock direction,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Once they had decided on a direction, they had to start digging. Jiang Fei and the other two carefully suppressed their energy waves and only wrapped their strength around their weapons. Then, they began to dig into the hard rocks. Although the rocks in this mountain range were strong, in front of Jiang Fei and the other two experts, even the strongest rocks were like tofu. However, there were only 3 of them, 1 long sword and 2 daggers. With such a low-grade digging tool, it was impossible for the excavation to progress too quickly.
"It's so boring. I might as well have a fight."
Bella could not help but complain after digging for a few hours.
"There's nothing we can do about it. We should try our best not to start a war now. There will be many opportunities to fight these players in the future."
Jiang Fei comforted her. The 3 of them continued digging for more than half the night. When the sky began to brighten, the 3 of them finally stopped. Then, they could not be bothered to pick up the stone fragments that covered their bodies. The 3 of them quickly returned to their own residence. In the next few days, Jiang Fei and the other 2 slept during the day. At night, they sneaked into the tunnel to dig. Although the tools of the 3 of them were not very suitable, with the support of powerful forces, they managed to catch up with the laborers after a few days. In the past few days, Jiang Fei had sneaked into the laborers' tunnel almost every day to confirm the direction. Whenever the laborers changed their direction, Jiang Fei would also make adjustments. Therefore, they were getting closer and closer to the location of the treasure. On the 9th day, when Jiang Fei inserted the Chungying sword that was infused with metal elemental origin power into the rock, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter. This was completely different from the feeling when he was digging earlier. As Jiang Fei returned his hand, the rock rolled down. At the same time, a large black hole appeared on the rock wall.
"I've dug through it."
A wave of ecstasy surged in Jiang Fei's heart. They had had enough of the miner's life for the past few days. Chapter 1593. Chapter 1593. Another divine artifact. In their surprise, Jiang Fei and the other 2 made their move. They enlarged the entrance of the cave to a point where people could pass through it.
"You guys wait here. I'll go in and take a look first."
Jiang Fei was afraid of danger, so he was the first to enter. After passing through the stone wall, Jiang Fei entered a dark space. It was so dark that one could not see one's fingers. However, Jiang Fei could feel that this place was very spacious and very huge.
0541 lighting rod.
Jiang Fei instructed 0541.
Okay.
0541 immediately produced some lighting rods in the ring space and placed them into Jiang Fei's hands. Hiss!
The lighting rod was lit up. The green fluorescent light illuminated the environment around Jiang Fei.
This is...
Jiang Fei was instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, he was in a huge airport. When he looked up, he could even see the starry sky.
Aren't we underground?
At this time, Bella and Garona also came in.
To the people in the Gamma space, the rules of our world are nothing. They can change it easily.
Jiang Fei sighed. The threat of the gamma space was always pressing on his heart. As long as Jiang Fei could not rush out of this universe dimension, he would not be able to defeat these people.
0541. Find a way to understand the situation here.
Jiang Fei ordered.
I'm sorry, Captain. Everything here is offline. I can't hack into it.
0541 said helplessly. No matter how powerful the virus was, it would not be able to hack into a computer that was not turned on or even powered up.
Alright then. Let's take a look around first.
Jiang Fei had no choice but to give up on the shortcut 0541. Then, he began to search for something useful in the airport with Bella and the others. This airport was completely different from the ruins that Jiang Fei had encountered in the Zevera galaxy. The airport that Jiang Fei had encountered at that time had already been destroyed. It was almost completely ruined outside of the Aurora ship. However, this place was different. Although the airport was no longer in use, the various facilities inside were all well preserved. Moreover, there were at least dozens of battleships of various sizes that were docked there.
Honey, can we really not take these ships away?
Bella asked.
Definitely not that main ship.
Jiang Fei shook his head. Previously, Vinolin had specifically warned him not to go too far. The reason why the game development team indulged Jiang Fei was very simple. They needed to make the game difficult and challenging. Only then would the players feel that the game was sticky. However, if the game was too difficult to play, the players would also leave. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to be careful with this degree of difficulty. Otherwise, the development team would definitely not be polite to him.
How boring.
Bella pouted in disappointment.
However, we might be able to take a few of those small ships away.
Jiang Fei changed the topic. Although Vinolin had once said that he would not allow Jiang Fei to have any designs on these ships. The rule was that the dead were the living. Just like what Vinolin had said. As long as Jiang Fei did not go overboard, the development team would not interfere for the sake of the game's balance.
What do you mean?
Bella did not understand what Jiang Fei was trying to do.
I do not intend to destroy these small ships,
Jiang Fei said as he raised his eyebrows.
You do not intend to destroy them?
Garona was also dumbfounded. They had gone through so much trouble to come here. Was it not to destroy these battleships and reduce the profits of the players?
Well, destroy the main battleships later. Then, well, split the cruisers and frigates with the
players, Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Age? Is that okay?
Garona asked in disbelief.
Why not? The purpose of the
development team
is to balance the game. Then, well, grow together with the
players.
Wouldn't the strength of each other be balanced?
Jiang Fei smiled and said.
Honey, is this really possible?
Bella asked with uncertainty.
No problem. As long as we don't go too far. The development team will not care.
Jiang Fei had already begun to understand the mentality of the game development team. They needed Jiang Fei, the small boss, to be a little stronger than the players. This way, he could not defeat the players without confidence, but at the same time, suppress the players and make them unhappy. What if the player was unhappy? The normal players would look for low-level NPCs to farm monsters. The rich players would be more straightforward. They would directly spend money to buy equipment. The development team's goal was exactly the same. They wanted to make money. The rich players had been bullied. Naturally, they would buy equipment to take revenge. Only then would they be able to make a fortune. After understanding the development team's thoughts, Jiang Fei had a clear definition of the bottom line that they could tolerate. As long as he did not touch this bottom line, he could happily develop his power. On the surface, he was cooperating with the development team to make his life more comfortable. On the other hand, he was secretly accumulating his power and looking for an opportunity to break out of this universe dimension and go to the gamma space to settle the score with those people.
Since you are so confident, we will listen to you.
After listening to Jiang Fei's explanation, Bella nodded. She believed in her husband's choice. After making a decision, Jiang Fei and the others began to explore. They needed to find a way to activate these battleships first. Otherwise, these things would be useless even if they were taken away.
Husband, do you think that the activation process of these battleships is related to the divine equipment in our hands?
Suddenly, Bella's words reminded Jiang Fei.
That's right. If those players already knew the location of the treasure, why would they still dig for the divine equipment? It must be used to activate these spaceships.
Jiang Fei suddenly understood. After thinking it through, Jiang Fei took a few steps and came to the side of a frigate. Then, he took out the divine equipment that he had obtained and placed it on the control panel.
Buzz!
The moment the divine equipment approached the control panel lit up. However, it projected a circular plate with 3 holes on it. They were circular, square, and triangular. Jiang Fei only had a platinum circular plate in his hand. That was undoubtedly the corresponding circular hole.
It seems that in order to activate these spaceships, we have to get the other 2 divine equipment,
Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls.
But the other 2 divine equipment are in the hands of the players. Right.
Bella frowned.
It doesn't matter. We arrived here earlier. It will take about a week for the laborers to dig here. We can use this time to steal the divine equipment,
Jiang Fei said.
But we don't know where Eamon is.
Garona sighed and said,
We don't need to know where he is. I heard from the players that Eamon had given the other 2 divine equipment to a player named Mobies.
Mobies is also in the excavation site.
Jiang Fei laughed. Chapter 1594. Chapter 1594. Due to the lack of divine equipment to activate the battleships, Jiang Fei and the rest had no choice but to retreat from the underground airport.
Husband, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill Mobies to get the divine equipment?
Asked Bella after they returned to their residence.
Of course not.
Jiang Fei shook his head. Killing someone to get the treasure was not only easy to expose, but it might not be effective on
players
either. Jiang Fei was someone who had played games before. Of course, he knew the privileges of
players.
Although killing a
player
would give him a chance to drop some equipment, it was definitely not like killing an ordinary person. All the items on his body could be found.
As a player,
Mobies must have something like a
backpack system
on him. The 2 godly items must also be stored in this
backpack system.
Even if Jiang Fei and the others killed Mobies, they might not be able to get the divine weapons. Moreover, once they killed and stole the treasure, Jiang Fei and the others' identities would be exposed. When Eamon completed the quest again, he would definitely be more careful. In the future, when Jiang Fei wanted to do anything, that would be very troublesome. Therefore, in order to not cause trouble in the future and to ensure that he could get the divine weapons, Jiang Fei decided not to use force to seize them. Instead,
he would use the method of intelligence.
What do you plan to do then?
Garona asked curiously.
Just you wait and see. Tomorrow, I will get the 2 divine equipment.
Jiang Fei smiled confidently. When Jiang Fei and the rest returned, the sky was already bright. Therefore, after resting for a few hours, the entire quarry was bustling with activity. The workers gradually got up. After a simple breakfast, they went to the construction site and began to work. Meanwhile, the players also got up one after another. After eating, this group of people began to live a boring life again. Although the players said that they were here to supervise the workers, they only went out to patrol once every hour or 2. The rest of the time, they spent most of their time gambling to kill time. Although Jiang Fei had watched a lot of it in the past few days, he had never participated in it. However, today, after he watched a few rounds, he suddenly smiled at these players and said,
This seems to be quite interesting. Can you bring me along? Sure. Do you want to play too? But we have to bring the good stuff.
When the players heard that Jiang Fei wanted to play, they were all excited. What was Jiang Fei's identity? In the eyes of these players, he was the big boss among the NPCs. And what did the boss represent? It was believed that every player was very clear. It was a moving mountain of gold and a book of experience. As for the experience points, these players knew that Jiang Fei was not to be trifled with. Moreover, their boss, Eamon, was still doing the quest that the boss had issued. Therefore, it was impossible for them to reject him. In that case, they would not dream of obtaining a huge amount of experience points. However, the equipment on the boss in front of them was very coveted by the players. Initially, they could not kill Jiang Fei, the big boss. They would not have had the chance to get the equipment. However, Jiang Fei had actually taken the initiative to gamble with them. That was a good opportunity to make a fortune.
A lottery? Sure. How much money do you want?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. As he had occupied the old dragon cave, there was still a lot of money on Keha planet.
We don't want money.
A player laughed. The local currency on this planet was like a piece of paper to them. Passers-by. It was useless even if they wanted it. What these guys were really interested in was the equipment on Jiang Fei, the boss.
If you don't want money, what do you want?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Of course it's good stuff.
At this time, Mobies, who had been watching from the side, finally walked over. As the leader of the players in the quarry, Mobius had been paying attention ever since Jiang Fei said that he wanted to participate in the gambling. Now, when he heard that Jiang Fei was not just talking, he really wanted to play a few rounds. This was when Mobius finally could not sit still anymore.
What do you guys think of this?
Jiang Fei said as he took out an equipment. T-variant biosynthetic armor. This was a defensive equipment that Jiang Fei had obtained from Alexei's treasury. This thing had a very strong self-healing ability and could defend against attacks of 2 million combat power. At that time, this equipment provided Jiang Fei with a very strong defensive ability. However, now that Jiang Fei had less than 20 million combat power, this equipment was no longer useful.
Attack with 2 million combat power.
Mobius pondered for a moment. This item was indeed very valuable to them. But it was not to the point that it made him excited. The reason why he said this was mainly because of the special nature of this reward dungeon. Originally, the strength of the players was only around 200,000 to 300,000. So this equipment was considered quite top tier for them. However, the problem was that in this reward dungeon, the players had all attained a carrier with around 5 million combat power. So this equipment was not that powerful. After some consideration, Mobius nodded in agreement. No matter how powerful they were at the moment, it was only a temporary carrier. Once they left this dungeon, they would be beaten back to their original state. Therefore, this equipment was still very useful to them.
Come! 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 The bet is done!
After agreeing to Jiang Fei joining the bet, the players were ready to start the bet.
Wait!
Jiang Fei stopped the players.
What's wrong?
Mobius asked, puzzled.
I can bet with my equipment. But what's your bet?
Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei's words stunned the players. They had been betting on game coins for a while now. But the problem was that this thing was useless against NPCs. If they wanted to bet with their equipment, they had to come up with an equal amount of chips.
Come! 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 I'll use this.
At this moment, a round-faced player took out a ball.
This thing again!
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Previously, he had obtained this ball from a player on Earth. This thing could provide a very powerful defense. It could even allow a player with 200,000 combat power to withstand Jiang Fei's attacks for a long time. However, after obtaining the ball, Jiang Fei had not figured out how to use it. Therefore, he had put it on hold. He did not expect to see this thing again today.
What is this?
Jiang Fei asked.
This is a powerful defense equipment. It can absolutely defend against 200 attacks. I have used this more than 30 times. But it can also absolutely defend against more than 160 attacks.
The player said proudly.
Oh!
Jiang Fei finally understood the effect of this thing. It was not based on energy levels to defend, but it was absolutely invincible. However, there was a limit to the number of attacks that could be blocked. Chapter 1595. Chapter 1595 was losing. Now that he thought about it, Jiang Fei regretted beating up that blonde player. If he had captured him in the 10th dimension, the mysterious ball would have been able to block more times.
How do I use this thing?
Jiang Fei asked.
As long as you drop your health points and carry it with you, it will automatically block any damage that you cannot withstand.
The player explained.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the player,
I like this thing. Let's begin. Wait. My treasure is much more powerful than your armor. I will be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one bet.
The player said.
Then what do you want?
Jiang Fei asked.
We will switch to chips. Those who lose all their chips will be eliminated.
The player said. He was very confident in his gambling skills. After all, Jiang Fei was only an NPC in his eyes. Moreover, this kind of gambling was a unique game in the Gamma dimension. It was very difficult for outsiders to master the skills. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the round-faced player handed over their bets. Mobius and Bella jointly watched over them. At the same time, both of them also exchanged their chips. The round-faced player's ball was even more valuable. Therefore, he exchanged 10 million chips, while Jiang Fei's defense was only exchanged for 2 million. After the chips were exchanged, the bet was about to begin. At that moment, the group bet had turned into a one-on-one bet between Jiang Fei and the round-faced player. Although Jiang Fei did not know that the round-faced player in front of him was a gambling expert, he knew that the other party had come with ill intentions. However, Jiang Fei did not care much about whether this guy was an expert or not. That was because he had no intention of winning the first few rounds of the bet. The way these players, gambled was very simple. It was a kind of card game. Although it was Jiang Fei's first time playing this kind of card game, the rules were not much different from the gambling methods on Earth. After watching for so many days, Jiang Fei had already understood the rules to determine the size of the game. As for gambling skills and psychological warfare, although Jiang Fei was not very good at it, he was not an honest person either. From the very beginning, Jiang Fei had been playing the game to cheat when he was closing the net. At the beginning of the game, Jiang Fei was playing a big hand. After getting the big hand, Jiang Fei directly threw half of his chips in. At the same time, he could not suppress the joy on his face.
I give up!
The round-faced player was also very straightforward. He directly threw away his small cards. In the next few rounds, Jiang Fei fully displayed his newbie characteristics. Whether it was good cards or bad cards, it could be seen from his face at a glance. Soon, Jiang Fei had lost more than half of his 2 million chips. At that moment, the surrounding players looked annoyed. If they had known that Jiang Fei was a bad *SS, they would have followed suit. They would not have let the round-faced player have all the chips.
Ha ha. I'm sorry. I've let you win. You've lost all your chips.
The round-faced player smiled at Jiang Fei. Although he said it politely, the pride on his face could not be suppressed. How could he not be happy that he had attained a powerful defensive equipment for free?
Lost all your chips? It's fine. Come. Take a look at how much this thing is worth.
Jiang Fei immediately took out another piece of equipment, as if he was a rookie who had lost in a hurry. Creep Battle Suit, high-strength defensive equipment. It can effectively isolate high temperature and resist attacks with a combat power of less than 7 million. This equipment was Jiang Fei's spoils of war from Ano's treasure vault. It had once helped Jiang Fei resist countless fatal attacks. However, as Jiang Fei's strength increased, his own defense had surpassed this equipment. Therefore, equipment of this level was no longer of any importance to him. Although to the players in the Gamma space, Jiang Fei's universe was like a game. To Jiang Fei, this was reality. In reality, defense could not be stacked. It did not mean that if one wore an armor that could defend against 5 million combat power, and another that could defend against 7 million combat power, they would be able to defend against 12 million combat power attacks. Although the outer layer of the armor could also reduce a little damage, the difference in attack and defense was too big. When these two layers of defense faced more than 10 million attacks, they were as fragile as paper. They had no protective effect at all.
Oh!
When they saw the creep battle uniform, not to mention the other players, even Mobies could not sit still. In the end, Jiang Fei's creep battle uniform was exchanged for 15 million chips. Although it seemed that the player's spherical defense was stronger and could completely ignore attacks, it was still a consumable. Once it was used up, it would be useless. However, Jiang Fei's creep battle suit was different. As long as it was maintained carefully and repaired in time, it could be effective forever. Moreover, it could defend against attacks with 7 million combat power. For the current player, it was no different from being invincible.
Fatty, give me 5 million chips. It'll give you 3,000 game coins later.
Mobies did not directly exchange items for chips. Instead, he used game coins to exchange some from the
round-faced player. This. Alright.
Although the round-faced player wanted to keep it for himself, he would only get it. Other people might not have good things, but Mobies definitely had such a ball in his hands. When the time came, he would still be able to participate. He would not be able to keep the battle uniform for himself. Therefore, instead of offending Mobies, he might as well earn some money and do him a favor. He gave Mobies 5 million chips, and the two of them competed against Jiang Fei. Although the other players also wanted to participate in the bet, they saw that Mobies was determined to win. In the end, they could only step aside. On the other hand, Jiang Fei also started the second round of the bet. Just like the first round, Jiang Fei was still extremely emotional. Once he had a good card, he would immediately be happy. Once he had a bad card, he would sigh. Naturally, Jiang Fei would not be able to win any chips. After dozens of rounds, he had lost almost all of his chips. At this time, Jiang Fei was extremely irritable. When he was dealing cards, he was even cursing. Once he lost, he would slam the table and stare. It seemed that he was really losing too much.
Ha ha. I'm sorry. Big boss. You've lost again.
What?
Is there any new bet? If there isn't, then I'm sorry.
Mobius was satisfied as he took the creep battle uniform. At the same time, he was a little greedy and urged Jiang Fei to take out more and better equipment to bet.
Damn it! I came out in a hurry. I don't have any spare equipment,
Jiang Fei said with a face full of frustration.
I see.
Mobius and the others could not help but feel a little disappointed. After all, Jiang Fei had become a big shot in their eyes.
Oh right. I still have this. Don't you need this? I'll bet on this.
Jiang Fei suddenly took out the platinum disc. Chapter 1596. Chapter 1596.
Divine Weapon.
When they saw Jiang Fei take out the platinum disc, all the players, including Mobius, were stunned.
I'll bet on this.
Jiang Fei was acting like an anxious gambler.
Are you sure?
Mobius' eyes were glowing blue. This was the divine weapon that they had been searching for. As long as they obtained the last divine weapon, they would be able to open the treasure.
That's right. I'll bet on it. How many chips can I exchange for this item?
Jiang Fei asked as his breathing quickened. It was the perfect performance of an anxious gambler.
I'll give you 20 million chips for this.
Mobius' breathing quickened. He was very excited. Eamon and the rest had been doing all sorts of quests to obtain this magical item. If he had obtained this magical item in advance, Eamon would definitely be willing to pay a huge price to buy it. Moreover, the price was not just in-game coins. In fact, Mobius was not clear. Eamon's purpose of helping Jiang Fei complete the quest was not just for this divine item. He was also doing it for the reward of the hidden quest that could not possibly exist. However, if Eamon could obtain the third divine item, Eamon would definitely not be stingy with money. This was true. For the sake of the tempting benefits, Eamon was also a little jealous.
That won't do. Don't think that I don't know how important this divine weapon is to you,
Jiang Fei said disdainfully.
Then, how many chips do you want to exchange?
Mobius asked.
At least 1 billion.
Jiang Fei said aggressively.
No problem.
Mobius agreed without thinking. In any case, Jiang Fei was just a club in their eyes. No matter how many chips they had, they could win it over.
Deal.
Jiang Fei threw the platinum disc directly to Bella, who was in charge of watching the bet.
Then, let's begin,
Mobius said.
Just like that? Are you kidding me?
Jiang Fei stopped Mobius.
Is there something else?
Mobius was puzzled.
I have 1 billion chips in my hand. Each of you only have a few million. Do you think we can play together?
Jiang Fei said as he pursed his lips.
This.
Mobius was a little dumbfounded when he heard that. At that moment, he regretted agreeing too readily just now, because he had looked down on Jiang Fei. He thought that no matter how many chips he gave Jiang Fei, he could still win. Therefore, he did not think too much about it. Now that Jiang Fei had said it, he was embarrassed. According to Jiang Fei, if they wanted to bet, Mobius and the others would have to have about the same amount of chips. However, how could Mobius have so many chips in his hand now?
What? You can't afford it,
Jiang Fei said disdainfully.
This.
Mobius was a little speechless.
Brother 5. Don't you also have a divine weapon? Can you take it out for the time being?
The round-faced player was unwilling to give up this good opportunity. So he urged.
But that's what Eamon left with me,
Mobius said hesitantly.
Do you think that we will lose?
The round-faced player laughed.
How is that possible?
Mobius was very good at gambling. He was not afraid of even the gamblers in the Gamma dimension, let alone someone like Jiang Fei. Therefore, he did not believe that he would lose.
Then it's over.
The round-faced player rolled his eyes and said.
Then. All right.
Mobius thought for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. In the face of the temptation of huge benefits, he finally chose to borrow the 2 divine weapons first.
How is it? Have you discussed it?
Jiang Fei urged.
All right. I'll bet on 1 divine weapon too,
Mobius said.
Then, do you still want to play?
Jiang Fei glanced at the
round-faced player. 5. Bring me along. I'm not afraid of anything. With me around, it's safer.
The
round-faced player
did not want to be eliminated right now, so he urged.
Okay. I'll give him a divine weapon too.
Mobius gritted his teeth and said, since he had already decided to bet on a divine weapon, 1 or 2 did not make much of a difference. Moreover, with the addition of the round-faced player, he indeed had a better chance of winning.
Wait, let me check if it's real or fake first.
Jiang Fei stopped Mobius.
All right.
Mobius did not think much about it. After all, Jiang Fei was only an NPC in a reward dungeon. What else could he do? However, Mobius did not know that although Jiang Fei was an NPC in his eyes, he was not in this reward dungeon. In this game, NPCs were all real people in the low-level space. They had their own independent thoughts. There was no need to negotiate with players. After successfully taking the 2 divine weapons from Mobies, Jiang Fei ordered 0541 in his mind.
Duplicate these 2 divine weapons for me. The energy fluctuations must be the same. Yes, Captain. However, even if we duplicate them, we might not be able to fool the control panels of those spaceships.
0541 reminded.
There's no need to fool the control panels. I just need to fool these players.
Jiang Fei laughed. At first, he did intend to cheat in the bet, and then win the divine weapon of the players. However, after that, Jiang Fei gave up on this idea because the divine weapon belonged to Eamon and not Mobies. Once he won the divine weapon, Mobies might fall out with him. The divine weapon was an important item for the players. If Mobies lost it, he would definitely be punished by Eamon. In order to make up for his mistake, he would most likely take the risk to kill Jiang Fei and take back the divine weapon. When that time came, although Jiang Fei was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. Because of that, Jiang Fei decided not to win the divine weapon from the front. Instead, he secretly swapped the divine weapon with the players.
I see.
0541 smiled. Then, he immediately copied the 2 divine equipment from Mobies through the factory in the ring space.
It is indeed the real thing.
Jiang Fei pretended to check for a long time. Then, he took the opportunity to switch the 2 divine equipment with the mysterious ring.
Come, Bella. Put the 3 divine equipment together.
Jiang Fei came in front of Bella. Then, he took the opportunity to switch the platinum disc with Bella's cover. At this point, the 3 divine weapons had all fallen into Jiang Fei's hands. The players at the side did not notice it at all.
All right, let's begin.
Jiang Fei, who had already succeeded, said with a satisfied smile. At this time, the bet was no longer important to Jiang Fei. As long as he lost all his chips, the players would be happy to celebrate. When that time came, he would also be able to find time to go to the underground airport to collect his treasures.
Come! 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 Buy it and leave it!
The players, who did not know that the divine weapon had changed owners, were now happily gambling with Jiang Fei. In their eyes, the divine weapon would soon be theirs. Then, they could use this divine weapon to exchange for a large amount of money from Eamon. Money in real life. Chapter 1597. Chapter 1597. Radiant Class Battleship.
Ha! Big Boss, you're out of luck today.
After a few rounds, Jiang Fei had lost more than half of his chips. The players were all beaming with joy.
Mother of asterisk cur. I don't believe it.
Jiang Fei cursed angrily. One of his feet had already guessed that it was on the table. He looked very angry.
Big Boss, don't go back on your word when you lose later,
Moby said with a smile.
Don't worry. I'm a person of honor. I won't go back on my word when I lose,
Jiang Fei said angrily.
Ha ha. That's good. I think Big Boss is also a person of honor,
Moby's praised. After more than 10 rounds, Jiang Fei was already running out of chips. At this time, his face was frighteningly gloomy.
Are you guys cheating?
Jiang Fei asked with a dark expression. Although he did not care about winning or losing, he still had to make the show more realistic.
Leader, what are you saying? You have to have evidence to say that we cheated,
Moby said with a feigned anger. In fact, he had indeed done something just now. He just thought that Jiang Fei did not notice it.
Humph. I don't think you would dare.
Jiang Fei was very cooperative. Although he had long noticed that these people were cheating, he did not expose them. After all, the real divine weapon was already in his hands. After a few more rounds, Jiang Fei only had a few million left in his hands. If he wanted to rely on these little chips to turn the tables, he would have to be very good at gambling. However, Jiang Fei was playing the role of a club. Naturally, there was no hope for him to turn the tables.
Forget it. I'm not playing anymore.
Jiang Fei casually pushed the chips, indicating that he was not playing anymore.
Ha ha. The first boss is really straightforward. Then, we'll have to give in.
Mobies and the others laughed happily.
Scram. Get some good stuff tonight and get some more wine. I'm not going home until I'm drunk. I'm so king unlucky today.
Jiang Fei scolded loudly.
Ha ha. Of course. Of course.
Although they were scolded by Jiang Fei, Mobies and the others were still very happy to receive the divine weapons.
Here.
Bella reluctantly handed the 3 pseudo-divine weapons to Mobies and the others. Her expression was also very appropriate. It could be said that women were born to be full of drama.
Ha ha. Thank you. Thank you.
Mobies laughed loudly as he put away the 3 divine weapons. As the divine weapons were almost never out of his sight, he did not examine them too closely. In addition, 0541's forgery skills were pretty good. The energy aura emitted by the 3 fake divine weapons was very realistic. That evening, in order to appease Jiang Fei, who had lost the divine weapons, Mobies and the other players held a large-scale cocktail party. They also prepared the best wine and delicacies on Keha planet for Jiang Fei.
Alright. I'm tired. You guys can do whatever you want.
When night fell, Jiang Fei waved his hand and left the banquet.
Ha ha. Take care. Big boss.
As Jiang Fei had lost a little too much today, everyone knew that he was unhappy. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him. The group of players just watched Jiang Fei and the 2 girls leave. After Jiang Fei left, the group of players still did not leave. After all, it was not easy to obtain good wine and delicacies. Even these players could not enjoy them very often. Therefore, after Jiang Fei left, they continued to feast and enjoy the excitement of top-notch wine. After returning to their residence, Jiang Fei and the others took a short break. The 3 of them circulated their qi to force the alcohol out of their bodies. Soon, they regained consciousness.
Let's go! These guys won't care about us tonight,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
That's right. After getting the divine equipment, these guys are going crazy with joy. I think they will be drunk tonight,
Bella said with a smile. Soon, the 3 of them, who had changed into their night clothes, slipped out of their residence. At this time, the players were still singing and drinking. They had no idea that their treasure was about to belong to someone else. Not long after, Jiang Fei and the others sneaked into the abandoned mine. Then, they arrived at the underground port with ease.
There is 1 main ship, 10 heavy cruisers, 30 frigates, 10 auxiliary cruisers, and a bunch of scout ships here.
Verona explained the statistics.
Let's give the
players
some face. After all, they paid for this. We will blow up the main ship, take all the ship blueprints, and then take away a small part of the ready-made warship.
Jiang Fei said that he was not greedy. However, he was more cunning than anyone else.
Alright, let's do it.
Bella was absolutely in agreement.
Let's get the main ship's blueprints first,
Jiang Fei said with his eyes shining. The main ship was what he wanted the most. Although Vinolin did not let him take the finished product, he was determined to get the blueprints. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei and the others came to the side of the main ship. This main ship was also huge. It was over 1,000 kilometers in size. Moreover, it was also streamlined in shape. It was very similar to the style of the Dawnlight.
Swish! Swish! Swish!
Jiang Fei placed the 3 divine weapons on the control panel.
Buzz!
A white light flashed and the control panel was activated.
Radiant-class battleship, standing by.
The control panel displayed the name of the battleship. Jiang Fei immediately began to read the function description of the battleship. Radiant-class battleship, 150 heavy beam cannons, 100 plasma blast cannons, and 260 energy-gathering laser launchers. Super weapon system, antimatter explosion bombard the antimatter cabin of the enemy's main ship, causing huge damage and antimatter damage. Also, seal the enemy's main ship within a minute, making it unable to use super weapons. Psionic enmity forcibly distorting the minds of the surrounding enemy crew members, making them hate the Radiant-class battleships. During the effect period, these battleships would attack the Radiant-class battleships. Energy absorption armor. This ship is equipped with powerful psionic armor. When it is attacked, the damage is greatly reduced. Moreover, the enemy's attack energy is converted into antimatter and stored in the antimatter warehouse. Ultimate weapon, Radiance of Purification launches a destructive energy beam directly in front of the ship, destroying all the ships in front of the ship. The main ship is as fragile as a piece of paper in front of it.
What the F***CK?
Jiang Fei rubbed his eyes hard.
This ship is too powerful, isn't it?
Bella was also in disbelief.
This is the real main ship.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although the Dawnlight had shown its powerful offensive and defensive abilities, it was still a support-type main ship. Therefore, its own combat ability was still quite far from the glorious class battleship in front of him.
Sigh. What a pity. I wonder when I will be able to build you.
Jiang Fei sighed. He copied the blueprint of the main ship to 0541 and planned to destroy the ship. Since Vinolin did not let him take the ship, he would definitely not leave it to the players. Chapter 1598. Chapter 1598 was a warning from the development team. After more than 10 minutes, 0541 successfully downloaded the construction blueprints of the Glorious class battleship from the console.
Captain, the download is complete.
0541 told Jiang Fei the good news.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and began to install the bombs. He had previously asked 0541 to build these bombs. After all, ever since he received the quest from Vinolin, his goal had been to destroy these battleships. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and the two girls worked together to install the bombs on this super battleship. Because this battleship was too huge, even the high-energy bombs produced by 0541 could not easily destroy it. Therefore, they had to place a large number of bombs. However, because of the structure map, Jiang Fei and the girls could completely place the bombs on the key parts. This provided a lot of convenience for the placement of the bombs. However, just as Jiang Fei and the two women were planting the bombs, an ordinary worker suddenly barged into the underground airport.
Jiang Fei! Jiang Fei! Where are you?
The worker shouted loudly.
Huh?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He was using an alias here. Moreover, everyone, including the players, called him the boss. No one knew his real name.
Vinolin!
In a flash, Jiang Fei understood the identity of the person who had come.
I'm over here!
Jiang Fei shouted. Very soon, Vinolin, who had transformed into a laborer, appeared in front of him.
You? I finally found you!
Vinolin said as he panted heavily.
What's wrong? Why are you here?
Jiang Fei was also very surprised because Vinolin rarely appeared in the middle of a quest.
Sigh! You're in trouble. My ancestor!
Vinolin said with a sad face.
What's the matter?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He carefully recalled what he had done. It did not seem to have violated the bottom line of the development team.
My ancestor? Didn't I tell you? I told you not to go after the main ship. Why did you still do it?
As soon as Vinolin spoke, Jiang Fei immediately understood what he was referring to.
You mean the blueprint?
Jiang Fei confirmed.
That's right. You crossed the line,
Vinolin said.
This.
Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had thought that if he did not touch the main ship, nothing would happen. He did not expect the development team to be so strict with the blueprint.
Now, you have been targeted by the
development team. Vinolin's words shocked Jiang Fei.
What should we do then?
Garona was also a little flustered.
Vinolin, since you still came to me, it means that the situation is not so serious that it cannot be salvaged. Right.
Jiang Fei was still calm at the moment.
Sigh. My ancestors, please do not do such things in the future. This time, I have spent a lot of resources to help you. Now, although the development team no longer wants to kill you, they have also made a condition,
said Vinolin.
What condition?
Jiang Fei asked.
You have two choices. The first is to erase the memory and connection related to the blueprint. The second is to keep the main ship for the players,
said Vinolin.
Erase the memory and connection? What do you mean?
Jiang Fei asked.
This has nothing to do with you. The blueprint of the main ship is very complicated. It is impossible for the three of you to memorize it. However, your support system is not good enough. Must he be erased?
Said Vinolin.
What? Erase 0541? That is impossible. Can I ask him to delete the data of the blueprint as well?
Jiang Fei asked in disbelief.
No. The data can be restored after it is deleted. The development team is not willing to take the risk. Therefore, they asked you to choose between the support system and keeping the battleship for the players, said Vinolin as he shook his head. Killing 0541 is absolutely not allowed.
Jiang Fei refused flatly. At this moment, 0541 was definitely not just a support system to him. He was more like Jiang Fei's brother and family.
Then, you must leave the main battleship to the players,
said Vinolin. This was the bottom line of the development team. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain it.
Then,
when Jiang Fei heard that he had to leave this main ship to the players, Jiang Fei really hesitated. He had just seen the combat power of this ship. If it was a one-on-one fight, then, this ship definitely had the ability to crush Dawnlight. After all, Dawnlight was a support-type main ship. This ship was a main battleship.
Sigh. For 0541, I'll leave this ship to them.
In the end, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and made his decision. No matter what. He would not agree to kill 0541.
Alright then.
Violin nodded. He was still on Jiang Fei's side. However, the will of the development team could not be disobeyed. Therefore, he had to pass on some of the bottom line issues to Jiang Fei.
I'm not going to blow up this ship. Is there anything else that I need to pay attention to?
After experiencing the attention of the development team, this time, Jiang Fei became more cautious.
The other small ships are fine. Just don't go too far. I know that you want to take some of them away. Otherwise, you would not have tried so hard to get these 3 divine weapons,
said Violin with a smile. Then, he continued,
however, in order to not cause the game to lose its balance and cause the
development team
to attack you, you had better only take 1/3 of the ship. Alright. I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he initially wanted to take half of the spaceship, he had to suppress his greed after hearing Vitolin's words. After Vitolin had explained everything, he turned around and left. When he left the body of the laborer would forget everything that had happened that night.
Husband, what should we do?
After Velen left, Bella looked at Jiang Fei and asked,
Sigh. I have no choice but to lower my head.
Jiang Fei sighed. In the face of the development team's warning, he did not dare to go too far. At the very least, before he charged out of this universe, it was too easy for the development team to kill him. In order to balance the game, the development team did not want the players to be too weak to continue playing. Therefore, they asked Jiang Fei to keep the main ship. Then, Jiang Fei and the others would not be able to continue planting bombs. Since they did not need to bomb the ship, Jiang Fei and the others' work would be much easier. They went straight to the control panels and activated the spaceship that they wanted. Then, Jiang Fei put the activated ships into his ring space. Speaking of which, Planet Namex space technology was really superb. This kind of space container that could hold one-finger fleet was still considered top-notch technology in the universe after 10,000 years. Not every force could have it. Soon, 4 heavy cruisers and 10 frigates were put into Jiang Fei's ring space. In order to get one more heavy cruiser, Jiang Fei gave up all the scout ships. Anyway, the Merchant Alliance's Lone Star unmanned scout ship was cheap and efficient. Chapter 1599. The quest for Chapter 1599 was completed. But they could not leave. After packing up the dozen or so battleships, Jiang Fei and the others turned around and left the underground airport. After returning to the abandoned tunnel, Jiang Fei waved his Chungying sword to seal up the cave that he had previously dug. Then, he brought the 2 girls and exited the tunnel. After sneaking back to his residence, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. Although they had risked being punished by the development team, this time, the rewards were exceptionally good. Not only did they obtain more than a dozen battleships, they had weakened the quest reward of the players and even obtained the blueprint of a main ship.
Hubby, in the next period of time,
those players
will probably be arrogant for a while,
Bella said with a sigh.
That's right. After we get that main ship,
these players
will become very aggressive.
Corona also nodded.
There's nothing we can do about it. Who knew that the development team would suddenly come out and interfere? In order to protect 0541, I have to keep the ship,
Jiang Fei said.
Captain, thank you.
0541 had already thanked Jiang Fei countless times today.
There's no need to say that. We are brothers.
Jiang Fei smiled at 0541. Although he had left the main ship to the players, Jiang Fei was not too worried. After all, the universe was too big. Even if the players obtained the main ship, for a short period of time, they would only be able to run amok in the Dominican Galaxy. They would not pose a threat to the entire universe. At this time, Jiang Fei had already mastered the blueprint for the Radiant battleship. He could make use of the time to create one or even a few Radiant battleships to fight against the players. Although the players' technology might not be compatible with the technology in Jiang Fei's universe, Jiang Fei believed that since he had the blueprint, it was only a matter of time before he could build a battleship. He had taken everything that he needed, but he could not destroy the rest. In fact, Jiang Fei and the others' journey to Kohar had basically ended. However, because this was a reward dungeon, before the players had completed the dungeon, Jiang Fei and the others could not leave either. When the next day came, Jiang Fei and the others came out of their residence. At the same time, the players, who were hung over the previous night, were still sleeping soundly.
Later, we have to find an opportunity to exchange the divine equipment back,
Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls. After all, Without these divine equipment, the players would not be able to clear the dungeon. This dungeon was not clear. Jiang Fei and the others could not leave either. Soon, the workers got out of bed and returned to their jobs. The players did not get out of bed until noon.
Ah! It feels so good. Yeah. This kind of wine is really rare. I can't even use my chi to force out the smell of alcohol. Yeah. Yeah. Me too.
After the players woke up, they began to chat in groups of 3. The content was nothing more than the fine wine and delicacies from last night. Not long after, Mobius also walked out of his room. When he saw Jiang Fei, he immediately smiled and came over to greet him.
Ha ha. Big boss. You're really early.
Mobius laughed, because he had won against Jiang Fei's divine equipment yesterday. He treated Jiang Fei very well.
Do you think everyone is like you? You sleep like a pig all day long,
Jiang Fei said. Jiang Fei's merciless words made Mobius very embarrassed. However, because Jiang Fei was very powerful, he did not dare to directly turn against him.
Oh right. Do you still have the 3 divine weapons? I met a thief when I came out last night,
Jiang Fei said, as if he did not mean it.
What?
When Jiang Fei said that, Mobius was really shocked. If he lost the divine weapons, he would be in big trouble. However, when he checked his storage space, Mobius immediately felt relieved.
It's okay. It's okay. The items are still there. Thank you for your concern, Master.
Mobius smiled.
That's good.
Jiang Fei shrugged and walked past Mobius.
What does he mean?
Mobius frowned and looked at the 3 divine items lying in the storage space.
No problem. Is there something wrong with this guy?
Mobius shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, the
round-faced player
came over again.
Brother 5. What did the boss tell you?
The
round-faced player
asked curiously.
He said that there was a thief last night and asked me if the artifact was still there. It's really baffling.
Mobius did not hide anything. He had a good personal relationship with the
round-faced player,
so he told him what happened just now.
Brother 5. What that guy said is true. I lost something last night.
The
round-faced player
suddenly said.
What did you lose?
Mobius asked.
My beads are gone.
The round-faced player said bitterly.
Shay, who told you not to put them in the storage space?
Mobius said disdainfully.
Didn't I drink too much last night?
The round-faced player muttered. At the same time, in order to make himself not look so stupid, he added,
God knows what kind of stealing skills the NPCs here have. Even if they put them in the storage space, they might not be safe.
There was a saying that the speaker did not have the intention to listen. The round-faced player was originally looking for an excuse to throw things, but he did not expect Mobius to be distracted.
Is the storage space also not safe?
Mobius found a place where no one was around and took out the 3 artifacts. Then, he carefully observed them and confirmed that there was no problem with the 3 artifacts. Just as he was about to put the artifacts away, he heard a loud noise.
Boom!
Smoke and dust rose from a tunnel. It seemed that an explosion had occurred.
What's going on?
Mobius asked loudly. Just as Mobius' attention was focused on the tunnel in the distance, a distortion suddenly appeared beside him. A cat girl with a graceful figure suddenly appeared. Then, she quickly switched the 3 divine weapons and Mobius' pseudo-divine weapons. After the switch was completed, Garona quietly left. At this time, Mobius did not notice at all.
Sir! The laborers were careless in digging and collapsed a tunnel.
A player shouted after investigating.
Oh!
Mobius nodded. Then, he kept the 3 divine weapons into his storage space and turned around to return to his residence. As for the laborers in the tunnel, he did not care about their lives. At the same time, in a quiet corner, Garona returned to Jiang Fei's side.
How is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
I will not let you down.
Garona smiled and handed the 3 pseudo-divine weapons to Jiang Fei. As a top-tier assassin with more than 8 million combat power, Garona was able to do such a thing easily. Chapter 1600, Chapter 1600. The new plan. On the other side, Garona had secretly returned the divine weapon to Mobius. Jiang Fei and the rest began to wait patiently. The players did not make Jiang Fei wait too long. After all, Mobius had already reported the good news to Eamon as soon as he had won the divine weapon from Jiang Fei yesterday. Although Eamon was helping Jiang Fei complete the stupid quest, the process was not smooth. After all, the Keha Federation was deeply rooted on this planet. Not only was the ruling structure stable, But the people were also relatively stable. It was not an easy task to overthrow such a government. Eamon was initially not in a good mood because of the difficulty of the quest. However, Moba's good news made him feel refreshed. Although he coveted the reward of Jiang Fei's hidden side quest, getting the treasure was the main quest of the players. Eamon had spent so much money just for these battleships. Therefore, after receiving Moba's notice, Mobies immediately put aside what he was doing and brought his core members back to the quarry.
Did you win the NPC's divine weapon?
Asked Mobies as soon as he returned.
Yes. Look.
Mobies immediately took out the 3 divine weapons.
That's great.
After receiving the 3 divine weapons, Mobies was very happy.
It seems to have gone too smoothly. Could it be that there were no accidents along the way?
Elise interrupted at this time. This time, Eamon brought her back to show off the treasure he was about to obtain.
What accidents could there be? Who knew that NPC was so fond of gambling? However, his gambling is still pretty good. At least, he didn't go back on his word when he lost,
Moby said with a smile. Then, he even showed off the additional spoils he had won from the round-faced player.
I keep feeling that it went too smoothly,
Ilsa said with a frown.
Isn't it good that it went smoothly? Did you find something wrong?
Eamon didn't really care. The reason why he was so vigilant was mainly because this dungeon was a reward dungeon that he had bought. No matter how simple it was here, it was normal because he had spent money.
That's not it.
Ilsa waved her hand. Although she felt that this mission was too simple. So simple that it was a little strange. She could not say the specific strange points. It could only be said that it was a kind of intuition.
Don't be too suspicious. This is a reward dungeon. It shouldn't be that difficult to begin with. Moreover, even if there is a difficult point, I think it's at the side mission.
Eamon smiled. Then, he asked Mobies,
how is the excavation of the treasure going? It is going more smoothly than I expected. This morning, there was a sudden collapse. Although many workers died in the collapse, not only did it not delay our progress, but it also brought us closer to the location of the treasure.
Mobies laughed. However, he did not know that the collapse of the tunnel was entirely due to Jiang Fei's trick.
That's great. When do you think we will be able to dig up the treasure?
Asked Eamon.
Tonight or tomorrow morning,
Mobies said confidently.
That's good. In that case, we will not leave. After we dig up the treasure, we will complete the side quest together,
said Eamon with a wave of his hand. The treasure was about to be obtained, which allowed Eamon to sweep away the haze from his previous quest. In the past 2 days, Eamon and his players had made many contacts with the Skeleton Association. Eamon had thought that it would be a simple matter. However, it was not that easy. The Skeleton Association was the true ruler of K-Hop Planet. Both the black and white factions were under their control. Although Eamon and the others had a good relationship with the Skeleton Association previously. However, they were not close enough to change the dynasty for them. The change in the government had been designed to distribute too many benefits. Of course, the Skeleton Society would not make such a huge sacrifice because of strangers like Eamon and the others. Therefore, when Eamon made a request, he was immediately rejected. As a tycoon, no matter in reality or in the game, very few people dared to disobey his will. This was especially so in front of Elise. Therefore, the rejection of the Skeleton Society made him extremely furious. However, in the face of the powerful strength of the Skeleton Association, Eamon was also very self-aware. Although their arrival this time had a very powerful strength, the Skeleton Association was not to be trifled with. The background of the K-Hop Planet dungeon was a high-level martial world. There were countless experts here. It was impossible to destroy the Skeleton Association with just 100 players. However, the early completion of the main storyline mission gave Eamon hope. Didn't the Skeleton Association not give him face? Then, they would fight until they gave in. After Eamon bought the reward dungeon, although he did not know what the specific reward was, he had obtained some general information. He knew that the treasure included a super battleship and a powerful fleet. After he had obtained these spaceships, Eamon swore that he would make the skeleton pay for their previous choices.
Hey, isn't that Mr. Eamon? Why are you back?
As Eamon was talking to Mobies and the others, Jiang Fei came over.
Ha. Big boss, are you getting used to living here?
Eamon was still very polite to Jiang Fei, although the players did not think much of NPCs. After all, he still had a quest that Jiang Fei had yet to complete. He was still counting on Jiang Fei to get the reward.
Not bad. It's just that I lost a little yesterday. Are you guys still playing today?
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had already completed all the quests. so he was quite relaxed.
Ha. No problem. I will definitely play with you to the fullest today.
Eamon smiled, and then changed the topic back to the side quest.
Big boss, we have been in contact with the skeleton gang for the past few days. Unfortunately, these guys are not very tactful. They actually rejected my request,
Eamon said with a face full of anger. Being slapped in the face in front of the girl that he was wooing made him very embarrassed.
What? You think that I have lost the divine weapon? So you want to go back on your word?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked. To be honest, he did not care about the so-called side quest at all.
Of course not. Eamon, always keep my word,
Eamon immediately said. He did not want Ilsa to think that he was a person who went back on his word. If that was the case, how would he be able to woo this girl?
What do you want to do then?
Jiang Fei asked indifferently.
When I get the treasure here, I will make the Skeleton Association pay the price,
Eamon said through gritted teeth.
Oh!
Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He understood what Eamon meant. However, another plan had also appeared in his mind. Chapter 1601. Chapter 1601. Due to the warning from the development team, Jiang Fei had already given up on the plan to weaken the players. However, what Eamon said today had rekindled Jiang Fei's hope. For the sake of the balance of the game, the development team forbade Jiang Fei to destroy the players' spaceship again. However, if the players were to seek their own death by fighting the ruler of Keha planet, Jiang Fei could not be blamed. At that moment, Eamon, who was injured, was determined to fight to the death with Skeleton. On one hand, he was doing it for Jiang Fei's quest reward. After all, in Eamon's opinion, the quest reward that Jiang Fei gave him was very likely to be equipment that would increase his personal strength. Especially after he learned about the benefits that Mobi's and the others had won from Jiang Fei. He was even more convinced at this point. Another reason why Eamon and Skeleton would fight to the death was that he did not want Ilsa to look down on him. As a man, wherever he lost face, he had to find it back. Since Skeleton would dare to not give him face, Jiang Fei had to make Skeleton kneel down in front of Ilsa and apologize to him. At this moment, Jiang Fei had just grasped Eamon's mentality. Because he had previously dealt with people like Han Tianyu and Wild, Jiang Fei understood Eamon's mindset very well. This kind of rich second generation was born to be favored by the heavens. They had never suffered the slightest setback. Once someone tarnished their reputation, they would definitely choose to fight to the death. This was especially the case in the game, as the game did not involve life and death and safety for players. Their greatest loss was nothing more than time and money. And for a rich second generation, they never lacked these two things. Just like this time, Eamon spent a lot of money to exchange for the reward dungeon. He would get a powerful fleet here. This fleet would allow him to establish an obvious advantage in the game. If normal players got such an advantage, they would definitely focus on developing their strength. As for a small matter like the NPC in the dungeon rejecting his face, normal players would not care at all. However, a person like Eamon was different. His face was more important than anything else, especially in front of the girl he was chasing. Therefore, even if he threw all these battleships here, he would have to make Skeleton pay the price. As for this fleet, even if he lost it, he would not care much. At most, he would just have to exchange it for another reward dungeon. Therefore, at this time, as long as Jiang Fei was slightly bewitched, Eamon would definitely go against Skeleton like he was on steroids. However, Jiang Fei had also noticed one thing. Although Eamon was mostly surrounded by people who were flattering him, however, there was a female player who was different. She seemed to have very sharp instincts. This included the first time they met. This female player, named Elise, gave Jiang Fei a very dangerous feeling.
I have to think of a way to deal with that.
Female player. Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart. Eamon chatted with Jiang Fei for a while, and then used the excuse to leave. After all, as players, there was nothing to talk about with an NPC like Jiang Fei as long as it did not involve quests. Very few players would pester an NPC to chat endlessly. After Eamon waited for the players to leave, Jiang Fei gave the two ladies a look. Then, the three of them found a place where no one was around and began to discuss.
Hubby, do you have any plans?
Bella knew Jiang Fei very well. When she saw his mysterious appearance, she knew that he had a bad idea.
Yes, I do have a plan.
Jiang Fei then told the two girls about his plan.
Do you plan to incite Eamon and the Skeleton to fight to the death?
Bella asked in surprise.
Yes. That guy already has this plan. I just need to add a little fire to it.
Jiang Fei smiled and said.
Master, what exactly are we going to do?
Garona asked.
We have to think of a way to get that Ilsa away. If we can't do it, well, just kill her.
Jiang Fei said with a cold glint in his eyes.
Didn't Vilon tell us not to kill the players?
Garona asked in confusion.
He told us not to wipe out the players, especially not to kill Eamon. As for the other players, the development team would not care too much about it.
Jiang Fei explained.
It's best if we don't kill them or not. It's better to be safe than sorry,
Bella reminded.
I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. In the evening, Mobius came over to invite Jiang Fei. He said that there was a gambling game for him to participate in. At the same time, there would be a grand cocktail party after the gambling game.
Why is it so lively?
When Jiang Fei came in front of the players, he realized that all the players, including Eamon, were there. Moreover, everyone was in high spirits.
Ha ha. Big boss, you have no idea. Our treasure is about to be opened.
Mobius laughed.
I see.
Jiang Fei instantly understood. These players had already dug to the edge of the underground airport. They would probably be able to activate the spaceships after tonight.
Come! 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 Big boss, let's have some fun together.
Eamon greeted Jiang Fei politely.
Sigh. I don't have much to bet on today.
Jiang Fei sighed.
What's there to be afraid of? Let's just play. Here, you can play with the 5 million chips first.
Eamon waved his hand and gave the chips in front of him to Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. This tycoon is quite generous.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He took the chips and started gambling. Today, he had no burden at all. He could play however he wanted to. Moreover, without cheating, Jiang Fei felt as if he had God's help today. That really matched an old saying: one was not afraid that a fool would not come. One was afraid that a fool would come up with a good card. After more than 10 rounds, not only did Jiang Fei not lose any chips in front of him, he even won more than 10 million.
Ha ha. Big boss luck today is not bad.
Mobius laughed. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that his luck was really good previously. If this NPC's luck was also so bad that day, he would really be in trouble.
Of course.
Jiang Fei laughed. Then, he began to play around. Anyway, he could not exchange these chips for anything from the players. It would be useless to keep them. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei lost all his chips again. After eating and drinking at the party, he took the 2 girls back. After Jiang Fei and the others left, Eamon played with the other players for a while. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a player came close to his ear.
Boss, it's done.
The player whispered beside Eamon.
Okay, I got it.
Eamon nodded. Then, he turned around and said to the other players,
Okay, stop playing. It's time to get down to business.
Chapter 1602, Chapter 1602. New Quest. The next morning, Jiang Fei met with the proud Eamon. Although 1/3 of the fleet had been stolen by Jiang Fei, Eamon and the other players did not know about this. Before the dungeon reward was completed, there was no detailed reward for clearing the dungeon. Therefore, they thought that this was the only fleet that would be rewarded. In addition, the main fleet was exceptionally powerful, which made Eamon very satisfied. With such a fleet, he would no longer need to hide in the Alpha Star area, and no one in the entire Dominican galaxy would be able to stop his footsteps. Even though Eamon was a rich second generation, he was still an ordinary person in the Gamma space. Although he was rich, he could not have superhuman powers, nor could he have a fleet that belonged to him. And now, he would have the power to dominate an entire galaxy. This made him feel very satisfied.
Good morning, Big Boss.
Eamon smiled as he greeted Jiang Fei, as he was concerned about the reward from Jiang Fei's quest. Eamon was very polite to Jiang Fei.
Hello, Mr. Eamon. Looking at your complexion, you seem to have gained quite a lot yesterday.
Jiang Fei smiled as he greeted him.
Not bad. Not bad.
Eamon did not say what he had obtained. It was unknown whether it was because he was keeping it a secret, or because he did not want to talk to Jiang Fei, the NPC.
Since Mr. Eamon's treasure has already been excavated, there is no need for me to stay here anymore. Mr. Eamon, we shall meet again in the future.
Jiang Fei played hard to get. It was obvious that he wanted to leave. Eamon secretly urged Eamon to immediately start a war with the Skeleton Guild.
Master, why are you in such a hurry? Although my treasure has been excavated, I have not fulfilled my promise to you.
Eamon stopped Jiang Fei. Then, he continued to say,
I, Eamon, have always done things from the beginning to the end. Since I have promised to help you take over Keha, I will definitely do it. Hee hee. Mr. Eamon, what I said back then was just a joke. The Keha Federation is too powerful. Moreover, there is the support of the Skeleton Guild. It would be easier said than done if you want to take control of Keha. Let's just forget about it,
Jiang Fei said as he took a step back.
How can that be?
Eamon waved his hand. He had been coveting Jiang Fei's quest reward for a long time. How could he cancel the quest now?
Could it be that you can really help me conquer Keha?
Jiang Fei asked, pretending to be confused.
In the past, I really did not have 100% confidence. But now,
Eamon smiled. Then, he continued to say,
Big Boss, please get ready to ascend the throne and be crowned. You are the Emperor of the Keha Empire. Really?
Jiang Fei asked as if he was pleasantly surprised.
I, Eamon, am a man of my word.
As Eamon said this, he did not forget to glance at Ilsa. His meaning was very clear. I said that I would be able to help someone else conquer a planet, let alone make you my woman.
Sigh.
Ilsa sighed. How could she not know what Eamon was trying to do? However, even if she knew, she could not say it out loud. This quest was just a misunderstanding.
Right? That's great. If I really become the Emperor of the Keha Empire, I will definitely not mistreat you.
Jiang Fei made a wish without hesitation. He had never intended to fulfill these wishes anyway.
Just based on what you said, I will help you conquer Keha Planet.
Eamon laughed. He had played many normal games, so he had never thought that NPCs would lie and issue quests. Then, they would not fulfill the quest reward.
I hope so. However, Mr. Eamon, I have left the Old Dragon Cave for quite some time. Now, I need to go back and deal with some things. If you really have fulfilled your promise, please come to the Old Dragon Cave to find me. I will also fulfill my promise by then.
Jiang Fei said to Eamon seriously.
Okay, it's a deal.
Eamon did not doubt that there was a trap, so he agreed immediately.
I'll take my leave then.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then, he teleported away with Bella and Garona.
Have a safe trip.
Eamon, who did not know that he had been tricked, waved his hand to send Jiang Fei off. After Jiang Fei lured Eamon with the fake quest, he was ready to leave Keha. After all, the players had already cleared the dungeon. Therefore, the restriction on leaving Keha Planet had been lifted. Therefore, after leaving the gathering place of the players, Jiang Fei went back to the Old Dragon Cave and gathered the girls.
Everyone, pack your things. We are ready to leave,
Jiang Fei said to the girls. Although Eamon was still working hard for him, Jiang Fei did not plan to stay on Keha Planet any longer. As for Eamon, he had put in a lot of effort and suffered heavy losses after conquering Keha Planet. When he wanted to find Jiang Fei to redeem the quest reward, he realized that Jiang Fei had already left. Jiang Fei did not have the time to appreciate it. When Jiang Fei and the girls had just finished packing up, a small thug from the Old Dragon Cave ran in. Logically speaking, even a small leader would have to shout,
"What's going on?"
outside the door if they wanted to enter Jiang Fei's room, let alone a small thug. However, this small thug actually ran in directly today.
You're finally here, Vidalin.
Jiang Fei was not surprised at all when he saw the small thug run in directly.
Your quest has been completed. I'm here to take you away.
This small fry was indeed Vidalin, who had descended.
It just so happens that we have also packed up. Let's go!
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
You really went overboard this time. Before you left, you even made fun of those players. Did you know that?
The battle had just started today, and the players had already lost 2 scout ships.
Vidalin looked at Jiang Fei meaningfully and said,
What? Does the development team have an opinion again?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's not true. The development team would like to see the players consume more. After all, if these warships are not consumed, they would not spend money to buy them.
Vidalin laughed.
Then how about letting me blow them up earlier?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said,
How can that be the same? If you had blown it up before, and the players did not get it, wouldn't they sue the development team for fraud? Moreover, the development team had to consider the balance of the game. Now that the game had been going on for some time, they had to let the players expand their range of activity. If they wanted the players to go further in the universe, they had to be stronger,
said Vidalin as he glanced at Jiang Fei.
I got it. Oh right. After this mission is over, Are there any new missions?
Jiang Fei asked.
You don't say. I really have a mission for you.
Vitalin nodded. This time, apart from bringing Jiang Fei and the others away, he also had an urgent mission to release to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1603. Chapter 1603 was extremely dangerous.
What quest?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
This quest is very difficult. You can choose not to go.
Vitalin did not directly state the quest. Instead, he poured cold water on Jiang Fei.
Very dangerous?
Jiang Fei could not help but become serious.
Very dangerous. It's very likely that you will die.
Vitalin said very seriously.
Is this quest very important?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. This quest is related to the survival of the universe.
Vitalin said.
It's that serious?
Jiang Fei was also very surprised. He did not expect Vitalin to say such a thing.
Yes.
Vitalin nodded. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
this is a bug. It was caused by an oversight of the development team. A large number of players have entered the game and caused a bug to appear. If you leave it alone, this bug will cause the game to crash. I think you should understand what a game crash means. F***ck? Does the development team not care about it?
Jiang Fei cursed. A game crash was nothing to the players. However, to them, it would mean the end of the world.
I did not tell the development team,
said Vitalin.
Are you crazy? What good would a world crash to you?
This time, Jiang Fei was confused.
That's right. There is a certain risk if you don't tell the development team. However, if you can complete this quest, you will be one step closer to entering the gamma space.
Vitalin's words instantly locked Jiang Fei's pulse. That's right. If the game had a bug and he did not inform the development team, it was very likely that the game would collapse and Jiang Fei's universe would be destroyed. However, if Jiang Fei had the chance to enter the gamma space, he really wanted to take the risk.
Hubby, is it worth the risk?
Bella asked from the side.
I'm not sure either.
Jiang Fei shook his head.
It doesn't matter. I have already decided. Although you are the best candidate. If you refuse, I won't force you. I will arrange for someone else to go.
Jiang Fei nearly cursed when he heard Vitalin's words.
F***ck. Aren't you forcing me?
Jiang Fei was about to kill Vitalin.
Vitalin was the only person who could contact the development team. Of course, the players could do it too. However, the problem was, would the players believe the words of an NPC like Jiang Fei? An NPC suddenly ran over and told the players that there was a fatal bug in the game? At most, the player would think that this was a strange quest. There was no way that anyone would try to contact the development team because of this. Now that Vitalin refused to tell the development team about the bug, it was undoubtedly pushing Jiang Fei into a dead end. Although Vitalin had told Jiang Fei that he could not go, the question was, could Jiang Fei trust Vitalin to hand over the life and death of the entire universe to a stranger? Therefore, no matter how dangerous the matter was, Jiang Fei was unwilling to go. For the sake of his own life and to create a chance for his loved ones to survive, Jiang Fei had to go.
How about it? Are you going or not?
Vitalin asked with a smile. From his expression, it could be seen that he was certain of Jiang Fei.
Nonsense. Can I not go?
Jiang Fei grumbled. However, he had to go personally.
Ha ha. I knew you would go.
Vitalin laughed.
Cut the crap. Tell me the quest information.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although he was dissatisfied with Vitalin, he had to cooperate with Vitalin in order to resist the threat of the gamma space.
You are going to a high-level martial planet. There are many strong players there. Among them, there are many hermit-level super players.
As Vitalin said this, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although his and the girl's strength had increased greatly, they were still powerless against the hermit-level players.
Besides you, the players will soon enter that place.
Vitalin continued to say.
What? Players? What are they doing there?
Jiang Fei asked.
Those players entered the planet to complete an assassination quest. They will also obtain very powerful temporary carriers. Conservatively speaking, they should be at least at the Overlord level,
said Vitalin.
Good. This is even more exciting.
Jiang Fei sighed. With the addition of these powerful players, Jiang Fei and the others would not be able to complete the quest smoothly.
Also, you have to pay attention to one thing. You must not hurt a
player
named Natasha,
Vitalin warned.
You can't hurt her? Why?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
I can't tell you the reason now. But remember what I said? Do not hurt her. Vinolin repeated. Alright. Other than that, what is our purpose in going there? How do we eliminate that bug? Jiang Fei asked. After you arrive there, you have to first get used to the environment there. This is why the players have an advantage over you, because they have the identity of a carrier the moment they descend. On the other hand, you do not have any backing, said Vinolin. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei nodded. After you get used to the environment there, you have to first find the players and stop them from completing the assassination mission, said Vinolin. Are you kidding? We want to stop the assassination mission of the players and not harm the female player. How is that possible? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, I don't care about that. You can figure out the specific operation yourself. Vinolin shrugged and said, I really want to curse right now. Jiang Fei said as he panted heavily. There's no hurry to curse. Listen to what I have to say next. Vinolin put on a serious expression. Then, he continued to say, on that planet, there is a magical item called the 9 Revolving Astrolabe. Think of a way to get it. If you really can't, destroy it. In any case, I can't let this item be obtained by players. Otherwise, once players use this item, the bug will very likely be triggered. 9-turn astrolabe? Jiang Fei memorized the name in his mind. Alright. Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, it'll send you all away from Kohar, said Vinolin. Once they left this place, Jiang Fei and the rest would return to the Dawnlight ship. There were no civilians there, so Vinolin naturally could not appear again. Can we use all our strength there? Jiang Fei asked. Absolutely, Vinolin replied. On that planet, if Jiang Fei and the rest did not use all their strength, they would not even be able to see the quest equipment. They would die. Alright, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. From Vinolin's words, he had completely understood the difficulty and danger of this quest. After that, Jiang Fei asked Varen a few more questions. Varen answered them one by one. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei and Varen's communication ended. He and all the girls were teleported back to the Dawnlight ship. Chapter 1604. Chapter 1604. The 5 Directions. Lux. Adjust the course. Coordinates XXX. 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 Jiang Fei told Lux the coordinates that he had obtained from Vinolin. Yes, Commander. Lux immediately adjusted the position of the Dawnlight ship after receiving the order. Then, he began to prepare for the warp. Husband, where are we going next? Ariel and the others asked curiously. The place we are going to is called the Stuart Star Field. However, the locals there call themselves the 5 Directions. Jiang Fei replied. 5 Directions? Si Tang frowned. Why? Have you heard of it? Jiang Fei was stunned. I don't know. I just thought it sounded familiar. Si Tang shook her head. Alright, it'll continue. Jiang Fei saw that Si Tang could not seem to remember. Hence, he continued, that place is made up of 5 habitable stars. It can be said that there are as many powerhouses as clouds in there. Even the hermits are numerous. Jiang Fei said. That powerful? But why have I never heard of this place? Garona was stunned. She had been in the Vizari army for a long time. This bandit organization could be said to have spread its tentacles throughout the entire universe. However, Garona had never survived the Stuart Starfield or the 5 Directions. According to Vinlon, the people there are rather conservative. They seem to be unwilling to come into contact with other civilizations. Therefore, they set up a stance and blocked the entire galaxy. Jiang Fei said with a shrug. He did not get much information from Vinlon. Block the entire galaxy? Garona was dumbfounded. How powerful was the power or technology to do that? At the very least, she had never heard of any civilization that possessed such power. Sigh. Am not too sure either. Anyway, that's what Vinolin said. Moreover, because there are so many strong people there, we must keep a low profile after we arrive. We must not offend the super strong people there. Jiang Fei reminded her. When that time comes, we will be done for as long as we don't cause any trouble. Bella nodded. The problem is that we can't just stay out of trouble. We also have to stop the players from completing the assassination mission. After these players descend, they will be able to obtain the identity of the natives here. Jiang Fei sighed and said, So, those players have a background here? Nina frowned after she heard it. That's right. Moreover, our mission this time is not only to stop the players. We also have to find a tool called the 9 Rotating Astrolabe. Then, we can either take it away or destroy it. Jiang Fei told her about the target of the mission.
This thing should be in the hands of some big boss.
Right? Bella asked.
I'm not sure. But it should not be so easy to get it.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Sigh. This quest is not that simple.
Nina sighed.
Yes. We must be careful when the time comes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
So, husband, who do you plan to bring?
Bella asked a crucial question. This quest was very difficult and dangerous. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to bring all the girls to go sightseeing. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. At that moment, all the girls' eyes were focused on Jiang Fei's face.
How about this? I'll bring Bella, Nina, Sylvie, and Hua Mulan.
After thinking about it, Jiang Fei decided to bring along the 4 girls who had the strongest combat power. They had fused with the advanced energy core.
Not only had their combat power reached or were close to the level of the Overlord of the Stars, but they also had their own special abilities. When they used their full strength, even the average Overlord of the Stars would not be a match for them. If that was the case, not only would they be able to protect themselves in this dangerous area, they would also be able to help Jiang Fei a lot.
That's great!
Bella cried out excitedly. She loved such difficult challenges the most. The dragon genes in her body told her that only by experiencing such dangerous challenges would she be able to become stronger.
Sir, don't worry. I will do my best.
Hua Mulan was very simple-minded. The purpose of her existence was to fight for Jiang Fei. Nina and Sylvie did not say anything, but they looked very happy. However, the other girls were more disappointed. However, they knew that this quest was not ordinary. With their strength, other than Garona, who was more powerful, the others only had 5 million combat power. If they went, not only would they not be of help, but they would also be a burden to Jiang Fei. During the long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei and the 4 girls were ready to set off. After 4 days of interstellar travel, the ship of Dawn broke out of the dimensional space.
Commander, the target star field is right in front of us. However, this star field is covered by an abnormal energy field. Should we forcefully break through it?
Larksy asked.
There's no need. Just dock outside the star field. We can go by ourselves.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. Although the Aurora ship could forcefully break through the boundary of the 5 heavens and earth, the problem was that if they forcefully broke into the star field, they would be treated as intruders. If they were to alarm another hermit-level super powerhouse, even if the Aurora ship was the main ship, Jiang Fei and the others would still have to flee in embarrassment.
Yes, Commander.
Larks accepted the order and docked the Dawnlight in a gravity well on the back of a gas planet. He also prepared a shuttle for Jiang Fei and the rest.
Dear, have a safe trip,
Ariel said reluctantly.
Sir, you have to be careful.
Garona and the rest also reminded her.
Ah, Fei, I think you should bring me there because I still feel that this place is very familiar.
At this moment, Si Tang suddenly said.
But?
Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. After all, Si Tang's strength was too low. At this moment, she only had around 1 million combat power. She could barely protect herself in other parts of the universe. However, in this galaxy where there were so many strong people, Si Tang's strength was simply not enough.
Husband, bring her along. If she can remember anything, it will be a great help to us.
Bella, who was beside him, also advised.
Bella makes sense. Ah, Fei, how about this? I will be responsible for Little Ying's safety. Bring her along,
Nina said.
Dot.
Sylvie shrugged. Although she did not say anything, she did not object.
All right then.
Jiang Fei looked at Hua Mulan. Seeing that the female general had also nodded, he agreed. After confirming the final travel list, Jiang Fei took the 5 girls and boarded the shuttle, as he was afraid that they would get separated. Jiang Fei did not dare to use the single-person shuttle. Instead, he piloted a medium-sized shuttle.
0541. Calculate the weak point of the barrier. Let's find a loophole to get in.
Jiang Fei ordered after he flew out of the Aurora. Although the entire star field was blocked by the barrier, nothing in the world was seamless. Although a big guy like the Aurora could not enter the 5 directions of heaven and earth quietly, a small shuttle still had a chance to sneak into that place without anyone noticing. Chapter 1605. Chapter 1605. Sword Fairy? As the shuttle approached the barrier, 0541 began to calculate the weakness of the barrier. Finally, after 2 hours, 0541's calculations were answered.
Captain, I have found 3 weaknesses in the barrier,
0541 suddenly said.
That's great,
Jiang Fei cried out happily.
However, These three weaknesses are very hidden. Moreover, they do not appear in succession. Therefore, we still need to wait for some time before we can pass through the barrier.
0541 said.
Now, the control of the shuttle is transferred to you. As for when and where to pass through the barrier, it will be up to you then,
Jiang Fei said with great confidence.
Yes, Captain.
0541 took over the control of the shuttle. Then, he controlled the shuttle to move at a constant speed around the outer boundary of the barrier. After about an hour, 0541 finally had an opportunity. He suddenly accelerated, and the shuttle instantly changed direction. Then, he pounced on the barrier.
Bang!
Bang! Jiang Fei saw countless meteorites or asteroids colliding into the barrier. The meteorites and asteroids were all smashed into pieces. It was obvious that the barrier not only blocked the 5 directions, but it also had a strong defensive effect. Seeing that the shuttle was about to crash into the barrier, even though Jiang Fei trusted 0541 very much, his heart could not help but feel uneasy.
Buzz!
Just as Jiang Fei and the others were about to crash into the barrier, a gray dark spot suddenly appeared on the barrier. Then, the shuttle flashed past the dark spot and instantly passed through the barrier. The dark spot also disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Fei and the others passed through it, the dark spot also disappeared.
Phew! That was really close.
Jiang Fei let out a long sigh.
Hee hee. Captain, my calculations are very accurate. There is no danger.
0541 was very confident.
Alright. I know that you are very capable.
Jiang Fei was about to praise 0541. However, at that moment, the red warning light on the shuttle flashed crazily, and the alarm sounded.
Beep beep. Alarm. Alarm. There's a superpower reaction on the left front. Beep beep beep. Alarm. Alarm. We have been locked on by the enemy. We cannot shake off the attack. Beep beep beep. Alarm. Alarm. The attack will arrive in 3 seconds. The shuttle cannot defend against the attack. Please jump immediately. Retreat.
Jiang Fei shouted. Then, Nina immediately activated her ability. As everyone present was strong, they naturally did not need to jump to escape. Nina immediately teleported Jiang Fei and the others to the ground not far away.
Boom!
A red light flew from the sky. Jiang Fei and the other shuttles were destroyed on the spot.
Damn it! We were discovered the moment we arrived. Moreover, these people are too unfriendly. Why did they start fighting without saying a word?
Jiang Fei frowned and said.
What exactly is that red light?
Si Tang asked.
I don't know. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly.
Jiang Fei shook his head. However, at that moment, a figure flew over from afar. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the red light that had shattered the shuttle flew back behind him. It was only then that Jiang Fei and the others saw the true appearance of that thing flying sword.
Flying sword? There really is such a thing?
Jiang Fei shouted with his eyes wide open.
5 directions. 5 directions. I remember now.
At that moment, Si Tang suddenly said,
Oh, you know about it?
Jiang Fei immediately looked at Si Tang.
Yes, I once read an ancient book. It seemed to mention this.
Si Tang said.
Tell me about it.
Jiang Fei immediately asked.
Legend has it that heaven and earth are divided into 5 sides: east, west, south, north, and middle. Each side is guarded by 5 jewels.
Si Tang began to tell Jiang Fei about the 5 sides of heaven and earth that she remembered.
Wait, is this a Chinese myth?
Jiang Fei interrupted Si Tang.
Yes.
Si Tang nodded. Although she had forgotten which book she had read about this, there was no doubt that she had read about it when she was on Earth.
However,
the people of Earth are just a primitive civilization that could not leave their home planet. How could the people of China have any connection with the super powerhouses here?
Jiang Fei was very surprised.
Perhaps one of the powerhouses here had once visited Earth and left a legacy and legend in China.
Nina guessed.
Is that possible?
Jiang Fei was puzzled.
Who knows?
Bella shrugged. However, no matter what, the guy standing on the flying sword above her was very similar to the legendary Chinese sword god.
What should we do next? Should we greet him?
Si Tang asked.
It's better not to. That guy started attacking us the moment he saw us. Clearly, he is not very friendly to us. There is no need for us to come out and start a war.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. At the same time, the guy with the flying sword was dragging a piece of the shuttle fragment in his hand as he muttered to himself.
Why are there always guys who don't know the rules breaking in? Sigh. It's time to clean up again.
although this guy was filled with hostility towards Jiang Fei and the others. It was fortunate that Jiang Fei and the others were in a large forest. Through the gaps of the leaves, Jiang Fei and the others could easily see the sword immortal in the sky. However, that person could not see Jiang Fei and the others under the cover of the leaves. After a moment, the sword fairy rode his sword and left. Only then did Jiang Fei and the others dare to walk out of the forest. What should we do? What should we do next? Bella asked. First, we need to change our clothes, Jiang Fei said, and immediately ordered 0541 to create a set of clothes that looked very similar to the sword fairy. Although it was troublesome to wear such elegant ancient clothes, it did not have much protection. However, it did make one look like a celestial being, as he had not seen how the women here were dressed. Jiang Fei did not dare to casually make a few sets of ancient women's clothes for Bella and the others to change into. He did not want to be seen by others and cause inconvenience. Therefore, he could only let the girls hide far away. He went to investigate on his own first. Soon, Jiang Fei found a town not far away. There were many people in it. It looked very lively. Then, Jiang Fei made a few sets of clothes for Bella and the girls according to the clothes of some rich ladies. After that, he gave them to Bella and the others to change into. After that, the group of people appeared in the town openly. Although the town was not big, it was very lively. The market was bustling with activity. However, when Jiang Fei and the others appeared, the crowd immediately quieted down. Almost everyone was staring at Jiang Fei and the others. What's going on? Did I give myself away? Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not know what he had revealed. Chapter 1606. Chapter 1606 Confusion. Under the strange gazes of the villagers on both sides, wherever Jiang Fei and the others went, the villagers would all retreat. F***CK? What's going on? What's wrong? Jiang Fei frowned. However, after he showed this expression, the villagers ran even faster. What's going on? Bella was also confused. Why don't we ask someone? Tang said innocently. Look at them running away when they see us. Who should we ask? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Tang looked around and immediately realized that the villagers around them seemed to be very afraid of him. Especially when Tang's gaze swept over them. The villagers all lowered their heads to avoid it. They seemed to be very afraid of making eye contact with Jiang Fei and the others. However, when Jiang Fei and the others did not notice the villagers, they would secretly observe Jiang Fei and the others. They would even whisper to each other. Although Jiang Fei was very confused, they soon figured out the reason. Due to their powerful strength, Jiang Fei and the others had very good hearing, although the villagers were whispering behind their backs. Jiang Fei and the others still heard it very clearly. What's going on recently? Why do these nobles keep coming to our small place? I don't know, but it's better to avoid them. Last time I heard, the Wang family's kid took one more look at them, and in the end, his eyeballs were gouged out. Yes, it's better for us poor people to avoid them. We can't afford to offend them. However, the girls who came today are all very beautiful. Shh, little Li. Don't cause trouble for no reason. I've heard that among these nobles, women are the most vicious. Don't drag us villagers down with you. After listening to the villagers' discussion, although Jiang Fei and the others knew the reason why the villagers were afraid of them, they were still a little embarrassed. It was obvious that the planet that Jiang Fei and the others had entered was very divided in levels. The nobles that the villagers spoke of enjoyed great privileges. Therefore, ordinary people did not dare to approach them. Fortunately, Jiang Fei and the rest did not reveal any flaws. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the rest let out a sigh of relief. What should we do next? These villagers do not dare to approach us. Do we have to kidnap them to interrogate them? Bella frowned and said, There's no need to go through so much trouble. Tang rolled her eyes and walked towards the crowd. Hula! When the villagers saw Tang coming over, they were scared out of their wits. From what they knew, noblemen were lawless existences, especially beautiful women. They were temperamental. They could kill civilians at will, so no one dared to come near them. However, there were a few children among the villagers who had just become sensible. Although they had been taught by their parents to stay away from noblemen since they were young, they were still very young. Tang looked like a big sister from the neighborhood. Therefore, the children did not immediately run away with their parents. Although the parents of these children realized that the children did not follow them, they did not dare to turn around
and go back to see Tying to carry the children away. They could only call out from afar. In this way, there were indeed a few older children who ran back to their parents' side, far away from sea Tying. However, there were still 2 or 3 5 or 6-year-old children who were still surrounding Si Tying.
Little children, Big Sister will ask you a few questions. Whoever answers well, Big Sister will give you candy to eat. Okay?
Si Tying squatted down and looked at the children in front of her.
Okay. Okay.
The children immediately laughed happily when they heard that there was candy to eat. If it weren't for their parents, the children who ran away would have immediately returned to Si Tying's side.
Little kids, tell me, where is this place?
Si Tying asked with a smile.
I know.
One of the children jumped and shouted, afraid that others would take his chance.
Then can you tell sister?
Si Tying was quite good at coaxing children.
Yes. This is the Yin family village,
the child shouted.
How clever. Then where does this place belong to?
Si Tying asked again.
This.
The child who answered Si Tying's question was only 4 years old, so he seemed to be unable to answer this question. So he was sweating profusely.
I know.
Another older child shouted.
Okay. You tell me.
Si Tying pointed at the older child. At the same time, she comforted the child who could not answer the question.
It's okay. You're already very good. This candy is for you. Hee.
After receiving the candy, the child was very happy. At the same time, the older child also began to speak.
This is the Yin family village. It is under the jurisdiction of the Li Prefecture capital. The Li Prefecture capital is the capital of Aringhua. Fluorescence.
Si Tying secretly nodded. Then, she asked about the local customs. Although these children could not tell them in detail, Jiang Fei and the others had heard about it. After giving the candy to the children, Si Tying returned to Jiang Fei and the others.
According to these children, we should be located in the southern planet of the 5 directions fluorescence,
Si Tying said.
Chaos? Is there anything special about this planet?
Jiang Fei asked.
According to the ancient books I read before, if this place is really related to Chinese legends, then the cultivators here should generally use fire-type power,
Si Tying said.
It seems like that's true. The guy who shot down our shuttle used a fire-type flying sword,
Bella confirmed.
Hee. It seems like bringing Xiaoying with us will really help us a lot,
Nina said from the side. The ancient book that Si Tying had read previously seemed to have a lot to do with the 5 planets.
Where are we going next?
Sylvie asked.
Let's find a bigger city first. It will be difficult for us to communicate with these villagers in our current state.
Jiang Fei shrugged. He had gotten the girls very luxurious dresses. These commoners thought that they were noblemen, so they all hid away. There was no way to communicate with them. However, if Jiang Fei were to get the beautiful girls around him to change into coarse clothes, Jiang Fei would not be happy either. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only give up on the route of blending in with the masses and try to get in touch with the upper class. After all, many secrets were not known by the commoners. The mission Jiang Fei and the others had come to this time was very difficult. Moreover, the information that they had obtained was very little. They had to rely on themselves to figure out everything. Therefore, they had to hurry. After leaving this small town, Jiang Fei and the others followed the directions of the children and walked in the direction of the Li Prefecture capital. As they were all experts, even if they did not have any means of transportation, their speed was extremely fast. If it was not for the fact that they had never been to the confusion and lacked the coordinates of this place, Nina would only need to teleport Jiang Fei and the others to their destination. Chapter 1607, Chapter 1607 The Dirty Plan. As the capital of the planet, the Li Prefecture capital was very large. However, no matter how large the city was, it could not be compared to a modern city. After entering the Li Prefecture capital, Jiang Fei and the rest found that although the people around them were still wearing coarse clothes, the style of their clothes was also much more regular. Moreover, the people's faces did not look like vegetables, and they looked very energetic. They seemed to be living well. At the very least, they were well-fed and well-fed. After passing through the slums and the downtown area near the city gate, what appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the rest were numerous large mansions and courtyards. As the capital of the entire planet, this was naturally the gathering place of the rich and the aristocrats. Therefore, the clothes of Jiang Fei and the rest did not seem out of place here. Moreover, because Jiang Fei and the others were dressed luxuriously, they were not stopped by the bailiffs when they entered the rich area.
Husband, the technology here is very backward. Why would there be such a powerful person?
Bella asked curiously.
This.
For a moment, Jiang Fei was also stumped by the question.
Let me answer this question.
At this moment, 0541 suddenly interrupted.
Captain, I don't know if you have noticed, but on this planet, there is a small amount of free energy in the air. This is a phenomenon that cannot be seen on other planets. It is precisely because of this free energy that the people here should be able to cultivate with half the effort. If you had not mentioned it, I would not have noticed it. Now that I have a closer look, it really is true.
Jiang Fei closed his eyes and focused his senses. As expected, the air around him was filled with tiny amounts of free energy. Although these energies were very weak, they existed. If one were to train in such an environment for a long time, the effect would be twice the result with half the effort.
This is really an excellent place for cultivation.
Hua Mulan's eyes lit up. Among all the girls, Hua Mulan was the one who cultivated the hardest.
Precisely because of this, the people here should be extremely fond of martial arts. Since cultivating martial arts can reach the peak and increase one's lifespan, who would be willing to develop technology?
0541 asked.
But not everyone is suitable to practice martial arts. Why don't those who don't have talent study technology?
Si Tang asked curiously.
The development of technology will inevitably come at the expense of the environment. If the environment is destroyed, the free energy will likely weaken or even disappear. If the ecological environment is destroyed, who will suffer?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Of course, it will be those martial arts experts.
Si Tang said without hesitation.
That's right. If the vested interests might suffer losses, would they allow those weaklings to develop science and technology?
80% of those geniuses who yearn for science and technology will be burned to death as heretics.
Jiang Fei said with a sigh. Jiang Fei's words made Si Tang fall silent. It was true. Only the most primitive farming and living could maintain the ecological environment to the greatest extent. Those experts would never allow their cultivation environment to be destroyed. Therefore, those geniuses could very well be killed in the bud.
Forget it. There's no need to bother about the technology here. We're not here to help the poor. Let's make the best use of our time to gather information and complete our mission.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Then, where do we start?
Bella asked.
Wait a moment.
Jiang Fei took out his identification device as he spoke. Before he took action, he had to confirm if there were any
players
who had already descended. If there were, then it would save Jiang Fei and the others a lot of trouble. As long as they followed these
players,
they would be able to find the guy who was about to be assassinated.
This is really annoying.
Jiang Fei sighed. After he expanded the scanning range of the identification device to its maximum, he still did not find any traces of
players.
The protection quest was much more difficult than the assassination quest. If he did not even know who he was protecting, then the difficulty of the quest was obvious. At this moment, Jiang Fei and the others were facing such a dilemma.
The most important thing now is to find the players and find out who they are trying to assassinate. Otherwise, we would be too passive.
Nina said.
But how do we find the players?
Si Tang asked. As Jiang Fei's identity scanner had a limited range, they could not scan the entire planet bit by bit. Not only would that take too long, but the target of the players would not necessarily be on planet Mars. If Jiang Fei and the rest wasted too much time, it might actually allow the players to successfully complete the assassination.
We will first contact the upper class of the Li Prefecture capital. Those players who have descended cannot descend on ordinary people. So, we just have to ask around. Recently, the elite disciples of that family have been acting strangely. Then, we will look for them to use the identity scanner to confirm. That way, we should be able to find one of the players very soon.
Jiang Fei said.
Although the players
would inherit the identity of the carrier when they descended, they were not the carrier themselves. They would not be used to it when they first descended. This would make it easy for them to do some strange things. The upper-class ladies were all gossipy geniuses. This kind of news should spread very quickly among them.
Then, how do we blend into the upper-class society?
Bella asked.
That's easy. We just need to find an opportunity to save a big shot.
Jiang Fei laughed. Back then,
he had also accidentally saved Han Tianyu. That was why he was involved in all sorts of disputes.
That's easy for you to say. How can there be so many big shots that need you to save?
Bella rolled her eyes.
If there's an opportunity to save them, we have to save them even if there's no opportunity to create one.
Jiang Fei laughed. Clearly, he already had a bad idea in his mind. Then, Jiang Fei whispered his plan to the girls. The girls could not help but smile strangely.
Hubby, you're so bad.
Bella pinched Jiang Fei's arm gently.
Sir, that's not good.
Hua Mulan suddenly felt that Jiang Fei's image in her heart had collapsed.
Interesting. You must bring me along.
Sylvie was a little excited. After all, this kind of game was her favorite.
It'll protect us, tying.
Nina frowned. Although she did not raise any objections, it was clear that the Saintess would not participate in such a dirty business.
Aye.
Si Tying really wanted to participate. However, she was too weak. She might be a hindrance to Jiang Fei. Therefore, she could only stay beside Nina.
Alright. It's decided. Nina, take Mulan and Little Shadow to find an inn to stay at first. The three of us will go and make some arrangements.
Jiang Fei finally made a decision. Chapter 1608. Chapter 1608 The Fat Man. After arranging for Nina and the others to find a place to stay, Jiang Fei took Bella and Sylvie away from the wealthy district. After passing through the wealthy district, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the downtown area. This was the intersection of the commoner district and the wealthy district. It could be said that it was crowded with vendors. It was very lively. The downtown area was between the wealthy district and the commoner district. Therefore, there was a very large flow of people here. Moreover, some of the better-off commoners often came here to exchange for some good items. Meanwhile, the declining aristocrats would often have their servants come here to sell their savings to maintain their luxurious lives in the rich areas. Therefore, in the downtown area, not only could one meet the commoners, but also the aristocrats occasionally. In this way, the downtown area could be said to be a mix of fish and dragons. There were all kinds of people. In such an environment, the gossip was naturally very rich.
Let's go to a pub.
Jiang Fei found a random pub in the downtown area. There were a lot of people here, so if he wanted to get information, he had to come to such a place. Swoosh! As soon as Jiang Fei and the others entered the pub, the customers who were originally bustling immediately looked at them. Although the downtown area was frequented by nobles, most of them would change their companions or travel in a low-key manner. It was very rare for people like Jiang Fei and the others to not only make a big fuss, but also bring girls along.
Damn it! Which family's young master brought girls out to mess around again?
In the corner of the bar, a middle-aged man with a shaggy beard cursed silently. Obviously, although there were not many people like Jiang Fei who brought girls to the downtown area, it was not unheard of. It was almost impossible for girls from noble families to come to such a messy place alone. Moreover, they were often very curious about the things happening outside the rich district. Therefore, at this time, when a bad boy from a bad family urged them, they would often bring girls out to see the world. However, such people were often very difficult to please. Think about it. He was originally a second-generation hedonist. He was used to being arrogant and domineering. Now that he brought two girls, he would definitely have to put on a show of being cool. As a result, the commoners would naturally be unlucky. Therefore, when the middle-aged man saw Jiang Fei and the others, he was very unhappy.
Boss, give us something to drink.
Jiang Fei did not pay attention to the brawny man. After all, he was not a noble and did not have any background. Therefore, he wanted to keep a low profile as long as possible.
All right, young master, what would you like to drink?
The bartender did not dare to be negligent. He quickly came over and gave priority to Jiang Fei and the other nobles.
Pick up what you're good at.
As Jiang Fei and the other two spoke, they sat at the side of the counter. When they turned around, they could see every corner of the tavern. With Jiang Fei and the other hearing, they could hear everything. Even if the people in the tavern were whispering, they could not escape their surveillance. Very soon, the bartender brought 3 times the alcohol. Jiang Fei lifted his nose and sniffed. The alcohol content of the 3 glasses was not high. Clearly, the bartender was afraid that they would drink too much and cause trouble. However, Jiang Fei did not care about that. He was not here to drink anyway. The main reason why he asked for a few glasses of wine to be placed on the table was to make them appear less conspicuous. After the drinks, Jiang Fei and the other 2 took a sip and then spoke in low voices. They casually said something. Their main purpose was to listen. They wanted to see if they could get any valuable information from the tavern. As Jiang Fei and the other 2 were keeping a low profile, the atmosphere in the tavern quickly returned to normal. The customers were chatting and drinking. Soon, they completely ignored Jiang Fei and the other 2.
Boom!
Just as Jiang Fei and the other 2 were eavesdropping on the conversation of the customers, The door of the tavern was suddenly kicked open.
Mother of asterisk her. I'm so thirsty. Waiter, hurry up and get me some good wine.
After the door of the tavern was kicked open, Jiang Fei and the others heard a thunderous cry before they could even see him.
F***ck. What bad luck. Why is he here? Find an opportunity to leave quickly. Do not provoke this fiend.
At the same time, Jiang Fei and the others also heard the whispers of the customers around them.
Sigh. How annoying.
Jiang Fei frowned. He was not afraid of this guy. But this guy had scared the customers away. Where was Jiang Fei going to find out more information? At the same time, the bartender quickly got busy. Most of the other customers drank from cups. If not, they would have used large bowls. However, when this guy came, the cups and bowls would not work anymore. They would have to use buckets. Just as Jiang Fei was observing the bartender carrying the buckets, a strange sound came from outside the door. Jiang Fei quickly turned his head to look. He almost laughed himself to death. It turned out that the owner of the Thunder Blast was a super fatty. The people from the tavern definitely walked in side by side. However, this man was stuck on the door frame and was twisting his body to squeeze in. With the sound of wood breaking, the fatty finally squeezed in. However, the door of the tavern was basically ruined because not only was the door broken, but the door frame on the left side was also crushed. Even the door frame on the left side had been crushed.
Good God! This is at least 400 pounds.
Jiang Fei was secretly speechless when he saw the fat man, speaking of which. The fat man was not very tall. He was only of average height. However, one of him was equivalent to 4 people. Sylvie could not help but laugh out loud. Then, she whispered into the ears of Jiang Fei and the others.
If this guy grows any longer, he will be wider than the vertical one.
The few girls around Jiang Fei were amused by Sylvie's teasing.
Humph.
When the fatty saw the girls around Jiang Fei, he could not help but laugh, although he knew that they were laughing at him. The fatty was not bad at all. He did not bother with women, so he only glared at Jiang Fei. Then, he sat down at the side.
Waiter, where's my wine?
The fatty asked.
Here. When we heard that you were coming, we had already prepared the wine. It's a high-quality burning knife.
The bartender quickly brought over a large wine barrel. It looked like there was at least 100 kilograms of white wine in it.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
The fatty grabbed the wine barrel and gulped down a few mouthfuls of strong wine. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of alcohol and shouted,
Good wine!
However, at this moment, the fat man swept his gaze across the wine cup in front of Jiang Fei.
Hey! Kid! Why are you acting like a sissy? Is that liquor for a man?
The fat man stared at Jiang Fei with his bell-sized eyes and said,
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled helplessly. Although the fat man was suspected of picking a fight, Jiang Fei did not want to cause any trouble. After all, he had come to the 5 directions of heaven and earth because he was pressed for time and had a heavy mission. He did not have the time to cause any more trouble.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's get out of here before this fiend notices us.
The customers at the side threw their money on the table one after another. They did not even wait for the bartender to give them the change. They just ran away through the broken door.
Sigh.
The bartender sighed. Not only did his business today go down the drain, but if others could run away, he could not run away. Chapter 1609. Chapter 1609. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that by ignoring the fatty, he would be able to calm things down. However, when the fatty saw that the other customers had left, he became even more aggressive.
Hey! Sissy! Stop drinking your sugar water. Have a taste of real wine. This is what a man should drink.
The fatty saw that Jiang Fei was ignoring him. He actually knocked the wine glass in front of Jiang Fei, and then picked up a large wine bowl and threw it in front of Jiang Fei. Splash! Without giving Jiang Fei a chance to explain, the fatty filled Jiang Fei's glass.
F***ck! What kind of thing is this?
Jiang Fei was momentarily dumbfounded.
Come! Drink!
When the fatty saw that Jiang Fei did not touch the wine bowl, he immediately took the bowl and poured wine into Jiang Fei's mouth.
Go away!
Although Jiang Fei did not want to cause trouble, the fatty was about to pinch his nose and pour the wine into his mouth. He had no choice but to do it. As Jiang Fei shouted in a low voice, he grabbed the fatty's wrist. Then, he exerted some strength with his right hand. He wanted to teach the fatty a lesson so that he would know when to back off.
Ho ho! You have some skills.
The fatty raised his eyebrows. Then, he turned his hand and tried to restrain Jiang Fei.
Not bad.
Jiang Fei was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, he would still be able to restrain anyone with less than 5 million combat power. However, the fatty was still able to fight back. This meant that he was not weak. As the 5 directions were popular for individual training, technology was not advanced. Therefore, after Jiang Fei and the others disguised themselves, they could not wear goggles. These things were very common on planets with advanced technology. It would not attract the attention of others. However, on a planet that only trained, it would be too eye-catching. Without the goggles, Jiang Fei could not tell the opponent's strength at a glance. He could only roughly sense the opponent's aura. However, many practitioners were good at hiding their aura, so it was very easy for them to misjudge. However, even if the opponent's combat strength was more than 5 million, it was still not enough for a super expert like Jiang Fei, who was only second to the hermit level. Therefore, when he saw the fatty trying to restrain him, Jiang Fei used his strength again. However, he did not want to reveal his full strength. Therefore, he only increased his strength to the entry-level overlord level of the galaxy. Although 10 million combat power was not invincible, very few people could achieve it.
Bang!
The fatty's fat hand was pressed on the table by Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei raised his left hand to grab the bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. After drinking the wine, Jiang Fei wiped his mouth and snorted at the fat man.
If you want to toast,
let's toast. Why are you still touching me?
You? Humph.
Ah.
The fat man used his strength 3 times in a row, but he still could not break free from Jiang Fei's hand. Although he could use his other hand to fight back, the fat man was not stupid. Since Jiang Fei was able to restrain him with one hand, that meant that the fatty was far stronger than him. If Jiang Fei did not hurt him now, it would be giving him face. If he were to try to go higher, he would be courting death.
How is it? Are you convinced?
Jiang Fei pointed at the fatty with his chin and asked.
I'm not convinced.
What Jiang Fei did not expect was that the fatty actually stuck his neck out and said that he was not convinced.
Sure. If you're not convinced, then come again.
Jiang Fei let go of the fatty.
I can't beat you.
After the fatty was let go, he took half a step back. When he admitted that he could not beat Jiang Fei, he did not look embarrassed at all.
F***ck.
Jiang Fei was almost angered by the fatty. This fatty was really interesting. He was able to openly admit that he was no match for Jiang Fei, but he still stubbornly refused to accept it.
Then how are you going to accept it?
Sylvie was definitely watching the show.
There are many people who can beat me. If you can beat me with a drink, I will accept it.
The fatty said seriously.
F***ck.
Jiang Fei never thought that this guy could actually say such a thing.
Husband, drink with him.
Sylvie urged.
Yes. Yes. Drink him down.
Bella also joined in the cheering.
F***ck. What kind of people are they?
Jiang Fei was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the 2 girls along. If it were people like Nina and Hua Mulan, they would not have joined in the jeering.
Waiter, bring the wine.
Seeing that the 2 girls beside Jiang Fei were also jeering, the big fatty thought that Jiang Fei had agreed. Therefore, he immediately let the waiter bring the wine.
F***ck.
Jiang Fei cursed silently. Now that he was being held here, he had no choice but to drink. If it was not for Bella and Sylvie causing trouble, he would have ignored the others no matter how much they provoked him. However, he did not dare to not give face to these 2 girls.
Dong. Dong.
2 large wine jars were brought up. Or more accurately, wine vats. The bartender in the tavern knew how much alcohol the fat man had. 1 jar might not be enough. Therefore, he first brought 2 vats of wine. If it was not enough, he would continue to lift it up.
What the F***ck? Is this drinking? This is taking a bath.
Jiang Fei looked at the 2 jugs that were as tall as a person and felt dizzy. Please. In view of Jiang Fei's powerful strength, the fatty was still very polite.
Come on.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. At this time, the fatty had already started. He hugged the jug with both hands and used his big belly to push it forward. The jug tilted and the liquor poured down. The fatty opened his mouth. All the wine fell into his mouth. It was not a waste at all.
Gulp. Gulp. Gulp.
The big fatty's alcohol tolerance was really not bad. He drank almost 1/8 of it in one go. Although 1/8 did not sound like much. This was a big wine vat that was taller than a person. Moreover, it was filled with strong alcohol. To be able to drink so much in one go, It showed that this guy's alcohol tolerance was very high.
Hubby, go ahead and drink.
On the other side, the big fatty did not urge him. But Bella did.
Okay. I'll drink.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Then, he grabbed the edge of the wine vat with one hand and lifted it with one hand. Although the wine vat was huge, in front of a person with Jiang Fei's strength, this small amount was nothing.
Splash.
The wine vat tilted and the liquor poured down. Jiang Fei also imitated the big fatty's actions and caught the liquor with his mouth. The liquor was all in his mouth. However, as soon as he drank the strong wine, Jiang Fei felt a burning sensation in his mouth. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Although Jiang Fei had been in the martial arts world for a long time,
he had not really drunk much, especially this kind of strong wine. Therefore, in an instant, he was 30% drunk.
No! I have to cheat. Otherwise, I will drink so much water that I will die.
Jiang Fei's mind was as clear as a mirror. Therefore, he immediately activated the origin power in his body and converted his attributes to water attributes. Under the effect of the water attributes power of origin, as soon as the strong liquor entered Jiang Fei's mouth, the alcohol was broken down. The remaining water was forced out of Jiang Fei's body in the form of sweat. With the power of origin cheating, Jiang Fei could drink more easily. Therefore, he could drink about 1/6 of the liquor every time he took a breath. Moreover, after he drank the liquor, he did not look any different from before. The bartender's eyes were wide open. Chapter 1610, Chapter 1610 Breakthrough Point. After gulping down a large jar of wine, Jiang Fei did not show any signs of anger. It was as if he was staring straight into the eyes of the big fatty.
Good. Good tolerance.
In the end, when Jiang Fei finished the jar of wine, the big fatty stammered.
How is it? Are you convinced?
Jiang Fei said as he placed the jar on the ground.
I'm convinced. Pai Gang, am convinced.
The big fatty bowed to Jiang Fei. This time, he was truly convinced of Jiang Fei.
Your name is Pai Gang?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. They all call me Big Leather Tank.
Pai Gang nodded.
What do you do?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm a teacher at King Gong's residence.
Pai Gang answered.
Teacher? Teaching students?
Bella asked curiously. No matter how she looked at it, it did not seem like Big Leather Tank was someone who was a teacher.
No. Miss, you may not know this. Sir Pai Gang is the teacher of King Gong's mansion. He is the guardian of King Gong's mansion.
The bartender explained.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although the Big Leather Tank looked like a ball, it was still powerful. With his combat power of more than 5 million, he could be considered a gold medal fighter even in the mansion.
Hee hee. Young man, may I know your name?
Pai Gang asked with a smile. At that moment, he was completely convinced by Jiang Fei. Just as he had said, there were many people who could defeat him, but those who could really drink to defeat him. He had never seen such a person before.
My name is Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei did not hide his name.
Hee hee. Young man Jiang's alcohol tolerance is really amazing. Pai Gang, have never seen someone who can drink so much.
Pai Gang praised again.
Oh right. You said that you are working in Prince Gong's residence?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and came up with an idea, although he did not know who this Prince Gong was. Since he was conferred the title of king, his status must not be low. Meanwhile, this fatty was working in Prince Gong's residence. He would most likely be able to hear some secrets. If Jiang Fei befriended him, he would most likely be able to find out some secrets of the upper class. When that time came, it would also help Jiang Fei carry out his plan.
Yes. To be honest with you, little brother Jiang, although Pai Gang, am not as powerful as you, I am still highly trusted by Lord Gong Wang. If you encounter any problems in the Li Prefecture capital, just say low to me. Pai Gang, a 2-finger white cop like me will be able to solve it.
Pai Gang said very proudly.
Hee hee. Then thank you very much.
Jiang Fei smiled noncommittally. When Pai Gang saw Jiang Fei's inexplicable smile, he immediately remembered that Jiang Fei was a super expert. If Jiang Fei could not solve the problem, his reputation would not matter much.
Come! Let's find a quiet place to have a few drinks.
Jiang Fei saw that Pai Gang was embarrassed, so he took the initiative to ask the bartender for a private room.
Good. 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 There is a saying that 1,000 cups of wine are not enough for a bosom friend. Today, we will definitely drink until we are drunk.
When the Big Leather Tank heard that they were going to drink, he immediately became excited. Soon, Under the guidance of the bartender, Jiang Fei and the others came to a quiet private room. After the bartender served a few bottles of good wine, he left.
Come! 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 Little brother Jiang. Come! Drink!
The big leather tank first poured a cup for Jiang Fei and then said with a smile,
All right. Drink!
While Jiang Fei drank, he also gave Bella and Sylvia a look. The two girls understood and immediately retreated to the side. Then, they began to cast a barrier to isolate the private room. Because the two girls' strength was too much stronger than the big leather VT. He did not notice it at all.
Little brother Jiang, you really have a good tolerance for alcohol. There are really too few people like you now. Not to mention the Prince Gong's mansion. Even the entirely prefecture's capital cannot find a hero like you.
After a few rounds of toasting, Big Tank was already drunk. He had already reached the point where he could talk to Jiang Fei about anything.
The Gong residence is such a big place. Is there not a single person who can drink?
Jiang Fei deliberately changed the topic to the Gong residence.
TSK! Don't talk about them. They are all a bunch of cowards.
Big Tank said disdainfully. In his eyes, only those who could fight and drink were not considered heroes.
Oh right. Since you're working at King Gong's residence, have you heard of anything interesting?
Jiang Fei saw that Big Leather Tank was almost done drinking, so he began to ask questions.
Interesting?
Big Leather Tank was stunned for a moment, but he did not think too much about it. First of all, he was almost done drinking. Previously, he had drunk a tank of wine, and now, he had drunk quite a lot, so he was already a little dizzy. Moreover, in his eyes, a guy like Jiang Fei who could fight and drink was a hero. Therefore, he did not put up much of a defense.
That's right. Haven't you heard of any interesting things about the king and his grandson?
Jiang Fei asked in a seemingly casual manner.
Hee hee. There's nothing interesting about those guys. However, there are a lot of dirty things.
Big Leather Vat pursed his lips and opened his mouth.
Little brother Jiang, you don't know? These guys were born with high positions. They control very good cultivation resources, but they don't work hard to cultivate. Instead, they linger between wine and women. Especially the third prince of Prince Gong's residence. That guy is simply a pervert. He's a demon among flowers. If you meet him one day, it's best to keep the girls around you away from him.
Big Leather VAT waved his hand and said,
Really? How come I've never heard of it before?
Jiang Fei asked in surprise.
Sigh. It's all because we always clean up their messes. Their dirty deeds have long been known by everyone.
Big Leather Tank said disdainfully.
Is it that exaggerated?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Exaggerated?
Big Leather Tank glanced at Jiang Fei and continued.
Let's put it this way. That kid lives in a brothel 5 days out of 7 days a week. Do you think it's that exaggerated? F***CK. That exaggerated?
Big Leather Tank's words really gave Jiang Fei a shock.
Humph. That's still considered good. Occasionally, this guy would get bored of the girls in the brothel and go out to have fun. That's when we're the busiest.
Big Leather Tank said with a look of disdain.
Then, which brothel does he usually go to?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's hard to say. Most of the prostitutes in Elite Prefecture capital are regular customers. However, recently, he has been hanging around a place called Elegant Pavilion,
said the Big Leather Tank.
Elegant Pavilion.
Jiang Fei was speechless by the name. A brothel actually had such a name. He really did not know how to comment on it. Regardless, Jiang Fei had obtained some important information. After that, he asked the Big Leather Tank about some things. He also learned that Prince Gong held an important position in the Elite Prefecture capital, and even on planet Mars.
It's settled then. We'll use Prince Gong's third son as a breakthrough point.
After leaving the tavern, Jiang Fei had already made up his mind. Chapter 1611. Chapter 1611 Gao Yixian. After leaving the tavern, Jiang Fei led the two girls to the famous Gao Yixian. The most famous brothel in the Elite Prefecture capital was located in a corner of the downtown area. Although most of the customers here were nobles from the wealthy areas, the nobles were all shameless people. They would not build such a romantic place in the wealthy district.
How grand!
When he arrived at the entrance of the elegant pavilion, Jiang Fei was amazed. The brothel was actually 9 stories tall. Each story was decorated with colorful lights of different colors. Moreover, there were quite a number of girls leaning against the railings on each story. Some of them were touching the windowsill and waving their handkerchiefs at the outside.
Sir, come up and play. Yo, Master, it's been a long time since you've been here. Master Li, it's been a long time since you've been here. Have you forgotten about me?
As soon as he approached the elegant veranda, Jiang Fei's ears were filled with these decadent voices. These coquettish and seductive voices kept luring the wealthy merchants and aristocrats in to spend money.
How despicable!
Bella snorted coldly. This great aunt was an out-and-out feminist. In her eyes, these women who sold their bodies in exchange for money were all trash.
Maybe they were forced to live.
Jiang Fei defended these people with his mouth. He immediately received a roll of her eyes.
What? Do you still want to give them warmth?
Bella glanced at Jiang Fei.
No. No. No.
Jiang Fei quickly denied it. The girls in his house were already too much for him. How could he have the time to give these women warmth?
We have found the elegant veranda. However, we do not know the third prince. How are we going to find him?
Sylvie frowned and asked. Although the nobles often visited this place, due to the issue of face, almost all of them came here anonymously. Many of them even disguised their faces, afraid that they would be recognized by others. Jiang Fei was at his wit's end. Although he had asked the big leather tank for information about the third prince, it was difficult to recognize him with just these alone. However, at that moment, a large group of people came from afar. The reason why Jiang Fei noticed them was because these people were too ostentatious.
Go away! Go away! Don't block my way! F***CK! I'm just eating a melon! How dare you ask for money from me? Do you want to die? F***CK! You scum! Didn't you see Third Master coming?
Amidst the noise, the people on both sides of the street were whipped into hiding. The originally crowded and noisy street suddenly became quiet.
Yo! Isn't this Third Master?
When the brothel keeper of Elegant Veranda saw this group of people, she quickly came out to welcome them.
Mother Wang, we haven't seen each other for a long time.
A young man walked out from the crowd. This guy looked like he was in his early 18s or early 20s. He was fair and clean. Moreover, his body was long-sleeved. His teeth were white and his lips were red. Although his face was a little feminine, Jiang Fei had to admit that this guy was much more handsome than him.
Sissy,
Bella whispered from the side. This made Jiang Fei feel much better.
Yes, Third Master. It's been a long time. The girls have missed you so much.
Mother Wang and Third Master did not hear Bella's voice, so the two continued to chat happily.
Bullsh**T. It's been a long time. This old man Chio only left the elegant veranda this morning.
A person behind Jiang Fei muttered disdainfully.
PFFT.
Even Sylvie was amused by this.
Hey, brother. From what you said, this guy has been spending a lot of time with women.
Jiang Fei turned around and asked.
A lot?
The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully and continued.
This prodigal lives here almost every day. Oh, then he must be very rich?
Jiang Fei laughed.
Not only rich, he also has power. Who would dare to mess with the third prince of King Gong's mansion?
The middle-aged man snorted coldly. From his tone, it could be seen that he looked down on the third prince very much.
Hee hee. So it's him.
Jiang Fei was delighted. There was a saying that went,
it takes a lot of effort to find the third prince.
Originally, Jiang Fei was going to spend some effort to find the third prince. He did not expect that the moment he arrived at Elegant Pavilion, this guy would come to him.
All right, let's go meet up with Nina first,
Jiang Fei said to the two women beside him. After meeting the third prince, Jiang Fei was confident. Anyway, the guy would be at Gallia Xian tonight. Jiang Fei could come looking for him after he was fully prepared.
Okay.
Bella and Sylvie nodded and followed behind Jiang Fei to get rid of the crowd. Jiang Fei and the girls were equipped with communication equipment from 0541. Even on this planet with underdeveloped technology, communication between them was not a problem. Very soon, Jiang Fei and Nina confirmed their location after a simple communication. In fact, the place where Nina and the others were looking for a place to stay was not too far away from the elegant loft. As the rules of the inn in the wealthy district were strict, Nina was afraid that she would be exposed during the investigation. So she came out of the wealthy district. She found an inn in the downtown area and stayed there. As the downtown area was filled with all sorts of people, many criminals chose to sell their stolen goods here. In order to earn money, the inn naturally would not go too far to investigate them. Therefore, Nina and the others took advantage of this. They avoided the risk of being exposed if they were to be investigated without their identities.
This location is not bad.
After seeing Nina and the others, Jiang Fei said with a smile.
This place is located in a corner of the downtown area. It's close to the wealthy district. It's convenient for us to sneak in. Moreover, we won't be constantly investigated by others.
Nina said.
Hubby, How's the information gathering going?
Ariel jumped over and asked.
It's not a small harvest.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Yeah. His dirty plan is basically not a problem anymore.
Bella rolled her eyes.
What do you plan to do next?
Nina asked Jiang Fei.
I plan to get in touch with the third prince later.
Jiang Fei told Nina and the others about what he had learned today.
I want to go.
Sylvie was the first to jump out.
Honey, I want to go and take a look too.
Ariel pulled Jiang Fei's arm and said coquettishly.
I'm not going. But you guys help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him get involved with other women.
Bella looked at Jiang Fei with disdain. Places like brothels were something that Bella could not stand. Therefore, she did not want to join in the fun.
Stop fooling around. Is this place for girls?
Jiang Fei glared at Ariel and Sylvie.
Why can't we just wear men's clothes?
Ariel continued to act coquettishly.
Husband, do you have any ulterior motives for insisting on going alone?
Sylvie raised her eyebrows. Jiang Fei was so scared that he trembled. He could clearly feel that Bella's hair was standing on end. If he said something wrong, that little lady would definitely be furious. Chapter 16:12. Chapter 16:12. Visiting a brothel. In the end, under Bella's forceful intervention, Jiang Fei had no choice but to bring Sylvie and Ariel to the elegant veranda.
You two can't go like this. Right.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Ariel and Sylvie.
What's wrong with going like this?
Ariel did not react for a moment.
That's a brothel,
Jiang Fei said unhappily. Then, he instructed 0541.
Prepare 2 sets of men's clothes. Also, prepare the voice-changing patch and other equipment. Yes, Captain!
0541 immediately began to produce the equipment in the ring space. Not long after, 2 sets of equipment appeared in Jiang Fei's hands. After passing 1 set and other items to the 2 women, Jiang Fei began to prepare his own equipment. Meanwhile, Sylvie took Ariel to change her equipment. As an outstanding assassin, Sylvie was very familiar with disguises. Therefore, not only did she finish her own disguise, but she also packed Ariel as well. When Sylvie and Ariel returned to Jiang Fei, the 2 girls had already changed greatly. At this time, Sylvie and Ariel, who appeared in front of Jiang Fei, did not look like girls at all. Not only were the 2 wearing men's clothes, but their faces were also much tougher. At the same time, there was an Adam's apple in their throat. Other than being slightly shorter than the man, there was no difference in their appearance.
All right, let's go!
Jiang Fei nodded and led the 2 girls out of the door.
Brother Jiang, please go first.
Sylvie turned to the side and gestured for Jiang Fei to go first. At this time, her voice was completely male. Not only Sylvie, Ariel also wore a voice-changing patch. Not only did it make them look like they had Adam's apple, but their voices were no longer female. After Jiang Fei and the other 2 left the inn, they went straight to the elegant veranda. As they had stepped on the path before, they were quite familiar with it. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei and the other 2 arrived at the entrance of the elegant veranda once again. As expected, the moment Jiang Fei and the other 2 arrived, the girls came out to welcome them. Speaking of which, people like Jiang Fei were definitely the type of customers that the girls liked the most. For example, although Jiang Fei himself was not very handsome, he was still quite energetic. In addition, his powerful strength had given him a strong aura. This was very easy for girls to be attracted to him. As for Ariel and Sylvie, who were disguised in disguise, there was no need to mention them. They were definitely the fair-skinned and handsome boys that the girls liked the most. Although the girls in the brothel said that they received customers to make money, under the same circumstances, they naturally liked to receive customers like Jiang Fei and the others who were pleasing to the eye. Those customers who were 50 to 60 years old and full of guts. No matter how much money they paid, the girls would still feel uncomfortable. Right.
Let's go! Let's go in and have some fun!
Jiang Fei nodded. The purpose of his trip was to get close to the 3rd prince of Prince Gong's mansion.
My lords, this is your first time here. Right.
After being let in, the madam on the 1st floor also came over to welcome them. As Jiang Fei and the others were dressed luxuriously, and they were unfamiliar faces, she naturally had to serve them well. This was the only way to nurture repeat customers.
Yes, this is my first time here. Is there anything interesting here?
Jiang Fei asked. After all, he had never been to such a place before. Therefore, he was asking this question in a rather amateurish manner.
Sir, this is your first time here. Right.
The madam laughed in her heart. At the same time, she had already determined that Jiang Fei and the other two were rookies. Therefore, she was very happy in her heart. After all, these rookies were easy to serve. Moreover, she had given them a lot of money. However, this time, the madam was really blinded by her thoughts. It was true that Jiang Fei and the other two had never been to a brothel before. However, the three of them really did not have any money. At the very least, they did not have the money of the 5 directions.
Yes, this is my first time here. So, I will need you to take care of me.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
No problem. Sir, please wait a moment. I will send the girls over now.
The madam waved her hand. Naturally, a teapot went out. Very soon, the tea table in front of Jiang Fei was filled with dried fruits and fragrant tea. After about 2 to 3 minutes, Jiang Fei felt a fragrant wind blowing in his face. The sound of rings ringing in his ears could be heard.
How weak! The fragrance powder is so strong. Are they selling it?
Sylvie said in a low voice. However, she also laughed. Weren't these girls selling it? Ariel was also amused. Although she was pretending to be a man. When she smiled, she still used her small hands to cover her small mouth. She was completely acting like a girl.
Don't be such a sissy.
Sylvie slapped Ariel's small hand away. She was born as an assassin. It was not a problem for her to pretend to be a man. Therefore, she acted like a man.
Oh!
Ariel nodded. She also knew that Sylvie was afraid that she would expose herself and delay Jiang Fei's matters. Soon, a row of girls walked in front of Jiang Fei and the other two. Then, they bowed to Jiang Fei and the other two. Speaking of which, this bow was quite exquisite. These ladies were originally dressed in cool clothes. When they bowed, Jiang Fei's eyes immediately turned white.
Hiss!
While Jiang Fei was enjoying his feast of eyes, he kept muttering in his heart,
Do not look at indecent things. Do not look at indecent things.
This was not because Jiang Fei had evolved into a noble person. He was a pure person, a moral person, and a person who had deviated from low-class interests. The main reason was that there were 2 small spies of Bella sitting next to him. If he was not careful and was reported, he would suffer when he returned home.
My lords, how is it?
The madam asked with a face full of joy.
No.
Jiang Fei shook his head.
Not satisfied? It doesn't matter. Change to another batch.
The madam waved her hand. When she saw that Jiang Fei's expression did not change, she guessed that these ladies might not be satisfied. Therefore, she immediately waved her hand and changed to another batch of ladies. Following that, the ladies of Elegant Veranda came and went like a merry-go-round in front of Jiang Fei and the other two. Although these ladies might not be as beautiful as fairies, they were all pretty. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's motive was not that. Secondly, he did not have the guts to do so. Therefore, he could only shake his head continuously.
Aren't the 3 of you being a little too picky?
The Elegant Pavilion might not be able to say much about other things, but when it came to the ladies' sexual skills, they were definitely the best in the Li Prefecture capital. How come none of the 3 of you have taken a fancy to them?
Madam Brothel Keeper was a little unhappy.
I heard that you have a lady named Ruyan here. Ask her to come out and meet you.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Previously, he had heard from the big leather VAT that the 3rd prince had been loitering around the Elegant Pavilion all day. It was all because of that Ruyan lady. Chapter 1613. Chapter 1613. I come from Jinxing.
3 masters. Today is really not a coincidence. Miss Ruyan is receiving an important guest.
The madam's face showed a troubled expression. The 3 people in front of her were obviously big financial backers. But that 3rd prince of Prince Gong's residence was even more difficult to provoke.
What? From what you said, the 3 of us aren't important guests anymore?
Sylvie said in a strange tone.
No, no. No, look at my broken mouth. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to be beaten.
The bod was shocked. And then she quickly gave herself 2 gentle slaps on the face. The bod must be a smart person to be able to open a brothel in the Li State capital. Especially in a place like the Brothel Chu House. She had been dealing with the rich and powerful all day long. So she had seen countless people. Therefore, when she saw Sylvie's expression, the madam knew that this pretty boy was not to be trifled with.
Hurry up and get Ruyan here. If I get anxious, I'll burn your King Din to the ground.
Sylvie said coldly.
The
madam panicked. Speaking of which, this Elegant Pavilion was not a good person. The big boss behind it was the brother-in-law of the Li Prefecture capital's 3 armies general town.
Since ancient times, no ordinary people had opened brothels and chew houses. Those who could open such a business were basically both in the black and white. Not only did they have to be successful in the underworld, but they also had to have people in the government. Otherwise, they would check your hygiene once every 3 days and check your water meter once every 2 days. No matter how good your business was, it would still be failed. And Galia Xian was able to sit firmly in the top position of the brothel industry of the Li Prefecture capital because the 3 armies general town of the Li Prefecture capital was backing him up. Although on the surface, the master of the main forces had nothing to do with Galia Xian. In the dark, everyone who was famous knew that he was the one who had taken care of Galia Xian. Now that the 3 people in front of him dared to cause trouble here, it was most likely because they had a deeper background and were not afraid of the master of the main forces.
Oh, what big words!
At that moment, a voice came from behind Jiang Fei.
You?
The madam looked at the voice and immediately let out a sigh of relief. She quickly ran to the person's side and said with a smile,
Third Master, why are you here? Ho ho! If I don't come over to your bastard house, I will be burned down. Where will young master go to play then?
The person said in a frivolous tone.
That's right. Third Master, you have to make a decision for us.
The madam had already made her choice. Although Jiang Fei and the other 2 most likely had some background and could ignore the master of the town, the person in front of her was even more extraordinary. He was the 3rd son of King Gong's mansion. After choosing to bet all her treasures on the 3rd son, the madam naturally did not care about the attitude of Jiang Fei and the others. Therefore, the old woman changed from her previous servile manner. In just the time it took for her to turn around, the madam placed one hand on her waist and pointed at the noses of Jiang Fei and the other 2. She started scolding them. People like the madam were usually uneducated. They had not read much either. Therefore, when she scolded them, her words were rather ugly. Even Jiang Fei, who was a relatively low-profile person, was furious from being scolded. Just when Jiang Fei could not hold it in anymore and was about to attack this ordinary person, he heard a crisp sound.
Third Master, why did you hit me?
When Jiang Fei turned around, he saw the 3rd prince was wiping his right hand with a handkerchief. The madam had an aggrieved look on her face, and the left side of her face was all swollen, and there were a few teeth in the furry carpet.
Damn! I don't care if you scold him, but your asterisk 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 scold is too ugly. I really can't listen to it.
The 3rd prince seemed not to vent his anger. According to the madam's belly is a foot. Although the 3rd prince did not allow many people to scold him. And he was also a bit of a bastard. No matter what, he came from the king's mansion. He had been forced to go to school quite a few times since he was young. How could he listen to a shrew scolding him? Especially when she was scolding him so dirty. Jiang Fei found it funny. He could not help but have a better impression of the 3rd prince.
Hey, kid, what are you laughing at? If it wasn't for you guys, would I still feel so disgusted?
The 3rd prince tapped Jiang Fei with his chin and asked in a condescending manner.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. The good impression he had of the 3rd prince had disappeared completely. Although the silk pants was occasionally a little cute, he was still a silk pants after all.
Humph. Just a few of you dare to boast that you want to burn this place down. You really have the audacity to say where you come from.
Although the 3rd prince was arrogant, however, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He knew that he had to find out the truth before he could start a fight.
We came from a small place, the Saturn Star. Have you heard of it?
Said Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei was definitely good at pretending to be 13. After listening to Si Taing's introduction, Jiang Fei had a plan in mind. After all, the 5 worlds were connected through teleportation portals. Although there were news and people coming and going, it was not something that ordinary people could afford to use. He could make use of the lack of information here to pull the strings everywhere.
The Guardian Star?
When Jiang Fei opened his mouth, the 3rd prince was indeed stunned. Although the 5 worlds were connected through teleportation circles, because of the huge consumption, unless one was a super powerhouse or a super family with a long history, they would not be able to come into contact with it. Ordinary people did not even know that there were other worlds outside their own planet. Not only that, in this 5-sided world, there was chaos in the south, celestial star in the north, celestial star in the east, and Tai-Bai in the west. And this planet was in the middle of the 4 planets. Naturally, one could imagine its status.
Why? Have you heard of this small place?
Jiang Fei pretended to be nonchalant.
Then, which family do you belong to? Wang Xie. Yuan Xiao?
The third prince immediately asked. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the other 4 planets, the planet was the true core circle. The Town Star people who could use the teleportation portal to go to other planets must not be ordinary people. Being able to make friends with such people would be of great benefit to himself and his family.
My name is Yuan Xiao.
Jiang Fei was definitely making things up.
Ah. So, it's Brother Yuan. I've heard so much about you.
The third prince changed his arrogant look when he heard that Jiang Fei's surname was Yuan. He immediately thought of the Yuan family, one of the 4 big families of the Town Star. The reason why the third prince was so gullible was that the commoners, and even the ordinary nobles, did not know about the existence of the teleportation circle. It was even more impossible for them to tell him the name of the Town Star. If this person in front of him was from the Town Star, if he could use the teleportation circle, he would not be a nobody. Therefore, there was no need for him to lie about his name. However, the third prince did not know that not only was Jiang Fei not a member of the 4 great families, he was not even a native of the 5 Directions world. His current identity was that of a complete intruder. Chapter 1614. Chapter 1614 Possession Voodoo. After learning that Jiang Fei was from the Yuan family, one of the 4 great families of the Town Star, the third prince began to deliberately befriend Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was trying to get close to the third prince, so the two quickly got to know each other. At this time, Jiang Fei finally knew the third prince's full name, Qiu Xiaoming. Although this guy's name was not very impressive, he was still quite popular in Prince Gong's residence. Otherwise, he would have been punished for his misdeeds. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei finally saw that it was about time. He then brought up the topic that he wanted to know.
Xiaoming, when I came out from the Town Star, I heard that there was a strange voodoo technique that was popular in the 5 directions of heaven and earth recently. The person who was affected by the voodoo technique might look like an ordinary person, but he or she would unintentionally deviate from the norm. There were even some who would have a drastic change in temperament. I wonder if you've heard of it.
Jiang Fei's light came out of nowhere.
Oh, there's such a thing? I've never heard of such a thing.
Qiu Xiaoming shook his head in confusion.
It's for the best if there's no such thing. This voodoo has been causing a lot of trouble in the Town Star and Star recently. However, until I set off, I still could not find a murderer. Some of the sons and daughters of the big shots were even affected by this voodoo.
Jiang Fei continued to say.
What? The person who was affected by the voodoo did not receive any treatment?
Qiu Xiaoming asked.
Sigh. Unless the person who cast the voodoo is killed, there's no way to cure him.
Jiang Fei shook his head. The reason why he made up this lie was partly to find out who among the aristocrats was acting out of the ordinary. This was because these people were very likely to be the players who had descended. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was also trying to scare Qiu Xiaoming, so that he could prepare for his next plan.
Is there no cure?
Qiu Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. The Town Star was definitely the center of the world of the 5 directions. There were as many powerful people there as the clouds. It was far from being comparable to a small place like Neon Star. Therefore, if even they were unable to cure this voodoo, once this thing caused a ruckus on Neon Star, it would be even more uncontrollable.
Sigh.
We even suspected that this voodoo was a kind of possession technique. However, we could not find any evidence because the people who were affected by the voodoo retained their previous memories. They could even skillfully use the martial skills before they were affected by the voodoo. It could be said that other than the change in their temperament, there were no other changes at all. Therefore, although those big shots knew that their children might have been possessed, they could only turn a blind eye to it in order not to destroy the power of the family.
Jiang Fei's words were half true and half false. Although the content was made up, it was the truth. The arrival of those
players
was indeed a possession.
Possession.
When Qiu Xiaoming heard these 2 words, he was so scared that he shrank his neck.
It's just a possibility. Don't be too nervous.
Jiang Fei smiled.
How can I not be nervous?
Qiu Xiaoming said with a speechless expression. People like him who lived in luxury naturally feared death the most. This kind of possession was no different from death.
Brother Yuan, is what you said true? You better not be trying to scare me on purpose.
Qiu Xiaoming said seriously.
Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can confirm it with the Town Star through the teleportation portal.
As Jiang Fei was certain that Qiu Xiaoming did not have the right to use the teleportation portal, he made such a promise.
If that's the case, it would really be troublesome. Brother Yuan, can I ask you for something?
Qiu Xiaoming looked directly into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked.
Speak.
Jiang Fei nodded.
I would like to ask you to come home with me. This matter is of great importance. I would like to explain it to my father.
Qiu Xiaoming said. Although he was an ignorant hedonist, he knew what was important. If what Jiang Fei said was true, it was very likely that this was a conspiracy that concerned the life and death of the Five Directions.
About that, I have something important to do right now. It's really not convenient for me to stay for long.
Jiang Fei was worried that Prince Gong would have the right to access the teleportation portal. When that happened, his identity might be exposed. Therefore, he did not want to go home with Qiu Xiaoming.
Brother Yuan, I won't take up too much of your time. It's mainly because I'm used to being ignorant. My father might not believe my words. Therefore, please come with me.
Qiu Xiaoming pleaded very seriously. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. However, at that moment, Sylvie nudged him and whispered a few words into his ear.
Husband, go. As long as we don't stay for too long. Even if they can get in touch with the teleportation circle, they would not be able to get the message so quickly. Moreover, the process of sending the message would definitely not be as convenient as communicating through voice. Perhaps, we can use some of the misunderstandings to confirm the identity of the Stargazer.
Sylvie said.
All right.
Let's go. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and said to Ariel, You will inform Nina and tell them to get ready.
Jiang Fei's meaning was very clear. Ariel's strength was relatively low. Once her identity was exposed after entering King Gong's residence, he and Sylvie could kill their way out. However, Ariel's strength was relatively weak. Even if he tried his best to protect her, there was a high possibility of an accident. Therefore, he might as well let her stay outside. Moreover, Jiang Fei also needed someone to greet Nina. After all, he might still need the girls to wait for him outside.
Okay.
Ariel understood Jiang Fei's intention. Therefore, she did not insist on going to King Gong's mansion. After Ariel left, Jiang Fei brought Sylvie and Qiu Xiaoming to King Gong's mansion.
Brother Yuan, you must be a famous young talent in the town star. Right.
Qiu Xiaoming did not forget to test Jiang Fei's identity.
Hee. What kind of young talent am I? Am only the son of a concubine from a Sai family. If not for my talent, am afraid that I would not even have the chance to go on such an errand.
Jiang Fei said with a bitter smile on his face.
It's okay. It's okay. With your strength, Brother Yuan, even if you're not a direct descendant, you can still stand out.
Qiu Xiaoming was slightly stunned when he heard Jiang Fei say that he was the son of a concubine from a Sai family. After all, he was from a big family. Naturally, he knew that the son of a concubine from a Sai family had no status in the family. However, Yuan Shao was able to use his own strength to get the opportunity to travel to the outer regions. This was enough to show how powerful his talent and strength were.
I hope so.
Jiang Fei sighed. Along the way, Jiang Fei and Qiu Xiaoming chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at King Gong's mansion.
Third young master, you're back.
The family members were very surprised to see Qiu Xiaoming. After all, he was usually sleeping at night. It was rare for him to return home so early.
Cut the crap. Where's my father?
Qiu Xiaoming asked directly.
The king is most likely in the study at this time.
The servant replied.
Let's go! Let's go!
Qiu Xiaoming pulled Jiang Fei's wrist and then rushed to the study. Chapter 1615. Chapter 1615. Red Flame Sect.
Father! Father! Are you there?
Qiu Xiaoming shouted as soon as he reached the door of the study room.
Stop making such a big fuss! What a disgrace!
A voice came from the study room.
Father! I have something important to do.
Qiu Xiaoming shouted.
Come in!
The voice in the study room was deep and powerful. It was obvious that Prince Gong was also an expert. After getting his father's permission, Qiu Xiaoming brought Jiang Fei and Sylvie into the study. As soon as they entered the door, Qiu Xiaoming began to introduce them.
Father! These two are guests from the Jinxing Yuan family.
Oh! Prince Gong, who was originally writing on the table, did not care about his good-for-nothing son. However, when he heard the words,
Jinxing Yuan family,
he suddenly raised his head.
Brother Yuan, this is my father, King Gong Qiukui.
Qiu Xiaoming introduced him.
Yes.
Jiang Fei was just about to step forward and bow. No matter what, the person in front of him was over 50 years old. Even if Jiang Fei bowed, he would not be at a disadvantage.
Xiaoming, get out!
At that moment, Qiukui waved at Qiu Xiaoming and chased him out of the room.
Father! I have something important to tell you.
Xiao Xiaoming did not know what to say and wanted to defend himself.
Get out! Also, inform the people that no one is allowed to go near the study room without my notice. Anyone who disobeys will be executed,
Qiukui said sternly. Oh! Hearing his father's tone, Xiao Xiaoming did not dare to say anything more. After Xiao Xiaoming closed the study room door behind him, only Jiang Fei, Prince Gong, and Qiukui were left in the study room. Just as Jiang Fei was about to open his mouth to break the awkward silence, Qiukui suddenly walked out from behind the desk.
Greetings. Hi, Ambassador.
Qiukui actually knelt down on one knee in front of Jiang Fei.
You seen me before?
Although Jiang Fei was shocked, he remained calm on the surface. After so many years of pretending to be 13, he had learned how to remain calm.
No, I have never left the Chaos Realm. However, I know your accessories,
Qiukui said as he pointed at the ball hanging on Jiang Fei's waist. This ball was an equipment that Jiang Fei had taken from the players. After the previous bet with the players in the quarry, Jiang Fei knew that this was a one-time defensive item. It could block attacks for a limited number of times. Since he knew how to use it, Jiang Fei naturally would not let the orb lie in the ring's space. Therefore, before this operation, he had already used blood drop to recognize the orb as his master. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that Qiukui before him actually said that this orb was the High Ambassador's keepsake. Although he had a million questions in his heart, Jiang Fei was still very calm on the surface.
Get up,
Jiang Fei said calmly, as if he was really an ambassador.
Yes, my lord.
Qiukui stood aside respectfully. At this moment, he no longer had any airs of a lord.
Tell me, when was the last time you saw this bead?
Jiang Fei pretended to be nonchalant and asked.
2 months ago, the family sent an ambassador to the planet Tumulus. That lord carried this bead with him. He also told me that in the future, anyone who carries this bead will also be an ambassador of the family.
Qiukui did not suspect Jiang Fei. Therefore, he did not hide anything from Jiang Fei. It turned out that the Qiu family on planet Mars was actually a branch of the Yuan family of the town star. They mentioned that the Yuan family was in charge of planet Mars. It was not just the Yuan family. In fact, the 4 big families of the town star, Wang Xia and Yuan Shao, each control the planet. 2 months ago, an emissary from the Yuan family came to planet Mars. That person had brought the ball with him. According to that person, the emissaries of the Yuan family would bring the ball with them in the future. Therefore, when they met, Qiukui mistook Jiang Fei as the emissary of the Yuan family.
Damn it! There's no need to ask. That emissary must be the player who descended.
Jiang Fei was as clear as a mirror in his heart. However, he could not tell Qiukui about this.
Lord Emissary, do you have any orders for me?
Qiukui asked respectfully.
Not yet. Do you know where that emissary went?
Jiang Fei asked. He urgently needed to know where the player was.
I'm not too sure about the details. I think he went to the Crimson Flame sect,
Qiukui said.
Crimson Flame sect?
Jiang Fei asked in confusion.
The Crimson Flame sect is the 3rd largest sect on planet Mars. There are many experts there. The messenger seems to have something to talk to them about. I'm not too sure about the details,
Qiukui said. It turned out that although martial arts were prevalent in the 5 directions, the true experts usually gathered in the center of the planet, the town, on the other 4 planets. It was very rare to see an overlord-level expert with more than 10 million combat power. And even so, these martial artists were mostly gathered in the various large sections. In the secular world, there were very few high-level martial artists. Families like the Qiu family that helped manage planets seemed to have unlimited glory. But to the 4 large families, they were at most a bookkeeper, not even a butler. Therefore, although these families that were in charge of managing planets had great power in the secular world, in the eyes of high-level martial artists, they still didn't have much status, including some of the large sects on the Mars star. Although they didn't dare to attack the Qiu family because of the Yuan family's power, they would not dare to attack the Qiu family. However, they would not give the Qiu family face either. Therefore, if the Yuan family had something to do, they would send an envoy over personally. This was because the strong would only give face to the strong. Even if you were the envoy of the Yuan family, if you were not powerful enough, the other party would still ignore you.
Crimson Flame sect. Crimson Flame sect. Do you know where this sect is?
Jiang Fei asked after repeating it twice.
I know.
Qiukui then pointed out the location of the Crimson Flame sect to Jiang Fei on the map.
Alright. I'm done here for the time being. If there's anything, I'll come and look for you again.
Jiang Fei nodded and left Prince Gong's residence with Sylvie. After returning to the inn, Jiang Fei briefly explained the situation to the girls.
So, the so-called upper-class society here does not have any contact with the descending players?
Bella asked.
That should be the case. Obviously, the environment here is very similar to Earth. Martial artists and ordinary people are from completely different worlds.
Jiang Fei nodded and said.
So, are we going to the Crimson Flame sect next?
Nina asked.
Yes, that's what I plan to do. I think that the identification device will have a reaction somewhere in the Crimson Flame sect.
Jiang Fei guessed.
I agree with this plan. Moreover, even if we can't find any traces of players in the Crimson Flame sect, we can still use them to find the locations of other sections. If there are no signs of players in these sects, then they should have arrived in the town star.
Nina said.
It's settled then. We'll go to the Crimson Flame sect and those sects first. If we can find any traces of players, that would be the best. If we can't find them, we won't waste any time. We'll go straight to the town star.
Finally, Jiang Fei made his decision. Chapter 16:16. Chapter 16:16 One-Track Mind. The Crimson Flame sect was located in a mountain about 800 miles southeast of the state capital. After Jiang Fei and the others learned of the location of the Crimson Flame sect, they rushed all the way there.
Hubby, should we go in openly or quietly?
Bella asked as they traveled.
Let's go in quietly. The 5 corners of the world are not like other places. There are many people here. Even if it's outside of the star of suppression, we must not underestimate the enemy.
Jiang Fei said cautiously.
That's true. This mission is very difficult. Everyone, please be careful.
Nina nodded.
All right. You guys are really boring.
Bella rolled her eyes. People like her like to fight openly. Naturally, Bella would not like to be sneaky. However, Bella also knew that there were many powerful people in the 5 directions. In order to ensure the completion of the mission, she could not do everything as she wanted. Although the distance of 800 miles was nothing to Jiang Fei and the other experts, the environment was unfamiliar. Long-distance teleportation could not be used. Therefore, the distance of 800 miles could not be accomplished in one go. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were running at full speed, 0541's warning voice suddenly sounded.
Captain! There are superhuman lifeforms rapidly moving toward us. Energy level. Time of encounter.
Jiang Fei immediately asked.
Energy level is between 5 million to 10 million combat power. Estimated time of encounter is 1.5 minutes later.
0541 replied.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the girls around him.
There's an expert coming. Everyone, stay alert. Okay.
The girls nodded in unison. After more than 10 seconds, the expert who was running toward them appeared in Jiang Fei's perception. After another 10 seconds, the girls around Jiang Fei also began to sense this guy who was running toward them, just as Silly Law and the other girls, who were relatively weaker in combat, sensed the presence of the other party. The other party also noticed Jiang Fei and the others. Then, the other party immediately slowed down. After hesitating for a second or two, the other party finally did not change its route. Instead, it resumed its previous speed.
It should not be coming for us.
Jiang Fei and the others could clearly sense the other party's pause and hesitation. Clearly, the other party's encounter with them was a complete accident. After another 20 seconds, Jiang Fei and the others could already hear the sound of sharp blades piercing through the air.
It's coming!
Bella cried out. A red light came from the sky. It was obvious that this guy was also a sword immortal who rode on a sword.
Husband, don't you know how to ride a sword? Why haven't I seen you flying recently?
Ariel asked playfully.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei smiled embarrassedly. He was not riding a sword at all. The gigantic sword was only shaped like a treasure sword. It was essentially a floating skateboard. Moreover, it was a civilian-grade one. In the beginning, it was okay to scare the low-level cultivators on Earth. Ever since he entered the mainstream society of the universe, Jiang Fei had never used that thing to embarrass himself. While Jiang Fei and the others were joking, the flying sword approached them from afar. In a moment, it arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. At that moment, Jiang Fei and the others had already stopped in their tracks. This way, it would be convenient for them to observe and prepare for a conflict. Although Jiang Fei himself did not want to cause trouble. Who knew if these experts from the 5 directions were pacifists? One had to know that when Jiang Fei and the others had just arrived, they had already been blown up by the shuttle. Swoosh! Seeing that Jiang Fei and the others had stopped in their tracks, the flying sword hovered in the sky for half a circle before landing on the ground.
I am Louis, a disciple of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Senior brothers and sisters, where are you going?
When the flying sword landed, Jiang Fei and the others realized that the person who was riding the flying sword was actually a 17 or 18-year-old girl.
F***CK. There are indeed many experts in the 5 directions. A 17 or 18-year-old girl can have more than 5 million combat power. Moreover, this is not even in the town star.
Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he had a new understanding of the experts in the 5 directions.
We are going to the Crimson Flame sect.
Nina stepped forward and said,
Crimson Flame sect? Senior brothers and sisters, are you people from the Crimson Flame sect?
Louis asked.
No, we're just going to the Crimson Flame sect to look for someone. I heard that he went there 2 months ago.
Si Tang said honestly.
Looking for someone? Then let me give you a piece of advice. Recently, the Crimson Flame sect has been troubled by many things. If you guys don't have anything urgent, it's best to stay away from trouble.
Louis said sincerely.
Trouble? What happened to the Crimson Flame sect?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
A month ago, the Crimson Flame sect massacred the relatively weaker Raging Flame Valley without any reason. The entire Raging Flame Valley was killed without leaving even a single person alive. Therefore, in the face of public anger, the 7 major sects, including our Fire Cloud Pavilion, are now attacking the Crimson Flame sect.
Louis said.
Hee hee. You are an interesting girl. Don't you suspect that we are in cahoots with the Crimson Flame sect?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Could it be that you are in cahoots with the Crimson Flame sect?
Louis was shocked by Jiang Fei's words. Her right hand subconsciously reached for the ring on her waist. That was clearly her weapon.
Hee hee. Don't be nervous. If we were really in cahoots with the Crimson Flame sect, we would have taken you down long ago. Why would we tell you this?
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he continued,
we went to the Crimson Flame sect to ask them for their people. After all, the life and death of the person we are looking for is unknown. The place where you last appeared was also the Crimson Flame sect. Therefore,
we have to make a trip there no matter what. I see.
After listening to Jiang Fei's nonsense, Louis actually believed him.
All right, young lady. Go do your thing. We will meet again in the future.
Jiang Fei waved his hand at Louis.
No, I can't just let you guys go.
Jiang Fei did not expect Louis to actually use her sword to block in front of him.
Hey, little girl.
What do you mean? Sylvie was not as good-natured as Jiang Fei.
Although you guys said that you have a grudge against the Crimson Flame sect, you can't just say that. That's why I can't let you guys go.
Louis said seriously.
F***CK. This child has been taught by their sect.
Hasn't she? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Among the people around him, other than Si Tang and the other girls who were relatively weaker, the other girls were torturing this girl as if they were playing with her. Now, she actually stood in front of them alone. Jiang Fei really did not know whether to be angry or laugh.
What do you want?
Sylvie's hand had already touched the dagger. If the little girl in front of him did not know what was good for her, the dagger would definitely bleed.
You have to go back to your sect and let my master confirm your identity before I let you go.
Louis said. Chapter 16-17. Chapter 16-17 Dispute.
I think you are.
Sylvie sneered. She was about to draw her sword to kill Jiang Fei when Jiang Fei stopped her.
Return to the sect with you?
Sure. Jiang Fei smiled as he held Sylvie's hand that was about to draw her sword.
Husband?
What do you mean? Sylvie was very confused. Although this little girl had some strength, she was nothing in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Hee hee. Aren't we going to the Crimson Flame sect? If we just go there and stare at them like that, they will be busy fighting. If we go there, we will definitely be conspicuous. However, if we blend in with the Fire Cloud Pavilion's team, it will be much more concealed.
Jiang Fei said to the girls through voice transmission.
How about it? If you do not follow me back to the sect, I will not let you go there.
Louise said with a smug look. This was her first time in the martial arts world. She had no idea about the cruelty of the outside world. If Jiang Fei had not tried to sneak into the Fire Cloud Pavilion through her, this little girl would have died before she had even gone far down the mountain for the first time.
Let's go. Lead the way,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
You guys follow closely.
Louis turned around and rode her sword. She flew in the direction of the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Let's follow them,
Jiang Fei said to the girls. Then, He flew up and followed behind Louis.
What should we do? What else can we do? Let's follow them.
The girls looked at each other and followed after them. Although Jiang Fei and the others did not know how to use the sword, they were still very powerful. Even the weakest Situing had more than 1 million combat power. A short flight was nothing to them.
Why aren't you riding a sword?
Louis turned around and saw that Jiang Fei and the rest were flying with their own strength. She asked curiously,
This is also a form of cultivation. Although flying with a sword saves energy, flying with one's own strength is better to train one's control over one's own strength.
Jiang Fei was definitely making this up. The reason why they did not ride on a sword was because they did not know how to.
Oh.
Louis nodded thoughtfully. However, this girl was simple-minded, so she did not think too much about it. She immediately believed Jiang Fei's words. She even wanted to go back and verify it with her master. Following behind Louis, Jiang Fei and the others did not fly too far because they had already entered the Fire Cloud Pavilion's territory. Otherwise, they would not have run into Louis so coincidentally. The map that Qiukui had given Jiang Fei previously only indicated the location of the Crimson Flame sect. Therefore,
Jiang Fei did not know where to go. Therefore, he could only go straight to take a shortcut. However, the problem was that if he went straight, they would have to pass through the territory of several other sections. Just as they reached the Fire Cloud Pavilion, they were stopped by Louis. Fortunately, Jiang Fei and the others met Louis. Although this girl was very talented in cultivation, she had been locked up in the mountain by her master since she was young. She did not know anything about the world. Therefore, she was not on guard against anyone. If it were anyone else, they would have already released their arrows and called for their fellow disciples to arrest Jiang Fei and the others for trespassing. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei sensed a lot of auras. Among these auras, there were strong ones and weak ones. It was obvious that they were close to the Fire Cloud Pavilion's base. When Louis was not paying attention, Jiang Fei took out his identification device and looked. There were no red dots in the entire Fire Cloud sect. Clearly, the players had not reached here yet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, a few ear-piercing sounds approached from afar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few flying swords stopped in front of Jiang Fei and the others. A total of 4 men and 2 women blocked their way.
Louis, do you understand the rules of the Fire Cloud Pavilion? How can you bring outsiders into the sect without permission?
A sword-wielding man in his 30s asked sternly.
17th Senior. In bringing them to see my master,
Louis said nonchalantly.
How dare you? Do you know who they are? What kind of place do you think our Fire Cloud Pavilion is? That's right. Don't think that just because your master pampers you, you can do whatever you want. Our Fire Cloud Pavilion is not a place where just anyone can come.
Louis was stumped by the question. When she brought Jiang Fei and the others over, she did not think much about it. It was only now that she remembered the sect's rules.
Kaboom!
Jiang Fei heard a soft sound beside his ear. When he turned around, he saw Bella clenching her knuckles so hard that they were cracking. At the same time, the girl's almond-shaped eyes were wide open and her eyebrows were vertical. She was about to go crazy. Originally, Bella had a bad temper. Now, people called her a miscellaneous person. She was already giving Jiang Fei face by not losing her temper on the spot. However, at this moment, Louis and her fellow disciples were still boasting shamelessly. Jiang Fei knew that Bella's patience was almost at its limit.
Bella, let Louis settle her own matter. We are not here to support her.
Jiang Fei held Bella's small hand and comforted her.
Okay.
Bella took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed her anger.
I don't care. I have brought her back anyway.
Louis also felt very embarrassed at this time. Therefore, she simply relied on her master's pampering to act unruly.
Hee hee. Louis, you are really too presumptuous.
The leading senior brother 17 sneered. Then, he said to the few junior brothers and sisters beside him.
Ying, go and inform the law enforcement elder. Huafeng, Qin Rang, the 2 of you get rid of these miscellaneous people for me. Yes, Senior 17.
One of the female disciples immediately turned around and went to complain. Meanwhile, the other 2 male disciples flew towards Jiang Fei and the others.
Louis, it's up to you now,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. As for the 2 male disciples, they were not in his eyes at all.
How dare you? They are my friends. What right do you have to get rid of them?
As expected, Louis stood in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Louis, if you continue to make trouble, I won't hold back anymore.
seeing that Huafeng and Qin Rang did not dare to make a move. Senior brother 17 was a little angry from embarrassment. Although Lu Yi was usually very pampered, he was in the right today.
What? Do you dare to hit me?
Lu Yi's unruly nature also came into play.
Humph. So what if I hit you? Today, you broke the rules of the sect. You are sending yourself to be beaten up.
Senior brother 17 roared angrily. Then, he waved his hand and pointed. A scarlet-red sword light flew straight toward Lu Yi.
It'll come! Who's afraid of you?
Lu Yi swung the ring on her waist, and a red light immediately met 17's flying sword.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Following a series of clanging sounds, Lu Yi and 17 were locked in a stalemate. At this time, Huafeng and Qin Rang couldn't just stand there and watch. Just now, because Lu Yi was blocking them, they didn't dare to attack. Now that this girl was pinned down by senior brother 17, they had to carry out their senior brother's orders.
All of you, be sensible and get lost.
Huafeng had a condescending attitude. In his eyes, Jiang Fei and the others did not even have flying swords. They were either too poor to buy flying swords, or they were too weak. Therefore, he did not take these people seriously at all. Chapter 16:18. Chapter 16:18. The Third Elder.
Scram? Hee hee. It's been a long time since anyone spoke to me in such a tone.
Jiang Fei sneered when he heard Huafeng's words. Ever since he had fused with the Dark Soul, Jiang Fei was no longer as easy to get along with as he was in the beginning.
Cut the crap. Didn't you hear me when I told you to scram?
Huafeng said as he waved his hand casually. A wave of astral energy shot towards Jiang Fei.
Interesting. I would like to see who in the Fire Cloud Pavilion can make me get lost.
After being repeatedly insulted by a weakling with less than 5 million combat power, even someone as amiable as Jiang Fei was enraged. In his rage, Jiang Fei casually pointed his finger and shattered Huafeng's energy wave. Then, he said in a low voice,
"Break!"
Under Jiang Fei's control, the origin force instantly turned into metal. The metal-type origin force resonated with the flying sword under Huafeng's feet along with Jiang Fei's shout.
Clang!
Following the sound of the sword, the flying sword under Huafeng's feet broke into two on the spot.
Ah!
Once the flying sword broke, Huafeng, who was connected to Jiang Fei, spat out blood on the spot. At the same time, the flying sword that had lost control fell to the ground. Huafeng also fell from the sky with his head down.
Junior brother!
Qin Rang, who was standing at the side, was shocked. He did not even know how Jiang Fei had attacked him. Although he knew that Huafeng's injury and fall must have been caused by this guy, he could not care too much at the moment. The most important thing right now was to save him. At the same time, senior brother 17, who was far away, also saw the situation here. He roared at Lu Yi.
Lu Yi, you actually dared to lead people to attack the sect. Are you trying to rebel? Age? I didn't.
Such a huge accusation was thrown down. Lu Yi was a little stunned. Although she was extremely talented and was highly valued by her teacher and the Fire Cloud Pavilion, she was still too young. She couldn't possibly remain calm.
How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in our Fire Cloud Pavilion?
At this moment, a shout came from afar. Following that, 4 to 5 sword lights approached from afar.
Humph! The law enforcement elder is here. I will settle the score with you after I have dealt with these outsiders.
17th senior sneered at Lu Yi, and then went up to the few sword lights. It was obvious that he had gone to complain in advance.
You are all dead meat.
Qin Rang threatened Jiang Fei when he saw the elder level experts coming over and caught Huafeng, as he had a good personal relationship with Huafeng. Qin Rang was extremely resentful towards Jiang Fei and the others when Huafeng was injured.
Very well. I would like to see who in the Fire Cloud Pavilion can kill me.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He had come to the Fire Cloud Pavilion with no ill intentions. He did not expect to be bullied and insulted by a few juniors over and over again. Now, let alone the Fire Cloud Pavilion, this matter would never end with him. After fusing with the Blackened Soul, Jiang Fei was not as weak as he was before. No matter how strong Jiang Fei was before, he was still a child who had just come out of school. Even if he had experienced some things, it was impossible for his personality to change drastically, unless he was descended by a player. However, after fusing with the Blackened Soul, the personalities in the depths of Jiang Fei's heart that were contrary to his personality began to be revealed. Now, it was impossible for him to swallow his pride like before.
Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Fire Cloud Pavilion?
A few sword lights appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. One of them, who was about 50 to 60 years old, asked. It seemed that he was the leader of these people.
It doesn't matter who we are. You have to ask her why we are here.
Jiang Fei pointed at Louis.
Third elder. I brought them here.
Louis said carefully.
Don't you know the sect rules? Why did you bring a stranger back to the mountain without permission?
Although the law-enforcing elder was blaming Louis, his tone was very kind. After all, this girl was the most talented among the younger generation of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. So she was adored by these elders.
Because they are going to the Crimson Flame sect. I want Master to confirm their identity.
Louis said.
What? They are actually the remnants of the Crimson Flame sect. Men, take them down.
17th senior brother finally caught hold of something. He shouted loudly. There were quite a number of young disciples surrounding him.
What do you say?
Jiang Fei did not even look at the disciples. He looked straight into the third elder's eyes and asked.
This.
For a moment, the third elder was a little scared by Jiang Fei's gaze. Although the people in front of him looked very young, they gave him the feeling that they were like a flood or a fierce beast.
Could it be that these people are really that powerful? Or have my eyes gone blurry from old age?
The third elder felt a knot in his heart.
Third elder. That's not it. They are not from the Crimson Flame sect. Their friends have disappeared in the Crimson Flame sect. That's why they want to find out.
Louis quickly said.
Is that so? Then, all of you leave first.
The third elder quickly used this step to get the disciples to leave. At that moment, he had a feeling that if he were to start a war with these people, the Fire Cloud Pavilion would be in danger of being wiped out.
A wise choice.
Jiang Fei laughed softly. If he were to go all out, his combat power would be over 19 million. It could be said that other than the hermit-level masters, no one would be able to stop him. Moreover, this was not the planet suppression. There were no such super masters. Moreover, even if there were, with the existence of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei was not afraid at all. Therefore, it was not impossible for Jiang Fei to directly destroy the Fire Cloud Pavilion. However, Jiang Fei had a mission now. He did not want to cause trouble in the 5 directions. That was why he did not directly attack.
Third elder. They injured with foam.
17th senior was still unwilling to accept it.
This.
To be honest, third elder was very troubled at the moment. He also did not like 17th senior very much. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei and the others had injured the disciples of the Fire Cloud Pavilion on Fire Cloud Pavilion's territory. If third elder did not punish them, the Fire Cloud Pavilion would lose face once word got out. However, the problem was that these people in front of him, most of the third elder could not see through them. How could he punish them so easily? If he did not do something wrong, the Fire Cloud Pavilion would be destroyed. Initially, the third elder had planned to deal with this matter, and it would be over. However, the third elder did not expect that senior brother 17 would actually bring this matter to the surface. Now that senior brother 17 had asked about it, these outsiders had injured Huafeng. Moreover, they had done it in front of his own house. What should he do? Third elder really wanted to reply.
Cold salad.
For someone like 17th senior brother, who had no discerning eyes, it was very annoying to bring up a pot of boiling water. But now that third elder had been set on fire, he had to make a decision now. Chapter 1619. Chapter 1619 Sword Fight.
What happened?
Just as the third elder was in a dilemma, a sword light flew over.
The Pavilion Master is here. Great. The Pavilion Master is here. They are dead meat. Phew.
Not only were the disciples of the Fire Cloud Pavilion excited, even the third elder heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Pavilion Master was here, he would naturally be in charge of this matter. There was no need for him to make things difficult for himself.
Pavilion Master. It's like this.
The third elder explained what had happened. Of course, what he said was basically the same as what Senior 17 had described. However, he emphasized on the strength of Jiang Fei and the others.
I see.
The Pavilion Master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion was not too old. He looked like he was in his 40s. He was rather handsome. After sizing up Jiang Fei and the others, the Pavilion Master started to worry. Although his strength had surpassed the 10 million mark and officially entered the Galactic Overlord level, there were still a few people among Jiang Fei's group that he could not see through. On Jiang Fei's side, although he was the only one who had surpassed the 10 million mark in terms of combat power, Bella and the other girls had fused with the energy core. With the support of the energy core, their strength was still limited to within 10 million. However, their combat power was not inferior to an ordinary galactic overlord.
Could it be that these young people's cultivation is above mine?
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master guessed with some guilt.
Pavilion Master, you have to bring up junior brother Huafeng to make the decision.
At this time, 17th senior brother did not forget to give Jiang Fei and the others a taste of his own medicine.
I understand. You may leave.
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master glared at 17th senior brother. Although this disciple had performed well on a normal day, why was he so blind today?
Hee. Master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, have you made your decision?
Jiang Fei laughed as he flew in front of the master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Young man, you are very strong. However, you should not be too arrogant in my Fire Cloud Pavilion.
After all, the master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion was a sect leader. After being provoked by Jiang Fei in front of him, even if he had to take into account the other party's strength, he had no choice but to brace himself and maintain the situation.
Is that so? I was not the one who was arrogant just now.
Jiang Fei laughed lazily. After meeting the Pavilion Master, he was completely relieved. This was because the Pavilion Master was only at the beginning stage of the Galactic Overlord level. This little bit of strength was not enough to last around in front of Jiang Fei.
What's going on?
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master frowned, because what the third elder had just said was what 17th senior brother had described. The description of Jiang Fei and the others was extremely arrogant and domineering. However, when Jiang Fei said that, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master immediately felt that something was not right. It was not that he did not trust his own people, but after reaching their level, there was no need for him to lie.
Tell me, what's going on?
At this time, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master also noticed Lui.
Reporting to the Pavilion Master. The thing is,
Lui told him the thing again.
Humph. You have done more harm than good.
After listening to Lui's description, the Fire Cloud Master glared at his 17th senior brother, Huafeng, and the others. Although these people had no eyes and had kicked him into a metal board, as the master, he still had to stand up for them.
Young man, no matter what is wrong with my disciple, you have hit my disciple in my Fire Cloud Pavilion. No matter what, you have gone too far. Haven't you?
The Fire Cloud Master said lightly. He took over Huafeng's unreasonable actions.
Hee. No matter what, it's up to you. No matter what, it's up to you. I don't care.
Jiang Fei shrugged. He really did not care about the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's decision. If worst came to worst, he would just start a fight. When the time came, he would be the one who was blind to destroy the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
When
the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master saw Jiang Fei's fearless look, he hated Huafeng, senior brother 17, and the rest. They were basically inviting disaster to the sect. However, things had already come to this. If he wanted to maintain his prestige as the Pavilion Master, he would have to stand up for his disciples. He had no other choice.
Good. Young man, you have guts. May I know your name?
This was the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's last attempt. He placed his hopes on Jiang Fei's background to be related to him. When the time came, if everyone was a family, then naturally, they could turn hostility into friendship.
My name is Yuan Xiao. I'm just a nobody.
In the end, Jiang Fei still threw out the name that he made up. Moreover, he did not mention anything about the town star.
Since you are not willing to tell me your background, then don't blame me for being rude.
When the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master saw that Jiang Fei was not giving him face, he was furious.
Anyway, sooner or later, there will be a fight. Come on.
Jiang Fei smiled indifferently.
Get out of the way.
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master waved his hand. Although he was furious, he was still rational. Once an expert like him attacked with all his might, those low-level disciples would inevitably be injured.
Hula!
Everyone from the Fire Cloud Pavilion, including the third elder, got out of the way. However, the expressions on their faces were completely different. The Fire Cloud Pavilion disciples, like Senior 17, were all eager to give it a try. They were all waiting for the Pavilion Master to show off his might and teach those arrogant fellows a lesson. Meanwhile, Lui's eyes were filled with curiosity. Although she knew that Jiang Fei and the others were very strong based on her intuition, she did not know exactly how strong they were. Therefore, she wanted to find out more about Jiang Fei through this battle. However, the third elder's face was clearly more worried because Jiang Fei and the others were too calm. If an ordinary person was in the sect of another person, even if their strength was on par with that of a dueling person, they would also be worried that they would be attacked by others after both sides were injured. However, the people in front of them were too calm. They did not seem to be worried about the battle at all.
Young man, I'm just a few years older than you. When you and I fought, I was bullying the weak. However, you hurt my disciple in my sect. I have no choice but to stand up for him. So, for the sake of fairness, I'll let you have 3 moves.
The master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion was rather old-fashioned.
Forget it. You go first.
Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. If he really made 3 moves, not only would the master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion still have a chance to make a move, even the entire Fire Cloud Pavilion would be flattened.
Alright. Since you're so confident, I want stand on ceremony.
The master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion was rather straightforward. When he heard that Jiang Fei wanted him to make a move, he did not stand on ceremony. The Fire Cloud Pavilion master had previously said that he would let Jiang Fei attack 3 times out of respect. He also knew that Jiang Fei was not someone to be trifled with. It would not be easy for him to defeat his opponent. Therefore, since he was able to take the initiative, he naturally would not let go of the opportunity. However, the Pavilion Master was clearly overthinking things. With the difference in strength between him and Jiang Fei, he would not be able to win even if Jiang Fei did not fight back, let alone take the initiative.
Unsheath!
As the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master shouted, 2 fiery red flying swords were drawn. Then, they turned into 2 crimson dragons and charged at Jiang Fei. Chapter 1620. Chapter 1620 Legacy of the Darkening Soul.
Hee.
Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's attack. After all, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master was only a basic galactic overlord. Although his combat power had exceeded 10 million, it was not much more than that. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to this guy.
Swish!
Jiang Fei casually cast a stream of origin power. Because of the situation, Jiang Fei also converted the origin power into the fire attribute.
Humph! It's just brute force!
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master sneered when he saw Jiang Fei's attack. Immediately, the sword in his hand changed. The 2 fiery red dragons seemed to have come to life. With a slight twist of their bodies, they dodged Jiang Fei's fist. Then, they split into 2 groups and attacked Jiang Fei.
Interesting!
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. He had never seen such an exquisite move before. Even the martial arts techniques that had been passed down for thousands of years on Earth could not compare to it. After a few consecutive fist attacks, Jiang Fei tried to intercept the 2 dragons. Unfortunately, the dragons were extremely agile under the command of the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master. No matter how many times Jiang Fei attacked, he could not knock them down. In the blink of an eye, the 2 dragons were almost about to strangle Jiang Fei.
Swish!
Jiang Fei had no choice but to teleport. Although the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's strength level was far lower than his, this move was too strange. Even Jiang Fei did not dare to take it head-on.
Transposition? No! This is a teleportation skill!
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's eyes were wide open. Initially, he had not taken Jiang Fei seriously when he saw how clumsy his attacks were. However, now, he was a little dumbfounded because he realized that Jiang Fei's movement just now did not rely on a medium at all. Therefore, it was not a movement method like transfiguration. Instead, it was purely using power to shatter the void and perform spatial displacement.
Just how strong is this guy?
At the same time, the 3rd elder, who was watching the battle from afar, was also dumbfounded. Although the martial arts techniques of the practitioners of the 5 directions were exquisite, their understanding of space was far inferior to that of the universe outside. That was because they had sealed themselves in the small corner of the 5 directions. Therefore, the practitioners of the 5 directions had very little understanding of the theory of space. This also resulted in their lack of spatial techniques. They had no shortcuts to take. Only top-notch experts could rely on pure power to shatter the void and teleport. However, Jiang Fei and the others were different. In terms of martial arts, Jiang Fei could dominate the universe with Earth's martial arts. However, when it came to the 5 directions world, his martial arts skills were nothing. A beginner here was no weaker than him in terms of skills. However, in terms of spatial teleportation, in the outer universe, let alone an expert like Jiang Fei who had close to 20 million combat power. Even a Dregs who had just broken through 10,000 combat power could teleport in a short distance. The exception was Ariel and Nina. They had mastered the spatial core. As long as they had the exact coordinates, it would not be difficult for them to teleport between planets. The difference in culture and knowledge led to the difference in their understanding of power. In the eyes of Jiang Fei and the others, a short distance teleportation was nothing. However, in the eyes of the people of the 5 directions, Those who could master such power were all super experts.
Who exactly is this guy?
At this moment, a huge question mark rose in the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's heart. At this moment, he was filled with curiosity towards Jiang Fei because he could not understand. How could a person like Jiang Fei, who was so powerful that he could master teleportation, how could he only rely on brute force to attack?
Could it be that he is toying with me?
A thought emerged in the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high.
Bastards! You guys who can't do anything but ruin everything. My Fire Cloud Pavilion will be destroyed by your hand sooner or later.
Thinking of this, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master hated his 17th senior brother and the others to the core. If it wasn't for these guys, why would his Fire Cloud Pavilion have a grudge with such a super expert? However, things had already come to this. If the master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion suddenly stopped and admitted defeat halfway through the fight, he would not be able to face anyone in the pugilistic world anymore. Therefore, although he was filled with regret, the master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion could only grit his teeth and persevere. The sword in his hand changed. The two flying swords turned into dragons and attacked Jiang Fei again. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not attack blindly. Instead, he closed his eyes. Jiang Fei did not close his eyes for too long. When he opened his eyes again, a silver light flashed past his eyes. At that moment, in Jiang Fei's vision, the two flaming dragons were no longer the same as before. They had turned into two golden lights that were emitting crimson flames. In the crimson flames, Jiang Fei could even clearly see the fire elemental particles jumping happily. The fire elemental core was the cold light of the metal element. This was an ability that Jiang Fei had inherited from the darkening soul. To be precise, Jiang Fei had always had this ability. It was just that he did not know how to use it before. When the mind power in the core of will was injected into Jiang Fei's eyes at a special frequency, his eyes could look straight at the energy source. At that moment, the energy in the core of will surged out crazily. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the two lights had become very slow. It was as if he could reach out and grab them.
Buzz!
Jiang Fei's hands flashed with a golden red light. This was the synchronization that Jiang Fei had subconsciously completed. At that moment, the energy frequency in Jiang Fei's hands was the same as the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's flying sword.
Pa! Pa!
Jiang Fei reached out almost subconsciously. Then, it was as if his hands were holding something.
What? How is this possible?
The third elder's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets.
Since when did my husband know how to do this?
Bella was also confused. At that moment, in the eyes of outsiders, two fiery red dragons swooped down and charged toward Jiang Fei. The disciples of the Fire Cloud Pavilion were ready to cheer because in their eyes. At that moment, the intruder was closing his eyes and waiting for death. However, what happened next made the disciples of the Fire Cloud Pavilion begin to doubt their own lives. They actually saw with their own eyes that the intruder raised both of his hands and grabbed the necks of the two dragons. Then, with a casual twist of his hand, the two dragons were instantly sent back to their original forms. At that moment, Jiang Fei opened his eyes. After the silver light dissipated, Jiang Fei's previous perspective had also disappeared. At that moment, he was also looking at his hands in disbelief. That was because the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's two swords were easily held in his hands.
PFFT.
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master spat out a mouthful of blood when the flying sword that he had cultivated with his life was broken. Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not destroy the flying sword. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die.
That person really was toying with me just now.
At that moment, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master was certain of his previous judgment. If this person could capture his flying sword with his bare hands, he must be at least a powerhouse after the form synthesis stage. Chapter 1621. Chapter 1621. The Library.
Hee hee. Interesting.
Jiang Fei looked at the two swords in his hands and felt a little lost. What he had done just now was completely subconscious. This inheritance from the darkening soul was more of a physical instinct. It was not Jiang Fei's subjective will. However, after using this ability once, Jiang Fei also understood how this skill worked. The next time he needed it, he just had to follow the example. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to use it then. The effect would definitely be much better than now.
Pavilion Master. Thank you.
Jiang Fei teleported in front of the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and handed the flying sword back with both hands.
Cough. Cough. It's my skill that is inferior to yours. You are very skilled.
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's face was pale. On one hand, he had just suffered internal injuries. On the other hand, he was embarrassed. After all, he was being crushed in front of so many disciples. This was really too embarrassing.
Pavilion Master, are you alright?
At this moment, the third elder rushed over.
I'm alright. I held back.
Although he was reluctant to say this, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master knew very well that if Jiang Fei wanted to kill him, he would not even be able to survive a single move.
Then what do we do now?
The third elder asked.
Now is not about what we want to do. It's about what he wants to do.
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master laughed bitterly. He was the strongest person in the Fire Cloud Pavilion. His cultivation had already reached the leading aperture stage. However, the opponent was clearly stronger. Even if the entire Fire Cloud Pavilion fought with all their might, it was likely that they would be wiped out in the end. Fortunately, the people in front of him did not seem to be vicious. Although the young man had won against him, he did not use any heavy blows. Although the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's expression was ugly now, it was only because he had injured his chi and blood. He would recover very quickly. Jiang Fei had indeed held back. Although he had won against the other party, he had no grudges with the other party. Jiang Fei would definitely not do something like wiping out his entire family just because his disciple had shouted a few words.
What happened? What happened?
At this moment, a sword light flew over. A middle-aged beautiful woman stood on the flying sword.
Master, the Pavilion Master was defeated.
Louis also had an aggrieved look on her face. Clearly, no matter how ignorant this girl was, she knew that she had caused trouble.
What? Pavilion Master, are you alright?
The middle-aged woman urged the flying sword to come before the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, and her face was filled with concern.
Junior sister, I'm fine. The other party didn't kill me.
The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's old face turned red. He and Louis's master were blood-related senior brother and sister. Although the two of them were childhood sweethearts, they had each other in their hearts. Now that he had been defeated in front of his beloved, he felt a little embarrassed.
Sai, it's good that you're fine.
The middle-aged woman nodded and gave the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master a pill before asking Louis about the incident. Louis naturally told the truth and told her teacher everything that had happened.
Sai, I really shouldn't have let you go down the mountain.
The middle-aged beautiful woman sighed. Then, she glared at 17th senior brother and the others. Now, almost all the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Pavilion hated these people who couldn't do anything right. However, they couldn't punish 17th senior brother and the others in front of outsiders. That would be too embarrassing for the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Now that the master of the Fire Cloud Pavilion was injured, the middle-aged beautiful woman, as the great elder, naturally had to come forward.
Dear guests, I do not know where you came from, nor do I want to know who you are. Everyone has their own opinions about what happened today. However, our Fire Cloud Pavilion is not as skilled as the others. Today, we are doomed. Please draw a path for us.
The middle-aged woman rode her sword and came before Jiang Fei and the others. Although her sweetheart had been injured, which made her hate Jiang Fei, she also knew that today, the enemy was strong and she was weak. For the sake of the life and death of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, she could not let her emotions do what she wanted.
This woman is really something.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. The beautiful middle-aged woman in front of him was definitely someone he had seen before. Her words were neither servile nor overbearing. The middle-aged woman's meaning was very clear. Right and wrong were in the hearts of the people. Jiang Fei and the others had trespassed into the sect. Although the disciple had spoken rudely, it might not be reasonable for Jiang Fei to hurt someone. Now, it was just because Jiang Fei was powerful. The Fire Cloud Pavilion could not beat you. So they had no choice but to admit defeat.
Draw a path?
Jiang Fei shrugged. To be honest, he really did not plan to do anything to the Fire Cloud Pavilion. They had come here because of Louise'
warm invitation. Tell us. In order to ensure the safety of the sect, we will try our best to satisfy you,
the middle-aged woman said.
Heh.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Just as he was about to say,
I have no interest in your small sect. Since you have said so, we will not make any excessive requests. We want to enter the library of the Fire Cloud Pavilion to take a look,
said Nina on behalf of Jiang Fei.
No, Great Elder. The library contains all the cultivation techniques of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. How can we allow outsiders to enter?
The third elder immediately shouted.
What? You can't do that?
Jiang Fei gave the third elder a sideways glance.
Yes, you can go.
The middle-aged beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said this. Of course, she knew the importance of the library. However, no matter how important the cultivation techniques and secret manuals were, how could they be more important than the survival of the sect? In fact, the middle-aged woman had misunderstood Jiang Fei's intentions. Jiang Fei had originally said that if it was not possible, he would change his request. However, in the middle-aged woman's heart, it had become a threat.
Great Elder, please reconsider.
The third elder continued to persuade her.
I have made up my mind.
The middle-aged woman glared at the third elder. To be precise, the Fire Cloud Pavilion was her family's sect. However, her father did not have a son, so he passed the sect to her senior brother, who was now the Fire Cloud Pavilion master. Therefore, no one was sadder than the middle-aged woman when she passed the Fire Cloud Pavilion's cultivation manual to someone else. However, she had to make a choice for the sake of the Fire Cloud Pavilion's survival.
In that case, thank you very much.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded.
Humph. Follow me.
The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. Although she was dissatisfied, how could she not lower her head under the low eaves? After getting the Fire Cloud Pavilion master to settle down, she personally led Jiang Fei and the others to the library.
Nina, why do you have to go to their library?
Jiang Fei asked through his spiritual power on the way.
Hee hee. Ah, Fei. We are not familiar with the 5 directions. Although Little Shadow has read some legends, they are not real enough. After entering the library, I mainly want to read some biographies and other records. This will be a great help to our understanding of this world.
What Jiang Fei did not expect was that Nina's goal is not for the technique, but for the history and materials of the 5 worlds. Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622. After arriving at the library, the middle-aged woman turned around. Then, she said to Jiang Fei and the rest,
although the Fire Cloud Pavilion is no match for all of you today and has been forced to open the library, there is one thing that I have to make clear. All of you can look at the secret manuals, but you are not allowed to bring the secret manuals out, and you are not allowed to copy them. Otherwise, even if the Fire Cloud Pavilion is completely wiped out, we will protect the secret manuals with our lives. Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded. After all, their target was not the martial arts techniques. Moreover, with 0541 around, as long as Jiang Fei casually flipped through them, the martial arts techniques would be copied. There was no need for Jiang Fei to copy them.
Other than that, I have one more request.
The middle-aged beautiful woman saw that Jiang Fei was so easy to talk to, so she probed again.
Oh, tell me about it.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
our library is only open for 4 hours a day. I hope that you can hurry up.
The middle-aged woman said. She was trying to reduce the losses. 2 hours was not even enough time to study a cultivation technique. Even if Jiang Fei and the others had more people, if they worked together and memorized it, they could at most get 1 secret manual. This way, the Fire Cloud Pavilion would not suffer such a big loss.
Sure.
Jiang Fei smiled when he heard the middle-aged Bowtie's request. He had not thought much about the Fire Cloud Pavilion's martial arts, but the middle-aged Bowtie's series of requests had clearly angered him.
0541. Copy all the information in this library later.
Jiang Fei ordered in his heart.
No problem. Captain, you just need to flip through these secret manuals quickly.
0541 replied.
After you enter, you don't have to read the information carefully. Just flip through it quickly. 0541 will record it. We'll read it slowly when we get back.
Jiang Fei said to the girls beside him through his spiritual power.
Okay. Got it.
The girls nodded.
All right. You can enter now,
the middle-aged beauty said. At this time, she had no idea that her smartest actions had caused the Fire Cloud Pavilion even greater losses.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei was the first to enter the library. The Fire Cloud Pavilion's library was actually a secret underground room. There were a total of 9 rooms. Each room had a few to dozens of large bookshelves. Inside the bookshelves were densely packed books. Most of these books were information-type documents. There were only 100 true martial arts manuals. Most of them were low-level martial arts techniques and martial arts techniques. There were only a few true high-level martial arts techniques in the entire Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Everyone, start moving!
As Jiang Fei gave the order, all the girls immediately scattered. Everyone took out the books from the bookshelves and quickly flipped through them. One book took less than 20 seconds.
Are they sick?
The middle-aged beautiful woman, who was watching from the side, was confused. She did not understand why Jiang Fei and the others did not browse through the martial arts manuals. Instead, they just casually flipped through them. Moreover, They were not even reading. They were just children who were bored and blindly flipping through the books. However, the middle-aged beautiful woman did not know that 0541 had already started to operate at a high speed. When every girl was flipping through the books, he was crazily recording them.
Walala.
The entire library was filled with the sound of books being flipped through quickly. 4 hours was 4 hours. It did not sound like a long time. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei and the others were flipping through the books too quickly. One book every 20 seconds. If more than 10 people were to flip through the books at the same time, the efficiency would be astonishing. When the 4-hour limit was over, the thousands of books in the entire library had all been copied by 0541.
Sorry to bother you.
Jiang Fei smiled and said to the middle-aged woman. They had gained a lot this time. Not only did they obtain some information about the 5 directions, but they had also obtained a lot of secret manuals. Although these secret manuals were not considered top-tier martial arts in the 5 directions, they were like treasures to Jiang Fei and the others. Although Jiang Fei's martial arts skills could be considered as the king in the outside world, in the eyes of the people in the 5 directions, his martial arts skills were not even considered as weak. With these secret manuals, Jiang Fei and the others could learn the martial arts skills here. If they could obtain better martial arts skills in the 5 directions, these secret manuals could be used to build a foundation. If they were not so lucky, the top-notch martial arts skills of the Fire Cloud Pavilion could also improve the combat ability of Jiang Fei and the others by a lot.
Humph.
The middle-aged beautiful woman snorted. Although Jiang Fei and the others did not make any excessive requests, opening the library to outsiders was already the biggest insult to the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Then, we shall meet again.
Jiang Fei smiled and left the Fire Cloud Pavilion with the girls.
Humph. I hope we never see each other again,
the middle-aged woman said softly. On the other side, Jiang Fei and the others left the Fire Cloud Pavilion with a full load of loot. They continued to head south toward the Crimson Flame sect. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei and the others suddenly felt that someone was chasing after them.
They are not slow. The opponent should not be weak,
Bella said, as they had a weaker girl like Si Tying among them. Jiang Fei and the rest were not particularly fast. Swoosh! A sword light approached them from afar.
Louis!
Jiang Fei quickly figured out the identity of the opponent based on the aura of the person. A red light flashed past Jiang Fei and the others and blocked their way. The person on the flying sword was Louis.
You guys have gone too far. How could you enter the pavilion master and my master by mistake?
Louis asked angrily.
Little girl, did you forget to bring something when you went out?
Sylvie looked at Louis and said with a cold smile.
Forgot something?
Louis looked confused.
You forgot your brain when you went out,
Sylvie said with contempt.
Forgot your brain?
Louis didn't react for a moment, but she widened her eyes and shouted at Sylvie.
How can you scold me? Che.
Sylvie rolled her eyes, then turned around and ignored her. But at this time, Nina walked up and asked,
Did you come here to interrogate me? Or did the elders of your sect ask you to come? They don't know. I sneaked out myself.
Louis was really an honest person. When Nina asked her, she said everything.
It's okay.
Nina nodded and didn't say anything. She originally thought that Louis was used by the elders of her sect. But now it was obvious that this girl was really lacking a string in her brain.
What's wrong? Why are all of you not saying anything?
Louis asked foolishly.
Silly girl. Even your pavilion master couldn't beat us. So he had no choice but to yield. Now that you've come to denounce us, if we were evil people, would you still have your life?
Si Tying couldn't stand it anymore.
This.
Louis was a little dumbfounded. She really hadn't considered these questions before. Chapter 1623. Chapter 1623, Refining the Flying Sword.
All right, little girl. You don't understand the world of adults. Go home and stay there,
said Jiang Fei as he turned around to leave.
No. I want to follow you.
Louis came up to them again.
Why are you so annoying? Little girl.
Sylvie could not stand it anymore.
Are you guys going to the Crimson Flame sect? I can show you the way.
Louis shouted.
We know the way. We don't need you.
Sylvie rolled her eyes.
Wait. Bring her along.
At this moment, Nina suddenly spoke. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not want to bring Louis along. Moreover, these words came from Nina. With Nina's personality, she did not seem like someone who would abduct an underage girl.
Bring her along. After all, she is a native here. She knows more about various things than us. With her around, it will be much more convenient for us.
Nina said to Jiang Fei telepathically.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although they had obtained a lot of information about the Fire Cloud Pavilion, the solidified information was not as wide-ranging as the information of living people. Some details or common sense would be ignored by the information, because Nina had quite a high prestige among the girls. After she agreed to bring Louis along, this little girl, who did not know much about the world, joined Jiang Fei's team. On the way to the Crimson Flame sect, Jiang Fei and the others did not talk much with Louis. This little girl also knew that she was not well liked, so she rarely spoke. This made Jiang Fei and the others very curious. They did not know why the little girl insisted on following them. Although they did not talk much with Louis, Jiang Fei and the others were not idle either. During this period of time, they had been traveling and learning some basic knowledge about the Five Directions world through 0541. Because 0541 could convert the contents of the information into memory waves and input them directly into Jiang Fei and the others' minds. Jiang Fei and the others learned the information much faster than they actually read the books. According to the information from the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Fei and the others had a clearer understanding of the Five Directions, heaven and earth. Therefore, they could basically confirm that the Chinese martial arts on earth were inherited from the Five Directions, heaven and earth. However, due to the destruction of the environment on earth, the energy factor in the air had completely disappeared. Therefore, martial artists could not even break the limit. At most, they could only reach around 10,000 combat power. And this was only the beginning of martial arts in the Five Directions of heaven and earth. However, many of the Wuxia and Xianxia legends on earth were true, including some immortal cultivation levels, which were also confirmed in the information of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. In the Five Directions of heaven and earth, martial arts practitioners were divided into 4 stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into Tao. Each stage was divided into 3 stages, with a total of 12 small stages. Among these 12 small stages, the initial foundation establishment stage was equivalent to Earth's first of 4 stages. When a martial artist entered the 5th stage and their combat strength reached 10,000, it was equivalent to entering the enlightenment stage. The further stage of the fusion stage was equivalent to an expert with combat strength of 2 million. The Qi into Spirit, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages corresponded to 5 million, 7 million, and 9 million combat strength. An expert of the Nascent Soul stage was equivalent to an invincible state below the level of the Overlord of the Starry Sky. And after entering the first stage of the Soul Refinement and Void Return stage, which was the leading aperture stage, the immortal cultivators at this stage could be considered to have reached the level of the Overlord of the Starry Sky. The following stages: the Splitting, Fusion, Void Interpretation, Mastery, and Tribulation, corresponded to the combat power of 11 million, 13 million, 15 million, 18.7 million, and 19 million respectively. The immortal cultivator who could finally overcome the heavenly tribulation would be equivalent to a super powerhouse who had reached the hermit level.
Hee hee. Reading these novels makes me feel amazing. I never thought that I would be considered an expert in the tribulation stage now.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Apart from having a better understanding of the power division of the Five Directions, Jiang Fei and the others had also learned some of the Fire Cloud Pavilion's martial arts. However, due to Louis's presence, it was not convenient for them to test it out in person. After all, they had secretly learned other people's martial arts. It was quite embarrassing to be found out in person. In terms of martial arts learning, 0541 once again provided Jiang Fei and the others with a lot of help. After he had carefully studied the complicated martial arts according to his personal needs, he then summarized and refined them. Finally, he made a memory wave and sent it into the minds of Jiang Fei and the others. This way, Jiang Fei and the others would have a basic understanding and memory of the martial arts techniques. At the very least, with a little contact, they would be able to grasp it. The effect was similar to the jade bamboo slips of the Five Directions world. However, the jade bamboo slips were expensive. On the other hand, the memory wave created by 0541 was very cheap.
0541. Give me a set of better flying sword crafting techniques, and a set of better sword control techniques.
Jiang Fei requested 0541. Ever since he saw the sword control techniques of the Fire Cloud Pavilion master the other day, Jiang Fei had been envious for a long time. Now that he had the chance to learn it himself, Jiang Fei did not want to miss it. Other than Jiang Fei, the other girls also made their own requests. Based on their own weapons and abilities, they had also found a suitable set of the Fire Cloud Pavilion's technique. Taking advantage of the rest of the night, Jiang Fei left the camp alone. After running wildly and teleporting, Jiang Fei arrived at a small hill tens of miles away.
"I'll leave it here,"
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, he took out the Chungying sword that he had not used for a long time. Back then, 0541 had forged two great swords for Jiang Fei. Due to the fact that the Zhanlu sword contained Vera metal, it had already been used up when he was healing Bella. Meanwhile, the Chungying sword had been frozen because Jiang Fei had obtained the polarized particle light blade later on. Today, Jiang Fei came out alone. He wanted to use the refining method that he had just learned to refine the Chungying sword into his natal flying sword. The Chungying sword was forged by 0541 using Planet Namek's forging method. Its quality was absolutely impeccable. However, Planet Namek was a purely technological planet. Therefore, other than being sharp, the Chungying sword did not have any other effects.
"Come on! From today onwards, you will be my lifelong natal weapon."
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said to the Chungying sword with a solemn face. Then, Jiang Fei sat down cross-legged and began to mobilize the origin power in his body. A huge amount of energy circulated in Jiang Fei's body and turned into the fire attribute. As the Chungying sword had already been formed, it was now in a state similar to the sword embryo. Therefore, there was no need to add any more physical materials. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have any top-grade materials to refine the flying sword. Therefore, he could only use the heart flame to catalyze it. The only additional thing he could add was the remaining Death God mixture in his hand. Chapter 1624. Chapter 1624 Thunder Tribulation. The origin energy in Jiang Fei's body was continuously converted into the fire attribute under the activation of the Fire Cloud Pavilion's cultivation technique.
"Rise!"
As Jiang Fei shouted, a ball of crimson flame lit up in front of his chest. The crimson flame burned fiercely. As it burned, its color began to gradually change, from the initial crimson red to golden red. The color of the flame was finally purified to a pure golden color. Swish! As Jiang Fei's half-cooked sword skill changed, the Chungying sword flew up automatically. Then, the hilt of the sword faced up, and the tip of the sword faced down, hovering above the golden flame.
"Sink!"
Jiang Fei's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. Two white flames shot out from his eyes. This flame pressed on the hilt of the sword and instantly pressed the Chungying sword into the golden flame.
"This flame is actually golden?"
This was also Jiang Fei's first time trying to refine a flying sword. Therefore, he was only following the Fire Cloud Pavilion's martial arts technique to draw a tiger out of a cat. He did not know what color the flame should appear. If Ludi was present, she would definitely be able to recognize that this golden flame was the purest spiritual flame. This flame could be said to be the best refining flame. It was hundreds of times stronger than the spiritual flame that was catalyzed by the spiritual energy in the body. As for the white flame in Jiang Fei's eyes, even if Louise saw it, she would not be able to recognize it. Only her master or someone at the level of the Fire Cloud Pavilion master would be able to recognize that it was a purer form of flame of will. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not know what kind of power he had at all. He just made the flying sword according to the Fire Cloud Pavilion's refinement technique. In the golden flames, the Chungying sword was constantly being purified. Although Planet Namek's forging techniques were very strong, it was impossible to remove all impurities from a sword that was made using technology. Therefore, under the golden flames, the Chungying sword was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden flames were refining the Chungying sword. Meanwhile, the two white flames that shot out from Jiang Fei's eyes were not idle either. They were like two dragons swimming in the golden flames and circling around the Chungying sword. According to the records of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Fei's current refining process would take about 29 hours. In other words, it would take about 4 days. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had told Bella, Nina, and the others about his purpose before he left. Otherwise, if he did not go back for a long time, the girls would have been worried sick. There was a saying that there was no age or death in the mountains. It said that time passed quickly after a cultivator entered a meditative state. The birth, aging, illness, and death in the mortal world were just like the passing of time. At this time, Jiang Fei's refining of the flying sword was similar. He felt that not much time had passed. However, the sun and moon in the sky alternated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, the refining of the flying sword had reached the most critical moment. The Chungying sword had shrunk to about the length of a finger.
According to the records of the martial arts technique, it should be time to add additional ingredients.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, the spatial ring opened, and the remaining half of the bottle of Death God's mixture was thrown out.
Damn it! I have to be careful with this thing. It would be hard for me to handle it.
Jiang Fei carefully wrapped the bottle of death mixture with his mind power and moved it to the top of the heart flame.
Swoosh!
The moment Jiang Fei released his mind power, the death mixture fell into the heart flame. The bottle was instantly refined, and the death mixture inside was also vaporized into steam.
Oh no!
Jiang Fei was shocked, as he had no experience in refining. He did not know that liquid materials could not be directly put in like solid materials. That would be easy to evaporate and run off. If it was an ordinary material, the evaporation would at most result in the loss of some precious materials. It would be a pain in the ass. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei had put in the Death God mixture. Just a little bit of this thing would make an overlord tier master of the starry sky spit blood. If Jiang Fei inhaled it fully, the effect would be extremely satisfying.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Just as Jiang Fei held his breath and focused, just as he was about to use his spiritual power to disperse the Death God's steam, the two incandescent dragons in the golden flames suddenly accelerated. In an instant, they had completely absorbed the Black Death God's steam. At that moment, the two blazing white dragons had already turned into two black dragons.
Clang!
Following the sound of the sword, the two black dragons circled around each other and attached themselves to the sides of the Chang'ing sword.
Boom!
The golden flame suddenly expanded. Jiang Fei felt the energy in his body being sucked out instantly. A feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart.
Clang!
There was another pleasant sound of the sword. After the Chang'ing sword had absorbed all the golden flames, it exploded with a dazzling cold light. Then, it soared into the sky. The sound of sharp blades piercing through the air rose to the 9 heavens.
Boom!
At that moment, Jiang Fei noticed that the clouds in the sky were moving. Dark clouds instantly covered his head.
Is it going to rain?
After all, Jiang Fei was not from the 5 directions. Although he had read the Fire Cloud Pavilion's cultivation method and knew that the Chang'ing sword was about to undergo the tribulation, he still subconsciously thought of the rain. However, even if Jiang Fei reacted in the blink of an eye, he could not help the Chang'ing sword at the moment because the tribulation had to be passed by the Chang'ing sword himself. Outsiders could not help at all. Moreover, Jiang Fei was as tired as a dead dog. It would be difficult for him to even stand up, let alone help the Chang'ing sword face the tribulation.
Crack!
A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The lightning pointed straight at the Chang'ing sword that was soaring into the sky.
Boom!
The Chang'ing sword did not slow down in its rising momentum. It destroyed the lightning in one move.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Another 7 bolts of lightning rolled down. However, they were all destroyed by the Chang'ing sword one by one. At this time, the Chang'ing sword was still stubbornly charging toward the sky.
Do I have to make such a big fuss just to refine a sword?
Jiang Fei muttered softly. He knew too little about the Xianxia system. It was true that refining a flying sword did not require such a big fuss. However, he had the flame of his heart and the flame of his will. Even if he did not use any precious materials, the flying sword that he refined could not be just an ordinary flying sword.
Boom!
Another bolt of lightning rolled down. Unlike the previous lightning tribulation, this bolt of lightning was not as powerful as the previous lightning tribulation. If the previous 8 bolts of lightning were of 1 energy level, then the 9th bolt of lightning was at least 100.
Clang!
The Chang'ing sword seemed to have sensed the power of this lightning tribulation. It let out a sword cry, and the black dragons on both sides of the sword instantly came to life. The 2 black dragons rushed towards the lightning.
Crack! Boom!
The 2 black dragons forcefully shattered the strongest bolt of lightning. Although the black dragons themselves appeared dim, the lightning tribulation had been broken.
Buzz!
A cold light flashed on the Chang'ing sword. It summoned back the 2 weak black dragons while crazily absorbing the lightning bolt that was shattered by the black dragons. Chapter 1625. Chapter 1625 Ownership. The sky full of lightning was instantly absorbed by the Chang'ing sword. Following that, the Chang'ing sword let out a loud sword chime that resounded through the sky. It circled in the air for a moment before turning its blade and shooting toward Jiang Fei.
F***CK! What does that mean?
Jiang Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Normally, he would not be as shocked as he was now. However, just now, in order to refine the Chang'ing sword, the original power in his body was almost exhausted. Now, it could be said that it was difficult for him to even move. He did not have the slightest bit of energy left to resist the attack of the Chang'ing sword. Whoosh! The approaching Chang'ing sword arrived in the blink of an eye. It did not give Jiang Fei any time to think about how to deal with it.
Clang!
Following the sound of the sword, Jiang Fei could clearly feel the killing intent from the Chongying sword.
It wants to kill me!
Jiang Fei was shocked. This was because the Fire Cloud Pavilion's cultivation method did not mention this. In the next second, the Chongying sword arrived in front of Jiang Fei. Its blade brought with it a sharp aura. It even cut a small hole in Jiang Fei's forehead.
Damn it!
In the most urgent moment, Jiang Fei could only use the power of the nucleus of will to drag himself and the Chongying sword into the 10th dimension. After entering the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei's body and the Chongying sword were both imprisoned. At this time, the Chongying sword's blade was almost touching Jiang Fei's forehead. Moreover, Jiang Fei's forehead had been pierced by the aura. A drop of blood was about to drip down, but it was frozen by the time the 10th dimension stopped.
You?
Jiang Fei let out a long sigh of relief. If it was not for the 10th dimension to protect his life, he would have died under the flying sword that he had created.
F***CK. After I created you, how can I be considered your father? You actually want to kill me.
Jiang Fei cursed in his heart.
Clang! Father?
Jiang Fei did not expect that the flying sword would emit a clear stream of spiritual energy.
F***CK. It's alive?
Jiang Fei was shocked.
0541. What's going on?
Jiang Fei quickly asked. Unfortunately, the 10th dimension had stopped time. A technological product like 0541 could not operate at all, so it could not help him. When he remembered that 0541 could not help him, Jiang Fei immediately began to search for the answer in his memory. 0541 had previously transferred the Fire Cloud Pavilion's smithing method and other information to Jiang Fei through the memory wave. Although Jiang Fei might not be able to digest and absorb it immediately, he could still look it up whenever he needed to.
Wait a minute. Sword Spirit?
Suddenly, Jiang Fei found the relevant records at the end of the cultivation technique. According to the cultivation technique records of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, when refining flying swords and other magical artifacts, there was a very low probability that a flying sword or magical artifact would produce a weapon spirit. A flying sword or magical artifact with a weapon spirit would undoubtedly be much stronger than a normal flying sword or magical artifact. However, the probability of this was very low. Moreover, only a master craftsman could produce such a high-quality item. Some master craftsmen could only produce 1 or 2 such high-quality magic tools or flying swords in their lifetime. Don't think that it was very difficult for a tool spirit to appear during refining. But there were many magic tools and flying swords with tool spirits in the world of the 5 directions. This was because some master craftsmen would seal some tool spirits into some high-quality magic tools or flying swords after they were acquired. Some of these tool spirits were the spirits of spirit beasts, and some were broken tool spirits after their magic tools were destroyed. There were even some who would harm the souls of masters who had sealed them. However, these weapon spirits that were sealed after they were born were artificial after all. Their compatibility with magical equipment was far lower than natural weapon spirits.
Who are you? Who am I?
Just as Jiang Fei was searching through his memories, the sword spirit of the Chongying sword asked.
I am Jiang Fei, your creator, and you are the Chongying sword.
Jiang Fei said.
Creator?
The sword spirit did not seem to understand.
Yes. In other words, I am your father.
Although Jiang Fei's words sounded like he was taking advantage of the situation, it was not wrong.
Father?
The sword spirit was puzzled for a moment before it seemed to agree with Jiang Fei's words. At that moment, the Chongying sword suddenly flashed with a silver light. Under the shine of the silver light, the Chongying sword seemed to have broken free from the 10th dimension's time freeze.
Swish!
The blood drop on Jiang Fei's forehead was instantly absorbed by the Chongying sword. Then, the Chongying sword continued to charge forward. In the blink of an eye, it entered Jiang Fei's body through the wound between Jiang Fei's eyebrows.
F***CK!
Jiang Fei cried out in fear. However, although the Chongying sword entered his body, it did not cause any harm to him. After calming himself down, Jiang Fei began to look inside his body. At that moment, the Chongying sword turned into a thin silver light and circled around the nucleus of will.
Does this count as subduing it?
Jiang Fei quickly checked the information in his memory again and confirmed that the Blood Master identification process had been completed.
Phew! I was really scared to death. Next time, I won't dare to mess around before I know the details.
Jiang Fei let out a long breath and exited the 10th dimension.
Damn it! How annoying!
As soon as he exited the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei felt dozens of powerful auras. These auras were rapidly approaching him. Needless to say, These powerhouses must have sensed the presence of the Chang'ing sword and came to snatch the treasure. Jiang Fei was in a very bad state. Although he had obtained the Chang'ing sword and knew that it must be very ordinary, Jiang Fei was exhausted and could not fight at all. Swish! As soon as Jiang Fei thought of that, the Chang'ing sword flew out automatically. From one to silver light. It turned into the size of a finger. Then, the finger-sized flying sword grew longer in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became wider and longer than the giant imperial sword. Swish! Jiang Fei leaped and stepped on the Chang'ing sword. Then, the Chang'ing sword suddenly accelerated and instantly shot out. Its speed was much faster than Jiang Fei's full-speed flight. In just a few dozen seconds, Jiang Fei arrived at their previous camp. Although 3 to 4 days had passed, Bella and the others were still waiting there. Retrieve! With a thought from Jiang Fei, the Chang'ing sword turned into a silver light and entered Jiang Fei's body. He then used the strength that he had just recovered to land on the ground. Ah, Fei! You're back! Nina and the others immediately came out to welcome him. Hubby! Are you hurt? Bella's face instantly darkened. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a little exhausting. This crafting job is really not easy. It's better to start when you're ready in the future. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. You? It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Bella heaved a sigh of relief. I'm going to eat some jerky to rest for a while. You guys get ready. There might be people coming over in a while. Everyone, be careful. Jiang Fei did not have time to explain. He asked Hua Mulan to protect him while he swallowed a piece of giant beast jerky. After that, he began to meditate and rest. He would do his best to recover his strength. After all, the powerhouses would arrive soon. When that happened, he would not have enough strength to support himself. He would be in a very passive position. Chapter 1626. Chapter 1626. Bella. In less than 20 minutes. Even a relatively weak girl like Si Tying could sense the powerful aura. Why are there so many people here? As Si Tying was too weak, she could not sense the aura of the Chang'ing sword. It should be related to the terrifying aura from before. Right, Louise said as she glanced at Jiang Fei, who was meditating beside her. Although she did not know about the Chang'ing sword's tribulation. However, she could clearly sense the terrifying aura from before. She also guessed that the aura was most likely related to Jiang Fei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few sword lights flashed above Jiang Fei and the others' heads. The other party noticed them, but did not care. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Another few sword lights flew past. These powerhouses were clearly looking for something. Damn it! Just now! It was clearly the aura of a magic treasure transcending the tribulation. How could we not find any clues? Yeah. Even if the transcending of the tribulation failed, there would still be fragments left behind. A treasure of that level, even if it is a fragment, it is still a good thing. A pair of middle-aged men stepped on their flying swords and looked around while talking to each other. There are people up ahead. The red-faced middle-aged man pointed at Jiang Fei's camp and said, Don't worry about them. These people are not very strong. It's impossible for them to subdue the magic treasure. They should be here by coincidence. Another man was wearing a Taoist robe. Even if they don't have the ability to subdue the magic treasure, they should be able to see it if there are powerhouses passing by. Right, the red-faced man said. That's right. Let's go down and ask. The guy in the Taoist robe shook his horsetail whisk and then stepped on his flying sword and approached Jiang Fei and the others. Heavenly Lord. Greetings, benefactors. The old priest was still rather polite. Greetings, priest. Louis stepped forward and bowed slightly. Jiang Fei was meditating, so he did not open his eyes. Bella and the other girls were not willing to pay attention to these strange men, so Louis had to step in. My little friends, have you seen any experts passing by? The old priest asked. Experts? There were a few groups of people passing by just now. I don't know if they are the people you are looking for. Louis replied with a silly look on her face. Although she did not have a sharp mind, she was not stupid. Therefore, she naturally knew what the old priest and his companions were looking for. However, she did not know the reason for this girl. In any case, she did not sell Jiang Fei. Where did they go? The old priest confirmed again. Yes, they flew over there. There seemed to be more than a dozen people, Louis said. Thank you very much. The old priest stared at Louis for a few seconds. Because of the difference in strength, he could tell that Louis was not lying. After believing Louis's words, the old priest and his companions stepped on their flying swords and flew into the sky. You? Seeing the old priest and his companion leave, Louis heaved a sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat just now. It was obvious that the old priest was not someone to be trifled with. If he were to see through her flaws, it would be troublesome again. However, although the old priest could judge whether Louis was lying based on his own strength, he forgot that not lying did not mean that she was telling the truth. Louis's words were indeed true. There were indeed quite a number of experts who had rushed over just now. However, those people had the same goal as the old priest. They were also searching for the whereabouts of the magic treasure.
Let's leave quickly. They will soon find the flaw. When the time comes, they will definitely come back to settle the score with us,
Louis said to Bella and the others.
There's no rush. Let's wait for him to finish meditating first.
Bella waved her hand.
But those people are very powerful. We can't fight them,
Louis said anxiously, although she knew that Jiang Fei's strength was unfathomable. Even her master and the pavilion master were not his match. But the problem was, Jiang Fei was clearly not in his current state. If they were to fight others, they would be at a disadvantage.
It's okay. We will deal with these people. If you are afraid, you can leave first,
Bella said calmly.
Are you really that confident?
Louis asked with a surprised look. She did not know the strength of Bella and the others. If these girls were as powerful as Jiang Fei, then these people would be too scary.
You just watch from the side,
Bella said as she closed her eyes. After closing her eyes, if one looked carefully, one could see that Bella's entire body was trembling slightly. Of course, this was not the girls being afraid. This was excitement. Bella had always hoped to be able to fight against an opponent stronger than her. However, in the outer universe, there were too few experts above the overlord level. However, in the 5 directions of the universe, her wish was finally fulfilled. There were many experts here. Among those who had just passed by, Bella discovered a few people whose strength was not weaker than hers. After about half an hour, the 2 sword lights returned. The old Taoist and the red-faced man had returned.
Girl, you dare to lie to me!
This time, before the old Taoist could say anything, the red-faced man roared angrily.
Senior, how can you say that? Where did I lie to you?
Louis was quite bold. She actually replied to the red-faced man.
Girl, you're courting death.
The red-faced man was obviously not as good-tempered as the old Taoist. He immediately roared angrily, and his big hand grabbed towards Louis.
Swish!
Louis dodged to the side. But the big man refused to let her go and continued to chase after her.
Hee hee.
The old Taoist laughed without saying anything. But he did not stop his companion.
Swish! 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 Swish!
In the blink of an eye, Louis and the red-faced man switched positions several times. However, Louis was still young, and her spiritual power was far inferior to the red-faced man. Therefore, she was quickly forced to retreat with no way out.
Humph! Let's see where you can run to!
The red-faced man roared angrily and grabbed Louis's neck.
Bang!
Louis turned into a ball of flame and was grabbed by the big man. However, when she appeared again, her face was much paler. It was obvious that the move that she used to dodge the big man had consumed a lot of her spiritual power.
Fire cloud escape?
The old Taoist, who was watching the battle by the side, was stunned. Then, he asked,
Are you people from the Fire Cloud Pavilion? That's right. I am a disciple of the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Louis puffed up her small chest and said, although the Fire Cloud Pavilion was not the most powerful sect in the Neon Sign sect, it was still famous. Many forces would give some face to it.
I don't care if you are from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. I will beat your pavilion master even if he comes.
However, it was obvious that the red-faced burly man did not fall for this trick.
Enough!
Just as the red-faced man was about to grab Louis again, Bella made her move. Just as the man's palm was about to grab Louis, Bella teleported in front of the girl and covered her right arm with energy scales.
Bang!
Bella punched the red-faced man's palm, and 2 huge forces instantly exploded.
Ding 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 ding.
Bella was forced back 3 steps in a row, but the red-faced man was even more miserable. Not only was he sent flying, but his entire arm was also covered with densely packed bloody cracks. Chapter 1627. Chapter 1627. The old Taoist had evil intentions.
Peek you on stage?
The old Taoist, who was originally watching the battle with a smile, suddenly widened his eyes.
Ha ha. I didn't expect that this old Taoist would also make mistakes.
With a long laugh, the old Taoist appeared behind the red-faced brawny man and helped him stabilize his body.
Cough cough.
The red-faced brawny man coughed out the blood foam from the bruises in his body. At this time, his face was already somewhat pale. It was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries.
Eat this.
The old Taoist threw a bottle of pills to the red-faced man.
Your idea is a little tough.
After eating the pills, the red-faced man obviously recovered a lot.
It's alright. Leave it to me.
The old Taoist looked very confident.
Bella, this guy is very strong. Let me help you.
Hua Mulan took a step forward, wanting to fight this old Taoist together with Bella.
No need.
Bella waved her hand.
This.
Although Hua Mulan was a little worried that Bella wouldn't be able to defeat this old Taoist, she knew Bella's temper. If she insisted on helping, then Bella might do something drastic.
Mulan, just keep an eye on that guy,
Nina said from the side.
Okay.
Hua Mulan nodded. Nina was, after all, her old boss. This former saintess had a steady mind. With her watching the battle for Bella, Hua Mulan was very assured. Swish! A dark green light flashed on Bella's body, and energy scales instantly covered her whole body.
Interesting cultivation technique.
The old Taoist smiled slightly. In his eyes, Bella was only a peak Yuaning stage expert. No matter how novel the cultivation technique was, he was at the middle stage of the leading aperture realm. It could be said that it was effortless for him to crush his opponent.
Come on! Watch my fist.
Bella never used a weapon. Her most trusted weapon was her fist.
Petty tricks.
The old Taoist flung his horsetail whisk, and a gust of astral energy attacked, colliding with Bella's fist.
Bang!
Bella was sent flying on the spot, and a large part of the energy scale on her arm was shattered.
Again!
In midair, Bella flipped over and charged forward again. In the process of charging forward, the scales on her arms had already completely recovered.
What astonishing defensive and recovery abilities!
The old Taoist couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw Bella charging over again. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great. So no matter how strong Bella's defensive and recovery abilities were, he didn't feel any pressure at all.
Boom, boom, boom!
The battle between Bella and the old Taoist continued. However, due to the huge difference in strength and the fact that Bella hadn't learned any profound cultivation techniques, the situation appeared extremely awkward. Basically, it was Bella who charged up, then was beaten back, then charged up again, then was beaten back again.
Is this really a good idea?
Louis asked in confusion. Previously, Bella's calm expression had made her think that these women were very strong. She did not expect that once the fight started, it would be a one-sided situation.
It's okay. Bella's defense is very good. That old priest can't hurt her,
Nina said with a smile.
But even if she can't be hurt, it's not good to keep getting beaten up like this. Right.
Louis frowned and said. After all, she was now on the same side as Jiang Fei and the others. It was very embarrassing for Bella to be beaten up like this.
Pay attention. Although Bella gets beaten up every time, her aura is gradually increasing. It won't be long before she can break through.
Nina smiled and said. Bella was definitely the type of person who would never give up. Moreover, the greater the pressure, the more her potential would be stimulated. Now that she was being beaten up, Bella was already furious. Under the fury, Bella's aura became stronger and stronger. Her combat strength was also approaching the 10 million mark.
This girl is borrowing my strength to advance?
The old Taoist who was fighting with Bella had the most obvious feeling. He also quickly determined Bella's purpose.
You wish. You toyed with this poor Taoist for half a day, and now you want to borrow my strength to advance? Today.
This old Taoist will make sure you never recover.
This old ox-nosed person was also a ruthless person. After guessing Bella's motive, he suddenly pulled back, and then passed the horsetail whisk to his left hand. His right hand formed a sword seal, and the long sword on his back soared into the sky.
Oh no! This old Taoist has the intention to kill.
Nina, who was watching the battle below, had a drastic change in expression.
Roar!
After the old Taoist's long sword was raised, it instantly transformed into a fire dragon and charged fiercely towards Bella.
Swoosh!
Just as the fire dragon was about to collide with Bella, who was charging forward, a white light flashed and Nina appeared in front of Bella. At the same time, a spatial barrier stood in front of the two of them.
Bella, give up resisting,
Nina shouted in a low voice and then teleported.
Alright.
Bella could also feel the might of the fire dragon. Although she was aggressive and conceited, she knew that the other party's strength far surpassed hers. Moreover, the other party even had the intention to kill her. There was a saying that a wise man would not be at a disadvantage in front of his eyes. Although Bella was not a man, however, she was not stupid either. Thus, she immediately gave up on resisting and allowed Nina to teleport her away.
Boom!
The fire dragon slammed into the spatial barrier. Nina's spatial barrier was shattered like glass. If the two of them had not already teleported away, the fire dragon that did not slow down would definitely have severely injured the two of them. Another teleportation skill? The old priest frowned. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with greed. When Bella had injured the red-faced man, the old priest had noticed that Bella had teleported over. At that time, he had been suspicious. Now that he saw that Nina could even teleport the others, he had finally figured it out. Unlike the previous time when the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master had been intimidated by Jiang Fei, old priest had fought with Bella and the others before. Moreover, he had confirmed that these girls were not as strong as he had imagined. Therefore, he was certain that these people had mastered some kind of extremely profound technique. This technique was definitely the dream of every cultivator. If old priest had only wanted to teach Bella and the others a lesson to avenge his friend, he had already made a ruthless decision. He wanted to capture Bella and the others alive. Then, he would interrogate them and use the teleportation technique to silence them. Red Python. Clone. The old Taoist who had evil intentions changed the sword technique in his hand, and the fire dragon in the sky instantly split into 6. What are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Louis could also feel the old Taoist's killing intent at this moment. As long as you do it cleanly. It doesn't matter which disciple you are. The old Taoist sneered. And then a fire dragon was suddenly activated. In the next second, the red-faced brawny man was pierced through by the fire dragon. You? Why? The red-faced brawny man didn't understand why his old friend would kill him until he died. Sigh. Old friend. I'm sorry. The harvest this time is a little big. I'm not willing to share it with you. But I'm also afraid that you'll leak the news. So I can only apologize. The old Taoist muttered. Then, the sword incantation changed, and 6 fire dragons rushed toward Bella and the others. Chapter 1628, Chapter 1628, Divine Sword. The old priest's attack this time was different from the previous ones. In the previous battles, he had a playful attitude, so he didn't kill them. But this time, in order to obtain Bella and the others' teleportation techniques, he directly attacked. Roar. Following a loud dragon's roar, 6 fire dragons flew over. The terrifying aura made Bella and the others' faces stern. Everyone, give up resisting. I will bring you all out of here. Nina shouted loudly because she could clearly feel that this attack was not something that they could withstand. No. Hubby is still there. Bella immediately rejected Nina's suggestion. Quick! Wake Hubby up! Nina was also flustered. She had forgotten that Jiang Fei was still meditating behind her. Unlike Bella's life core, Nina's space core had more power than the basic attribute core. However, the requirements to activate it were also much more stringent. Nina could only forcefully move those whose power levels were lower than hers. If she wanted to move those whose power levels were on par with hers, or even higher than hers, she had to make the other party give up resisting. Help me weaken those fire dragons. I'll defend against this attack. Bella stood out again at the critical moment. Because she had powerful defense and self-recovery ability, she wanted to take on these attacks alone. No! That old Taoist is too powerful. Sister Bella, you'll be killed instantly. Ariel shouted. I don't care anymore. Just do as I say. Bella growled and then activated the power of the life core with all her strength. At this time, Bella's entire body was flashing with a faint green light. The energy scale had clearly been strengthened to the greatest extent. Ah, Faye! Wake up! If you don't wake up, Sister Bella will die. Si Tang screamed. What should I do? What should I do? Louis was also very anxious at this moment. This old Taoist clearly had the intention to kill. If she stayed here, she would definitely die. However, even if she abandoned her companions to escape, in order to silence her, that old Taoist would probably not let her go. Am I really going to die here today? Louis could not help but feel a sense of sadness in her heart. Roar! After the 6 roaring fire dragons finished spinning and accumulating their power, they suddenly charged towards the position of the girls. Swish! Swish! Nina and Ariel both activated their spatial barriers with all their strength. Although their barriers could not block the old Taoist's attacks, they could at least weaken the power of some of the fire dragons. Clang! A long spear appeared in Hua Mulan's hand. At this moment, the girl's eyes were filled with determination. Come on! Astral energy! Hua Mulan roared angrily. The free energy in the surrounding space began to gather crazily towards her. Hua Mulan's domain was to gather all the remaining energy on the battlefield and then complete the final attack. At this moment,
The battlefield not only had the remnant energy left over from the battle between Louis and the red-faced man. There were also the energy fragments that Bella and the old Taoist had trembled with. More importantly, when the old Taoist fire dragon was accumulating energy, energy was constantly leaking out. This caused the energy on the entire battlefield to be extremely dense.
Clang!
Hua Mulan's spearhead was currently shining with a dazzling light. That terrifying power was not even weaker than the old Taoist in midair.
Oh, interesting. It seems like these people have mastered quite a few exquisite martial techniques.
The old Taoist's eyes lit up. It seemed like his harvest this time would be even greater than he had imagined.
Swoosh!
After accumulating her strength, Hua Mulan suddenly charged forward. Her indomitable aura was enough to make any enemy tremble in fear.
Boom boom boom!
Using her domain, Hua Mulan shattered 3 fire dragons in a row. However, her strength was also beginning to weaken at this moment. After all, the power brought by the power of the stars did not belong to Hua Mulan herself. Although these wandering energies were gathered together, without any follow-up support, they would soon be completely exhausted.
Boom!
When the 4th fire dragon was shattered, Hua Mulan was clearly already at her limits.
Oh no! Mulan is in danger!
Bella's figure flashed, following closely behind Hua Mulan as she charged forward.
Boom!
When Hua Mulan met the 5th fire dragon, she finally could not hold on any longer. As the silver spear in her hand broke, Hua Mulan instantly fell into a crisis.
Boom!
The 5th fire dragon that was not destroyed continued to charge forward. Just as it was about to hit Hua Mulan, Bella arrived in time.
Bang!
The already weakened fire dragon struck Bella's energy scale, sending the 2 women flying. Fortunately, Hua Mulan's attack had already weakened the fire dragon by a lot. Therefore, although the scale armor on Bella's body was largely shattered, it did not cause too much damage to her. Although Hua Mulan and Bella had survived the 5th fire dragon, the last fire dragon was still there. Moreover, at this moment, the 2 women were exhausted and could not even stabilize their falling bodies, let alone resist it. At this critical moment, Bella and Hua Mulan were both embraced by a pair of broad arms at the same time. Leaning against that familiar chest, Bella's originally worried heart was instantly relieved. Hua Mulan did not seem to be used to this kind of intimacy, although there was a trace of indescribable sweetness in her heart. Her small face, that was filled with heroic spirit, was now completely red from embarrassment.
Don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt you.
Jiang Fei's confident voice was heard. Instantly, all the girls felt extremely safe from the bottom of their hearts.
This guy.
Louis stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open. It was as if this man had returned to his former glory in the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Roar!
The last fire dragon roared, as Jiang Fei was holding the 2 girls in his arms. He could not free his hands to deal with it. However, at that moment, a silver light shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. The silver light was very subtle at first. If one did not observe carefully, one would not even be noticed. However, in the blink of an eye, the silver light grew with the wind and instantly turned into a 3-foot-long blade.
Clang!
With a sword cry, the Chungying sword met the old priest's fire dragon.
Ong! Ong!
2 exceptionally clear dragon cries sounded. 2 black dragons flew out from the 2 sides of the Chungying sword. As soon as these 2 black dragons appeared, they used their dragon claws to capture the old priest's fire dragon.
How is this possible?
The old priest cried out in surprise. He quickly changed his sword technique and tried to make his flying sword break free. However, his efforts were clearly in vain.
Clang!
Just as the 2 black dragons captured the fire dragon, the main body of the Chungying sword did not stay idle either. It directly pierced through the fire dragon and then cut into the main body of the flying sword inside the fire dragon's body. In an instant, the old priest's flying sword was cut into 2 pieces by the Chungying sword. As the flying sword that the old priest had cultivated with his life was destroyed, the old priest was heavily injured on the spot and vomited blood. After all, Jiang Fei had only captured the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's flying sword back then, and he had already suffered considerable internal injuries. Today, the old priest's flying sword was directly destroyed. One could imagine the injuries that he had suffered. Chapter 1629. Chapter 1629, Devouring the Nascent Soul.
Oh no! I've hit a metal plate.
The old Taoist cried out in his heart. At this moment, he already knew that not only was the strength of the person in front of him far superior to his, even the flying sword was much better than his. In the blink of an eye, the old Taoist understood that even if he used a suicidal attack, it would be impossible for him to seriously injure the other party, not to mention risking his life. Therefore, he made a prompt decision: run. The flying sword was destroyed. But the old Taoist still had his ultimate move to escape. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the old Taoist formed a sword gesture with his hands, and the spiritual power in his body circulated crazily.
Bang!
The blood mist exploded. The old Taoist used his unique escape skill. In the bloodlight, the old Taoist's speed was raised to the extreme. Not to mention leaving aperture stage experts of the same level as him. Even an expert at the distraction stage, or even the form synthesis stage, would not be able to catch up to him.
Father! Are you going to kill me?
A thought entered Jiang Fei's ears.
Kill!
Jiang Fei knew that this was the sword spirit of the Chungying sword. Therefore, he squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei rarely had the intention to kill. However, there was one thing, that he could not touch his family and the girls around him. Once he touched these people, it would be equivalent to poking Jiang Fei's lungs. Today, Bella and Hua Mulan were almost seriously injured. What could Jiang Fei do? Therefore, he hated this old priest in his heart. He wished that he could tear him into pieces. With the word kill, a cold light flashed across the Chungying sword. The two black dragons that had been idle because of the disappearance of the fire dragon suddenly dived into the bloody light.
Roar!
The old priest let out an inhuman howl in the bloody light. Following that, the old priest, who thought that he had escaped death, had a look of despair in his eyes. At that moment, one of the black dragon's two front claws was grabbing onto the old priest's shoulders. The other black dragon's claws had locked onto the old priest's legs. Moreover, the sharp dragon claws had already dug into his flesh. However, the blood that flowed out was not scarlet. It was black. Death mixture. The two black dragons had perfectly inherited the poison of death mixture. Therefore, the moment the black dragon's claws pierced through the old priest's skin, half of his body went numb. His body instantly lost the ability to resist.
Husband! What skill is this?
Bella, who was leaning against Jiang Fei's chest, saw that the old priest had been forcefully pulled back from the bloody light by the two black dragons. Her eyes were filled with surprise.
This is not my skill. It's its ability,
Jiang Fei said as he pointed at the Chungying sword.
So powerful.
Bella's eyes widened as she cried out. Although she did not like to use weapons, this did not stop Bella from acknowledging the magic of this sword. Just as Jiang Fei and Bella were talking, the old Taoist let out a scream. Then, his body quickly withered. Clearly, the poison of the death god mixture had taken effect.
Whoosh!
A miniature old Taoist flew out from the top of the corpse's head. It seemed like he was trying to escape. This was a skill that only an immortal cultivator in the leaving aperture stage had. The nascent soul left the body and abandoned the body.
Father! Can I eat him?
The sword spirit's thoughts traveled into Jiang Fei's mind.
Eat?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
That's it.
The sword spirit had just been born, so it was not mature yet. It thought that Jiang Fei had already approved its request. Therefore, the two black dragons opened their mouths wide. The old Taoist's nascent soul had not had time to escape. It was sucked into the mouths of the two black dragons.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The two black dragons circled around for a while, before returning to the body of the Chungying sword. The Chungying sword that had absorbed the old Taoist's nascent soul also had a streak of color on it.
F***CK! Is this a soul?
Jiang Fei shouted subconsciously. After all, he had only been in contact with this kind of cultivation system for a short period of time. So he had not thought of a nascent soul for a while.
This is a nascent soul. The old Taoist has already reached the leaving aperture stage, so he can leave his body with a nascent soul,
Louise said with a dull look in her eyes. Her answer was completely subconscious because she was completely stunned.
Devour a nascent soul?
Jiang Fei did not expect the Chungying sword to have such an ability.
It tastes great, Dad. I still want to eat it.
The sword spirits will appear once again.
Remember, in the future,
you are not allowed to devour others without my permission. Otherwise, I will seal you,
Jiang Fei said seriously. Although the Chungying sword was personally crafted by Jiang Fei, it was not a sword that could be used to devour others. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not know any evil techniques. However, after fusing with the death god mixture, no matter how one looked at it, the Chungying sword did not look like a divine sword. Instead, it looked more like a demonic sword. Alright. The sword spirit did not seem to be very satisfied. However, it did not dare to go against Jiang Fei's will. After all, it was crafted by Jiang Fei. Moreover, it was crafted through Jiang Fei's flame of will. This made it impossible for the sword spirit to go against Jiang Fei's will. You? Who are you people? Lu Yi came back to her senses at this time. She looked at Jiang Fei and the others with fear as she tried to back them up. Before this, Lu Yi had already noticed that Bella's energy scale armor was dark green in color. Moreover, the color was close to black. Although she had never seen this kind of martial art before, the color and the strange attribute aura indicated that they were definitely not practicing the Mars technique. However, when Jiang Fei attacked, the Black Dragon and the Devouring Nascent Soul technique appeared. Lu Yi thought of one possibility: demonic cultivators. Just like the legends on Earth, the cultivators of the 5 worlds were divided into immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators. Because immortal cultivators were the majority, they considered themselves to be righteous and called demonic cultivators evil. However, anyone with a brain would know that cultivation techniques had nothing to do with the good or evil of people. For example, the old Taoist today cultivated the fire-type immortal techniques of the real Mars. But he still killed his friends. He still wanted to seize the cultivation techniques of Bella and the others. However, the number of immortal cultivators who considered themselves righteous accounted for the vast majority. So public opinion was dominated by them. After thousands of years of propaganda, Lu Yi, who had never seen the world, had been brainwashed since she was young. They believed that the demonic cultivators were all evil people, and that the righteous ones had the obligation to kill evil. Moreover, in terms of cultivation methods, whether it was immortal cultivation or demonic cultivation, there were actually some cultivation methods that harmed others for their own benefit. However, the immortal cultivators mostly hid it, while the demonic cultivators did not have any scruples. Therefore, a little girl like Lu Yi naturally believed that the demonic cultivators were cruel, and that the immortal cultivators were all righteous. Therefore, when Lu Yi saw that Jiang Fei and the others were using techniques that were suspected to be demon cultivators, she immediately thought that they were from the demonic path. We are us. Jiang Fei shrugged. He was too lazy to explain to the little girl. After all, their identities were too special. Even if he explained, he might not be able to explain it clearly. Could it be that you guys are really? Lu Yi's eyes were wide open. She stared at Jiang Fei and the others for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly took out her flying sword and quickly fled in the direction of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. What's wrong with this girl? At this moment, Jiang Fei was confused. Is she crazy? Sylvie pursed her lips. She despised these little white flowers the most. Chapter 1630. Chapter 1630 arrived at the Crimson Flame sect. Although the guide, Lu Yi, had run away, it did not affect Jiang Fei and the others very much. The reason why Jiang Fei and the others had brought Lu Yi along in the first place was to let her explain some common-sense problems. Now that she was gone, although it was a little troublesome, it was not a big deal. Alright, we should not stay here for long. Let's leave too, Nina said as she looked at the old priest's corpse. The old priest was not the only expert who had come to track down the aura of the Chungying sword. Although Jiang Fei had killed the old priest, the others would soon arrive as well. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better for Jiang Fei and the others to leave as soon as possible. Okay, let's go! Jiang Fei nodded. Bella and Hua Mulan were not seriously injured, so it would not affect their journey. After leaving the camp, Jiang Fei and the rest continued to head towards the direction of the Crimson Flame sect. Along the way, there were flying swords flying over their heads. However, very few people came down to ask about it. A day later, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived near the Crimson Flame sect. At this time, it could be said that the place was filled with experts. Powerful auras were being emitted from everywhere. It seems that the major sects are really serious about this, Jiang Fei said as he carefully sensed the auras. That's right. There are at least thousands of cultivators gathered here. It looks like the Crimson Flame sect is doomed. Bella nodded as well. Then, what should we do? Sitang asked. Let's rest here for a while. If we go any further, we might attract the attention of the other sects, Jiang Fei said. As they had traveled a long way, they were not in a particularly good condition at the moment. Therefore, they needed to rest first. However, just as Jiang Fei and the others settled down and prepared to eat and rest, a few auras approached them from afar. It was obvious that they were coming for them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 flying swords hovered above Jiang Fei and the other heads. May I ask which sect's disciples are you all from? The young man in the lead was very polite. After all, this was a joint attack by the major sects against the Crimson Flame sect. Therefore,
There were more people coming. Naturally, they treated Jiang Fei and the others as allies.
We are from the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
Jiang Fei's words were more vague. They were indeed from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. However, they had nothing to do with the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
So, you are the senior brothers of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. I am a disciple of the Fire Dragon Palace. My name is Lu Yun.
The young man in the lead greeted Jiang Fei.
So, you are junior brother Lu.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly and tacitly agreed to this misunderstanding.
May I know your name? Senior brother?
Lu Yun asked.
My name is Yuan Xiao.
Jiang Fei continued to use his fake name.
So, it's senior brother Yuan. I've heard a lot about you.
Lu Yun complimented Jiang Fei. In fact, he did not even know who Yuan Xiao was. After he was done being polite, Lu Yun began to ask the question that he was most concerned about.
Senior brother Yuan, may I know which senior is the leader of the Fire Cloud Pavilion?
Lu Yun's question stumped Jiang Fei. He really did not know who the Fire Cloud Pavilion usually sent out to lead the team. In the entire Fire Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Fei only knew the name of Lu Yi. However, this girl was only the cream of the crop among the younger generation. The Fire Cloud Pavilion would definitely not allow a little girl to lead the team.
They are still discussing this. Let's come over and take the lead first.
In the end, Jiang Fei could only play along.
I see. However, we are about to attack. If the elders of the Fire Cloud Pavilion do not arrive in time, we will have to attack in advance,
Lu Yun said.
That is not something we can control.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Of course, he knew what Lu Yun was hiding. If they attacked in advance without waiting for the leader of the Fire Cloud Pavilion to arrive, they would have taken down the Crimson Flame sect. Naturally, the Fire Cloud Pavilion would not have the right to share the spoils of war. After all, if you did not contribute, what right did you have to take the spoils of war? However, Jiang Fei did not care at all. Whether or not the Fire Cloud Pavilion could get the spoils of war had nothing to do with him.
Alright then. Senior Yuan, you guys follow me first. Master and the others have been waiting for a long time.
Lu Yun nodded and said to Jiang Fei.
Alright.
Jiang Fei replied. He also knew that the various sects were surrounding the Crimson Flame sect. If the Fire Cloud Pavilion's forces arrived, they would naturally have to meet the leaders of these sects first. Although the Fire Cloud Pavilion did not send any experts this time, they had to meet them eventually. However, everyone, including Lu Yun, clearly did not expect that the Fire Cloud Pavilion's forces this time were all imposters. Now that Jiang Fei had caused a ruckus in the Fire Cloud Pavilion, the Fire Cloud Pavilion's leader was injured. The Great Elder was busy comforting the sect's disciples. Therefore, he had no intention of sending people to attack others. Following behind Lu Yun, Jiang Fei and the others walked for about 10 miles. Then, they saw a simple camp. There were many tents built in a mess. Although the quality was good, there was no pattern to it. It was obvious that the people stationed here were the higher-ups of the sections. However, these cultivators were not soldiers, so they did not have to pay too much attention to the camp.
Master, the Fire Cloud Pavilion's troops are here.
After arriving outside the central tent, Lu Yun reported to the people inside.
Let them in.
A voice came from inside.
Yes.
Lu Yun replied, and then led Jiang Fei and the others into the tent.
There really are quite a number of strong people gathered here.
Jiang Fei had already sensed the powerful aura inside the tent when he was outside the tent. After entering the tent, his feeling became even more obvious. There were 7 people in the tent at this time. Each of these 7 people had the strength of an overlord of the galaxy. In other words, there were at least 7 experts who were at the leaving aperture stage.
I can't wear the goggles. This is quite annoying.
Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. It was not accurate to judge a person's strength based on their aura. After all, many people knew how to hide their aura. If he could use the goggles, his opponent's strength would be obvious at a glance.
Are you the only juniors from the Fire Cloud Pavilion here? Where's your pavilion master?
A guy in a yellow Taoist robe asked.
The pavilion master is injured. He's still recuperating.
Jiang Fei replied.
Injured? How did he get injured?
The yellow-robed Taoist asked.
Something happened while he was cultivating.
Jiang Fei made up a story.
I see.
The yellow-robed Taoist nodded thoughtfully.
Is there no expert from the Fire Cloud Pavilion coming this time?
A middle-aged woman in a purple dress asked.
There should be. We are just here to take the lead,
Jiang Fei said ambiguously.
Then they have to hurry. If we have already taken down the Crimson Flame sect, they will only be envious. Hee.
A lazy voice came from behind Jiang Fei. Its owner was a woman in a red wedding dress. Judging from her looks, she was only in her early 20s. However, her gaze was unusually deep. No matter how one looked at it, she did not look like a young man. Chapter 1631. Chapter 1631.
Oh?
At that moment, a middle-aged man in a golden robe looked deeply at Jiang Fei and the others. Then, he let out a cry of surprise. Although Jiang Fei and the others had already hidden their auras before they arrived, everyone present was an expert, especially the 7 people in the big tent. Even if they were not sect leaders, they were still experts. Therefore, no matter how much Jiang Fei and the others tried to hide their strength, they would still find some clues. For example, this guy in the golden long robe. Although he could not see through Jiang Fei's strength, this was the most suspicious part. With his cultivation of the distraction stage, how could he not see through a junior disciple? Interesting. The guy in the golden long robe smiled slightly, but he did not say anything. Other than this guy, the other masters did not show anything on the surface. However, they were more or less suspicious. Although some items could indeed hide the aura of a cultivator. However, such items were very rare. Not to mention the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Even the top sects would not be willing to give such items to a junior disciple to use. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others became very suspicious.
Lu Yun, go and arrange a base for them,
said an old man dressed in luxurious clothes.
Yes, master.
Lu Yun bowed and said to Jiang Fei and the others.
Senior brother Yuan, please follow me. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Lu Yun out of the big tent. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew that the big tent was full of old foxes. The longer he stayed with them, the easier it would be for him to be exposed.
How is it? What do you all think?
After Jiang Fei and the rest left, the old man in luxurious clothes asked with a smile.
I can't see through the depth.
The man in the golden robe shook his head.
Why don't we just capture him and interrogate him?
The young lady in the red wedding dress said with a smile.
Then you can just capture him and interrogate him.
At that moment, a lazy voice came from the corner of the tent. This guy did not even notice Jiang Fei because this guy was really too inconspicuous. Although he was young, he looked like he was in his early 20s. However, his aura was extremely lazy. At that moment, he was just sitting on an armchair. It could be said that he did not stand up or sit down.
Young master, do you think that I don't dare to?
The young woman in the red wedding dress suddenly changed her expression and sneered at that person.
Whether you dare to or not is your business. What does it have to do with me?
The lazy youth shook his head. However, his body slid down a little, and he was almost lying on the chair.
Humph. I want to see what kind of supernatural powers these people have.
Perhaps he was angered by the lazy young man. Perhaps the young married woman really wanted to test the strength of Jiang Fei and the others. She snorted coldly and walked out of the big tent.
Chief Yu, please wait. I'm afraid these people are not that simple.
The old man stopped the married woman. However, the opposite happened. The married woman walked out without even looking back.
Humph. Old fox.
The lazy youth glanced at the old man and snorted coldly.
Hee hee. Little fox. We are the same.
The old man winked at the lazy youth. After the married woman rushed out of the tent, she rushed to the temporary base of Jiang Fei and the others. When she was about to arrive, she happened to meet Lu Yun, who had just settled Jiang Fei and the others.
Greetings, Chief Yu.
When Lu Yun saw that it was this woman, he was so frightened that he quickly bowed deeply. He immediately turned his gaze down and only dared to look at his own toes.
Are all those people here?
Although the young lad's voice was pleasant to hear, it made Lu Yun have the urge to immediately flee.
They're all here.
Lu Yun quickly nodded.
You can go.
The young lady waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly.
Yes.
Lu Yun felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly ran away from this troublesome place.
Hubby, what should we do next? Should we look for an opportunity to sneak into the Crimson Flame sect?
Bella asked.
Let's wait and see first. We don't understand the situation here at all. It's best not to act rashly,
Jiang Fei said.
But?
Bella was about to tell Jiang Fei that the people in the tent might be suspicious of him. But Jiang Fei waved his hand and interrupted her.
Someone is coming. They are very strong,
Jiang Fei said.
Hee hee. They are quite alert.
Jiang Fei had just finished speaking when the married woman walked in.
Who are you?
Bella frowned.
What? You don't even want to call me senior? If that's the case,
it will be very difficult for you to continue acting.
The married woman laughed.
Who exactly are you?
Jiang Fei frowned as well. This woman was clearly here to pick a fight.
Hee hee. You don't even know who I am. Is it because the Fire Cloud Pavilion doesn't have a family? Or is it because you guys are not from the Fire Cloud Pavilion?
The married woman seemed to be confident in Jiang Fei and the others, so she was not anxious at all.
Ah, Fei. It looks like we've been exposed.
Nina transmitted her voice to Jiang Fei.
Let's take a look first. If we were really exposed, they should have come together. Why is this woman here alone?
Jiang Fei was puzzled.
Come on. Follow me.
The married woman lifted her chin and gestured for Jiang Fei and the others to follow her.
Tisk.
Jiang Fei and the others rolled their eyes. This woman was really too self-righteous. She really thought that she could make Jiang Fei and the others surrender with just one sentence. The married woman walked straight towards the big tent. However, after walking for more than 10 steps, she realized that Jiang Fei and the others were not paying attention to her at all.
What a joke.
In an instant, the young lady was enraged. Although her Phoenix stronghold was not considered a top-tier sect in the entire planet, in terms of individual strength, this woman was truly a well-known expert in the entire planet. Therefore, when she saw that Jiang Fei and the others had actually ignored her request, the young lady was naturally enraged.
You're all courting death.
As she shouted, a sword suddenly appeared behind the married woman's back. The flying sword instantly transformed into a fire phoenix and attacked Jiang Fei and the others.
Good heavens. Her combat power is over 15 million.
Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. With the opponent's attack, he could finally understand the married woman's strength. Her combat power was over 15 million. Based on the level of the world of the 5 directions, she was an expert at the void interpretation stage. From this, it could be seen that she was much more powerful than the old Taoist from before.
All of you, get out of the way.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. This woman was very powerful. Although Jiang Fei could completely suppress her, Bella and the other girls were much weaker than her. Jiang Fei did not want them to be injured in the aftermath of the battle.
Swoosh.
A silver light shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. The silver light grew in the wind and instantly turned into a flying sword that blocked in front of the fire phoenix. At the same time, Jiang Fei formed a sword gesture with his hand. The origin power in his body instantly turned into fire attribute. Boom! The shadow-bearing sword instantly turned into a fire dragon. Jiang Fei could finally practice the martial arts that he had stolen from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Chapter 1632. Chapter 1632. Advanced Sparring Partner.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up the moment he activated the spell. At that moment, there seemed to be some sort of connection between him and the Chungying sword. The Chungying sword was like his arm. With just a thought, he could command it as he wished. As if his arm was his finger, Jiang Fei suddenly thought of an idiom. At that moment, he felt the same way. The flaming dragon formed by the Chungying sword instantly met the fire phoenix of the bride. The dragon and the phoenix began to fight in the air. As it was Jiang Fei's first time testing the Fire Cloud Pavilion sword technique, he was somewhat unfamiliar with it. Moreover, as it was a practice, he did not use his full strength. As a result, in the battle between the dragon and phoenix, Jiang Fei was at a disadvantage.
Humph. You're just SOSO.
The married woman sneered. At the same time, she changed the sword technique in her hand. The fire phoenix's body suddenly expanded and its power increased by several times.
Shifu, you're really serious.
Outside the large tent in the distance,
the few big shots were not idle either. They were all watching the situation from afar.
It seems that these people are not weak. Where did the Fire Cloud Pavilion find so many experts?
The middle-aged man in the golden long robe asked curiously.
They might not be from the Fire Cloud Pavilion.
The lazy youth laughed coldly.
So powerful.
After the young lady changed her move, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. He could no longer use other people to practice his moves like he did in the beginning, as Jiang Fei had just come into contact with the skills of the 5 directions heaven and earth. He only knew this fire dragon move. He did not have the time to practice anything else. Therefore, under the sudden increase in pressure, he had no choice but to increase his strength level. Therefore, the moment he felt the pressure, Jiang Fei converted more of the origin energy in his body into the fire attribute. Then, he formed a sword gesture with his hands and increased the output of his strength. In an instant, Jiang Fei's fire dragon's body expanded rapidly. Its power instantly surpassed the fire phoenix of the young married woman. He actually dared to hide his strength. The young married woman was shocked. She initially thought that the guy in front of her was as strong as her, or even slightly weaker. However, she did not expect that he had been teasing her all along.
It's not really hiding his strength. It's just that we have no grudges. There's no need to fight so badly,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Kid, you're looking down on me?
After hearing Jiang Fei's words, the young married woman flew into a rage on the spot. The young married woman was very strong. Moreover, she was very fond of her face. Today, it was not that she did not know that the two foxes had urged her to be cannon fodder. However, she did not care because she was confident in her strength. If she was defeated by Jiang Fei now, she would lose a lot of face. Therefore, the young lady in the bridal gown bit the tip of her tongue in anger. Then, she spat a mouthful of blood onto her flying sword. Immediately, the fire phoenix suddenly expanded to 3 times its original size. However, this kind of self-destructive behavior would definitely pay a price. Therefore, when the young lady in the bridal gown forcefully increased her spiritual power, her face immediately turned pale.
Is she going to risk her life? Is there a need for that?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect this woman to be so decisive.
Boom!
The fire phoenix suddenly pressed down. As the forced increase in power could not last for long, the married woman did not hesitate at all. She immediately launched an attack.
Clang!
Before Jiang Fei could react, the Chungying sword actually took the initiative to attack after sensing a strong enemy.
Boom!
The fire dragon and fire phoenix collided into each other. The surging fire-type energy filled the entire sky.
Is that crazy woman going all out?
The lazy young man became serious.
Those people are definitely not from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. The Fire Cloud Pavilion is only a medium-sized sect. Their pavilion master does not have the strength to force Chief Yu to go all out,
said the old man in a dignified manner.
Let's go over as well. If Chief Yu wins, it will be fine. If she goes all out and is unable to defeat the opponent, we will have to attack together,
the man in golden robe said.
Okay, let's go over and take a look.
At that moment, the lazy youth also realized the seriousness of the problem.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
After 3 consecutive collisions with no results, the sword spirit of the Chungying sword was clearly enraged.
Roar!
With a dragon's roar, the 2 black dragons seemed to be about to break away from the flying sword. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei stopped them.
There's no need to use the black dragons. It'll take care of it.
Jiang Fei instantly suppressed the sword spirit. The power of the Chungying sword returned to his hands.
This fellow provoked me. I want to kill it,
the sword spirit cried out. At that moment, it felt that the flying sword of the bride was looking down on its authority.
I will handle this.
Jiang Fei did not say anything and forcefully suppressed the sword spirit. After all, the Chungying sword was made by his heart flame. Therefore, the Chungying sword could only obey. The reason why Jiang Fei did not want to expose the 2 black dragons was that it was his trump card. He could not expose it casually. Moreover, Lu Yi had been scared away by the black dragons and the sword spirit's actions that day. Although Jiang Fei did not quite understand the reason, it was clear that this ability must be feared and feared by others. Jiang Fei was currently in someone else's territory. There were powerful people surrounding him. If he was not careful, he might be attacked by the crowd. Although he could rely on his powerful strength to break out of the encirclement. However, the girls around him might not be able to take care of them. In order to avoid dragging the girls into danger, Jiang Fei had to act cautiously. Moreover, he did not have any enmity with this married woman. He did not want to lose another life for no reason. After regaining control of the Chungying sword, Jiang Fei continued to fight with the married woman. Although he was not particularly skilled in martial arts, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. Jiang Fei's combat strength exceeded 19 million. That was equivalent to a master in the crossing calamity stage. The bride was only in the form synthesis stage. Even if she injured herself to increase her strength, she would not be able to surpass the insightful void stage. Therefore, she could not do anything to Jiang Fei. However, after this period of fighting, Jiang Fei's gains were still not bad. He had become much more familiar with the sword control technique. With a training partner of the bride's level, the training effect would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of which, although the Fire Cloud Pavilion's technique might not be first-rate, it was still much stronger than Jiang Fei's previous moves. Currently, although Jiang Fei's combat strength had not increased compared to before, he could at least fight 1.5 of himself. However, as Jiang Fei and the bride's fight continued, the bride's strength that had increased due to self-harm quickly began to fade. Although her technique could increase one's strength in a short period of time, the side effects were still very obvious. After the strength had faded, the bride-to-be was clearly unable to deal with such a powerful attack.
Chirp!
With a phoenix cry, The bride-to-best Fire Phoenix had lost its support, and thus returned to its original form, as a flying sword. Swish! Jiang Fei's hand formed a sword incantation. The fire dragon took advantage of the situation, and swept the bride-to-best flying sword back. The bride-to-be had the heart to resist, but her strength was insufficient. She could only watch as her flying sword fell into the other party's hand. Chapter 1633. Chapter 1633. Seizing the sword and causing trouble.
This sword is not bad.
Jiang Fei smiled, as he looked at the flying sword in his hand. The quality of the woman's flying sword was very unique. It was between metal and jade. The semi-transparent body of the sword was slightly narrower than a normal flying sword. But it was dazzling. It was like a pool of autumn water. At that moment, the woman was staring at Jiang Fei, as if she could not accept the fact that her flying sword had been seized. Jiang Fei felt a little creeped out by her staring at him.
What's wrong with this woman? Why is she looking at me so fixedly?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself.
Why don't I return this sword to you?
Jiang Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. If this woman's eyes were filled with hatred, Jiang Fei would gladly accept it. However, this kind of ambiguous gaze made him feel guilty. However, the young married woman did not take her flying sword. She just stared at Jiang Fei fixedly. Her eyes were fixed on him. Moreover, there were all sorts of strange expressions in her eyes. There was unwillingness, humiliation, resentment, and perhaps even a hint of joy. The reason why Jiang Fei was so guilty was because he was afraid of the woman's gaze. Moreover, there was a little jealous Bella standing behind him. If the woman looked at him for a long time, how could the little jealous woman not fly into a rage? At that moment, a few figures rushed over. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief. After all, someone had come. This awkward situation would be broken.
What's going on? Chief Yu has lost?
The man in the golden robe was stunned.
The frost sword has been stolen. F***CK. This is going to be fun.
The lazy Yu's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei carefully, and then looked at the married woman.
This is really troublesome.
The old man in luxurious clothes sighed. His eyebrows were knitted together. Speaking of this frost condensation sword, there was indeed a story. Thinking back, this married young woman was not a stockade master. She was only the only daughter of a reclusive expert called Yuanqiu. This girl had displayed excellent talent in cultivation since she was young. At such a young age, she had achieved achievements that many people could not achieve in their lifetime. Later on, that reclusive expert found a marriage for his daughter. The man was the stockade master of the Phoenix Stockade. However, the problem was that this old man had not greeted his daughter before. It was probably because experts like them were used to doing whatever they wanted, and did not think too much about it. In the end, his daughter was not happy, because she had the talent to use others. Yuanqiu achieved success at a young age. She reached the nascent soul stage at a young age. This was something that people of the same age could not compare to. Moreover, success at a young age was often accompanied by arrogance. Could she take a fancy to the chief of the Phoenix Stockade? However, her father's will was also not to be disobeyed. In the end, Yuanqiu was forced to get married. The frost sword was her dowry. However, the problem was that Yuanqiu's father was also muddle-headed. After seeing his daughter getting married, he was relieved to go on a trip. However, without her father's suppression, would Yuanqiu be willing to marry a husband who was only in the Oriscore stage? The result was that on the spot of the wedding, Yuanqiu used her dowry, the frost sword, to turn herself into a little widow. It was also from that day onwards that she never changed out of her wedding dress. Usually, girls would only wear this wedding dress on their wedding day. After that, no one would wear it every day. However, Yuanqiu only wore this wedding dress every day to annoy her father. However, the most unlucky one was the chief of the Phoenix Stockade. He was young and did not offend anyone. Initially, he thought that he would marry a beautiful wife. In the end, he did not expect to marry a female devil. He did not even touch her hand. His heart was pierced by a sword. Killing the chief of the Phoenix Stockade was originally a huge matter. However, the problem was that the Phoenix Stockade at that time could not be compared to the Phoenix Stockade now. At that time, the Phoenix Stockade was just a small sect like a sesame bean. Otherwise, their bandit chief would not only be in the Oriscore stage. After killing the bandit chief, Yuanqiu went all out and simply took over the Phoenix Stronghold herself. After all these years of development, the Phoenix Stronghold had now become quite famous among the second-rate sects. Moreover, the female devil Yuanqiu's strength had improved over the years. Recently, she had broken through to the form synthesis stage, and was already on par with the top experts of first-rate sex. In addition, her father, who had wandered off to God knows where, had killed her husband, disobeying his father's wishes. However, that was his father after all, and she was his only daughter. Even if his father found out about this, it was estimated that the father and daughter were also on the same side, so no one dared to touch her. However, from then on, Yuanqiu did not know if it was to demonstrate to her father or something. She had set a rule that only the man who snatched the frost sword from her hand was qualified to marry her. However, those who dared to try had to be prepared to die under the sword. Speaking of which, Yuanqiu was definitely not the strongest person on the Mars. There were many men who could defeat her, and there were also many who coveted her beauty. However, those people were more than half a year older than her, and their seniority was much higher. If these people came to snatch the sword, they would naturally fall under the name of bullying the weak. It was fine if they were gossiped about, but if Yuanqiu's father knew about it, they might even have the life to marry and die in the bridal chamber. Therefore, it was not that there were no young talents who tried to snatch the sword over the years. However, they basically became the sacrifice of the frost sword. Of course, Jiang Fei was not clear about this story. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly snatched the sword and caused so much trouble for himself. If he had known earlier, back then, even if Jiang Fei had forced himself, he would have kept Lui as a guide. After all, without a local, Jiang Fei and the others would not have known about these secret stories.
What should we do?
Asked a man who looked like a black tower. He was one of the people in the tent.
Whatever. Let's take these people down first. Their identities are too suspicious,
said the man in the golden robe. He was actually an admirer of Yuanqiu. However, he knew that he was not strong enough and did not dare to snatch the sword. Now that he saw Jiang Fei snatch the frost sword, he naturally hated Jiang Fei.
Let's take them down first.
The old man nodded. However, no one knew what his purpose was.
All right.
The Black Tower shouted and charged at Jiang Fei and the others. Although this guy was quite strong, he was simple-minded. Therefore, he was easy to use.
What are you guys planning to do?
At this moment, before Jiang Fei could say anything, Yuanqiu took the frost sword from his hand and blocked in front of him.
Oh, Chief Yu, are you planning to take off your wedding dress?
The lazy youth rolled his eyes and suddenly asked with a smile.
This.
Yuanqiu's face immediately turned red from embarrassment when she was asked this question in front of everyone. However, she quickly returned to normal.
That's right. Today, I'm already taken. Tomorrow, I can take off my wedding dress.
Chapter 1634. Chapter 1634. Forcing a marriage.
What are you talking about?
Jiang Fei was completely dumbfounded when he heard Yuanqiu's words. At the same time, he felt a murderous aura rising from his back. Needless to say, Bella's jealousy must have been activated.
Yo, looks like this lucky guy doesn't know your rules yet. Chief Yu, aren't you going to explain it to him?
The lazy boy said to Yuanqiu with a cheeky smile.
Young master, you don't have to worry about this.
Yuanqiu rolled her eyes at the lazy boy. Then, she turned to Jiang Fei and asked,
Don't tell me you really don't know my rules?
Hee. Jiang Fei shrugged. In his heart, he said,
I know who you are.
Yuanqiu was a little speechless for a moment. She looked at the person in front of her with a blank look on his face. It did not seem like he was lying. In the end, she could only sigh. Over the years, countless young talents had lost their lives in order to snatch the frost sword from her hands. However, today, this guy had actually done such a thing by accident. Although Yuanqiu sighed in her heart, she had to admit that Jiang Fei was definitely the strongest person she had seen in all these years. Facing the young and powerful Jiang Fei, it would be nonsense for Yuanqiu to say that she had fallen in love at first sight. However, after being single for so long, it was not that she had never fallen in love with someone else. However, she had already set her own rules. If she were to break this rule by herself, not only would her father not be able to explain it to her, she would also be criticized by everyone behind her back. Therefore, after Jiang Fei had snatched the frost sword in one fell swoop, Yuanqiu was holding on to a sense of relief. It did not matter who she had to surrender to. The main thing was that she could finally let go of her burden. Moreover, Jiang Fei was young and promising. Moreover, he was far stronger than his peers. This kind of young and talented person was completely acceptable to Yuanqiu. After weighing the pros and cons, Yuanqiu gritted her teeth and said to Jiang Fei,
I don't care if you know my rules or not. After all, you have taken the frost sword today. From now on, you are my man. F***CK. There's such a rule?
Jiang Fei was shocked. If he had known earlier, he would definitely have snatched the flying sword away.
Why? Do you want to marry? Don't you see how many people are waiting in line here?
Just then Sylvie appeared out of nowhere. Although she said the sentence for Yuanqiu to hear, but also is not to complain to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had always been very protective of the girls and treated them very well, there was still a lack of status between them, even if Bella had always considered herself to be the first wife. In fact, Jiang Fei was still very much in love with her. Even until now, he had never given any girls a proper explanation.
You guys!
Even though Yuanqiu knew that these girls might have a special relationship with Jiang Fei from the very first time they met, she was still dumbfounded when she heard Sylvie's words.
Do you think that's all? He hasn't brought all the girls here yet.
Sylvie rolled her eyes. After all, Aurelia was still at the back of planet Tyrannid.
Ha! This is going to be interesting.
The lazy youth was enjoying the show. At that moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Yuanqiu's face, especially the sect leaders. They were all waiting for Yuanqiu's decision. Initially, they were a little worried. They were afraid that Yuanqiu would bring the Phoenix Fort to protect Jiang Fei and the others. However, now that she had a group of wives and concubines, how could she, Yuanqiu, who was so arrogant, fall for them today? Yuanqiu struggled in her heart. Although Jiang Fei's conditions were more than enough for her, the problem was that she was sharing a husband with more than 10 girls. No one would be able to accept such a thing. However, if she had the intention to refuse, then Yuanqiu would be breaking her promise. Moreover, when the next man who could snatch the sword in her hand appeared, it would be many years later. Therefore, in the end, Yuanqiu gritted her teeth and said to everyone,
I, Yuanqiu, am a man of my word. He has snatched my frost sword. From now on, he will be my man.
What? In an instant, all the sect leaders present were dumbfounded. They had never thought that Yuanqiu would make such a decision.
Hey! Hey! Wait a minute!
Jiang Fei felt that the killing intent behind him was almost piercing through his skin. Although he did not look back, he could still guess Bella's expression.
Yo! Groom! Do you have something to say?
The lazy youth continued to jeer.
I say! Chief you!
Jiang Fei ignored the lazy youth. Instead, he said to Yuanqiu,
this marriage should be a consensual affair. You're the one who made the decision. Isn't that a little too much? Yo! Groom! You're not happy!
The lazy youth was definitely the typical example of a person who jeered.
Why? Are you not happy?
Yuanqiu's expression changed. Jiang Fei saying such words in front of everyone was equivalent to slapping her in the face.
Sister, may I ask how old you are?
Jiang Fei frowned. Although some of the words were hurtful, he could not be so muddle-headed as to get involved with another woman.
I am 47 years old this year,
Yuanqiu replied. For people like them who practice Taoism, their lifespans were calculated by hundreds of years. Therefore, there was not much difference between 40 and 20 years old.
But the problem is that I'm not even 20 yet,
Jiang Fei said with his eyes wide open. He thought that Yuanqiu would retreat because of the huge age difference. However, he did not expect that in the eyes of cultivators. Such a small age difference was not a problem at all. However, the girls around Jiang Fei were not all young. Not to mention Bella and the other biohumans. The little cat girl Salila was more than 200 years old. However, she was not an adult yet. The big cat girl, Garona, was an old demon that was more than 500 years old. Even Aurelia, who was from the Odora planet, was more than 100 years old. Therefore, if the girls around Jiang Fei were to be measured purely by their age, they would be quite scary. However, the race of the girls was different from that of humans. They were only a few hundred years old when they came of age. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt that they were about the same age as him. However, Yuanqiu was definitely a human. No matter how much she trained, she still had a human body. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not accept Yuanqiu, who was in her 40s.
You really don't want me?
At that moment, Yuanqiu's face was a little embarrassed. She felt that she had done enough. Even though there were so many girls around Jiang Fei, she was the leader of the Phoenix Stronghold, and she was willing to be a child. Yet, the other party actually looked down on her. This was simply a humiliation. When Yuanqiu's face fell, the leaders of the other sects felt relieved. As long as Yuanqiu did not join them, they were confident that they could take down Jiang Fei and the others. Chapter 1635. Chapter 1635 Cover-Up.
Aye.
Just as Jiang Fei was about to speak, the lazy boy beside him suddenly spoke.
Young hero, I wonder if we can talk in private.
The lazy boy said to Jiang Fei.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded. He did not know what the boy was up to. The two walked far away. After confirming that the conversation would not be heard by others, the lazy boy said,
Young hero, may I know your name? My name is Yuan Xiao. What do you want?
Jiang Fei continued to state his fake name.
Brother Yuan, I have a question that I don't know if I should say.
The lazy youth deliberately kept him in suspense.
If you don't know if I should say it, then those words are probably not pleasant to hear. I advise you not to say it, because I don't even know who you are. We are not close enough to hear you say something unpleasant.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly.
Ha! I was careless. Alright, let me introduce myself. My surname is Chen and my name is Ping. My father is the leader of the Ninely Gang.
Chen Ping introduced himself.
Tell me your purpose.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Hee hee. I think Brother Yuan, you are definitely not from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Right.
Chen Ping said directly.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled and did not say anything. However, he knew that the fact that he and the others had pretended to be from the Fire Cloud Pavilion had most likely been exposed. Otherwise, Yuanqiu would not have come to arrest them.
Since you do not refute me, then it means that I have guessed correctly.
Chen Ping smiled slightly. Then, he continued,
since you are not from the Fire Cloud Pavilion and have pretended to be someone else to come here, then there must be a secret that you do not want to tell others. Right. Dot.
Jiang Fei shrugged noncommittally. It was just that their identities were a little special. As for their purpose, Jiang Fei and the others mainly wanted to find the players. They did not really have any thoughts about the matters of the 5 directions. Jiang Fei and the others really did not have any thoughts about it.
Since you have tacitly agreed, brother, I think you also know that those old guys will not let you go. I think you can also see that they are here to capture people.
Chen Ping smiled and said.
So what?
Jiang Fei shrugged. Although the sect leaders were powerful, they were only at the void interpretation stage. Their combat power did not exceed 16 million. Jiang Fei could handle them all by himself. Seeing that Jiang Fei was so calm, Chen Ping was slightly stunned. He did not know where Jiang Fei got his confidence from.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Jiang Fei asked as he raised his eyebrows.
I'm trying to say that if you agree to Yuanqiu's request, she will naturally stand by your side, with the Phoenix Village backing you up. I will speak a few words on your behalf, and this crisis will be resolved easily,
Chen Ping said.
That being said, there's a saying that goes, you can't get up early without benefits. What exactly do you want after scheming so hard for me?
Jiang Fei asked. Chen Ping did not expect Jiang Fei to not only see through his thoughts, but also ask him so directly. He did not know how to answer for a moment, so he was stunned for a moment. However, Chen Ping was also a person who had seen the world. He quickly calmed his mind. Then, he smiled at Jiang Fei and said,
Of course, I have a motive. However, what I am scheming is not related to your interests. You don't have to pay anything, but you can resolve a crisis. Why wouldn't you do it? There is no free lunch in this world. Since you are not going to tell me the truth, it's best that you keep your good intentions to yourself,
said Jiang Fei as he left without looking back.
Damn it! This kid is quite smart.
Chen Ping cursed a few times before watching Jiang Fei leave with a sinister look.
What did he say to you?
Bella and the others immediately surrounded Jiang Fei when they saw him return.
He asked me to marry Yuanqiu.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Don't you dare.
Bella panicked on the spot.
Don't worry. If I want to marry him, he'll marry you guys.
Jiang Fei quickly comforted her.
That's more like it.
Bella nodded in satisfaction.
How easy to fool. As expected. You have big breasts but no brains.
Sylphie looked at Bella with disdain. Then, she turned to Jiang Fei and asked,
When are you going to marry us? Give me a date. F***CK. This girl is indeed the most difficult to deal with.
Jiang Fei's vision darkened. Although Bella loved to be jealous, this girl did not have any brains. It was very easy to fool her. However, Sylphie was different. Not only was this girl meticulous, she was also extremely difficult to deal with.
Let's wait until the Gamma Spaces crisis is resolved. After all, we can't even save our lives. How could we have the time to think about this?
Jiang Fei sighed.
All right. It's a deal.
Sylphie nodded immediately. She knew that it was unrealistic to force Jiang Fei to marry them now. Although Bella did not really like Sylphie, she was helping all the girls fight for benefits this time. Therefore, she did not argue with her. Jiang Fei's harem was now stable. However, there was still Yuanqio waiting for him in front of him.
How is it? Have you made up your mind?
Yuanqio looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. She had already said what she wanted to say today. Now, it could be said that she was forced into a dead end. If Jiang Fei did not want her, then she could only fight to the death with Jiang Fei. Although she knew that she was not a match for Jiang Fei, she did not have the face to live on. Fighting to the death was her best way out.
About that, I think.
Jiang Fei was about to speak when Bella suddenly said,
He agreed to this. Age?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Those words did not seem like the words of a jealous little girl like Bella.
However, we have a condition. You have to put the wedding at the back of the line. After all, none of us who came first are on the line,
Bella said.
Sure.
Yuanqio immediately nodded. At that moment, all she wanted was a way out.
What's the situation?
Jiang Fei asked through voice transmission.
This is just a delaying tactic. On the surface, we agreed to it. However, don't think too much about it. If you really dare to seduce her, you can consider the consequences yourself.
Bella glared at Jiang Fei and threatened him.
Is that your idea?
Jiang Fei looked at Nina.
Hee. This is the best solution right now. Isn't it?
Yuanqio needed a way out. Otherwise, she would not be able to get out of this situation and would have to fight us to the death. We also need a local force to help us. Now, isn't it a win-win situation for everyone to work together?
Nina laughed.
But Shinping just asked me to do the same. I keep feeling that this kid's intentions are not pure.
Jiang Fei said worriedly.
No matter what his motives are, we have to at least get through this difficult situation first,
Nina said.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, Yuanqio had completely sided with Jiang Fei and the others.
Chief Yu, are you really going to protect these people?
The old man in luxurious clothes asked with a serious expression.
He is my husband. If you want to touch him, of course, I can't agree to it,
Yuanqio said firmly. Chapter 1636, Chapter 1636. Silver Dragon Envoy.
Chief Yu, you have to think twice,
the old man in luxurious clothes said with a gloomy face.
I guarantee this person,
Yuanqio answered with a determined face.
Yuanqio, why are you so stubborn?
The man in the golden robe cried out with a pained face. He could be said to be Yuanqia's most ardent pursuer, but because his strength was not as good as Yuanqia's, although he would not die under the frost sword, he had been beaten up by Yuanqio many times in order to seize the sword.
Big brother Mo, Yuanqio appreciates your feelings towards Yuanqio. However, from today onwards, Yuanqio will have a husband. From now on, I hope you can call me Madam Yuan.
Yuanqia's words were like a small knife. It cut through the golden robed man's heart repeatedly.
Madam Yuan? Hee. Madam Yuan?
The golden robed man muttered. His eyes gradually turned from a bitter look to a dull look, and then from a dull look to a resentful look. It made sense. He had been pursuing his goddess for God knows how long, and now he was suddenly engaged to a guy from God knows where. No one could stand this. The most important thing was that this guy from God knows where did he come from did not have a name. This was what the man in the golden robe felt the most unbalanced in his heart.
Brother Mo, there's a saying that the melon that is forcefully twisted is not sweet. Why are you so persistent?
At this time, Shinping had appeared out of nowhere.
Humph. These people's origins are unknown. We must take them down today,
the man in the golden long robe said coldly as he looked at Jiang Fei and the others.
I support Protector Mo's proposal.
The old man in the luxurious robe agreed. Although he had no interest in Yuanqio, the identities of Jiang Fei and the others were too suspicious.
Come on. Do you want to surrender, or do you want to fight like a trapped beast? Don't hide behind women.
The burly man who looked like a black iron tower shouted at Jiang Fei and the others.
Hey! Hey! Aren't you guys going a little overboard?
Shinping walked out. Although Jiang Fei did not agree to his proposal, Bella's subsequent statement was the same as agreeing to cooperate with him.
Young leader, what do you mean?
The old man's expression changed.
It's their wedding today. It's not appropriate for you guys to make such a big fuss.
Right? Shinping smiled and said.
What wedding? Who's going to admit that they're getting married today?
Protector Mo shouted. It was obvious that he could not accept the fact that his sweetheart had gone with someone else.
Young leader, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. These people are too suspicious. I agree with arresting them first.
If their identities are innocent,
then we can just apologize to them.
The purple-clothed woman said calmly. Chen Ping seemed to be very afraid of the purple-clad woman. At the same time, he did not expect the woman to suddenly agree to capture Jiang Fei and the others. Therefore, he was at a loss for what to do.
Do it.
The man in the golden long robe shouted.
Let's see who dares to do it.
Yu Wanqiu shouted. Then, she unsheathed her sword.
Enough.
Just when Yu Wanqiu was standing in front of Jiang Fei and the others with her sword in her hand, and the two of them were at daggers drawn, Jiang Fei shouted loudly. It had only been a few minutes since the incident. At first, Jiang Fei did not understand what Bella and Nina meant. Therefore, he communicated with the two girls telepathically. However, in the time it took to exchange a few words, the situation had reached such a stalemate. Although Jiang Fei really did not have any feelings for Yu Wanqiu, who was in her 40s, he was forced to hide behind a woman. At this moment, Jiang Fei could not tolerate it at all. Back then, because Jiang Fei was weak, he would most likely hide behind Bella and the other girls. In the end, Bella and the other girls would either be heavily injured or die. Although this was all in the game, it had also left an indelible scar in Jiang Fei's heart. Therefore, ever since his strength had increased, Jiang Fei had subconsciously never allowed himself to hide behind a woman, even though he was not familiar with her at all.
Husband, don't worry. With me around, they won't dare to do anything to you.
At this moment, Yu Wanqiu really thought of herself as Jiang Fei's woman. Therefore, she was always thinking of Jiang Fei.
Let's talk about your matter later. Do you think these people are qualified to do anything to me?
Jiang Fei waved his hand and asked Yu Wanqiu to step aside. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was never afraid of trouble.
F***CK? Since I can't hide anymore, I might as well make a bigger fuss. Since those players are so hard to find, I'll let them find me.
Jiang Fei made up his mind. His low-key behavior suddenly became ostentatious.
Kid, you're finally not hiding behind a woman anymore. Come over here and exchange a few moves with me. Let's see how long you can last.
The burly man who looked like a black iron tower shouted. However, this guy was clearly stupid. Jiang Fei was able to snatch the frost sword from Yu Wanqiu. His strength was unquestionable. His words were clearly arrogant.
Let's attack together.
Although Protector Mo was filled with resentment, his mind was still clear. He knew that he and the Black Iron Tower were no match for Yu Wanqiu. It was even more impossible for him to defeat this unknown guy in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he wanted to attack together.
There's no need for the two of you. All of you can attack together.
Jiang Fei looked at the sect leaders with contempt and said with disdain,
Impudent.
The old man in luxurious clothes roared. Due to his age, he could be considered Yu Wanqiu's elder. His strength was also far greater than Yu Wanqiu's. In his eyes, although Jiang Fei was very strong, he was not a match for him. Now that Jiang Fei had said such arrogant words, he was instantly enraged.
Hee. The Silver Dragon Envoy is angry. This is going to be interesting.
Chen Ping laughed at the side. At that moment, he was definitely in the mood to watch the show.
All of you, stand aside and watch me catch this bastard.
The old man, who was also the Silver Dragon Envoy mentioned by Chen Ping, shouted loudly. Then, he removed the cloak on the outside.
Swoosh.
A silver light flashed. The Silver Dragon Envoy's flying sword was brought out. Then, as the old man's sword skill changed, it instantly transformed into a fire dragon and charged toward Jiang Fei.
Darling, be careful. That old man is the Silver Dragon Envoy of the Fire Dragon Palace. His martial arts has reached the peak of the Void Interpretation stage.
Yu Wanqiu reminded him. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded calmly. The old man was not in his eyes at all. After all, he was only at the peak of the Void Interpretation stage. At most, he had more than 16 million combat power. Swoosh! A silver light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows. The Chungying sword flew out and transformed into a fire dragon that fought with the Silver Dragon Envoy's flying sword. However, Jiang Fei was shocked when he saw this. The Fire Dragon Palace was the #1 sect in the entire planet. Their martial arts were not something that a second-rate sect like the Fire Cloud Pavilion could compare to. Therefore, when the two sides fought, Jiang Fei's fire dragon was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had the absolute advantage in terms of strength. Therefore, although he was at a disadvantage, there was no sign of him being defeated. Chapter 1637. Chapter 1637. Divine Weapon Crush. If only I could calm down and watch this old man perform his martial arts. Jiang Fei thought to himself. With the power of the nucleus of will, he could see the trajectory of the energy flow. If the old man was fighting with someone else, if he were to analyze it carefully, he might be able to simulate the old man's martial arts. However, now that Jiang Fei was fighting with him personally, he naturally could not focus on analyzing the trajectory of the other person's energy flow. After a round of battle, although Jiang Fei was at a disadvantage, it was not without benefits to fight against an expert. His mastery of the Fire Cloud Pavilion's technique had clearly increased by a level. However, it was not a good idea to always be suppressed. Jiang Fei was here to establish his authority. If he was suppressed by others, not only would he be able to establish his authority, he might even have the guts to make a scene in front of him.
Father, let me help you.
The sword spirit of the Chungying sword had already decided on Jiang Fei as its father. When it saw that its father was being suppressed, the sword spirit could not hold back anymore.
Don't use the power of the Black Dragon,
Jiang Fei replied with his mind. Although he wanted to establish his authority, he still did not want to reveal his trump card.
There's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with this kind of guy,
the sword spirit said confidently. Of course, its so-called enemy was not the Silver Dragon Messenger, but the Silver Dragon Messenger's flying sword.
Buzz!
Suddenly, the Chungying sword let out a sword hum. And then the two fire dragons entangled together suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. In this light, the Chungying sword suddenly rushed out of its own fire dragon and fiercely stabbed into the Silver Dragon Envoy's fire dragon's body.
What kind of move is this?
The Silver Dragon Envoy was shocked. He had never heard of such a cultivation technique.
Clang!
With a crisp sound, the Silver Dragon Envoy's flying sword was cut in half on the spot. The Silver Dragon Envoy spat out blood and was heavily injured. He had no idea what had happened. In fact, the reason why the Chungying sword could easily cut the other party's flying sword was not because of Jiang Fei's strong combat ability. Instead, it was because of the level gap between the two swords. Even though the materials used for the Chungying sword were very ordinary, even the standard equipment that was produced by Planet Namek's smithing technology line, when Jiang Fei was refining it, he had unintentionally used the fire of the heart and the fire of the will. The refinement of these two types of flames had directly elevated the Chungying sword to a higher level. The originally ordinary body of the sword had become extremely pure under the refinement of the two types of strange flames. Although the Silver Dragon Envoy's flying sword was also not an ordinary item. However, a flying sword that did not even have a sword spirit was definitely not a match for the Chungying sword. So it was reasonable that it was easily cut off.
Your sword. Who exactly are you?
The Silver Dragon Envoy had lived for hundreds of years, and could be said to have seen many things. He instantly understood that although the strength that this fellow had just displayed was not weak, however, the Fire Cloud Pavilion's cultivation method was far inferior to his. So he was already completely suppressed by him. Under the condition that he did not change his cultivation method, he could easily cut off his flying sword. There was only one reason the person used a divine weapon. The word divine weapon was not something that could be casually called. It was at least a high-level magic weapon that had a sword spirit. Not only was this kind of magic weapon very rare, the person who possessed this kind of magic weapon was definitely not a nobody. Previously, the Silver Dragon Envoy did not think much of Jiang Fei and the others. The main reason was that they were famous people. Why would they pretend to be someone else? Therefore, in the eyes of the Silver Dragon Envoy, even if Jiang Fei and the others were slightly stronger, they were mostly just a group of unaffiliated cultivators. However, the appearance of the divine weapon immediately made him forget about this thought. No matter how strong an unaffiliated cultivator was, unless he could dominate the entire planet, he had no ability to keep the divine weapon. All the major sects would definitely rush over to fight for it. No matter how strong he was, he would definitely lose in a round of battles. Therefore, when the Silver Dragon Envoy found out that Jiang Fei was holding a divine weapon, he immediately guessed that there must be a powerful force behind Jiang Fei.
Master Xiao, why do you say that?
Before Jiang Fei could answer, Protector Mo asked curiously. It was already beyond his expectations that Jiang Fei could defeat the Silver Dragon Envoy. Now that the Silver Dragon Envoy had asked such a question, it was obvious that the people in front of him must have a deep background.
My surname is Yuan. Am not a local,
Jiang Fei said, as if he was implying something.
My surname is Yuan?
The Silver Dragon Envoy was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. The surname Yuan was nothing unusual on Mars. However, when it was paired with Jiang Fei's,
am not a local.
The Silver Dragon envoy instantly thought of the Yuan family of planet Guardians. Wang Xie and Yuan Shao were the four great families of planet Mars. Although the Yuan family and the Shao family were not as powerful as the Wang family and the Xie family, the Yuan family was the true master of planet Mars. The four great families of planet Mars were in charge of the 4 planets. Firefly Planet was the territory of the Yuan family. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Wang family and the Xie family were, the Yuan family had the highest status on planet Mars.
Could you be?
At that moment, not only the Silver Dragon envoy, but also the leaders of the other sects looked at Jiang Fei in surprise. How could they not know that there were 4 other planets besides the planet? How could they not know that the Yuan family was the real owner of the planet? Jiang Fei shrugged. He did not admit or deny it. He then said,
I came to the planet for a secret mission. Therefore, it is not convenient for me to reveal my identity. Please do not ask any more questions.
What Jiang Fei said was true. He had come to the 5 directions for an important mission. He had to find the players and stop the players from assassinating him. Moreover, he had to find the 9 rotating astrolabe. As for Jiang Fei's identity, he could not be exposed to the people of the 5 directions. He was an intruder from the outer region. To the players who had already arrived, he was a big boss who could stop the other party's mission. Although Jiang Fei did not officially admit that he was from the Yuan family of the town star, none of the sect leaders present had any doubts. After all, Jiang Fei's strength was there. Even if he did not have a divine weapon to protect himself, his strength was not inferior to the Silver Dragon envoy. However, the Silver Dragon envoy was already a few hundred years old. However, Jiang Fei had just said that he was not even 20 years old. What did it mean to be an expert in the void interpretation stage who was not even 20 years old? There was not a single person in the entire planet of chaos, even in the planet of suppression, where there were many talented people. Such a genius was rare. Therefore, such a genius, with the protection of a divine weapon, was impossible to exist in the planet of chaos. In the eyes of these sect leaders, Jiang Fei must have come from the planet of suppression. Moreover, he used a fire-type cultivation method. Therefore, he must have come from the Yuan family. As for why Jiang Fei's cultivation technique was so trashy, these people did not think much about it under the concrete evidence. At this moment, if there was one thing that made them happiest, it was definitely Yuanqiu. She had originally only regarded Jiang Fei as a young talent. Half of it was because of the rules that she had set. The other half was because she felt that it would be more difficult to find a suitable partner after abandoning Jiang Fei. Therefore, she had reluctantly committed herself to him. However, she did not expect that she would accidentally hook up with a rich husband. If she could marry into the Yuan family, then, even if they shared their husbands with so many people, they would definitely not lose anything. Chapter 1638. Chapter 1638. Temporary membership. Jiang Fei was not clear about Yuanqiu's determination to latch on to him when he saw that his fictional identity had shocked the leaders of the sections. He said to these people,
The main reason I came here is to visit the Crimson Flame sect, because an old friend of mine came to the Crimson Flame sect a few days ago and went missing. I want to investigate. As for your matter, I do not want to be involved. This.
The Silver Dragon messenger and the others looked at each other. Everyone did not know what to do, regardless of Jiang Fei's strength. Just based on his status as the Jinxing Yuan family, these people would not be able to do anything to him. However, if Jiang Fei were to go to the Crimson Flame sect, if something were to happen, or if he were to stand up for the Crimson Flame sect, it would be difficult for the few large sects. The Crimson Flame sect was the 3rd largest sect on the planet. These sects were encircling the Crimson Flame sect. On one hand, they were carrying the banner of justice. They wanted to seek justice for the sects that had been destroyed. However, there was a saying that one could not get up early without benefits. These people were not good people, who would stand up for others for no reason. As the 3rd largest sect on the planet, the Crimson Flame sect was very attractive to all the large sects, regardless of whether it was cultivation techniques or vast amounts of cultivation resources. If they could destroy the Crimson Flame sect, they would definitely be able to earn a lot of money. However, if this person from the Jinxing Yuan family wanted to stand up for the Scarlet Flame sect, then they would be in a difficult position. It was still fine if they gave up the fat meat that was in their mouths, but letting the tiger return to the mountain would be tantamount to finding trouble for themselves. The Scarlet Flame sect was not some small sect. Once they were allowed to rest and recuperate, and when they recovered their vitality, Other than top sects like the Fire Dragon Hall, the other sects would not be able to withstand the Scarlet Flame sect's counterattack. In addition, the Crimson Flame sect had always been ruthless. From the fact that they were able to destroy other sects, it could be seen that offending these people would not end well. It was precisely because of this reason that everyone, including the Silver Dragon Envoy, did not want Jiang Fei to go to the Crimson Flame sect. They were afraid that the Crimson Flame sect would fall into Jiang Fei's trap.
What should we do?
The Golden Robe Protector Mo's expression was uncertain. On one hand, he knew that he had no chance. If he wanted to compete with such a powerful young man, with a shocking background for a woman, he was simply hitting a rock with an egg. Moreover, the Phoenix Cry Palace that he was in was not as powerful as the Crimson Flame sect. If he did not die, there would definitely be trouble in the future.
It's not easy.
The Silver Dragon Messenger frowned. He did not dare to stop Jiang Fei, but he was also unwilling to let him go. After all, according to Jiang Fei, his friend had come to the Crimson Flame sect before, and their whereabouts were unknown. Who knew if his friend had been harmed by the Crimson Flame sect? Or if he was just a guest in the Crimson Flame sect? If that person had been killed, then everyone would be happy. This master of the town Star Yuan family would also help the other major sects to attack the Crimson Flame sect. However, the problem was, what if his friend was a guest in the Crimson Flame sect? At that time, this master of the Yuan family would most likely stand up for the Crimson Flame sect. If that happened, it would be difficult for the sects. Unfortunately, the leaders of these sects were clearly overthinking things. Jiang Fei was looking for traces of the player. The player was definitely Jiang Fei's main enemy. Therefore, regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend of the Crimson Flame sect, Jiang Fei would not help the Crimson Flame sect. After all, Jiang Fei's goal was only to track down the whereabouts of the player.
Don't worry. The matters between the major sects on planet Mars will be settled by all of you. I am here for other important matters. Regardless of the outcome of my visit to the Crimson Flame sect, I will leave today.
Jiang Fei could see that these people were in a difficult position. Therefore, he gave them some peace of mind.
Really?
The Silver Dragon Envoy's eyes lit up. If that was really the case, there was no need for them to stop Jiang Fei. Moreover, even if they stopped him, they might not be able to stop him. After all, even they were not his opponent. They were even injured by him. There was no need to mention the others. Moreover, even if they succeeded in stopping him, so what? Offending the Yuan family was not a good thing for them. Although the main force of the Yuan family was in the town Star, they could just send 2 super experts over. Their sects might not be able to handle it. Therefore, when they heard Jiang Fei's promise, the leaders of the sects all heaved a sigh of relief. Therefore, they said on the spot that they would personally escort Jiang Fei up the mountain. After receiving the approval of these people, Jiang Fei was quite happy. Then, he took Bella and the others and prepared to head to the Crimson Flame sect. However, at that moment, another question appeared in front of Jiang Fei.
Why are you still following me?
Jiang Fei asked as he was on the mountain path to the Crimson Flame sect. At that moment, the leaders who had sent him off had already left. After all, they had not officially attacked the mountain yet. If all the leaders were to rashly go up the mountain together, they might be ambushed by the other party.
You are my husband. Of course, I will follow you.
At that moment, Yuan Chio was determined to stick to Jiang Fei.
You guys provoked her. You guys deal with it.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He really did not like Yuan Chio.
Ah, Fei. Bring Sister Wanchio along. Her understanding of Mars, and even the 5 directions of heaven and earth is far greater than Lu Yi's.
Nina transmitted her voice. They had scared Lu Yi away. That was why Jiang Fei had randomly snatched the sword. They had caused a lot of trouble. Now that a ready-made guide had come to their doorstep, Nina naturally would not let it go.
But?
Jiang Fei looked at Bella worriedly. Although Yuan Chio was over 40 years old, she looked like a young woman in her early 20s. How could Bella, who was a little jealous, accept it?
This will not happen again. Also, don't have any ulterior motives. We are lacking a guide to bring her along. When we leave the world of the 5 directions, you are absolutely not allowed to bring her along.
Bella warned with a livid face. Although she was jealous, she knew the benefits of bringing Yuan Chio along. Therefore, she reluctantly accepted Nina's suggestion. However, Bella never expected that she would never have the chance to get rid of Yuan Chio again.
All right then.
When Jiang Fei saw that Bella had agreed, he naturally had nothing more to say. After all, they really needed a local who understood the situation by their side. Otherwise, Not only would their identities be exposed, there were also many times that they would cause unnecessary trouble.
Greetings, sisters and sisters.
Yuanqio was very good at making trouble. She took the initiative to greet the girls.
There are not many of your sisters here. Most of them are sisters,
Bella said coldly. Although she had reluctantly accepted Yuanqio temporarily, she was still very unhappy. Speaking of age, Bella and the other biohumans had only been born for a very short period of time. However, because she was angry and did not like to be at a disadvantage, Bella decided to include her dragon race age in the game as well. As for other girls, who were hundreds of years old like Cat Girl and Big Girl, there was no need to mention them. Actually, including Si Tying, all the girls had stayed in the time house before, including the time flow deficit. All of them had spent decades of time, and they were not any smaller than Yuanqio. However, Si Tying, Nina, and the other girls were more magnanimous and did not mind calling her sister. So they did not care about these things. Chapter 1639, Chapter 1639. Leader of the Crimson Flame Sect. With the addition of Yuanqio, Jiang Fei and the others had an even better guide. They followed the mountain path and soon arrived near the Crimson Flame Sect's main gate. Due to the various large sects surrounding the Crimson Flame Sect, the Crimson Flame Sect was now in a state of panic. There were sentries everywhere outside the main gate. Although these people could not hide from Jiang Fei and the other spiritual power, but it's enough to show that the Red Flame Clan is heavily guarded.
Husband, how do we go in? Visit or attack?
Yuanqio asked. Because they have been found by the Red Flame Sect, so want to sneak in is impossible.
Wait a minute.
Jiang Fei turned his back to Yuanqio and quietly took out his identification device. Then, he minimized the small map and began to scan the deep mountains where the Crimson Flame Clan was located. Soon, Jiang Fei saw a small red dot on the display screen. Although the red dot was very far away from him, it was still within the scanning range of the enemy and friend identification device.
I finally found it!
Jiang Fei was happy. He felt much more at ease after finding this player. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to find a needle in a haystack in the 5 directions. Although there was only one player that Jiang Fei had found. These players could clearly communicate with each other. As long as Jiang Fei found one, he would be able to follow the clues and find the others.
Let's worship the mountain,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He did not want to alert the enemy too early because the players did not have such equipment to identify enemies and friends. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not worried that they would discover his identity. Therefore, if they could get close to the players, Jiang Fei and the rest could completely figure out the players' purpose in secret. After all, one of Jiang Fei's quests was to stop these players from assassinating them. Up until now, Jiang Fei still did not know who the players wanted to assassinate.
That's fine.
Yuanqio was indeed a traditional woman who had received the education of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Although she had a heroic aura, ever since she had treated Jiang Fei as her husband, she had displayed the 3 directions and 4 virtues that she had long abandoned on earth. She could be said to be obedient to Jiang Fei. Following that, Yuanqio came to the front gate of the Crimson Flame Sect openly. At this time, the Crimson Flame Sect disciples were once again ready for battle.
I am Yuanqio from the Phoenix Village. Today, I have brought a friend to pay a visit to the mountain,
Yuanqio shouted loudly. Then, she swung her hand and shot out a light scroll. This was the common greeting card of the 5 directions of heaven and earth.
Pay a visit to the mountain?
The disciples of the Scarlet Flame Sect were stunned. They thought that these people were here to attack the mountain, so they had already asked for help. They didn't expect that these people were actually here to pay a visit to the mountain according to the rules. However, even if they were here to pay a visit to the mountain, these disciples didn't dare to let them go immediately. After all, this was a critical moment. If these people tried to trick them, the Scarlet Flame Sect wouldn't be able to bear the loss. Very soon, some disciples rode their flying swords back to the Crimson Flame Sect to report the news. The remaining few disciples accompanied Yuanqio and the others as they spoke. Since they had not officially fallen out with each other, everyone had to give face to each other. However, the hidden sentries did not show themselves. They were still in a tight formation. If Jiang Fei and the others showed any signs of trouble, these people would definitely make a preemptive strike without hesitation. After about 10 minutes, a few rays of light flew out from the Crimson Flame Sect. At the same time, Jiang Fei could also feel the powerful aura that these people were emitting.
It seems that there are quite a number of masters on this planet.
Jiang Fei was shocked. Initially, after reading the information of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Fei thought that the strength of the 4 planets other than the planet of suppression was average. However, he only discovered today that the foundations of these large sects were not to be underestimated. When Jiang Fei had met the Silver Dragon Envoy and the others at the foot of the mountain, these people were not very strong. Only the Silver Dragon Envoy was slightly stronger. The rest of the people were not as strong as Yuanqiu. However, the Fire Dragon Palace was actually the leader of the alliance. The rest of the sects were mostly second or third-rate sects. Moreover, even the Fire Dragon Palace, the number 1 sect on the planet, had only sent 1 Silver Dragon Envoy. The other sects were either guardians or young masters. The true masters did not come. It was only because the Phoenix Fort could not bring out any masters. Therefore, no matter what happened, Yuanqiu had to come personally. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few flying swords arrived in the blink of an eye. As they were all super masters, the speed of these people's flying swords was naturally very fast.
I did not know that Chief Yu had come. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar.
Yuanqiu had never expected that the sect master of the Crimson Flame sect, Huang Sheng, would come personally to welcome her.
This guy's strength is even above that of the Silver Dragon Envoy.
Jiang Fei looked at the middle-aged man in the red Taoist robe. He had a rough idea of what was going on. In this world that was completely different, wearing goggles was a little eye-catching. Therefore, Jiang Fei was no longer as accurate as before in judging the strength of others.
Am flattered that Chief Huang has personally come to welcome you.
Yuanqiu was absolutely sincere, although her strength was not weak. The foundation of the Phoenix sect could not be compared to these top sects. On normal days, as the 3rd largest sect on the Mars star, the Scarlet Flame sect would not even take the Phoenix stronghold seriously. But today was different. Today, the Fire Dragon Palace had taken the lead, and all the major sects had besieged the Scarlet Flame sect. Although the Scarlet Flame sect was already prepared for battle, even if it was a one-on-one fight, they were still not a match for the Fire Dragon Palace. Not to mention that the Fire Dragon Palace had pulled in so many underlings. Therefore, for the Scarlet Flame sect, the most important thing now was to unite all the forces that could be joined together, regardless of whether the opponent was weak or strong. As long as they were willing to stand together with the Scarlet Flame sect, Huang Sheng was willing to compromise.
It's nothing. It's nothing. I, Huang Sheng, have long heard of Chief Yu's reputation. It's my great honor to meet you today.
Huang Sheng also said very politely, although he had previously heard that the Phoenix village was also in the Alliance army. However, since Yuanqiu had chosen not to attack, but to worship the mountain, Huang Sheng was willing to try to rope her in. After all, it did not cost him much to say a few polite words. If he could get a helper, it would be a great help to the Crimson Flame sect. It would definitely be a great help to the Crimson Flame sect.
Chief Yu, these are...
Huang Sheng suddenly noticed Jiang Fei and the others. Previously, he had always thought that Jiang Fei and the others were Yuanqiu's followers. However, when he unintentionally looked at Jiang Fei and the others, he suddenly realized that he could not see through the only man among the women. As the leader of the Crimson Flame sect, Huang Sheng had the strength of the intermediate stage of the mastery stage. His combat strength was close to 18 million. This strength was considered to be the top-notch expert in the entire planet. However, he could not see through the depth of the other party. This made Huang Sheng immediately notice Jiang Fei. Chapter 1640. Chapter 1640 Life-Saving Straw.
This is my husband, Yuan Xiao, and a few sisters.
Yuanqiu introduced.
Your husband?
Huang Sheng raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he also knew about Yuanqiu's story about the sword snatching and husband selection.
Yes.
Yuanqiu nodded.
Master Yuan, why don't you come forward and have a chat?
Huang Sheng turned his gaze to Jiang Fei.
I wonder if you have any advice for me. Sect leader Huang?
Jiang Fei took 2 steps forward and asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing.
You are indeed not an ordinary person.
Huang Sheng was shocked. With his status, he could be said to be one of the top existences on this planet. It was not that there were no people who dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, they were at least a few hundred years old. A person as young as Jiang Fei was always subservient in front of him. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Fei's bearing, he was certain that he was not an ordinary person.
I wonder how young Master Yuan got to know Chief Yu.
Huang Sheng asked casually. However, he was also testing Jiang Fei and the others.
If we don't fight, we won't get to know each other,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Huang
Sheng did not expect Jiang Fei to be so cunning. His words were absolutely nonsense. Based on Yuanqia's condition of snatching the sword and choosing a husband, they had no choice but to fight and not get to know each other?
Chief Yu, may I know why you are here today?
Huang Sheng saw that it was difficult for Jiang Fei to get information from her, so he turned to Yuanqio.
My husband once had an old friend come to the Crimson Flame sect. Later, his whereabouts were unknown,
so he specially asked me to inquire about it.
Yuanqio did not hide anything. After all, under the current situation, it was almost impossible for the Crimson Flame sect to let people with unknown attitudes like them up the mountain. Therefore, if they did not ask directly, there was little chance for them to sneak in and secretly investigate.
Oh, old friend? May I ask young Master Yuan, what is the name of your old friend?
Huang Sheng asked curiously. He did not expect that Yuanqio and the others would actually come to the mountain for this purpose.
I am not at liberty to say more about the specifics. Moreover, I do not know the name that he used to come to the Crimson Flame sect. However, I can only say that he is from the town Star.
Jiang Fei said. Actually, it was not that he did not want to give detailed information. It was just that he did not know the name of the
player.
Nor did he get any more information from Chiokue.
Town Star. Who exactly are you?
What Jiang Fei did not expect was that when Huang Sheng heard the word
Town Star,
his expression suddenly changed. Moreover, it was not just Huang Sheng. Even the higher-ups of the Crimson Flame sect who came with him were excited. The higher-ups were acting so abnormally. Naturally, the lower-level disciples had to follow suit. They immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Jiang Fei and the others.
Who am I? Didn't she just introduce me? My surname is Yuan. My name is Yuan Shao.
When Jiang Fei said that his surname was Yuan, he deliberately emphasized the word
Yuan. The Jinxing Yuan family?
Huang Sheng's eyes widened.
What? You don't believe me?
Jiang Fei directly released his aura. His strength instantly soared to its peak. His terrifying combat power of more than 19 million without holding anything back caused the Crimson Flame sect's disciples to instantly prostrate on the ground. Si Tang and the other girls were also under a considerable amount of pressure. However, Bella, Nina, and other powerful girls took a lot of the pressure off of them. That was why Si Tang and the other girls did not make a fool of themselves.
How terrifying.
At that moment, Huang Sheng could not care less about his own disciple making a fool of himself. He could feel the powerful pressure coming from Jiang Fei's body. In an instant, he knew that this was a super master in the Crossing Calamity stage. A master in the Crossing Calamity stage was something that could only be encountered by chance on the entire planet. It was impossible to say that there was not a master like this on the entire planet. However, if there was one, then who was he? Where was he? No one could say for sure. Moreover, Jiang Fei's age was really too scary. An expert in the Crossing Calamity stage, who was not even 20 years old. What kind of concept was that? He was probably a super genius that could only be seen once in 10,000 years even in the entire planet. Moreover, there was a possibility that an ordinary genius would die prematurely. After all, a genius was not the same as an expert. Many powerful geniuses had not even grown up before they were killed by the enemy forces. However, a genius in the tribulation stage was not so easy to kill. Such a powerful expert was not common even in the town Star. It was almost certain that an expert like Jiang Fei would definitely be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. He would reach the stage that all cultivators yearn for. Therefore, when Jiang Fei completely released his power, the experts of the Crimson Flame sect instantly acknowledged that Jiang Fei was from the town Star's Yuan family. They could not help but feel a sense of pride. After all, the entire planet Mars was the territory of the Jinxing Yuan family. If the Yuan family had such a super genius, they would definitely have a true immortal in the future. At that time, the Yuan family would no longer be at the bottom of the four great families. The rise of the Yuan family's status would bring endless benefits to the planet Mars. Welcome, High Ambassador.
After a short moment of shock, Huang Sheng suddenly bowed down.
Welcome, High Ambassador.
The other higher-ups of the Crimson Flame sect also bowed to Jiang Fei.
Hula,
the sect leader, and elders of the sect all knelt down. Those disciples who were already lying on the ground were even more prostrated. Actually, as the sect leader of the Crimson Flame sect, even if Huang Sheng met the Yuan family's special envoy, there was no need for him to give such a big bow. A bow and a humble attitude was enough. The reason why Huang Sheng gave such a big bow, it was because he felt that he had caught a life-saving straw. At this moment, although the Crimson Flame sect had not suffered any losses. It could be said that it was at a critical moment of life and death. The Fire Dragon Palace was the #1 sect on the entire planet. Just their strength alone was not enough for the Crimson Flame sect to handle. Not to mention, the Fire Dragon Palace had also recruited a group of underlings. Although the Crimson Flame sect had indeed been here before, that person had already left. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. Without the support of the Yuan family, the Crimson Flame sect was indeed at a critical moment of life and death. Now, Jiang Fei's appearance had become the Crimson Flame sect's last hope. If they could not grab hold of it, the Crimson Flame sect's thousands of years of foundation would be ruined. That was why Huang Sheng would not hesitate to pay respects to Jiang Fei with his own face. The elders were the same. Since the sect leader had already risked his face for the survival of the sect, what else was there for them to say? Get up! Jiang Fei nodded calmly. As an expert at acting cool, Jiang Fei was very familiar with such matters. Yes, Ambassador. Huang Sheng and the others stood up respectfully. Ambassador, this is not the place to speak. Please come to my humble sect and have a chat. Although the reception was not very good, there are still some fragrant tea to be served. This time, Huang Sheng did not dare to block Jiang Fei and the others outside the door. Chapter 1641. Chapter 1641. Player unintentional. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he led the girls around him and followed Huang Sheng into the Crimson Flame sect. This time, Yuanqiu was completely ignored by the Crimson Flame sect. She was no longer the main character who had been roped in. Everyone from the Crimson Flame sect crowded around Jiang Fei. However, Yuanqiu was not angry. After all, Jiang Fei was her husband. She felt proud that her husband was so valued by others. Moreover, even though the Crimson Flame sect was somewhat snobbish, they had no choice but to do so. Now, the Fire Dragon Palace had brought 7 or 8 families to besiege the Crimson Flame sect. It was a drop in the bucket for the Phoenix Fort to help. Only Jiang Fei, the super genius of the Yuan family, could save the Crimson Flame sect from both fire and water. After arriving at the Crimson Flame sect, Jiang Fei and the others took their seats in the main hall. As a guest, Jiang Fei should have been sitting with his hands hanging down. However, in order to curry favor with Jiang Fei, Huang Sheng directly gave him the main seat. Jiang Fei, who was in Pretend 13 mode, pretended to decline and sat down. His purpose for coming to the Crimson Flame sect this time was very clear. That was to look for traces of players. Although he did not know if the Yuan family's ambassador that Qiukui mentioned was here. According to the friend and foe identification device, there was indeed a player in the Crimson Flame sect. Alright, sect leader Huang, can you tell me the whereabouts of that person now? Jiang Fei asked directly after exchanging pleasantries. Great ambassador. The great ambassador that you mentioned did come to our Crimson Flame sect, but he has already left, Huang Sheng said with some difficulty. He was afraid that the great ambassador would immediately leave because of this. If that happened, the Crimson Flame sect would really be hopeless. Then, can you tell me why he came to the Crimson Flame sect? Jiang Fei frowned. His first reaction was that Huang Sheng was lying to him. According to the friend and foe identification device, a player was in the Crimson Flame sect. Of course, Huang Sheng quickly replied. The Lord High Ambassador came to our Crimson Flame sect because of my disciple. Unintentional. Oh, then can I meet your superior? Jiang Fei immediately asked. No problem. Huang Sheng immediately agreed. Then, he said to a disciple beside him. Go and find Unintentional. Yes, sect leader. The disciple replied and left the hall. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 2 Crimson Flame sect disciples walked in from outside the hall. One of them was the disciple who had just left. The other disciple had not even gotten close to him. The IFF device in Jiang Fei's arms began to vibrate. Could that player be him? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although he did not take out the IFF device to look at it, there was no need to ask. The target of the IFF device's alarm must be the new guy who had just appeared. Heartless, hurry up and greet the High Ambassador, Huang Sheng hurriedly said to Heartless, afraid that he would offend Jiang Fei and the others. Dot! The disciple called Wu Xian looked at Jiang Fei for a few seconds before he reluctantly nodded at Jiang Fei. Wu Xian! Don't be rude! Although Huang Sheng doted on his extremely talented disciple, he was a little angry at this moment. If Wu Xian angered the Yuan family's ambassador, the Crimson Flame sect would be finished. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Wu Zin's reaction was within his expectations. After all, in the eyes of these players, They were just a bunch of NPCs. If he wanted them to bow and worship him, that was a little too much.
Unintentional. Quickly tell this lord the reason why the Yuan family's ambassador came to look for you last time.
When Huang Sheng saw that Jiang Fei was not angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly asked. He hoped that Unintentional would immediately tell him what the ambassador wanted to know so that he could redeem Jiang Fei's impression of him.
Sect Master, the ambassador once instructed that I cannot tell anyone about the things he instructed me to do. I still have important matters to attend to. I will not disturb Master anymore. I will take my leave.
Unintentional was actually so impudent. Not only did he not give Jiang Fei face, he did not even give his own teacher face. Among everyone present, only Jiang Fei and the girl beside him could understand a thing or two. This was especially true for Jiang Fei. After all, he was once a player. Therefore, he could understand Unintentional's thoughts.
I am here to play the game. At most, I will not do the quest. I will serve you NPCs. No way.
The problem was that Huang Sheng and the others did not know that their beloved disciple had already been sent by the players. Therefore, Unintentional's actions had completely infuriated him. Jiang Fei was the Crimson Flame sect's last hope. Huang Sheng himself had to suck up to him carefully. He was afraid that he would neglect him even a little. However, this disciple of his was too presumptuous. Moreover, in the 5 corners of the world, there was an order between master and disciple. This was not like the relationship between a teacher and a classmate on Earth. A teacher and a teacher were completely different concepts. A teacher and a teacher were like a father. One had to respect a teacher as much as one respected their father. Now, Unintentional did not give Huang Sheng any face in front of outsiders, like Yuanqiu and Jiang Fei. Where would he put his face?
Impudent.
The furious Huang Sheng slammed the table and stood up. At the same time, his right hand turned into a claw and captured Unintentional in an instant.
Evil creature! Have all my years of teaching been eaten by dogs? How dare you be so rude today? Where is the law enforcement elder?
Huang Sheng was really furious.
Sect Master!
The law enforcement elder stood up as well. Although he knew that Heartless was Huang Sheng's favorite disciple, Jiang Fei was their last hope today. Heartless dared to talk back to him. If they angered him, the Crimson Flame sect would be finished. Therefore, the law enforcement elder knew that Heartless was going to be unlucky today. If he was not severely punished, the Yuan family's special envoy would not be satisfied. If he was not satisfied, he could just leave, and the Crimson Flame sect would be crippled.
Drag Wuxin down and cripple his martial arts. Imprison him in the Scarlet Flame Cave,
Huang Sheng said angrily.
Oh?
Although he was mentally prepared, the law enforcement elder still didn't expect Huang Sheng to punish Wuxin so ruthlessly. Imprison the Scarlet Flame Cave was nothing. Many talented disciples had been punished by this punishment. It was more like a punishment. It was more like a kind of training. The Scarlet Flame Cave was extremely hot. For those who practice fire-type martial arts, although it was difficult to endure, it was still a holy land for cultivation. However, it would be different if their martial arts were crippled. Being crippled was already the heaviest punishment for cultivators. If they were to imprison the Crimson Flame Cave again, without the protection of spiritual power, it would be equivalent to certain death.
You want to kill me?
Wuxin suddenly raised his head and glanced at Huang Sheng. There was no fear, no pleading, and no remorse in his eyes. It was a complete disdain, as if he was looking at a clown.
I want to kill you, the evil disciple, and clean up the mess.
After seeing Unintentional's gaze, Huang Sheng became even more furious. Chapter 1642. Chapter 1642 instigated an attack.
Kill me! I'm not playing with you anymore.
Heartless laughed coldly. His body suddenly emitted a burst of fire. Then, he disappeared in front of everyone.
Damn it! Elder of Law Enforcement, send someone to bring the traitor back.
Huang Sheng was almost angered to death by Heartless.
Yes, Sect Master.
Elder of Law Enforcement immediately went to carry out the order. At this time, the hall was in an awkward situation.
Well, Sect Master Huang, since your sect has something to deal with, we will take our leave first. I will come again another day to pay you a visit.
Jiang Fei stood up and said. His goal was that, player. Now that he had no intention to run away, there was no need for Jiang Fei to stay in the Crimson Flame sect anymore.
I'm really sorry, Your Excellency. Please excuse me.
Although Huang Sheng wanted to persuade Jiang Fei to stay, he could not open his mouth. After all, his careless action just now had really made him lose face.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei called out to the girls, and then walked down the mountain of the Crimson Flame sect. On the way, he took out his friend and foe identification device to observe. Jiang Fei cried out in surprise. He initially thought that Unintentional had already run far away. He did not expect that this guy was still in the Crimson Flame sect. It seemed that he had gone to the forbidden area at the back of the Crimson Flame sect's mountain.
This kid has descended into the Crimson Flame sect. There's an 80% chance that he has some important treasure here. Otherwise, the players would not have made such a wild guess.
Jiang Fei thought quickly and immediately guessed Heartless purpose. The players had descended into the 5 directions of heaven and earth. In order to obtain a better carrier, it was undoubtedly the best choice. Based on Jiang Fei's current understanding of the situation, there were not many players in the entire planet. Since this player had unintentionally descended to the Crimson Flame sect, he was most likely here for some treasure. However, Jiang Fei and the others had already left the Crimson Flame sect. If they turned around and returned, they might arouse the suspicion of Huang Sheng and the others. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to wait and see. As he had the enemy and friend identification device, Jiang Fei could monitor Unintentional from a relatively far distance. Although he could not see what this guy was doing, he could still grasp his coordinates.
Husband, what should we do next?
Bella asked.
Let's return to the Alliance's headquarters first and inform them that they can attack the mountain.
Jiang Fei smiled. He had no intention of protecting the Crimson Flame sect. Now that he had discovered Unintentional's tracks, Jiang Fei could even use the opportunity of the various sects attacking the mountain to create chaos. Then, he could take the opportunity to find out what Unintentional's purpose was. An hour later, Jiang Fei and the others returned to the Alliance's headquarters. At this time, other than the Silver Dragon Envoy and the others, there were many more powerhouses in the tent.
It seems that everyone is almost ready.
Jiang Fei smiled as soon as he entered the tent.
Brother Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my father, Chen Hong.
Chen Ping took the initiative to approach Jiang Fei.
So, it's faction leader Chen.
Jiang Fei smiled at Chen Hong.
Hee. Just as my son said, Brother Yuan has an extraordinary appearance.
Chen Hong smiled at Jiang Fei. His attitude was rather gentle. After all, as soon as Jiang Fei entered, he began to size up Jiang Fei. In the end, he realized that he could not see through this kid at all.
This is the Golden Dragon Envoy from the Fire Dragon Palace.
After introducing his father, Chen Ping pointed at an old man in luxurious clothes and said,
Okay.
The Golden Dragon Envoy and Jiang Fei nodded at each other as a form of greeting. Other than these two big shots, Chen Ping introduced a few more people to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei greeted them one by one, but did not take it to heart. After all, these people were relatively weaker.
Master Yuan, I wonder if you have gained anything from your trip to the Crimson Flame sect?
The Silver Dragon Envoy interrupted at this time.
My old friend left the Crimson Flame sect a month ago. Huang Sheng and the others do not know where he went.
Jiang Fei shrugged. He deliberately showed a hint of disappointment on his face. Then, he continued,
However, there is one piece of news that you wish to know.
Oh,
young Master Yuan, please inform us.
The Silver Dragon Messenger immediately asked.
When we went there, because Huang Sheng's disciple had no intention of communicating with my old friend, Huang Sheng asked Unintentional to tell us what happened. However, for some reason, Unintentional seemed to have fallen out with Huang Sheng and directly betrayed the Crimson Flame sect. Now, the entire Crimson Flame sect is trying to capture Unintentional.
Jiang Fei hid the information about players. However, he told them everything.
Oh, are you serious? If it's true, this is an opportunity.
Almost the moment Jiang Fei said that, all the big shots focused their attention. After all, the Crimson Flame sect's internal strife was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. If they could take this opportunity to attack, it would be twice the result with half the effort.
Of course it's true. Do I have to lie?
Jiang Fei smiled. The reason why he said all this was to let these sects attack the mountain immediately. Only when the Crimson Flame sect was completely in chaos would he have the chance to fish in troubled waters.
Thank you for providing this information. Master Yuan, we still have important matters to discuss. I won't accompany you any longer.
The Golden Dragon Messenger immediately said. It was obvious that he wanted Jiang Fei to leave.
In that case, we'll take our leave first.
Jiang Fei turned around and led the girls out of the big tent. Jiang Fei did not know how these leaders would discuss attacking the mountain. He did not want to know either. He followed Yuanqiu back to the base of the Phoenix stronghold. He said to her,
If you listen to me,
it's best for you to send your people back. This is a place full of trouble. If they stay here, not only will they not get any benefits, they will even be in danger of losing their lives. Husband, since I have given myself to you, the Phoenix Village will be my dowry. You are now the chief of the Phoenix Village. You can do whatever you want.
Yu Wanqiu was determined to follow Jiang Fei.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. Now was not the time to explain. He could only take over the command of the Phoenix Village and order the entire army to retreat. Although it was a little treacherous to do so, since Yu Wanqiu had joined his side, Jiang Fei could not just watch her subordinates become cannon fodder. Although the people who besieged the Crimson Flame sect were all righteous sects, Jiang Fei was very clear in his heart. Among these sects, the Phoenix Village was the weakest. Moreover, Yu Wanqiu was still by his side and did not participate in the attack on the mountain. Therefore, the people of the Phoenix Village would not be able to escape the fate of being cannon fodder without the chief. It would be better for them to withdraw from the war in advance. After Yu Wanqiu ordered the people of the Phoenix Village to withdraw, although the other sects were dissatisfied, they did not say anything. On one hand, Yu Wanqiu was not weak. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was a stronger person. Therefore, everyone did not want to cause any trouble before they attacked the Crimson Flame sect. Secondly, these sects also believed that their strength far surpassed the Crimson Flame sect. The loss of the Phoenix Village was insignificant. Chapter 1643. Chapter 1643. After the people of the Phoenix Village left, Jiang Fei did not plan to stay in the Alliance camp anymore. He took the girls and left the Alliance camp together. Then, he found a place to settle down in the mountains near the Crimson Flame sect. This time, Jiang Fei's goal was to fish in troubled waters. Naturally, he had no interest in being cannon fodder for the Alliance army. The Alliance army led by the Fire Dragon Palace did not stop Jiang Fei and the others from leaving. Due to Jiang Fei's powerful strength, these people did not want to cause any trouble at such a critical time. Therefore, they tacitly allowed Jiang Fei and the others to leave. After settling down, Jiang Fei did not have the mood to care about the Alliance's matters. He began to pay attention to unintentional movements on the enemy and friend identification device. Speaking of which, this player, who had descended on unintentional, was really audacious. After he had caused such a huge disaster, he actually did not escape from the Crimson Flame sect. Instead, he hid within the Crimson Flame sect. This made Jiang Fei and the others very confused. They could only guess that this guy seemed to be trying to steal something. Does the Crimson Flame sect have any treasures that are particularly precious? Jiang Fei asked Yu Wanqiu. Especially precious? Do you mean martial arts techniques or something? Yu Wanqiu asked. It's not martial arts techniques. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it must be especially precious. Jiang Fei said. Are you talking about the tooth of the god of fire? Yu Wanqiu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. What is the tooth of the god of fire? What is the tooth of the god of fire? Jiang Fei immediately asked. The tooth of the god of fire is the 10 most powerful magical equipment in the 5 directions. They are divided into 5 major attributes. The 2 fire attributes are the tooth of the god of fire and the sacred flame token. Then, Yu Wanqiu began to tell Jiang Fei and the others about the 10 directions divine equipment. It turned out that the 10 directional artifacts were divided into 5 attributes, which corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The origins of these magical treasures could no longer be verified. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed, and that was that these magical treasures were extremely powerful. However, there were also strict restrictions on the users. Among these magical treasures, one of the 4 major attributes of metal, wood, water, and fire landed on the 4 outer planets. The other 6 were all in the Star of Suppression. Among the 6 magical treasures, the 4 families had already divided up the 4 elements of metal, wood, water, and fire. The remaining 2 Earth-type magic weapons were nowhere to be found. Wait, are you saying that this Fire-type Divine Flame Fong is in the Crimson Flame sect? Jiang Fei interrupted Yu Wanqiu. Yes. Yu Wanqiu nodded to confirm. Isn't the Crimson Flame sect the 3rd largest sect on planet Mars? If there is such a treasure, it should belong to the largest sect. Right. Jiang Fei was very confused about this. That's because the Crimson Flame sect was once the largest sect on planet Mars. However, it declined later and was overtaken by the Fire Dragon Hall and the Sacred Flame sect. Yu Wanqiu explained. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Now you know why the Fire Dragon Hall is so eager to destroy the Crimson Flame sect. Right. After all, without the tooth of the fire god, Their name as the largest sect was never justified. That's why they were so eager to attack the Crimson Flame sect.
Yuanchio said.
Does that mean that the unintentional target is also the tooth of the Vulcan?
Jiang Fei guessed.
I think that's about it.
Yuanchio nodded.
Sigh. This Huang Sheng is really something. Why didn't he bring such an important treasure with him? If he brought it with him, not only would it not be easy to lose it, but it would also be a killer move.
Jiang Fei complained.
Although the tooth of the flame god is powerful, the conditions to use it are also very strict. Not only does it need a fire elementalist, but it also needs to be cultivated into a heart flame.
Yuanchio explained.
Heart flame.
Jiang Fei was stunned. He had learned from the information in the Fire Cloud Pavilion that this type of flame was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, the last time he cultivated the Chungying sword, the flame's characteristics seemed to be very similar to the heart flame. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were talking, the red dot that unintentional corresponded to suddenly began to move. At first, this guy was not fast. It seemed like he was sneaking in quietly. Later on, he stopped moving. However, after a while, this guy's speed had clearly increased. Moreover, his direction was far away from the Crimson Flame sect.
Damn it! This kid really succeeded?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He had been paying attention to unintentional's movements.
Beep 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 beep.
At this moment, the sound of a horn came from afar. It was clear that the major sects had begun to attack the mountain.
This kid really knows how to pick his timing.
Jiang Fei could not help but admire Heartless' plan. At this moment, he was taking advantage of the fact that the Crimson Flame sect was being attacked so violently that he had no time to care about anything else. That was why he had escaped from the Crimson Flame sect. However, the Crimson Flame sect could not care about Heartless anymore. Jiang Fei had nothing to do. He had waited for so long just to wait for Heartless.
Let's go! Don't let our little fish get away.
Jiang Fei called out to the girls beside him and chased after Heartless. However, after chasing for a while, Jiang Fei realized that the distance between Heartless and him was getting farther and farther. This was not because Jiang Fei's speed was not good, but because Ariel, Si Tying, and the other girls were too much of a burden to the team.
Yuanchio, you stay here and help me take care of them. I'll go and get that kid.
Seeing that Unintentional was about to run out of the scanning range of the enemy friend identification device, Jiang Fei had no choice but to let the girls continue their journey slowly. He chased after them alone.
Okay, don't worry.
At this time, Yuanchio could be said to be obedient to Jiang Fei.
You guys be careful. I'll be right back.
Jiang Fei said to the girls. Then, he immediately summoned the Chungying sword.
Go after him.
Jiang Fei activated his sword control technique. He stepped on the Chungying sword and turned into a streak of light as he chased after them. As Jiang Fei's own strength was far greater than Heartless, coupled with the fact that the Chungying sword was also a rare divine sword. After combining into one, Jiang Fei's speed was extremely fast. In just over 20 minutes, Jiang Fei could already see the flowing light of Heartless' flying sword.
Let's see where you can run to.
Jiang Fei suddenly accelerated. The Chungying sword let out a sword cry and instantly surpassed Heartless' flying sword. Then, it blocked in front of him.
It's you?
When Heartless saw Jiang Fei, he was very surprised.
Kid, you ran pretty fast.
Jiang Fei laughed.
What? Are you trying to stop me?
Unintentional asked with a gloomy face. He had already completed the quest and obtained the Vulcan's tooth. He did not expect that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere.
I have something to ask you,
Jiang Fei said as he tried to stall for time. At first, he wanted to get close to these players and figure out their purpose. However, this unintentional person was very vigilant. It seemed that he was not easy to fool.
Since it's not easy to fool, he'll have to do it the hard way.
Jiang Fei quickly made a decision.
I have nothing to say to you.
Unintentional words just confirmed Jiang Fei's choice. This guy was definitely the type who would not admit defeat unless he was beaten. Chapter 1644. Chapter 1644.
He'll do it the hard way.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he turned his palm into a claw and clawed at Heartless.
An NPC? What are you trying to do to me?
Heartless laughed coldly. He was not afraid of Jiang Fei's attack at all. When he saw Jiang Fei's big hand reaching out, Heartless suddenly took out the flying sword on his back. With a flash of sword light, he stabbed it straight at Jiang Fei's throat.
Humph! What a joke!
Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Although he did not wear his goggles, he could roughly sense Heartless' strength. Although this guy's strength was not ordinary among the younger generation, He was still a junior disciple after all. His strength was only around the nascent soul stage. In terms of combat strength, it was only around 9 million. Just as Heartless Flying Sword was about to reach Jiang Fei, the Chungying sword under Jiang Fei's feet suddenly charged forward and instantly cut into Heartless Flying Sword. Ding! With a crisp sound, Heartless Flying Sword was cut in half by the Chungying sword on the spot. Ah! Heartless cried out loudly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Oh no! How is this guy so strong? His strength is actually not weaker than Huang Sheng. At that moment, Unintentional was finally a little afraid. Although he was a player and could not really die, his quest was most likely going to be ruined. Go to H.L. Jiang Fei formed a hand seal with his sword. The Chungying sword circled and then stabbed at Unintentional. Wait! Seeing that the guy on the opposite side was really going to kill him, Unintentional was a little anxious. These players had spent money to enter this dungeon. If they were killed just like that, they would be in big trouble. Oh! Now you're going to tell me! Jiang Fei immediately summoned the Chungying sword back. He was not really going to kill anyone just now. He was just trying to scare Heartless. Otherwise, this kid would not have confessed honestly. Ask away. What exactly do you want to know? Heartless frowned and said. At that moment, he was also thinking of a countermeasure. He wanted to find a reason to deceive Jiang Fei. What's the rush? We have plenty of time to talk. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he suddenly attacked Heartless. His large hand instantly grabbed 2 major acupuncture points on Heartless' body. Heartless could no longer resist. Boom! Boom! 2 streams of pure source energy were injected into Heartless' body. However, this injection was definitely not a power transfer. It was a seal. At that moment, Heartless' spiritual power was sealed. He was like an ordinary person now. Before Jiang Fei removed the seal, he could not resist it all. After subduing Heartless, the first thing Jiang Fei had to do was to search his body. He searched all over Heartless' body and finally found a small purple bag. This is the storage bag of the 5 directions. Right. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Through his familiarity with the information of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Fei had learned that in the 5 directions, although spatial equipment was rare, it was not rare. An average expert would have won. As Jiang Fei had studied the information, he was very clear on how to open the dimensional storage bag. He quickly opened the unintentional storage bag. A person with unintentional strength would not have been able to obtain a dimensional storage bag. However, the Crimson Flame sect was very wealthy. Moreover, he was the sect leader's favorite disciple. Therefore, he made an exception to have it. However, this was the lowest level dimensional storage bag. There were no protective measures at all. Anyone could open it. After opening the storage bag, Jiang Fei realized that the guy had quite a lot of things on him. Other than the broken flying sword, Unintentional still had quite a few pieces. Other than some personal items, there were 3 things that Jiang Fei paid special attention to. The first was the Tooth of the God of Fire, one of the 10 directional artifacts that Unintentional stole from the Crimson Flame sect. The Tooth of the God of Fire looked like a dart. The crystal clear dart had a long silk tassel on it. Jiang Fei could recognize it at a glance because it gave off a strong fire attribute aura. Moreover, this aura seemed to resonate with Jiang Fei from afar. Could it have sensed the heart flame in my body? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At that moment, he was a little certain that the flame that he had was the heart flame. Other than the Tooth of the Flame God, the other item that Jiang Fei paid attention to was a jade slip. When Jiang Fei inserted his spiritual power into it, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. The core cultivation method of the Crimson Flame sect. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not wait to thank him for being the mole. If it was not for this kid, Jiang Fei would not have been able to obtain all of this even if he had spent a lot of effort. As for the last small purse that Jiang Fei paid attention to, it was filled with crystals. According to the records of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, these small crystals were known as spirit stones in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. They were the currency of the world of cultivators. To put it simply, money. Kid! Not bad. You did not let me waste my effort. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This time, he could be said to have gained a lot. Why did those sects attack the Crimson Flame sect? Was it not for their martial arts techniques and the Tooth of the Fire God? Now, Jiang Fei had obtained these martial arts techniques and the Tooth of the Fire God without any effort. It was as if he had picked them up for nothing. After looting the loot, Jiang Fei pinched Heartless under his arm as if he had caught a chicken. He brought him back to the girls. Plop! Jiang Fei threw Heartless on the ground and walked to the girls.
Husband, you have great skills,
Yu Wanqiu praised. She did not expect Jiang Fei to capture Heartless so quickly.
Not only did I capture him, but I also got a lot of good treasures.
Jiang Fei smiled and took out the Vulcan's tooth and the jade bamboo slip. As Yu Wanqiu was on Jiang Fei's side now, and there were many things that could not be avoided from her. Jiang Fei did not hide from her this time.
The tooth of the Vulcan?
Yu Wanqiu immediately recognized the legendary Chaos Star treasure.
How do I use this thing?
Another important reason why Jiang Fei showed the tooth of the Vulcan to Yu Wanqiu was that he wanted to know how to use it. Yu Wanqiu had once said that only people with a heart flame could control the tooth of the Vulcan. Now, Jiang Fei was almost certain that he had the heart flame. Now, he only lacked the method to control the tooth of the Vulcan. If he could control this treasure freely, Jiang Fei's combat power would be greatly increased.
According to the legends, the flame of heart is required to be refined until the tooth of the Vulcan recognizes its master. However, I am not very clear about the exact method.
Yu Wanqiu shook her head.
All right.
Jiang Fei sighed. It seemed that he would have to figure out the matter of refining the tooth of the Vulcan himself. After that, Jiang Fei took out the jade bamboo slip and gave it to Yu Wanqiu. This was the core cultivation method of the Crimson Flame sect. It should be slightly stronger than your cultivation method. It would be better to give it to you now.
This. For me?
Yu Wanqiu never thought that Jiang Fei would give her such a big gift. Chapter 1645. Chapter 1645. Interrogation unintentional.
I'll give it to you,
Jiang Fei said generously. This time, Jiang Fei was so generous. On one hand, he was grateful to Yu Wanqiu for being their guide. On the other hand, he wanted to rope this woman in as well. On the other hand, the jade bamboo slip was no longer useful to Jiang Fei. On the way back, Jiang Fei had already at 0541 copy all the contents of the jade bamboo slip. Moreover, he had made those techniques into memory waves. After that, Bella and the others could receive the memory waves from Jiang Fei as needed, instead of learning through the jade bamboo slip. However, ever since the Fire Cloud Pavilion had obtained the cultivation technique, Bella and the rest had not learned any cultivation techniques. This was not because Bella and the rest were lazy. It was because the fire attribute cultivation technique did not match their attributes. For example, Bella had mastered the life core. Her own strength was long and tough. The explosive fire attribute cultivation technique was not suitable for her at all. Therefore, in the end, only Hua Mulan followed Jiang Fei to learn the fire attribute cultivation method of the Crimson Flame sect. The other girls chose to wait until they had the chance. After all, Jiang Fei and the others would have to stay in the 5 directions for a long time. They would have plenty of opportunities to obtain other attribute cultivation methods. After splitting the loot, Jiang Fei began to interrogate the prisoners. Jiang Fei did not want the girls to participate too much in the unintentional interrogation. It was not that Jiang Fei wanted to hide anything from the girls. It was just that it was inevitable that some unfriendly methods would be used during the interrogation. The girls would not be able to accept it. However, it was impossible for Jiang Fei to not bring any helpers. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to bring Sylphie and Garona along to interrogate the unintentional. The reason why Jiang Fei brought the 2 girls along was obvious to Sylphie. As an assassin, she was used to life and death. She was also quite skilled in torturing people. On the other hand, Garona had hundreds of years of experience. Moreover, she worked in the Visari army all year round. When it came to interrogating criminals, Jiang Fei estimated that she had fewer tricks up her sleeve. As for the other girls, Jiang Fei asked them to find a safe place to set up camp for the time being. After all, with an expert like Yu Wanqiu around, there would not be much danger. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the others would not go too far to interrogate Heartless. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei and the 3 brought Heartless to a small forest 4 to 5 miles away. This place was not too far away from Bella and the others. Once Bella and the others called for help, Jiang Fei and the others would be able to arrive almost immediately. Moreover, no matter what kind of punishment Jiang Fei used on Heartless, no matter how much he shouted, it would not disturb Bella and the others.
How is it? Are you ready to confess, my dear player?
Jiang Fei asked Heartless with a sinister smile.
You? What did you say?
As soon as Jiang Fei said that, Heartless' eyes widened. He stared at Jiang Fei. He did not know how this guy knew his identity as a player.
Are you very surprised?
Jiang Fei laughed. That was the effect he wanted. If he did not make this guy lose his mind, How could he confess truthfully?
You? Who are you?
Heartless was terrified. Normally, these NPCs would not know the concept of player, even if they knew the identity of themselves and the others. They would only call them intruders. The title, player, meant that they had all the secrets of these people.
Me? You don't need to know who I am. All you need to do is answer my question. Otherwise.
Jiang Fei suddenly smiled cruelly. Then, he suddenly took Sylvie's dagger and stabbed it into Heartless' thigh.
Ah!
Wuxi let out a scream. He did not expect the guy in front of him to be so ruthless.
Can you answer the question now?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. However, his current smile was no different from a demon's smile to Heartless. After fusing with the blackened soul, Jiang Fei was now much more ruthless than the young man who had just left the ivory tower. Although Jiang Fei could not be considered ruthless, he would not hesitate when it was time to strike.
I know. You are not the NPC here. You are the destroyer. You are the destroyer.
Unintentional suddenly stared at Jiang Fei and screamed. The destroyer was a term that was spread among the players. Later, it was even used by the game development team to promote the game. This term referred to only one person, and that was Jiang Fei. Due to Jiang Fei's previous contact with the players, coupled with his repeated attempts to destroy the players had treated him as a very important boss in the game. The development team had also promised generous rewards. As long as he killed the destroyer, he would receive a large amount of experience points, money, and equipment rewards.
Saboteur?
Jiang Fei thought for a moment and understood that this title was referring to him. Therefore, he smiled happily because this title was confirmed from another perspective. From a certain perspective, the development team had accepted his existence. He had become the selling point of their game. At the same time, he had attracted more players to them. This also meant that the development team would not easily kill Jiang Fei.
Alright. Since you know who I am, you better tell me honestly. Otherwise, you know what I mean.
Jiang Fei laughed cruelly.
I did not expect you to be the saboteur. If I had known earlier, I would have called for other people to kill you. That would be even more generous than the reward for clearing this dungeon.
Heartless had also regained his composure. He looked at Jiang Fei calmly and said,
I'm a little unlucky today. I've fallen into your hands. If you want to kill me, do as you please. You want to threaten me? Do you think I'm like those cowards? Good job. You have guts.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he gave Garona and Sylvie a look. The two experts, who were proficient in torture, immediately came forward.
H. Come on. Little girl. Haven't you eaten? Harder. I'm not happy yet. Ah. If you have the ability, kill me. Come on. Kill me. Kill me. Please kill me.
In the beginning, Heartless was indeed a tough guy. Under the torture of Sylvie and Garona, he was still cursing loudly. He even deliberately provoked the two of them, hoping that they would kill him. In that case, although Heartless had failed the mission, he had returned to the rebirth point of the player. However, Garona and Sylvie were both experienced torturers. They would not accidentally kill Heartless. As the torture continued, Heartless finally collapsed. He could not bear the pain anymore. He began to pray for the two to kill him and give him a release.
Now! Can you tell me everything you know?
At this moment, Jiang Fei came over calmly. Chapter 1646, Chapter 1646, Breaking the Immortal Golden Body.
Alright. Ill talk. Ill talk. Don't torture me anymore.
Heartless finally could not hold on any longer. After all, they were just a bunch of players who played the game. No matter how Heartless looked down on the players who had been interrogated by Jiang Fei, he only felt that he could withstand it. He was not a special forces soldier or special agent in the gamma space. Did he know what torture meant? Heartless had only seen those traitors confess when they could not withstand the torture from movies or television dramas. Although he felt that those guys were very spineless at the time, it was really his turn. Only then did Heartless know that the sin was not something that people could bear. Therefore, after a few rounds of torture, Heartless could not hold on anymore.
I thought you could hold on for a few more rounds.
Jiang Fei smiled like a demon. When he saw that Heartless had really lost his will, he asked,
Tell me, what is your mission this time? Our mission is to gather the 10 artifacts, and then assassinate the mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens.
Heartless replied.
Oh, then, how many of your people are there on planet Mars?
Jiang Fei asked.
I was the only one on planet Mars. But then, another one came from planet Mars.
Heartless replied.
Don't lie to me. If I find out that you're lying to me, you better think about the consequences.
Jiang Fei threatened.
I'm not lying. Right now, there should only be the two of us on planet Mars. But if there are any more people from planet Mars, I don't know,
Heartless said with a terrified look. He had already made up his mind. Once he escaped from Jiang Fei's grasp, he would immediately log out and delete the game. Such a realistic game was simply too torturous.
Then, how many people are participating in this dungeon?
Jiang Fei asked again.
A total of 40 people.
This time, Heartless answered very straightforwardly.
40 people.
Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Although the number of players this time was not particularly large, judging from the fact that most of them had descended to the town star, the strength of these people's carriers must not be too low.
Then, what is the strength of you people after you descended?
Sylvie interrupted from the side.
I'm not too sure about the specifics. However, people like me who descended to the surrounding 4 stars and stole the 10-directional clear artifact were relatively weaker. The people who descended to the town star were generally stronger. They were probably at the void interpretation stage or above.
Heartless immediately replied. After all, when he was torturing him, Jiang Fei did not make a move. Sylvie had participated in the entire process.
When you plan to make a move?
Jiang Fei asked again.
The exact time has not been determined yet. It should be after we have obtained the crystal 10-sided clear artifact. Now, we know that my side has failed. However, the Northern Morning Star's water-type crystal 10-sided clear artifact, the Gabriella Pearl, has already been obtained.
Therefore, he did not hide anything.
Are you planning to steal the 10 directional artifacts in the hands of the 4 great clans through this method?
Sylvie suddenly asked.
Yes. Someone has already descended there and become a core disciple.
Heartless replied.
What a bad dish.
Jiang Fei frowned. If these players had descended to the 4 great clans, they would have a powerful background. When that time came, there would be a lot of resistance for him to act.
Oh, right. Do you know a player named Natasha?
Jiang Fei suddenly thought of this female player, because of what Varen had told him previously. Jiang Fei must not hurt this person. He must not even get into a conflict with her.
Natasha? That crybaby? You actually know this burden?
Unintentional's face naturally revealed a look of disdain. However, he suddenly remembered his identity as a prisoner, so he could not help but feel dejected again.
Ah?
When Jiang Fei heard this answer, he was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that Natasha should be like Eamon, a super rich player, or have some other unique abilities. However, he never expected that this guy was actually a crying burden. This way, Jiang Fei began to doubt Vinland's purpose. What was the reason that made Vinland specifically tell him not to hurt Natasha? He did not even want to make an enemy out of her. With a heart full of doubts, Jiang Fei asked Heartless a few more questions. Then, he said to the 2 girls beside him,
I've asked all the questions that I should ask. Do you have anything else to ask?
The 2 girls shook their heads. This made Heartless heave a sigh of relief.
I'm begging you. I told you everything that you want to know. Please kill me.
At this moment, Unintentional only wanted to be free. After he died, he would return to the safe zone to revive. When that time came, he could go offline.
I'm sorry. We've asked all the questions. But you can't leave.
Of course, Jiang Fei knew that he could not let this guy go. Once this guy went back to revive, it would be equivalent to informing the other players.
Husband, what do you plan to do?
Sylvie asked.
I had a sudden idea. I want to try it.
Jiang Fei suddenly summoned the Chungying sword. Then, he said to the sword spirit,
This guy is yours. Eat it. Ha ha. Thank you. Father!
The sword spirit cried out happily. Then, the 2 black dragons instantly emerged from his body.
Roar! Roar!
Following 2 dragon roars, the 4 front claws of the 2 black dragons firmly locked Heartless.
What? What are you doing?
Although Heartless had the privilege of not dying as a player, he could not help but become afraid. Fear of the unknown was a human instinct.
Clang!
With a sword cry, Heartless' body quickly withered. His blood essence was absorbed by the Chungying sword, and then his nascent soul, which had not been fully cultivated, was exposed. Heartless, who had yet to reach the leading aperture stage, was unable to control his nascent soul freely. The young child could only watch in horror as the 2 black dragons opened their mouths to devour him. There was no way for him to resist at all. Swoosh! Heartless' nascent soul was devoured by the 2 black dragons. However, at that moment, a faint silver light suddenly flew out from the top of the nascent soul's head.
F***CK! You still want to escape?
Although Jiang Fei wanted to see if the Chang'ing sword could completely kill Heartless, he had already prepared himself. Now that he saw that the Chang'ing sword could not stop Heartless from resurrecting, he could only activate the second plan.
Whoosh!
A silver light shot out from Jiang Fei's glabella and instantly enveloped Heartless consciousness. Then, he suddenly pulled. Not only did Heartless consciousness disappear, Jiang Fei himself also disappeared into thin air. In the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei looked at the person in front of him, who looked no different from an earthling, but was completely different from Unintentional. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart.
Where is this?
Unintentional's face was filled with shock. His carrier had already died. Logically speaking, he would have to return to the safe zone to revive. If this program could be broken, then the player's advantage of not dying would be completely gone. Thinking about how he would die, Unintentional's heart was filled with fear. Chapter 1647. Chapter 1647. Next stop. Suixing.
Welcome to my world, kid!
Jiang Fei was feeling extremely happy when Jiang Fei decided to attack Heartless. Although he already had a plan in mind, he still had to take a lot of risks. After all, he did not know if he would be able to stop Heartless consciousness. Although the 10th dimension was magical, Jiang Fei did not know much about it until now. He had been trying to use it. After all, the 10th dimension was unique. Even Tyrion, who also had the nucleus of will, did not have such an ability. Although he was not completely confident, Jiang Fei had to take the risk. In the 5 directions, he could not bring Heartless as a living captive. However, he could not kill a player. Therefore, he had placed his hopes on the Chang'ing sword in the beginning. He hoped that it could devour Heartless' soul, so that he could not resurrect and kill him completely. However, the Chang'ing sword was still a product of the laws of the universe. Although it could devour a nascent soul, it could not destroy a player's will. Therefore, Heartless still had the ability to resurrect in the safe zone. Jiang Fei had no choice but to open the 10th dimension. If he failed, he would have to bear the responsibility of reviving Heartless. The player knew that he had arrived in the 5 directions. However, things were better now. Unintentional's consciousness had been intercepted by Jiang Fei. This made Jiang Fei feel relieved and more confident. The 10th dimension could lock the player's consciousness. In that case, the golden body of the player that could revive indefinitely was broken.
You? What are you doing?
Unintentional's heart was filled with fear. After all, the current situation was completely unknown to him. His sense of superiority as a player had completely disappeared. At this moment, his heart was filled with the fear of the unknown as a normal person.
I'm wondering if I should kill you,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In the 10th dimension, he could do anything, including destroying Heartless consciousness. However, the question was whether there was a need to do so now. Although Heartless had previously possessed the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator, which equated to a terrifying combat strength of about 9 million. The strength of his consciousness was not very high at the moment. It was only slightly stronger than a normal human being. He was even weaker than a weakling like Han Tianyu. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei kept him in the 10th dimension indefinitely, it would not be a burden to him.
Don't kill me! You will need me!
Heartless was really smart. Although he pretended to be tough at the beginning, he immediately surrendered when he realized that he had lost all his final protection.
That's true. Then, you can stay here for now. If I have any questions, I'll come back and ask you.
Jiang Fei thought about it and agreed. Leaving Heartless in the 10th dimension was not a burden to him at all. Moreover, there was nothing in the 10th dimension. Heartless would not be able to create any waves. On the other hand, this guy's understanding of the Gamma dimension could provide Jiang Fei with a lot of help in the future. After making a decision, Jiang Fei did not kill Unintentional. Instead, he came out of the 10th dimension alone.
Where did you go just now? Did you go back to your dimension?
Sylphie asked. Although she knew that Jiang Fei had an independent dimension, Jiang Fei had never told anyone about the attributes of the 10th dimension.
I went back for a while. I locked that kid in there,
Jiang Fei said.
Will that be a burden to you?
Sylvie asked worriedly. Although she did not know much about Jiang Fei's space, at least she knew that when Jiang Fei's space was loaded with large-scale or high-energy items, it would consume a lot of power.
No. Don't look at these players who have great power after they descend. They are all weak and no different from ordinary people. Therefore, they are not a burden to me. If that's the case, wouldn't the player's immortal golden body be broken?
Sylvie had also realized this.
That's right. If that's the case, our chances of defeating the players would be much greater.
Jiang Fei was also very happy. He initially thought that he would not be able to do anything to these players before he entered the Gamma space. However, now, he finally did not have to suffer this kind of humiliation anymore. After dealing with the unintentional matter, Jiang Fei and the other two returned to the temporary camp. He needed to share the results of the interrogation with the girls.
You're back. How is it?
Bella and the others immediately surrounded him.
This guy defected to a mysterious organization. That's why he stole the crystal of the 10 directions.
Jiang Fei replied casually. As Yuanqi was present, he could not explain the specifics. However, after that, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to communicate with the girls about the results of the interrogation and the fact that he was able to kill the player. Of course, these girls did not include Yuanqi. With Yuanqi's strength, she could naturally sense that Jiang Fei was communicating with the other girls on a conscious level. However, she could not eavesdrop. Moreover, Yuanqi was a smart woman. She knew that since her husband had deliberately hidden it from her, he did not want her to know. At the same time, Yuanqi also understood that she had only joined this group for a short period of time. Moreover, she was the one who begged to be married. Therefore, it was normal for her husband to not trust her in the beginning. However, Yuanqi was confident. She could make these people accept her. It would also make her husband not reject her so much. After a short rest, Jiang Fei and the rest set off again. This time, Jiang Fei and the rest's goal was the teleportation portal. Based on the information that unintentionally provided, the players on the planet were aiming for the Vulcan's tooth. Now that the Vulcan's tooth was in his hands, there was no need for Jiang Fei to stay on the planet. Because of Yuanqi's presence, Jiang Fei and the rest's journey to the teleportation portal was very smooth. It showed the benefits of having a local guide here.
Husband, where is our next destination?
Bella asked as they were on their way to the teleportation portal.
We're going to the Year Star,
Jiang Fei said. There were many powerful players in the planet. He did not want to take the risk so early. According to unintentional intelligence, the 10-directional clear artifact of the Northern Star had been stolen. It was useless for them to go there. Therefore, only the Year Star of the East and Tai Bai of the West were left. Jiang Fei chose one randomly.
If you want to go to the star, each of you will need 10 spirit stones. I still have some, but it might not be enough. Husband, how many do you have?
Yuanqi continued.
I have?
Jiang Fei quickly looked through the money bag that Heartless had left behind. There was a total of 21 spirit stones. It was obvious that Heartless had only prepared money for himself to escape. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei had a family with him. With such a large group of girls, it was obviously not enough to rely on such a small amount of spirit stones. Chapter 1648. Chapter 1648. Return to the Crimson Flame sect. There was a saying that a single sect could not defeat a hero. Moreover, what Jiang Fei and the others lacked was not ordinary money, but spiritual stones.
How about this? Why don't you follow me back to the Phoenix Stronghold? I still have some spiritual stones at home. It should be enough for us to go to other planets.
Speaking of which, Yuanqi was completely focused on Jiang Fei. Even before she could do anything, she had already taken the initiative to throw her money at Jiang Fei.
Forget it. I'll think of something on my own.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. Through reading the information of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Fei knew that the earth element Saturn was able to become the leader of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Not only was it located in the center of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, but it also produced spirit stones. The 5 directions represented the 5 elements. Among them, Jiang Fei and the others were of the fire element. The climate here was relatively hot, and most of the cultivators were of the fire element. The other 3 planets were similar. Star was of the wood element. It was located in the east, white metal, and was located in the west. The North Star was of the water element. Although the climate and attributes were different, there was not much difference. However, the Central Star was different. The cultivators here had all kinds of attributes, but there were not many earth attributes. The most important thing was that the dense earth element aura of the star gave birth to a large number of spirit stones. It was precisely because of these spirit stones that the strength of the cultivators on the star was far greater than that of the other 4 planets. Because the star was the main source of spirit stones. Although spirit stones were very precious on the star, there were still a lot of them. However, it was different on the other 4 planets. Although Yuanqi had a Phoenix stronghold that was not too small. However, She did not have many spirit stones in her hands. This was the reason why people from the Talon Star could easily go to other planets. However, it was extremely difficult for powerhouses from other planets to go to the Talon Star. After all, spirit stones were hard to come by. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not really intend to treat Yuanqiu as a family. He only wanted Yuanqiu to join him now because he needed a local guide. Therefore, it was already a waste to order people around. If he were to spend their money again, that would be a little too much. If he did not want to use Yuanqiu's spiritual stones, Jiang Fei would have to think of a way to get his hands on Qinxing. Therefore, he immediately set his sights on the Crimson Flame sect. Speaking of which, the Crimson Flame sect had occupied the #1 sect on Mars for more than 1,000 years. They must be very rich. At this time, they were in a period of trouble. Their lives were on the line. Therefore, they would not be so concerned about money. Moreover, even if the Crimson Flame sect loved money, they would not give up some spirit stones. Jiang Fei could totally join the alliance and fish in troubled waters. After all, the Crimson Flame sect's cultivation method and the tooth of the fire god had already been in his hands. He could completely put on a generous front in front of the alliance and ask for only some spirit stones. If that was the case, the alliance would be very willing to accept it. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei led the girls back to the alliance's camp. After returning to the vicinity of the alliance's camp, Jiang Fei did not return immediately. Instead, he asked the girls to find a place to set up camp. He quietly snuck into the Crimson Flame sect alone. At this time, the alliance and the Crimson Flame sect had already fought. On both sides of the mountain path, there were occasional alliance cultivators who had retreated. These people were either injured or carrying injured people on their backs. It seemed that although they had the advantage in numbers, however, the siege battle was also very difficult. Jiang Fei hid in the dark and observed for a while. He found that although the alliance army was already attacking the mountain, the experts of both sides did not participate in the battle. Most of the people who fought were low-level disciples. The strength of these people was generally below the Aurus core stage. Although it seemed that many people had died to the various factions, this was just a small fight.
Looks like both sides are waiting for an opportunity,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although he did not know what kind of trump cards the two sides were holding, it was clear that neither side was in a hurry to fight. Since the opponents were all low-level disciples, it was much easier for Jiang Fei to sneak into the Crimson Flame sect. After suppressing his aura, he found a remote place. Although it was a cliff, ordinary people could not get up there. However, they could not stop Jiang Fei. Soon, Jiang Fei climbed to the top of the cliff. This place was located at the back of the Crimson Flame sect's mountain. It was still some distance away from the main hall.
Phew! Climbing the mountain is really a labor of strength,
Jiang Fei sighed. Although it was easy to fly up, it was easy to be discovered. Therefore, he used the most primitive method, climbing. At this time, the back of the Crimson Flame sect's mountain was terrifyingly quiet. Not a single disciple could be seen. Clearly, the Crimson Flame sect's disciples had been transferred to the front of the mountain to defend. Jiang Fei used stealth along the way, and soon arrived near the main hall. Although his stealth ability could not compare to professional assassins like Sylvie and Garona, his strength was still there. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to find him. Before Jiang Fei approached the main hall, he also walked around the Crimson Flame sect a few times. Unfortunately, he did not find the Crimson Flame sect's storage of spirit stones.
Sigh! I really embarrassed my master,
Jiang Fei sighed to himself. After all, he was the disciple of the great thief, Tyrion. In the end, he could not even find the location of Tyrion's treasure house. This would definitely infuriate Tyrion to death. In desperation, he could not steal anymore. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to return to his old profession. Although he had not learned much about stealing, he was still very good at extorting and blackmailing Jiang Fei. Since he had decided to extort, Jiang Fei could not hide anymore. Therefore, he directly released his aura near the main hall of the Crimson Flame sect.
Who is it?
Jiang Fei's release of his aura was not a big deal. However, it almost scared the Crimson Flame sect to death. After all, they had only been discovered when they had reached the core of their home. If this news were to spread out, it would be a huge embarrassment.
Sect Leader Huang, how have you been?
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Your Excellency?
Huang Sheng was very surprised when he saw Jiang Fei.
I initially wanted to leave and not care about the internal strife on the planet. However, I remembered that your Crimson Flame sect has been on good terms with our Yuan family over the years. So, I felt that I could not just stand by and watch.
Jiang Fei said pretentiously.
Really? That's great.
When Huang Xing heard Jiang Fei's words, he was immediately overjoyed. Although he had already contacted the previous Yuan family's ambassador, distant water could not quench the thirst of the enemy. Once the allied army attacked crazily, they might not be able to hold on until the ambassador arrived. Therefore, Jiang Fei's arrival had undoubtedly given Huang Sheng a shot in the arm. In his opinion, Jiang Fei and the previous emissary were both from the Yuan family. Compared to them, they were of the same mind, with him helping the Crimson Flame sect. In that case, the Crimson Flame sect should have no problem holding out until the emissary arrived. Chapter 1649. Chapter 1649. Establishing prestige.
Hee. Sect Leader Huang. It's not impossible for me to help you,
Jiang Fei said as he deliberately pondered for a moment.
Don't tell me you want to.
When Huang Xing heard Jiang Fei's words, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly hesitated.
Sect Leader Huang, we are not related. I will help you keep the Crimson Flame sect's inheritance. Isn't it only right for you to pay me a little?
Jiang Fei smiled and said.
But Master Ambassador, aren't you taking advantage of me?
Huang Xing said unhappily.
What's wrong? Do you want me to help you for nothing?
Jiang Fei was not happy. He did not expect Huang Sheng to be so ungrateful.
Sigh. Forget it. The Crimson Flame sect is fated to live and die. If we can't get through this, it's fated. You don't have to worry about it, Master Ambassador.
Huang Sheng had openly rejected his help.
Fine. This is the first time I've seen someone like you who loves money so much.
Jiang Fei was also angered by Huang Sheng. Therefore, he rode his sword and flew toward the allied army. In Jiang Fei's opinion, he had already given Huang Sheng enough face by helping him. He only asked for a few spiritual stones. Yet he was said to be taking advantage of him. This made Jiang Fei feel that Huang Sheng was completely unreasonable. However, Huang Sheng felt even more bitter at the moment. How could he not want Jiang Fei to help him? However, with Jiang Fei's tone, how could he have guessed that he was asking for spiritual stones? What was Jiang Fei's status in front of Huang Sheng? That was the Yuan family's ambassador. Moreover, he was a young genius of the Yuan family. Would such a person have spiritual stones? Not to mention a behemoth like the Yuan family. The Yuan family's ambassador could not possibly have spiritual stones with him. Other than spirit stones, what else could the Scarlet Flame sect pay? Cultivation technique? Cultivating fire-type cultivation technique at the same time. The Yuan family's side was definitely at the ancestral level. The cultivation technique of the entire Mars star was mostly from the Yuan family. So how could the high emissary of the Yuan family take a fancy to the cultivation technique of his own sect? Since the spirit stones and cultivation technique had been excluded, then the entire Scarlet Flame sect that the high emissary had taken a fancy to was probably one of the 10 directional clear artifacts. The tooth of the god of fire. Up until now, Huang Sheng and the others still did not know that the tooth of the god of fire had been stolen. They had thought that the treasure was lying safely in the treasure vault. Therefore, Huang Sheng, who had mistakenly thought that Jiang Fei wanted the tooth of the god of fire, would not agree to it. He would rather Jiang Fei not help him than give up the treasure that his sect had kept for thousands of years. Even if the Crimson Flame sect was destroyed, and the tooth of the god of fire fell into the hands of the Fire Dragon Palace, at least the 10 crystal artifacts would still be on planet Mars. However, if the tooth of the god of fire was given to the high emissary of the Yuan family, then there would be no clear artifact left on planet Mars. Huang Sheng did not dare to bear the crime of losing the clear artifact. After all, this was something that would cause all of the people on planet Mars to lose their backbone. Therefore, in the end, Huang Sheng rejected Jiang Fei's help. If Jiang Fei knew that Huang Sheng had actually thought so much, he would have regretted it to death. If he had known earlier, he would not have pretended to be reserved and would have directly asked for money. However, many things in the world were caused by misunderstandings. Jiang Fei left the Crimson Flame sect in a huff. Once, he returned to the temporary base. He said to the girls,
"That Huang Sheng is too much. He's about to die. And he still loves money so much. Come, let's go find the Alliance. Age? That guy actually wants money so much that he doesn't want his life?"
The girls were also very surprised. They had originally thought that Jiang Fei would go there naturally. They did not expect that Huang Sheng would actually reject him because of his greed. If Huang Sheng knew that the girls had said that about him, he would definitely be in so much pain that he would scratch the wall. This time, he was even more wrong than Dou Yi. If he had known earlier that Jiang Fei would ask for some spirit stones, he would have given up everything that the Crimson Flame sect had. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not get any spirit stones from the Crimson Flame sect. He was even filled with anger. As a result, he brought the girls back to the Alliance's camp. Anyway, it was already planned beforehand. If Wang Sheng did not know how to appreciate kindness, he did not mind killing the Crimson Flame sect with the Alliance. After all, Jiang Fei's goal was spirit stones. As long as someone paid him, he did not care who he fought for.
Chief Yu, didn't you guys not participate in the war? Why are you back again?
As soon as Jiang Fei and the others returned to the main camp, someone asked sarcastically.
You can ask him.
Yu Wanqiu pointed at Jiang Fei. When they had withdrawn from the Alliance, she had made it very clear that they would not participate in this kind of war. Now that they had taken the initiative to come back, she could not open her mouth.
Hee. Is the Golden Dragon envoy around? I want to talk to him.
Jiang Fei said to the person with a smile. He did not care about such a small fry's provocation. Right now, all Jiang Fei wanted to do was to get the spiritual stones and then leave. As for the mess on planet Mars, he was not interested at all.
Master Golden Dragon Envoy? He is busy formulating a strategy to attack the mountain. Do you think you guys are qualified to meet a guy like you who ran away at the last minute?
This guy who was stirring up trouble showed that he was the one who came later to provide reinforcements. Therefore, he had no idea how powerful Jiang Fei was.
Sigh. There are some people. It's useless to talk to them nicely. Violence is the only language that they can understand.
Jiang Fei sighed. The next second, he completely unleashed his aura.
Oh no!
The person who provoked Jiang Fei secretly cried out. However, it was too late. Jiang Fei had unleashed all of his aura. It was not just to scare him. At that moment, Jiang Fei understood that for places like the 5 directions heaven and earth that did not focus on technology and emphasized personal training, it was all based on strength. No matter how polite you were, it was not something that could be done with brute force. Even if he managed to scare this guy today, there would be others who would come looking for trouble with him tomorrow. Therefore, it was better to make a clean cut and kill one to make an example of the other. It was to establish his authority. Swish! In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared in front of the guy. Without giving him a chance to react, he grabbed the guy's neck. You? The guy only had time to say one word before all his meridians were sealed. He could not even beg for mercy, let alone resist.
Bang!
Jiang Fei swung his hand, and the guy was thrown dozens of meters away. Because his strength was sealed, his bones were broken and his 5 organs were dislocated. However, Jiang Fei still felt a trace of pity in his heart. He did not take the guy's life. Therefore, although the guy was on his last breath, he was still alive.
What's going on?
In the next second, several sword lights flew over. The experts in the tent could feel it the moment Jiang Fei released his aura. They thought that the experts of the Crimson Flame sect had come down from the mountain to start a massacre. Therefore, all of them picked up their weapons and rushed over.
Master Yuan?
When the Silver Dragon Messenger and the others saw that it was Jiang Fei, they pressed their weapons down. However, when they saw that someone was injured, they did not let their guard down. After all, Jiang Fei had returned. They did not know what this guy's purpose was. Chapter 1650. Chapter 1650 Revenge.
Who brought this guy here?
Jiang Fei asked as he pointed at the crippled boy.
This is Blue Condor, the vice leader of the Divine Fire Gang. Did he offend young Master Yuan?
The Silver Dragon Messenger asked.
You guys actually brought this kind of guy who doesn't have the ability and doesn't even have a brain? Be careful in the future, lest you get implicated by this kind of guy who cheats his teammates.
Jiang Fei glanced at Blue Condor with disdain.
This fellow.
At this moment, the Silver Dragon Messenger and the others had also heard what had happened. Although they were on Blue Condor's side, they secretly hated this fellow for not having eyes. It was obvious that Blue Condor was used to making things difficult for others in his own sect. Therefore, he had the same temperament when he joined the Alliance. However, although the Divine Fire sect sounded rather intimidating, their strength was actually inferior to the Phoenix stronghold. That was why he could not afford to offend anyone here. Now that the leaders of the major sects had basically arrived, Jiang Fei and the others finally showed up. Blue Condor thought that Jiang Fei and the others were just small fry. Therefore, he felt that it was time for him to be proud. He wanted to make things difficult for Jiang Fei and the others. However, he did not expect to kick a huge iron board. Although Blue Condor and the Divine Fire Gang were also members of the Allied Army, everyone from the Golden Dragon Envoy and Silver Dragon Envoy of the Fire Dragon Palace to the ordinary cultivators of the Allied Army like Blue Condor. Therefore, although he was beaten half to death by Jiang Fei. However, there was not a single person in the entire Allied army who spoke up for him. From this, it could be seen that this guy's popularity was very poor.
Get him out of here!
The Golden Dragon messenger waved his hand impatiently. Then, he turned to Jiang Fei and asked,
Master Yuan, what's the matter with your return this time? Hee hee. Nothing much. I heard that it took you a lot of effort to attack the Crimson Flame sect. So I came to discuss a business deal with you guys.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Oh, what business deal?
The Golden Dragon messenger asked curiously.
Before we discuss a deal, I have a piece of information that I want to share with you.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Then, he continued to say,
the Crimson Flame sect is not making any moves now. In fact, they are just stalling for time. They have contacted an ally that is enough to turn the tables.
Jiang Fei suddenly stopped talking as he said this. This time, the Golden Dragon messenger and the others were really intrigued.
Master Yuan, may I know who is the ally of the Crimson Flame sect?
The Golden Dragon envoy quickly asked.
I have provided all the free information. The rest will have to be charged.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
I wonder what price Master Yuan is going to buy it for.
The Golden Dragon envoy asked curiously.
Such an important piece of information. I think 200 spiritual stones should not be too expensive. Right.
Jiang Fei was also asking for a lot of money. With just one mouth, he had asked for enough money for everyone to travel to Qinxing. Moreover, it was more than enough.
Sure.
To Jiang Fei's surprise, the Golden Dragon envoy agreed without even returning the price.
That's great.
Jiang Fei smiled happily. Then, he extended his right hand and rubbed his thumb between his middle finger and index finger. The meaning was obvious.
Here are 230 spiritual stones. Master Yuan, please count them.
The Golden Dragon envoy very generously threw a money bag over. He did not even take out the extra spiritual stones. Jiang Fei took the money bag and glanced inside. There were definitely more than 200 spiritual stones inside. Therefore, he did not count in detail. He directly put the money bag into the ring space.
Young Master Yuan, can you tell us the identity of the Crimson Flame sect's ally now?
The Golden Dragon messenger asked.
Of course. They have contacted the messenger of the Jinxing Yuan family. I believe that the messenger will come in a few days.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
What? The emissary from the Yuan family?
In an instant, all the big shots present were a little dumbfounded. Although the Yuan family rarely interfered with the matters on planet Mars, all the big shots on planet Mars knew clearly who was the real boss of this planet. Speaking of which, almost all of the top sects on planet Mars were from the Yuan family. However, over the thousands of years, some sects had distanced themselves from the Yuan family. That was all. If the emissary from the Yuan family clearly stated that they supported the Crimson Flame sect, then no matter how powerful the Fire Dragon Palace was, they would never dare to have any designs on the Crimson Flame sect again. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that the ally of the Crimson Flame sect was the emissary from the Yuan family, these people were somewhat dumbfounded.
That's not right. Isn't young Master Yuan also a member of the Yuan family?
At this moment, someone suddenly asked,
But am not an emissary. Am not here to represent the Yuan family.
Jiang Fei shrugged. He could not admit that he was an emissary. Otherwise, it would be too easy for him to be exposed. In an instant, everyone present fell silent.
Young Master Yuan, why don't you tell the emissary to not participate in the internal strife of planet Mars? If he succeeds, we will definitely reward him handsomely.
At this time, Jinping rolled his eyes and said, although this kid usually looked lazy, he was still quite shrewd.
That won't do. I've already said that I'm only here on behalf of myself. And that emissary is representing the Yuan family. As a person, I cannot interfere with the decisions of the Yuan family.
Jiang Fei waved his hand repeatedly. He did not want to confront that emissary face to face. Firstly, that emissary was most likely a player who had descended. Secondly, Jiang Fei, a member of the Yuan family, was also an imposter. Therefore, once he confronted the emissary face to face, it would be too easy for him to expose himself.
Age? What should we do then? Could it be that all our efforts have been in vain?
The Golden Dragon emissary and the Silver Dragon emissary looked at each other. This time, the Fire Dragon Palace had contributed the most. If they returned empty-handed, not only would they have lost so much manpower and resources, but they would also have completely offended the Crimson Flame sect. Once the other party had recovered, would they be able to avoid the Fire Dragon Palace? After all, The Crimson Flame sect had maintained its position as the #1 sect on planet Mars for thousands of years. There was a saying that even a dead worm would not die. Even a dead camel was bigger than a horse. If they were to hold a grudge against them, they would definitely not have an easy time in the future. Even the Fire Dragon Palace was worried about the Crimson Flame sect's revenge. Not to mention the other small and medium-sized sections. They were even more unwilling to bear the consequences of not being able to kill a snake. This was because their strength was not comparable to the Fire Dragon Palace. They were just suffering. They would face the risk of being wiped out.
I have an idea.
Jiang Fei laughed.
What idea?
Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Fei.
To attack the Crimson Flame sect by force. Although the emissary chose the Crimson Flame sect, the distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. If you destroy the Crimson Flame sect before the emissary arrives, then the uncooked rice has already been cooked. The emissary will definitely not blame anyone for this,
Jiang Fei said.
Is that possible? I think it's a good idea. Although the Yuan family is powerful, their focus is still on the town star. Although the planet Mars is their territory, they still need us to manage this place. Yes, the Crimson Flame sect has been destroyed. He will only choose a new agent. He will definitely not make a big fuss over this.
After the leaders looked at each other, they quickly chose Jiang Fei's suggestion. The main reason why Jiang Fei did this was because he secretly hated Huang Sheng for not knowing how to appreciate favors. He was just taking revenge on the Crimson Flame sect.